field playing this big right-handed power hitter to pull. That ball is blasted into center. Matos still going back. Leaps and makes the catch. Hits the ground. Hopefully he's okay.
Oh, baby. That's all I got this morning, folks. These boys are yakety. I got it. It hurts to laugh, so try not to be too funny today, Shasky. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. That was John Miller on NBC Sports Bay Area last night as the Giants salvage one against the LA Dodgers, get their first win against the Dodgers this season, improving to 1-5 against the Bubs, 1-5. But Luis Matos with the great catch right there. The young guns in the outfield, Ramos and Matos. Let the kids play. Let's see what it is. And they calmed the waters for a couple days. Calm and calm the Giants fans down with a big-time win. Logan Webb, that's what the Aces do in this league. When you need a win, you go to your big dog, and your big dog shuts you down. So good win for the Giants last night as we say good morning here on the Morning Roast. Shout out to Spadoni and Shasky for holding it down the last 2 days. Listening to the show for the last 45 minutes yesterday. Good stuff there. A lot of good stuff. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Also, shout out to Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain, our boys up there. Because if you don't bring it with the phone calls, you will get flushed. That's right, Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. What up, Shasky? Good win for the Giants yesterday, man.
It was a really nice win, and I just think that overall, one thing that's really stuck out to me is the young players have provided this energy for the ball club. And there's going to be nights where a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald gets subbed in as a pinch runner, and you have one job, it's not to get picked off in that situation as you're running for Wilmer Flores a couple of nights ago. But they're going to make mistakes. But you know what? The veterans are making mistakes too.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of similarities, not a ton, but there are a lot of similarities between the Warriors and the Giants over the last couple of years. Veterans make mistakes too. And the tolerance level for some of the youngsters' mistakes, they just need to be increased. Like, we need to have more patience. Matos, and we were talking about it yesterday, and some of his angles and his routes, and not the purest center fielder. I don't think he's a natural center fielder.
No.
That being said, they signed Jung-Hoo Lee for a 5-year deal in part because I believe that they think that Matos is not a center fielder. Now, can he play there in a pinch? Sure. And he made a really nice play last night.
Great play.
Totally redeems himself on a rough night the night before where he misplayed multiple balls. But that's what you're going to get with some of the young guys. And here's the number one takeaway that I have after last night's game, and we'll get to Logan Webb. If Ramos and Matos are hitting line drives the way that they are with runners in scoring position and the exit velo coming off the bat is scorching red hot like it was, I can live with some mistakes here and there.
I can too.
Just keep hitting, young men.
Hey, you know what? I got some excitement and some joy out of watching Ramos and Matos in the outfield together, high five, and
yes,
you know, Matos got the cool looking glove in center field. What is that, turquoise?
Yeah, it's a mint,
the little mint.
It's very
I like
popular.
the swagger.
Yeah,
it reminds me of some of my favorite center fielders: the D. Lews, the Marvin Benars, the Angel Pagaz, the Gregor Blancos. Who's the guy? Andres Torres. I mean, it reminds me of that swagger, that Latino swagger that this market, this community, this team desperately needs. You see them high-fiving after the game, having some fun there. Ramos with a big hit late in the game. I like it. Just let me see it play out. Now, I get the outrage over the last 2 days. I'll say this, Shasky, because I listened to you guys the last 45 minutes and listened to a little bit of Steiny and Guru as I was dropping off my daughter and running errands yesterday trying to get right. I think the outrage on Farhan for this series or during this series, I think the timing's off. The timing's off. You had to know that going in to play the Dodgers, knowing that all your guys are dropping like flies. Jung-Hoo Lee, pitchers, you don't have Blake Snell. You got injuries galore around the infield. Nick Ahmed, Chapman's trying to find himself. Jorge Soler's injured himself in the batting cage again. I mean, I've never seen anything like that.
Bonte, I've never, ever seen anything like that.
I've never seen that.
I mean, no one ever wears a helmet in batting practice. Like, we do go to the cages all the time with the kids. You never wear a helmet. And now I'm saying, I think I should be telling these kids to wear a helmet because heaven forbid something happened where it ricochets off of it. I mean, he could have broke his eye orbital or whatever they call it, the socket.
It's time to wear a helmet because of Jorge Soler.
I can't believe that.
So I just think the timing on the Farhan, like we know about Farhan.
Of course.
So next time we have a conversation, I think about Farhad Zaidi is around the trade deadline. Seeing where the Giants are at around the trade deadline, and what does he do? Buy or sell, considering what's happening. Yeah, whatever. It depends where they're at in the standings.
I know, I would like them to sell off.
That's the next deep philosophical conversation about Farhad Zaidi.
Okay.
That's it. That's to me, because we already know his time is ticking. To me, it's a couple things with the Giants. And I'm not outraged because they just won a series against Cincinnati. And I think Cincinnati's a good ball club. I think they're a young, up-and-coming good ball club.
I really like Cincinnati.
So I'm not going to get outraged because they lost an extra inning game to the Dodgers on Monday night. A hard-fought game. You're in that thing. Your youngsters made some mistakes. It is what it is. Tuesday night, it got out ahead. You bounce back and prevent the sweep yesterday. So I'm not going to be outraged on Farhad this morning. We know who he is. Everybody knows how we feel about Farhad Zaidi. We don't believe he fits. We don't believe in his philosophy. We don't believe in his farm system. That will play itself out. My question, though, is into this as we look at the season right now, Shasky, is what's been the difference between Melvin and Kapler? What's been the difference? Because the Giants right now are 20-25. They're 9 games out the NL West. And I see a lot of panic sometimes from Bob Melvin. I'm not 100% on board with the usage of his bullpen or how he utilizes his bullpen.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not the biggest fan of that. I'm not the biggest fan of his lineup construction. I'm going to assume that he's penciling in 1 through 9. I have to, right? He's in the room. But I ask you, as a baseball guy, what's been the difference between Kapler and Melvin through the first 45 games of the season?
I haven't seen much of a difference. And here's a great example. When Austin Slater was healthy, what did they do with Austin Slater?
Battle lead off.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't believe that Bob Melvin believes that Austin Slater should be batting leadoff. I refuse to believe it. As someone who's a baseball lifer with Pat Burrell in the dugout and Matt Williams in the dugout, I have a hard time thinking that they're like, you know what? Let's slide Jung-Hoo Lee to the 3-hole, 4-hole, and let's lead off Austin Slater. That's just one of many little microtransactions, substitutions, lineup patterns that I've noticed. So again, what's the difference? Well, there is no difference because to me, I feel like a lot of the who's playing, when they're playing, how they're playing, positions they're playing, who we're going to in certain situations is being dictated by the front office. And that to me tells me, oh, well, you changed out the dugout and the manager, but if the philosophy and the principles are all going to continue to come through the front office,
right,
you're full of it because you told me you're going to allow the manager to have more baseball IQ. Now, Sam Lubman, I know you don't want to get into this, but I am going to get into this. I've listened and watched the body language of Bob Melvin when being peppered with certain questions. We listened to Dave Fleming yesterday explain that Bob runs hot.
Yeah.
And Bob's a lot more fiery than he anticipated. That to me tells me, and I've just been thinking about this, I don't think he's happy with being told who needs to play where and when. This is a guy, Bob Melvin, who just got into a war with a GM down in San Diego. Yeah. This is a guy, Bob Melvin, who lost that war, lost that job, and had to find a job up in San Francisco. So if you're asking me, is there a difference? No. And I think Bob's already frustrated.
And that's because the front office.
That's my feel.
And that's because the front office is
still doing the exact same thing.
Right. And so what's the point of hiring the Bob Melvin?
Exactly.
Is it to appease the fan base? Save your job? Mm-hmm. Because we already know Farhad, put Farhad to the side for a second. Mm-hmm. You and I both thought this guy should have been gone 2 years ago. Last year. To me, he's already on borrowed time. It's just a matter of time for the Giants. And it's Steiny Guru, the little part about them that I heard yesterday, we talk about in-season firings. Has there been GMs recently fired in season? I think the Mets may have fired one of their GMs in season. Maybe Neil O'Shea with the Portland Trail Blazers. But it doesn't happen as much in baseball and the NBA. But Farhad, if this thing does go down the track, because if you look at the youngsters, right? Richard Crawford, perfect example, going to AAA. I thought we were getting our Shohei Ohtani. When he got drafted, oh, man, this guy pitches, this guy hits, he does everything. Wait, now he's a lefty reliever? He's a lefty reliever? Wait, what's going on here? Then I see Sean Jelly in a high-pressure situation yesterday. So I asked you that because Sean Jelly relieved Logan Webb. I'm thinking, why is Sean Jelly in this game? We got to win this game.
Well, you know why? And I'm not trying to defend Bob Melvin. I do believe they have very limited amount of people
do.
in that bullpen that they trust.
Yeah.
But again, that's not a Bob Melvin problem.
That's a front office problem.
It's a roster construction problem.
Yep.
I'm with you. Can I cite something from the other day that really irked me, and I haven't had a chance to really dive into it, and I just want your opinion on it. I have a philosophy. My closer comes into games to close them out.
Right.
Camilo Duvall is paid not for his ERA, not for his WHIP or things like that. He is paid if he gets 40 or 50 saves. That's what a closer is judged by, and that's what they're paid by. Would you agree with that?
Yep. Shutting down the game, getting the final 3 outs of a baseball game.
Okay.
Or the most critical 3 outs in the last 3 innings of a baseball game.
Okay. So Camilo Duvall comes in the 9th inning of a tie game Monday night. He replaces Tyler Rogers.
Right.
He faces Andy Pagas. I don't even know how to pronounce that guy's name. Kiki Hernandez, who had hit a home run earlier in that game, okay? And Mookie Betts. He threw 8 pitches.
Yeah.
And then he came out of the game, a tie game.
Right.
Why? Because you had Freddie Freeman and Shohei Ohtani coming up, who are lefties.
This is my closer.
Who is your best pitcher? See, again,
this
baseball,
is my closer. Yeah.
Baseball IQ.
Yeah. I'm with
trust a struggling Taylor, whatever, the lefty Rogers?
Taylor
I always
Rogers.
confuse them.
Yeah.
Or
Tyler
do I
Rogers
trust
and Taylor.
Camilo Duvall, who hadn't pitched a lot and threw 8 pitches.
You know me, I'm old school. As I'm looking at on my computer, I haven't opened it up since when I was here Monday show. And the first thing that's popped up is that box score from Game 7 of the Minnesota Twins Braves, Game 7.
Yeah.
Where Jack Morris goes 10 innings. You think it mattered whether or not Jack Morris was facing a lefty late in the game or a righty left in the game? That's what I'm saying. This is old school baseball. Sometimes you got to go with the best versus the best. We don't see Gagne Bonds if we go with these analytics. Say, oh, well, we need a lefty, all lefty. No. You go with your best. You go with your gut. You just say, you know what, Camilo? We're going to trust you to get 3 outs. You're going to have to do this. And if you want to get close to the Dodgers, if you want to get close to the Padres, you got to go mano a mano with these dudes. So I was with you there Monday night with the Camilo Duvall situation.
So Shohei comes up. Now, look, you want to go advanced numbers on me? Freddie Freeman hits significantly worse against lefties than he does against righties. Fine. But you walked him. The lefty came in and walked him with a guy at second base. Now, what you also have to understand, in the 10th inning, the 9th inning, 8 pitches. He's still good. In the 10th inning, you have an inherited runner.
Yep.
Let's get strategy baseball style here. What do I have to have with a guy at second base and no outs if I'm the pitcher or I'm the defense? I want a pop-up.
Yep.
I want a strikeout.
Yep.
I want a comebacker.
Yep.
Who is more likely to get me one of those 3 outcomes?
Camilo Duvall. Or it's not the worst thing in the world to say, hey, if I'm facing Shohei here and I want to be careful, I still have first base open. The double play's still in play. So I can get Freddie Freeman maybe to roll one over. Now I'm working with a runner on third and 2 outs.
It's again.
You know what I'm saying? So you got first base open. It's not the worst thing in the world to face Shohei and, hey, you know what? I'm going to just give Shohei a free pass. The worst thing in the world in that situation. Now, obviously, if Freddie Freeman hits one to the gap, Shohei scored
that's
from
what Will
first.
Smith did on the very next at bat.
Anyway, he did it anyway, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally do.
So
I just look at it this way. Like, that to me, Monday night was a microcosm of, not much has changed. That's what it was to me, is we're going to play the righty-lefty matchup. We're going to go straight analytics, not what I call manalytics, right? Where I'm going to allow one of my best players, one of my go-to men.
Right.
My go-to man. If the season's on the line, I mean, it wasn't in this game, but if it is, you're going down with Camilo over the Rogers brothers. Like, let's just call it what it is. So that's, I know I got real geeky there.
No,
but that to me is a microcosm of nothing's changed.
See, listen, man. 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Streets are saying King Bonte doesn't watch the games. That's funny. It is funny. Watching these last 2 games and watching the Giants this season, I thought, just stepping back, and I told you this on the phone yesterday when we talked, I think the outrage after these 2 games, again, the timing's off. If you're going to be outraged about some losses, be outraged about the sweep in Philadelphia when you don't win 1 and 4. You don't win 1 game.
They're
you got swept in a
overmatched.
4-game series. You're overmatched. But I'm not going to be outraged by getting beat up by the Dodgers. We know what that lineup looks like. Can you be competitive? They have been competitive against the Dodgers. Now, I'm not a moral victory guy. You guys all know that. But I understand where this team is at right now. The Giants, that is. Jonathan Kuminga. We're all, as a fan base, discussing whether or not the Warriors should trade him or not. to get assets. He's become that much of a player. But we wouldn't have known if he was going to be a player if things didn't happen during the season.
Yes.
Lubman brought up yesterday on the show call. He goes, Bonte, you were at the softball game. He goes, Bonte, it's just the fact that they called these guys up. It's going to be in the back of everybody's mind that they got called up when people were injured. I said, who cares?
Yeah, just make the most of it.
Do we care?
No.
That Draymond got the starting spot because David Lee got hurt?
No, he made the most of it, and then you couldn't turn back.
Do we care that Jordan Poole became a legit NBA player knowing that Klay Thompson was out? No, we don't care. Do you care about the championship?
I'll go with the Giants for a particular. Brandon Belt got the job in 2011 because Aubrey Huff was like MIA mentally. Remember that?
Yep, absolutely.
Does anybody remember that?
Absolutely. So we don't care that Cody Ross got to play in the playoffs because Jose Guillen got popped. What did he get sent to his house with steroids?
PEDs. And I had heard about that a couple days before it happened. Oh, boy. I'm not going to give up my sources on sources are telling me. That was incredible. So, no one ever brings that up.
So nobody's going to care if Matos Ramos, Schmidt, Luciano, and all these guys ball out. We're not going to care that they got a job because somebody got injured. No. Now it's up to the young men, Matos, Ramos, Schmidt, and the rest of the crew, to go out there and ball out.
Yes.
And show why you're legit major leaguers. Show me why you're not AAA guys anymore. That's why. You have the opportunity of a lifetime. And Jonathan Kuminga with the Golden State Warriors recently. The reason why I go with JK, because it just happened for us right here in this market. JK, don't matter. You can go run to the media. You can talk to Steve Kerr. You got to go out there and perform. But remember that first game? He didn't perform well against Detroit.
No.
Cade Cunningham was cooking his ass all night long on a Friday night. Did JK got his game right? He averaged 20 the rest of the season. So all I'm saying is this is a blessing in disguise. The youngsters are getting to play, and they're playing against one of the best teams in baseball, one of the best lineups, one of the best pitching staffs, and they're getting a crash course on how to play Major League Baseball. So after last night, I'm watching Matos and Ramos high five, and Matos is coming through with an RBI single. Ramos has the big time double that scores the strikeout from first. I'm saying, okay, kids, that's what I'm talking about. And Casey Smith plays some good defense.
He is.
I'm not mad at that. The young kids are playing, so let's see how it plays out.
Well, and the I would add to that, they made the move I wanted them to make, and I will give him credit on that. I was talking about Blake Sable is not a defensive catcher. You needed a defensive catcher, and they acquired Kirk Casale. Now he's at the end. Look, he's not. You're not going to blow anyone away. I'm not here to like pretend that he's even in remotely a starter, but he knows how to call a game. He does. He just knows how to call a game. And he's better defensively than Blake Sable. You needed to get some stability there. Poor guy Skeets is just not a big leaguer.
He's not a big leaguer.
And the Tom Murphy thing blew up in their face. You got rid of Bart, fine, whatever. You were hell-bent on acquiring Tom Murphy for $4 million a year. No one was giving him that money. And now you've moved him to the 60-day IL. I'm glad you went out and got Kirk Casale because I know at the minimum, Kirk Casale can call a game. No doubt. It looked like Logan Webb and him were on the exact same page.
No doubt. But they get a big win.
Huge win.
Again, I'm going to push Farhan to the side. Let's see how this plays out. You got a red-hot Colorado Rockies team coming in this weekend. You can try to get right against them. And then, next thing you know, you have a winning homestand. That's all it was about. We looked at this 9-game homestand. Spinoni was in last week saying, boy, this 9-game homestand, I was more intrigued with this one than the 10-game road trip that they went on because I knew it's going to be tough in Philly. Philly's a good team. They might be the best team in the National League. Even against the Dodgers. They may beat the Dodgers. But what they do here, 3 against Colorado, then you got the Pittsburgh Pirates and the New York Mets. Now these get interesting before you get to Philly in late May. And then, of course, you got the Phillies and the Yankees. You know how I like to look at the schedule here. But can you stay afloat? Can you tread water here? Because you're only 2 out in the wild card. It's not like you're out of the playoff race already. Let's see what the young kids do. Can they stabilize this roster? Can they stabilize it? And can Matos Ramos go ahead and take these jobs away? That's what it's about right now, Shasky. Can you take these jobs away?
I've already seen more from both of the young players. And look, he's been a good Giant. He's had his opportunity. We don't need to see any more of Austin Slater. They need to do right by him and move him somewhere else where he can play and allow these young guys opportunities and at-bats.
And you got Mike Yastrzemski as a veteran there helping these young guys out. Look, Mike Yastrzemski is the 7th or 8th guy. I get it. He's not going to lead your team. Big home run but you know what, though? The guy's playing some good defense.
He is.
He's playing well in right field.
That diving play the other night was amazing.
Play. I mean, Mike Yastrzemski's playing some good ball right now. So let me get Matos, Ramos, and Yaz in the outfield, and let me see how it looks. But right now, I just thought the timing of everybody going crazy online about Farhan Zaidi.
Where you been?
Where you been?
Exactly.
We've been here 3 years ago, dog. All right? More coming up here on the Morning Roast. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Again, we said shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to Brian and the crew out there. You better bring it here on the roast because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. More coming up. We'll let you know who we have on the show later on today. Plus, you roasters. It's good to be back on the roast here on a Thursday. Shout out to Fanone for carrying your boy the last 2 days. More coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these great digital deals. Lucerne cage-free eggs, 18.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Big Pun hit up Spadoni in the thread. Did you like those? Hey, Spadone. Wasn't there some funny ones in that one? Big Pun fired up out there.
Hit us up on Insta, Shasky, Ponte, and I. He's just the best.
He found you, Spadone. Big Pun loves you, man.
I love me some Big Pun.
Oh, man. Good to be back here on the roast. Giants get the win. We got Niners schedule. I can't wait to get into that. You know how we do on the schedule show, Shasky. We once did a 4-hour show on the schedule ourselves. Trap games, gotta have them games, Super Bowl previews.
Did you hear the noise in the background while we were doing that show?
No.
It was Kay Scott booking her flight to Philadelphia to get the hell off of our show. It was that day. That was the day.
You gotta stop making me laugh, man, because it hurts my stomach right now. All the yak in my stomach muscles are weak. And dude, maybe the guy on YouTube, whoever was on YouTube, he's been saying Bonte's iron levels are low.
What?
Maybe, I don't know.
I was reading something about my magnesium levels, like how I need to increase them.
Yeah.
It's just I'm in a rough spot. I'm in a rough spot.
No, I'm in a rough spot. I'm thinking about things happening in life. I'm like, damn, I'm getting old. I'm in my 40s now. Young 40s.
Feel me?
I'm like, dude, things are just popping up left and right, back muscles, everything. But some guy, the last 4 months, he's like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's when I cough or something. He's like, oh, Bonte's iron levels are low today. Somebody get him. And I'm like, what is he talking about? And then now I'm starting to think about it. It's like, damn, maybe he was right. Maybe I don't have enough iron in my system. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, no, I know that there are certain iron deficiencies that can severely hurt you. I'm talking out of my right now, but I do know that for a fact.
By the way, Willard Dibs live from the Dwight Clark Legacy series today, starting at 2 p.m. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh.
We were invited to go, but it's a late night. Shout out to Keon. Keon had us on the media list. I got an email about it, but it's at 7 p.m. It starts at 7.
My favorite Keon is Keon Dooling.
Missouri.
I loved Keon Dooling. He was always there in NBA 2K late in drafts,
Always.
and I just swoop him up.
Okay, I won't mention him. He's not going to be there. An incredible assortment of 49ers guests will join the show, including Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Drake Greenlaw, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, and many, many more. If you want to go to the event, you can buy tickets right now at DwightClarkAward.com. Tickets are $87. Get it? No pun intended. And 100% of the proceeds go to the Golden Heart Fund, Drake Greenlaw will be honored there. The Dwight Clark Legacy Series, Willard Dibs live there, 2 p.m. down in San Jose.
You brought up Mark Willard. And, at times we like to make fun of Mark because we love him. That's what you do to people.
You guys make fun of Mark. You guys are allowed to.
I make fun of Mark.
When I make fun of Mark,
I love Mark.
When I make fun of Mark Willard, it's like hey, buddy, what's going on, man? What did I do to you? Whoa, I'm just making fun of you.
Scared of Willard.
Well, just don't put words in his mouth.
I'm trying to get in on the joke.
Guys, I'm trying to butter him up here. Can we, just allow me the grace? No, but in all seriousness,
I'm scared of Willard.
Sam Lubman was one of the more loyal Farhan Zaidi supporters, front office supporters that I knew. And I feel the last 6 months or so, he's been really, coming around and changing his point of view. Doesn't mean that he's ready to fire everybody and get rid of him or whatever, but he feels the disconnect. And it's not about when you came on. It's the same thing with Brock. Whether you like Brock day one or whether you like Brock Purdy now, who cares? We're all Niner fans. Let's just root for it and try to win a Super Bowl, for crying out loud. How hard is it going to be for them to build a team around them? You know what I mean? That's the question, right?
Is Willard low on minerals? Enter the Draymond said, we're low on minerals right now after I saw.
I got thoughts on Draymond.
No, I don't have thoughts on
I
Draymond. Do. He is frying Gobert.
Yeah, well,
any chance he gets, dude.
In the words of Dibley, throw a change up there, Draymond. Show me you got another pitch. But no, yesterday I tuned in for the crossover, and then right when their show started, and Mark Willard went on a long soliloquy about how he still wants to take his kids to the game, the Giants game, and his kids really want to go. But it's like, dude, you got to give me something to entertain us.
Oh.
And he's coming around on this philosophy of how you build a team is just wrong. And it's crazy because I was telling Spadoni yesterday that I watched Moneyball because it was on
Right.
Netflix on
Yep.
like, the main
Yeah,
page
yeah,
like
yeah.
you might
Yep,
like.
yep.
I was like, you know what? I haven't watched Moneyball in
Yeah,
a while.
sometimes you just click on it. You just want to see it. You get lost.
And I'm like, the Brad Pitt visor is just so ridiculous. So
It
anyway,
is. It is so
I
bad.
clicked on it and
Jonah Hill.
I watched the whole movie and I remember feeling this the first time I watched it, and I remembered it even more the second time. They make such a big deal about David Justice and Scott Hatterberg, right? And those guys, they've just had a really nice
Right.
year. I thought Frank Thomas was way more impactful a couple years later when the
Right.
A's got him as like an older,
Yeah,
depreciated guy.
yeah.
Way more
I
impactful.
cut him in fantasy baseball a day before he went crazy.
He went
to Yankee Stadium. He went bananas.
He went absolutely
I remember I cut him
bananas.
right before that. He was awful.
There was so much made about finding value in the margins.
Yep.
And they just glossed over. And I didn't read the book, so I'm sure the book is very
See,
different.
I read the book first.
Okay.
I read the book before I watched the movie.
But like the Giants are going to play Moneyball. The whole reason that team was good is because old school real baseball scouts
Right.
found Miguel Tejada
Right.
and Eric Chavez and Tim Hudson
Right.
and Mark Mulder and Barry Zito.
Who Barry Zito was like a highly sought after player going to USC, pitching at USC.
Like Chad Bradford was very important.
Right.
I'm not denying that Chad Bradford wasn't important. It's almost eerie how similar Tyler Rogers throws to Chad Bradford. It's like eerie how he's trying to like replicate it.
Right.
But like you could get me all the cute stories that are ancillary on the outside. You gotta give me the all-stars.
So-
Tejada was an all. He was an MVP.
So before we get lost here, Willard was saying he doesn't want to take his kids
No,
to
but
the
I
game
think
because
Mark has come
entertainment
around.
value.
Mark has come around to this. Like you can't Scott Hatterberg your way around the
Yeah,
lineup.
see?
And you got to get me some Miguel Tejadas.
See,
and so
it
like
is-
I'm giving credit to Mark. Like I don't think we do this enough. Like changing your opinion is always a bad. No, it's a good thing. Moving your opinion, evolving, maturing,
No doubt.
whatever. I'm
Took him
glad
a
that
while.
he came out and admitted that because
Hey,
that
Mark-
meant a lot to me. This is one of the few guys who has defended this guy thick and thin, like he's Jon Snow in the Battle of the Bastards or Leonidas in 300, as all the spears
Right.
are getting thrown to him. He has stood there taking bullets for Farhan in the front office. The fact that he has finally submitted,
Hey, Mark.
like that's
Hey.
a big moment.
Hey, Mark Willard. I love you, dog. About time, big dog. About time, big dog. Don't be kissing ass right now.
Hey, I got a lot of
Trying to
love for
butter
you,
him
dude.
up.
I thought it was a
But you know
seminal
what, though?
moment. I thought it was a
credit
seminal
to
moment.
him. Credit to him, because I'll never forget one of the biggest debates, one of the spiciest debates we had during a crossover with Willard and Dibbs was 2022.
Yeah.
When they were heading to Atlanta. And I just sat back and they were like 8 games over 500. And I was just like, guys, I just don't see it. I think they're going to fall flat on their face. They're not entertaining. I feel bored watching them. And, Willard and I went back and forth. He goes, what's boring about winning and blah, 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 blah. But you kind of see the philosophy of it. You kind of saw how they were building this roster and the entertainment value. Now, I'll go to the game to watch. I'm considering going to one of these Rocky games because I want to see the young kids play.
Yeah.
Let me see them play some Major League Baseball. Let me see them learn on the fly on how to be a big leaguer. But the Farhan era of how you do it, this is not the Oakland A's.
No.
This is not the Tampa Bay Rays. We consider ourselves a big brand in Major League Baseball. Now, Spadoni, before we hit the break, brought up something yesterday at the end of your show. Into this show, I should say. And I thought it was very intriguing. I don't know if I agree with him, but I don't know if I disagree with him.
Huh.
And Spadoni brought up something about the attractiveness of the San Francisco Giants. And I want to get into that on the other side before we switch to schedule talk, because we got primetime games galore with the 49ers. Oh, we got prime time. We got 4 games outside of the Pacific time zone after the bye week. Boy, they got to go to Buffalo in December.
Oh, my God.
Green Bay Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. South Beach, Miami, 3 days before Christmas.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho to me, baby. Let's go to South Beach, Shasky.
And the best part is one of the worst games of the schedule gets knocked off right away. Minnesota. Who the hell wants to watch that game?
What? That's a short week to get Sam Darnold to Justin Jefferson.
Oh, God. Just
That's
do not.
Hey, listen.
Don't
You know
do
what we
that.
do here? When Kate
Don't
Scott
do
said,
that.
Bonte, really Detroit's a trap game? And it turned out to be a trap game?
They were up 400 points in the fourth quarter. We started our post-game show, and they were like, oh, wait a minute. We got to go off the air. We got to go back. This game is now, they're doing an onside kick.
The Jets game, do what you got to do to win the game because it's going to be ugly and nasty.
And one for Saleh.
Hey, week 2, I'm telling you, quit Sauce Gardner. We're going to see if the Niners receivers get off bumper run. But look, Week 2's the prototypical trap game. Short week, Minnesota, Dome Stadium. You know what happened last year?
We're
Monday Night
gonna
Football.
light up Sam Darnold.
Wait till we get the schedule.
We might even start Carson Wentz because we're so confident.
Stop it.
I do love this.
Stop it. That's a trap game. We'll get into schedule talk 7 o'clock, and you cannot wait for that. I cannot wait for that. 6 primetime games for the Niners. But first, something Spadoni said yesterday that really had me rolling when I was charging up Andy's Tesla. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Attention facility.
Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're not hard on Brock.
I know we're going to transition into some football talk. Could you grant me a moment to talk about something special that happened yesterday?
Absolutely.
When I was a kid, I used to play at St. Mary's Park, and junior giants had just started to become like a thing, and they would revitalize fields. And I had this seminal moment etched in my brain in like 93, like 11 years old, where Dusty Baker and Barry Bonds showed up to St. Mary's Park, and it was like the field coronation, this little tiny field that they had built behind the big field. And Bonds played catch with kids, and Dusty was out there. And it's one of those things that like endeared me, not just to the Giants, but to like Dusty and to Bonds. And it was something that I'll never forget, him playing catch with us. Well, I've had a little baseball program, me, my buddy Jim and Brent, and it doesn't cost anything. It's all free and stuff. And we've had some tremendous people volunteer money and time and energy and stuff, Cheese and Scott. And we got like 40, 50 kids, various ages. And we practice out at West Sunset, and we've been doing it for about a year or two. And it's kind of like anti-travel ball, where travel ball now costs so much money. Baseball's become so expensive. It's just crazy. Well, one of the kids on the team who participates, his family has some connections. And they said, hey, we want to do something nice for the kids, and we want to give back. And we didn't really understand what they meant. They said, we're going to bring somebody special out to practice. And yesterday was like one of our final practices of the year. We're out at West Sunset, and about 5:45, 6 o'clock, this giant guy comes in just regular street clothes, and it's freaking Hunter Pence. And these kids, you've been around our program. It's a who's who. Right. We've got every ethnicity. We've got every financial background.
Is my guy still showboating? What's my kid's name?
Oh, Dewan?
Dewan? No, not Dewan. It's not
Charlie?
Dewan. Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie played catcher.
Charlie's back?
Yeah, we've got public school kids, private school kids.
Well, Charlie, is he showboating? Has he ramped it down?
He played catcher yesterday, and I'll explain what happened.
All right.
So we have all these different, we have girls, boys, it's everything out there. And these kids love baseball, and we're trying to bring baseball back into this city, right? And I understand it's an uphill battle. It's not going to be perfect. And
I do think baseball plays well. When I went to Brentwood, and I'll let you finish, but just real quick.
Yeah, no,
I went to Brentwood, my little brother's birthday party, Brioni. I walked over, and they had 3 different diamonds. And I'm watching all these little leaguers. And the parents were serious. They were like, they're going to play a catch before the game. Parents like, yo, you got to get that ball up. Yo, get the cut. Like, oh, I'm seeing the balls and scorebooks and everything. It reminded me of the Bad News Bears. But you had the Twins. You had the Yankees. You had the A's. You had them like in
It's really cool, huh?
And I was getting the feels. And I was like, this is what's up, man. This is cool. I miss this. And I don't see it much in the city as I used to driving around. So that's
what we're trying to bring back. Yep. And there's a lot of people that are doing a lot of good work. Like I know Youth Gold's out there. I know Fog City's out there. There are a lot of different, the Seagulls are out there, the Rascals. There's a lot of good programs.
Part of that is too, a lot of people have moved out the city.
For sure. There aren't a lot of kids.
Financially, economically, the high schools, whatever it is.
And a lot of the parents are both working, and it's hard to shuttle your kids to and from practices. And then you're going to get charged. And look, they want to play basketball, and they want to play soccer, and they want to do lacrosse, or they want to do whatever. There's other things that these kids are doing. So we're trying to bring baseball back. And to have Hunter Pence show up, so he shows up, and he's standing on the sideline, and we're like, hey, can you address the team? And he addressed the team, and dude, he just said everything. And I had talked about a Little League story that we had the day before about this kid, young Drew, who had been struggling throughout the year, but he had been hitting the ball hard, right? And he didn't have a lot of success to show for it. And come to find out, he had been hitting 100 swings in the backyard every day.
Trying to get his game right.
Yeah, and this is a young man, like, he hasn't even come close to reaching what he could be as a ball player, but you could easily get discouraged and quit. And I told that story, and he got 2 big hits in the playoff game. I wanted to cry. I felt so happy for him because the baseball gods finally blessed him with some rewards.
And he'll take that into the offseason and feel good about himself.
Thank you. So Hunter Pence starts going on and on to the kids about how I won 2 World Series, and that's what people remember me. But there were 12 years I didn't. And there were writers, radio hosts who ripped me, and you have to learn to play through failure. And it's more about life and going through all the failures. And it's a struggle and it's very difficult. And it really hit home because we have been messaging this to the kids all year. So we're like, hey, Hunter, what do you want to do? He's like, I just want to watch practice. And we're like, well, do you want to hit fungos? Well, I don't hit fungos. I go, okay, well, do you want to pitch them? No, I don't want to. So I was like, why don't you judge their swing? So we do this game called 2 strikes, you got to get hits. And if you keep getting a hit, you keep up there. So I'm throwing to the first couple kids. Charlie's behind the dish. We got everyone out on the field. And Hunter's laughing. We got music going. DeJuan's dad got the music. And he goes, you know what? Can I throw to the kids? We're like, hell yeah. I throw him the glove. He comes running onto the mound. Hunter Pence threw batting practice to 40 or 50 kids.
That's awesome.
For like an hour and a half.
That's awesome.
Then he brought a box of hats to these kids. A lot of these kids don't have any Giants gear. And brought baseballs and signed and took photos for every single kid.
That's Hunter, man.
For 2 hours. And like, I want to cry because I'm saying, I'm like,
no, don't cry.
It's a memory. No, because it's a memory that these kids, like, they'll never forget.
No, they won't.
And it's something
They
like
won't.
Hunter Pence. Look, Steve Young represents to the community and the Niners something more than what Joe Montana did. And Joe Montana as a player is superior. There's no question.
No doubt.
But I connect to Steve more after his playing career. Buster Posey might be the better player, and it's almost hands down. But in terms of embodiment of what it means to be a Giant, this city, baseball, goodness, giving back, and I don't know, Buster's done a lot of things. Hunter Pence is as good of a role model and a person who gives back and cares about this city and baseball. And seeing what he did yesterday, I just want to say thank you to Hunter Pence and Alexis Pence. You didn't have to do that, and it's something that I'll never forget.
Lexi's as good as they get. And you brought up the point where you talk about radio hosts and writers. So I remember I went on a rant about Hunter Pence, wrote an article about it. When he trotted out on the scooter, they got beat, I think it was like 15-0 to the Dodgers. Loving, you know the score. Last game of the season, they got smoked like 15-0 to the Dodgers. Hunter Pence ended up coming back. But I remember I went on a rant. I was like, for Hunter Pence and yada, 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 yada. Then I met Hunter. And I was like, damn, I feel bad. Because from the first moment you meet him.
Sincere.
Bonte, what's going on? How's the show going? Peppers you questions. I met Lexi the first time at an Originals Joe's dinner with Marty Larry.
Oh, yeah.
Could have been a nicer talk the whole time. Sweet as hell. And so when Hunter first got traded here, and I remember when he got traded, they had the cameras following him from Philadelphia.
Yeah. I'll never forget it.
And he's signing the baseballs.
Yeah.
He embraced his community from day one. We laughed at the Cale Garden in center field, but he's trying to get the healthy living going on.
Yeah, he is.
It's like, yo, I want you guys to eat right.
Yes.
You got to eat right. The video game culture. Here in Silicon Valley, he embraced that.
Yep.
Him riding his scooter down the street, old school, like Walt Frazier would park his car, get on the subway, go to Madison Square Garden, go play for the New York Knicks because he said, I need to feel the city.
Yep.
I need to feel the city.
Yep.
Well, that's what Hunter Pence used to do. He'd get on the scooter and just mob around the city. So Hunter, in terms of being an ambassador and having him out here, it doesn't shock me. When I saw the photos of him going to your practice, that doesn't shock me whatsoever because that's just who he is. And we need more people like that in pro
100%.
sports. And for Hunter to go out there and Lexi to go out there, those little leaguers will never forget it. You'll never forget it. People in the city will never forget it. And that's the goodwill of Hunter. You feel his passion. You feel his enthusiasm when he's in the booth. Hell, I before the NFC Championship game, we're on the sideline, Hunter, get over here. Gives me a man hug and almost breaks my like, man, Hunter, what's up? And then you see him when the Niners are down 24-7, and he's hyping people up like, let's go.
I know.
Let's get this W.
But that's who he is.
That's who he's always been. That's who he is. And it's tough. Like in his business, sometimes it's tough to rip guys like that. They go 0 for 15. It's like, man, I don't really want to crush this guy. It's a good dude.
I was just telling Matt Hegan in the break, and I heard Radnich say this many times. Like, you don't want to get to know some of the players because then you can't criticize.
Yeah.
Like, and I felt so bad for any negative thing I've ever said about Hunter. This is one thing I think about. Like, there's all these pictures of like Willie Mays playing stickball with kids in New York,
Harlem, New York.
To see Hunter Pence show up to West Sunset, a place that I've played. I've probably played there 3,000 or 4,000 times in my life, like a practice from a kid to an adult. I was thinking about like my dad and my brother and his kids and my buddy Jim and his family. His whole family got to take photos with him, and all these kids that I grow. That these are like they're like my family. I tell every kid that I coach, like, I love you. You know what I mean? Because I legitimately do love these kids, and I want them to see more of themselves and build confidence and have moments and have things that they can cherish. And to have Hunter Pence throw these guys BP, It's a memory I will never forget, and I'm 100% sure they won't.
No,
and
they
again,
won't.
just to your point, it is who he is. Dude, you don't have to do these things. It's not
doesn't.
what you do in front of a camera. He did it because it was the right thing to do, and he's a great dude. And he was just one of the guys out there. It was freaking awesome.
No, and Lexi's just as special. His wife, Lexi, they're the perfect couple. We talk about Steph and
She's a
Aisha.
sweetheart.
Steph and Aisha as being the perfect couple, and our very own, Queen Elizabeth and King Arthur or whatever it is. I don't know. I could be getting that mixed up, but Hunter Pence and Lexi, they've embraced this community. He's never moved back. He's a Texas boy.
I know.
He's a Texas, Texas guy. He said, you know what? I'm a build my roots here in the Bay Area. Now, we don't know what he's going to do because Hunter has a million things he
He can
wants to do.
do whatever he wants.
He could broadcast 150 games. I don't know if he wants to do that. Could he manage? I don't think he wants to do that. But he's a great dude, so it doesn't surprise me. And I'm glad you were able to experience that. But more importantly, the kids were able to experience that because you don't get. I don't think I met a big leaguer.
Yeah,
man, first big leaguer I met, I can't even remember.
Really,
I can't even remember.
But think
now,
about
I played
what it would
junior
do.
Giants, but none of those guys went out to my
That's
junior
what I'm
Giants
saying.
team. You know what I'm saying? I played at Booker T. Washington, so I don't know. I can't remember the first time I met an athlete. I remember getting an autograph and a guy named Don Baylor. Remember Don Baylor?
Yeah.
I was waiting out a Candlestick. Robbie Thompson,
coach
Don
for the
Baylor.
Rockies.
Gave me an
Hit
autograph.
more
I was
times
like,
than
wow.
anyone ever.
Exactly. Don Baylor. He had this fat ring on. The Giants lost to a Wednesday day game to the Colorado Rockies. But that's cool. So those kids will never forget that. They know who he is. He's got stories galore, so that's awesome.
I know that sometimes pro sports and us at the station and just in the media, we get kind of jaded and blinded. There's so much monopoly money and there's just so much just craziness. There's a lot of great people. The majority of the people that are in the pros are great people and are giving back and doing things. And I just wanted to highlight what he did. Watching the kids fight to who could catch and put on the catching gear for Hunter so they could play catch with it. It was just the coolest thing I've ever seen. I know we've gone on and on and on about it, but I don't think we can talk enough about positive things in our community. So if stuff like this happens with other people, please let us know so we can highlight it.
That's why I don't, we go back and forth here, and I don't like the name call dudes. I don't like the name call pro athletes because I learned early on in my career just being around City College San Francisco and Coach Adam, Coach Justin, Coach Tom, and their players and being around those players. Like, you want to help them. Like, there's a professionalism and there's a line you cannot cross as a journalist. But at the same time, it's like, look, dude, I'm not here to bash you. Mm-hmm. I'm here because I love the game.
Yeah.
But I may have to write some constructive criticism about you if you do go 5 of 20 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But I like you guys.
Yeah.
And you grow to love these guys. You're like, man, you start to root for them. Same thing with the Warriors. We're fans of the game, but there's not a journalist out there. Now I'll even throw Matt Stuyvesant into this, and I'll throw the Cowboys into this. I bet you deep down inside, they're rooting for Steve Kerr. They're rooting for Joe Lacob. They're rooting for Shanahan to win one. Like, you know what? Because it makes our jobs easier.
It does.
It makes it better. But also, it's just like, this is who you watch all the time. You want them to have success. You don't want people to live in misery.
No.
Who wants that?
No.
Who wants that? So that's a cool story. I'm glad you shared that as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, just powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Spinotti brought up something towards the end of the show yesterday.
What was that?
I was in the car. I got in the car. I dropped Chester off at school yesterday. It was kind of cool. She just goes by, Papa, and she's scoping out the kids to see where her best friend is to go sit next to her friend, Rhea, which is pretty cool. Kind of like, damn, my 3-year-old has a bestie already. It's kind of weird. But she's going to move on to TK next year, and it's going to be a little separation anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen.
She'll make a million friends.
I hope so. I get worried about that stuff. I don't know why. So I pop you guys out.
Because you care, because you're a good, loving dad.
Yeah, I try to
No,
be.
it's the truth.
I try to be. So I'm listening to you guys, and right away I'm like, who the hell is this guy talking about one-legged catching or what? I thought it was pretty cool. I like that stuff.
Okay.
I was like, man, I learn something new every day. And what I gather from it, you can't prevent catcher injuries with these masks. 100-mile-an-hour ricochet, you're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. But then Spinotti later shows you guys are talking Giants and stuff like that. And I won't get on you about the Jokic statements and being the face of the league. We'll get to that later. But Spinotti brought up whether or not the Giants were an attractive team. Is this an attractive destination? And I don't know if I agree or disagree with him, but I did look around just the NL West alone. They're the fourth most attractive destination. The Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks blow them away automatically. Then I look at the Central.
Diamondbacks, even though
even the Diamondbacks, Phoenix,
their
Arizona.
stadium situation's up in the air.
They've always been able to sign some free agents. It's Phoenix,
true,
Arizona baseball.
Yeah,
they love Scottsdale. They love Scottsdale.
They all live
play.
there.
They all live there.
Yeah.
Golf, everything.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The Central. The Cubs, more desirable destination right now.
Chicago's got an allure. I will not deny that.
St. Louis is St. Louis. Although I don't know about St. Louis and where they're at, but historically, they're the Cardinals. Yeah. They're the Redbirds.
They've always
Tradition.
landed people.
They've always landed guys. The iconic uniforms. So then you got that. We'll see about Pittsburgh. They got some young talent over there. Paul Skeens, O'Neal Cruz.
But their payroll isn't.
Yeah, nowhere near. So the Giants got them beat at least. Yeah. But just looking, Cincinnati, young team. I'm eager to see where they go here in the future. Milwaukee, I'm eager to see what they do in the future. Those
two teams are also teams that, don't necessarily have the payroll infrastructure as the Giants.
Which is why they signed Jackson, Torino, early. The NL East. The Mets stink, but they always sign guys.
Yeah.
They always get guys.
Well, they're New York.
The Braves are the Braves.
Yeah.
The Phillies have been signing guys left and right. Does not matter.
Yeah.
When Washington was rolling, they were signing guys. Miami, for some whatever reason, they will sign guys and then blow everything up, but they've been an attractive destination. I'm just looking at the National League. What Spinoni said, and I started thinking, I don't know how attractive the Giants are. So even if they do fire Farhan at the end of the year and they say, bye-bye. Mm-hmm. What GM's going to rush to take this job knowing that the Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks are in his division? And you have an uphill battle knowing that the farm system hasn't gotten much better. I got all these opt-outs here. I have to compete again in the NL West, one of the tougher divisions in all of baseball. I don't care about the ballpark. I don't care about the brand. I don't care about the colors. I don't know if it's that attractive of a destination in the National League, the San Francisco Giants, that is. And that's sad for me to say.
All right, well, I guess because you're going to take the other, I'll take the other side, and I'll say
you can just say what
no, but like I do believe it's one of the most depreciated brands all across sports right now. Like it is. I think someone could come right in, put their own fingerprint on whatever they want to do, because you're really not locked into any 5, 6, 7, 8-year deals. Like there are a lot of places where you have, like for example, if you take over the Angel job, you're locked into Mike Trout. And one of the questions is, do you trade Mike Trout, keep Mike Trout? And it's very difficult, right? You're trading away one of the big faces of the organization. You don't have that same issue here, right? You just don't. You have a front office that wants you to spend $175 million a year. Not many places that you've referenced really want you to do that. The Giants have been in the upper echelon, top third of spending in baseball for the last 20 years.
Right.
That's historically where they're at.
Yep.
The other thing that I would say is that you also have a very rich history in the last 20 years of luring pitching. You can find pitching. Pitching's one of the hardest things to find. It is. It's one of the hardest things to find. If you look all across baseball right now, everybody would want a starter, at least one, and some bullpen arms. Because of the ballpark, because of the marine layer and all those things, you're going to naturally have
better numbers.
Built-in pitching advantages.
You got better numbers.
Okay? That being said, clearly you need to completely tear down whatever the farm system is doing right now. It's not good enough. And I would say for some people, that might be an allure because you would want to set up your own thing.
Yeah.
For others, I don't know. Like, do you want something that's a little more ready? Like if
somebody ready to go ahead and say, you know what? I got to go compete with Shohei and Mookie Betts. There may be somebody saying out there, it's like, you know what? I may not last 4 years.
But what if you said,
you should get that division.
What if you said, hey, like, this is their window right now, year 1, year 2, year 3.
Right.
But like, how are those deals going to look in year 4, 5, 6, 7?
No, because everybody's going to assume that now, when you have those players, you could alert other players to play with those players and extend their careers.
That's undeniable.
Because once you build in those building blocks, now it's like we landed Shohei. We landed Mookie Betts. We were able to trade for Trey Turner or Max Scherzer. We're able to do all these things, and we don't blink an eye. We lost Corey Seager for nothing. And you know what? We're okay. We're fine. We'll just back Gavin Lux ninth and let him play great defense.
But there's always going to be somebody who wants to take on the challenge. And I think of someone like Theo Epstein.
Absolutely.
Right? I think of someone like Theo Epstein who, basically learned in San Diego, wanted to take on the Red Sox, and basically go head-to-head with the Yankees.
Is that the guy they should go after?
I don't know.
Because I know you're not the biggest Steel
I'm
FC
not the
fan.
biggest.
But you know what?
It's undeniable.
But you know what? The guy has success.
No doubt.
This guy's built two juggernauts in organizations that didn't win for a long time, the Cubs and the Red Sox.
There's no doubt.
He will go
basically
after the
with-
big boys.
He's with the Fenway Sports Group right now,
Right.
so I don't know. But he also took on the Cubs in the height of the Cardinals being the Cardinals, you know? And so I look at someone like him, there's always going to be people who want to take on that challenge. And it doesn't have to allure 100 people, just the right one. You know, when the Niners landed Kyle Shanahan and when the
Right.
Niners landed John Lynch, were they desirable?
No, they weren't. But it is football, and you got to get a job. But the Niner brand was strong. It was strong. And you know what? For them,
They
for their
just
sake.
fired 3 straight
But
coaches.
you know what happened, though? You know how you make it desirable? They give them a 6-year
That's
deal.
true.
And you know the NFL is year to year. It's a year-to-year league.
That's true.
Baseball's got a little more dynastic value to it, dynastic touch to it. Like the Braves have been around for a while. The Phillies have been around for a while. These teams are going to be around for a while. Padres have had their little run here over the last 3 to 4 years. The Diamondbacks are eager to see what happens with them because Corbin Kell can't hit anything right now. He is struggling. But what Spinoni was saying, it made me think, damn, how desirable is this San Francisco job? We talk about all the vacancies in the big buildings, everybody moving out. It's not buzzing as it once was down at Oracle Park. Now, when it could change everything, well, we thought it could, but in 2021, it didn't really change until September because people didn't really buy in. I don't know how desirable this job is right now. That's a sad thing.
Well,
I think Farhan has done so much damage to the brand that whoever takes this job is going to have another. It's going to be like, well, wait 3 years so we could be competitive in 3 years. Like, that's where we're at with the Giants. We're in the lowest moments, man, since the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I don't deny that. I don't deny that portion. But I think the difference between the 80s and where we're at now is you have a ballpark that provides X amount of revenue.
does.
And it has catapulted you into the upper echelon of revenue teams, which makes the job easier than it was in the 80s. It just does.
How are you going to get some big boys here to hit? Because that was Soler out, the one guy who, by the way, this doesn't get brought up enough. Soler's hit more than 14 home runs in a season just twice in his career. He's always hurt. He's always hurt.
I don't know. I think they're in
Oh,
trouble.
my
But
God.
I go back to all it takes is one player to kind of flip things, and that's where things start. Whether it's Machado going to San
Right.
Diego,
Make sure you don't miss that break,
All
bro.
right.
Altuve coming up for the
Yeah.
Astros. It just feels like all you need is that one player to catch lightning in a bottle, and all these other things fall into place.
Well, you got to get that one player. They've been missing on that one player. All right, let's get to schedule talk, man. I'm fired up about some 49er football and the Brock Purdy situation alongside Juan Soto. Yes, Chris B. I would love to get that guy, Chris B, on YouTube. 49er schedule talk. Let's go, baby. We got trap games. Got to have them games. Big blocks here. Toughest stretches for the 49er season. Let's talk about the schedule that was released yesterday at around 5 o'clock West Coast time. The Niners schedule is out, folks. We know who they're playing on Monday Night Football for the season opener. But let's reveal the rest of the schedule right here on the Morning Roast, that will be brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose?
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, Day-Day looking good in the blazer on Inside the NBA. He is firing at Rudy Gobert, man. Oh, Rudy Gobert, man, he was getting cooked. And I heard your message about Jokic at the end of the show yesterday, Spadoni.
Good.
The league's in great hands. The guy has a dry sense of humor, footwork like Hakeem, soft touch around the basket. He is becoming one of the best centers we've ever seen. Nikola Jokic, what he did to Rudy Gobert in the Minnesota T-Wolves in game number 5, this is one of the best players. I mean, 40-10 and no turnovers.
That's great.
Only Chris Paul's done that since
Tim Duncan was great too, Bonte. Did he sell?
Yeah, but listen, it's not about selling. It's about teaching these. Shasky just had a story about Hunter Pence going to baseball practice at West Sunset and throwing pitches and playing catch with little leaguers. Was Hunter Pence ever the face of Major League Baseball?
Face of the Giants. Absolutely one of them.
No,
he was one of them.
He was.
He was one of them. Okay, one of them. Is Jokic not one of the faces of this league?
I could sell Hunter Pence. I can't sell Nikola Jokic.
You can't sell a guy who averages a triple-double?
Can't sell a guy who doesn't care.
No, he does care. He has drives.
He cares about the game of the sports. He doesn't care about anything outside of it.
The story that he had in the bubble.
I don't want to derail the conversation.
Rudy Gobert was guarding him, and Rudy Gobert's like, "Oh, I got him." And Nikola looks at him and goes, "Brother, I have 47. You need help. You do need help. Come on, you can sell this game when they're on the SGAs and the Nikola Jokic's, but it's guys like Spadoni who wants the drama of LeBron sitting courtside with a bottle of wine at a Cleveland Cavalier Boston Celtic playoff game. Who the hell cares? We got SGA and them balling. We got the Mavericks on the brink of going to the Western Conference Finals. Got Jokic doing some generational things, doing things we've never seen before in the league. We've never seen it before. Murray. You got the Celtics. Are they going to finally break through? And guys like Spadoni, you little young punks on the internet, someone, you need to sell the game. Playing the right way doesn't sell the game. Playing hard doesn't sell the game. What? Anyway, get some playoffs a little bit later.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
Jalen Brunson? What? Sell the game? Faces of the league? I wish Tim Duncan was in this league. We need Tim Duncan, by the way. Next Thursday, Shasky. We're not going to be here in studio. We're going on a field trip. Cat got your tongue?
I'm just listening. I was letting you get your takes off.
You know how I'm locked in.
I know. I'm
locked in. I heard that. And you had no pushback yesterday during Final Five about that. And I texted Thread immediately while charging the Tesla.
Break.
While charging the Tesla. You let Spadoni get away with all that faces of the league talk. And Jokic out there had a generational game, dunking all over Gobert. And Spadoni gonna say, you can't sell the league because of this guy, please. Anyway, next Thursday, join us as we broadcast live from the Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. Folks, we're coming out to you. Shasky and I are tired of being in the studio every single day, early in the morning. We want to go touch the people again. We miss you. I miss you. Shasky misses you. We're going to be at Copper Skillet in Martinez, Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. Cannot wait for that. Come out. Special open time at 6 a.m. So get your omelets early. Get some pancakes early. Check out their menu. We're going to have some breakfast, some mimosas. We're going to have a good time in Martinez. And if you want to have us out at your location in the future, not just Copper Skillet, we're going to go anywhere. We'll go to Martinez. We'll go to Pinole. We'll go to San Jose. We'll go to Gilroy. We'll go to Campbell. We'll go wherever you want us to go.
I'd like to go to, maybe Pebble Beach. So if someone down at Pebble Beach is
Pebble Beach
got a little
great.
something,
Pebble Beach would be great. Maybe
I know we've got friends up in Bodega Bay and Half Moon Bay. I would, if the Ritz wants us to have us over there, I'm down with that.
All you got to do is email us at themorningroast@957thegame.com.
All right.
I have no problem sleeping at the Ritz for a night and waking up at 5:30 and putting on some shorts and doing the show. What?
Well, and maybe me getting to play the Ocean and Old Course.
I don't care about
That'd be pretty sweet.
I don't care about you. I'm just thinking about me in this situation. Maybe I'll walk the course. I'll just walk around.
It's a lot of walking.
I could use the exercise.
A lot of hills.
I love hills. I love hills. My last name is Hill. You know I love hills. Come on, man.
Oh, I see what you did there because it's the same. I like that.
Yeah, that's like
I like hills too.
For me,
some more than
He
I
likes
love walking.
Bonte likes to die on certain hills.
Like which one?
I don't know.
Which one?
I don't
The Farhan Zaidi Hill?
Jokic being a face of the league.
No, well, he doesn't need to be the face of the league. You have a collection of players being the face of the league. That's the problem with you young punks. You single one player. As LeBron, we had LeBron fatigue for a long, long time. We don't need just one player to be the face of the league. Grow these young players. Anthony Edwards, SGA,
Bronny.
Chet, Bronny. Hell, yeah, throw Bronny in there. I don't care. Murray, Bam Adebayo, Jason Tatum. All these young guys, the Kobe White, my guy Kobe White, grow the game with these youngsters. They play the right way. They play hard. These playoffs have been phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's going to be a chaotic offseason. Buckle up, Warrior fans. This offseason is going to be chaotic. A lot of movement in this league this year. I can't wait. I can't wait for NBA offseason. But I couldn't wait for the 49ers schedule.
There we go.
I couldn't wait for the schedule. You know how. Come on, Shasky. Let's go. Do we go primetime music? Do we go 888-957-9570? Let's get through the schedule, baby. Let's go, Roasters. Chime in. Toughest game, trap game, toughest stretch. What game you going to? Did you book a flight to Miami already? Because I'm trying to see how I'm going to figure this out. Dwayne Fontana, shout out to Dwayne Fontana. He said that's a men's trip. Really? 3 days before Christmas? You think I'm going to be able to get away from Anna and Baby Chance 3 days before Christmas during Warrior season?
Oh, my
I don't know. I got a text from Worldwide Hef yesterday. I didn't even want to reply to him.
God.
He goes, me, Ryan, and IMAC trying to go to Buffalo December 1st. I said, damn, Buffalo in the cold. I was wanting for that, and it happened. Orchard Park. But let's start with Monday Night Football. The week one phenomenon between Aaron Rodgers, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, Sauce Gardner, Quentin Williams against Bosa. Oh, give it to me. Jets, Jets, coming to Levi's in week number one. Oh, I love it. I love it. And let me tell you, folks, I had this, Shasky, because I want you to get in here. This is just win by all means necessary. This is going to be physical. It's going to be hard-hitting. It's going to be a chess match between the former DC and the 49ers. And Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy gets Aaron Rodgers, knowing that Jared Goff just got $170 million guaranteed, and every snap means something for Brock this season. There's money. Look, the stock market at every snap. He throws a pick, stock down. He throws a touchdown, stock up. That's 171. Oh, that's 158. Oh, that's 180. This is a gotta-have-it game. Just win by any means necessary. Go to 1-0. Going into Minnesota.
Just win, baby.
So you know how they have like an honorary team captain to, do the coin toss?
Oh, I know where
every
you're going.
single week.
I know where you're going.
Why? Where do you think I'm going?
She's going Garrison Hurst.
No.
Oh.
No. I'm inviting the heads of Moderna and Pfizer to be there to meet Aaron Rodgers at the 50-yard line.
That's a big 4 right there.
Tell me that would not be hilarious. Tell me that would not be hilarious.
That's a 5.
Dr. Fauci is like the head of who does the coin toss.
I did not see that curveball.
Come on, that would be so funny. And then you invite Trump. It's a tremendous coin flip.
I thought you were going to invite Kennedy. I thought Kennedy was going to be the guy.
Now you went too far. With the Trump thing. Nobody wants Trump in California.
A lot of shots. So many. Monte.
People
are saying they're the greatest shots ever.
You lost the Super Bowl. It was a great loss. I've never seen a loss any better. And then Windhorse. It's the most phenomenal loss in Super Bowl history.
Listen.
Come on, that was funny.
No, it was funny as hell, too. You got the Trump. I don't laugh at so because the guy's a terrible human being. Anyway. But there was a great shot thing with Aaron. I didn't see that. I thought you were going Garrison Hurst, 98-yard touchdown, week 1, 1998, the Glenn Foley game. With Glenn Foley, the New York Jets, with Keyshawn Johnson and Wayne Corbett was up 31-17. And Steve Young Company, they were up in that game. And Steve Young Company had to come back and win that game in overtime with Garrison Hurst with the big 98-yard run. I thought you were talking about bringing G. Hurst back to Levi's.
Putting that on Shasky's highlight reel. That was a great one.
That was a good one. Dude, we got to, I try not to go political.
He was so excited. Garrison Hurst? No.
I thought he was going Garrison Hurst.
No.
He went.
Not even close.
I forgot COVID was even a thing.
Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, I forgot COVID was even a thing. We're so far away from COVID. It would be
so funny.
We're so far away from COVID.
Yeah, I know, but that's why we should laugh.
I'm going to leave it alone.
Well, we're still getting emails about it in the company. So
I'm going to leave it alone. SK, shout out to Sarah Kawaguchi, who's battling COVID-19 right now. Our very own SK, who works here at Odyssey.com. All right, week number 2. Trying to find.
So to me, this is the most boring game on the schedule. By far. The Minnesota Vikings. Sam Darnold.
First of all.
At least if it was J.J. McCarthy later in the year, I could live with it.
All right.
To me, I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just saying there's a lot of great games on the schedule. Week 2 against Minnesota is just not one of them.
No. See, you got this all wrong. You got this. The most boring game on the schedule comes in week number 4. The New England Patriots. That's the most boring game on the schedule. Nobody cares about the Patriots anymore. Kendrick Bourne, the return of Kendrick Bourne. Whoa, we're so excited. The only thing I'm excited about in week 4 is that we
don't ever talk about the Patriots like that.
Well, you know what the Patriot game is for me?
No.
It's the game I'm selling tickets.
Yeah, see, it's the most boring game on the schedule. The only thing I'm excited about week 4 with the Patriots is that we get to talk to Jermaine Wiggins from WEEI in Boston.
Yeah.
That's the most exciting part. Let me tell you about week 2. First of all, it's a short week. After a physical, body bag type of game on Monday Night Football at Levi Stadium. But week 2, you come out the tunnel, Debo's got the boom box, the flags are waving, and all you hear is, ooh, 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 and you're saying, oh, dear God, can we even get a snap off? Delay game, holding, and then it's the Purple People Eaters. And then it's John Randall. And then it's Sam Darnold seeing ghosts, but he's throwing touchdown passes to Justin Jefferson. It's Justin Jefferson. Who's going to guard him? Oh, what about who's our guy, Jordan Addison, who scored the touchdown before halftime? That basically sealed the fate of Steve Wilkes. He basically coached the last 3 months as a dead man walking because of that Minnesota game. It's a short week, early start, 10 o'clock. They're going to be fired up. Who's Minnesota's first game? Let me look at my schedule grid here. I got the schedule grid.
Fighting
Minnesota's
for Kevin
first
O'Connell.
game. Their first game's at the New York Giants. Now, they may drop that game. Home openers are tough. This is the trap game of all trap games. Week number 2. You say it's boring.
Trap game.
You say it's boring. No, it's a trap.
I don't even believe him.
No, you
It's
better
unreal.
believe
This
it.
guy took 2 days off and came back a new man.
Dude, I'm telling you.
The cold meds are still kind of out where
It's
No,
unbelievable.
I got
This guy's
Pedialyte right now.
Sudafed out of his mind over here.
I'm so
And
drugged
he's
up.
like,
These
this
takes
is
are brought
the
to you by
game.
Benadryl.
I'm so drugged up. It's so fun. I wish I could do this every single day. Doing this show on drugs is so fun. Listen,
Benadryl Bonte.
Week 2.
For the kids out there that are driving to school,
do not
Bonte
do drugs.
is not doing
I
real
am not
drugs.
doing
He's
drugs.
doing medication because he's been a little under the weather.
There you go. Pedialyte kids. I don't do drugs. Can't do drugs doing this job. You can't function. Week 2 trap game. I'm telling you, man. Vikings, that's a trap game. All right, moving on to week 3.
We're just gonna go right through. Let's go.
This is what we do, right?
This is what you do, and I'm along for the ride.
All right, you're like, we got over to San
I'm
Jose.
Tupac. You're Suge Knight. You're driving. I might get taken out.
You might get taken out here.
The boss.
Because we got Hollywood in week 3.
Hey, Joe.
See,
Hollywood.
This is my problem with this particular matchup. I want to go to LA at a time when it's a little colder here in the Bay. So September's like the best time in the Bay, September, October. I don't like these early season trips to LA.
By the way, we'll ask Chris Rose about that at 8 o'clock. Chris Rose is going to join us, our boy from John Boy Media at 8 o'clock. I love Chris Rose. We talk Giants. We talk football. We talk a little bit of everything. Listen, man, you could do the day trip to LA. I love the day trips to LA. You fly in the morning, get to SoFi, you fly out at night, get back, get your butt home by Sunday night. This is a perfect schedule, but it's a division game. This is huge. Remember last year, week 2, right? Week 2. Tough game. Big drive before halftime.
They go for shoulder injuries.
He gutted it out.
Yes, he
gutted
did.
it out in that game. Had to miss Thursday Night Football against the Giants. McVay and company are locked and loaded. This is a huge fist fight, divisional battle. So you know what I say, Spadoni, Love, and Shasky, division games. It's just different. This is one of those. I'm going to just say division game, and you know what that means. This is Miami, Florida State. This is Michigan, Ohio State. This is UW in
Giants,
Oregon.
Dodgers.
This is USC. No, this ain't Giants, Dodgers. So that is one-sided as hell right now. Listen, man, I'm telling you, this is a divisional game that you do not want to overlook. You got to have it before you play the Patriots.
Is this the team that you view today as the biggest threat to the Niners in the division?
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
You're burying the lead, Bonte. Jimmy Garoppolo v. Kyle Shanahan.
Jimmy's
the backup.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would worry me.
He comes into that game like Brock Purdy for an injured Matt Stafford.
Hey, dude,
and doesn't look back.
This is
God,
wild.
He's so Hollywood.
But isn't he serving a suspension at this time?
No, it's 2 games. So he'll be there for the third
He'll
one.
be there for
That's his debut.
That'll be his season debut. Season debut.
No
Jimmy
way.
Garoppolo. Jimmy
No
Garoppolo.
way.
Jimmy Garoppolo season debut. By the way, Dwight
Cooper
Fontana.
Kupp wears 10, so what number is he rocking?
Who knows?
I'll look that up.
Maybe goes number 2.
The Jimmy
69.
G return game.
Why would you go there?
I can't believe
What
it.
is wrong with you, horny dude? Dwight Fontana.
serious?
Wait, what
Dwight
number did you
Fontana.
say he's wearing?
He's 69.
Oh, God.
Where's his mind at? Kids.
You
Hey,
guys.
kids listening. Do not Google 69, okay? Yeah, grow up.
We're a 77-win team, dude, if all things go right.
Got my flight to Minnesota. That's from Dwight Fontana. He's going to Minnesota week 2. He knows it's a trap game. That's a big game in Minnesota. U.S. Bank Stadium. What do they call it? They call it U.S. Bank Stadium, right? All right. Moving on week 4, the most boring game of the schedule. Just win. Right? The Patriots game.
Just win.
We cannot
Thanks,
lose
Al.
this game. We cannot lose this game. They suck, all right?
Just win, baby.
So I'm looking here, Shasky. Quarter of the season, right? 4 games in. I'll just say 3-1. 3-1. How does that sound after 4 games?
Yeah, sounds about right. I think so. You know, they're going to lose one of these games early on. They kind of always do, it feels like, outside of the 2019 season. So, yeah, I like 3-1. I think that game against the Jets is a coin flip because you want to face the Jets later in the year. Mm-hmm. Early in the year, they're going to be healthier. You know, like I don't know where Aaron Rodgers is going to be at. I think him returning from the Achilles is the biggest question mark. You should beat Minnesota. You should beat New England.
All right, so there we go. Like I'm telling you, man, if you lose, that Jets game, you got to go to short week Minnesota. The trap gets bigger. That cheese on the mousetrap gets a little thicker there. I'm telling you, that Minnesota game concerns me. I don't know why it concerns me so much.
Jimmy G wearing number 11 for the Rams.
That's nasty. Well, no, number 11 is a great number, actually. Shout out Johan Thomas. 4 interceptions.
For quarterbacks?
Yeah, number 11 is not bad. I like number 11.
Alex Smith? Brian Brom?
I think of Johan Thomas.
I think Carson Wentz wore 11 for a period of time.
Yeah, you know who Johan Thomas is?
Oh, yeah. But
you know Johan?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
City guy?
Yeah.
How you know Johan?
Football?
Yeah, 4 interceptions Turkey Day. For the Washington Eagles. We beat Galileo 15-14. Shout out Johan.
Yeah, but he didn't
With
play quarterback. It's not a good quarterback.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
It's like a wide receiver number to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Who is the best number? Anyway, keep going.
All right. So, week 5, Cardinals. Week 5, Cardinals. Seeing the new look, Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., Maserati Marv. Week 5, at home, division game. You cannot see. Here's the problem with these 2 games with the Patriots and Cardinals. It's a classic look ahead. It's a classic look ahead to Seattle on the short week of Thursday Night Football. So this Cardinals game in Week 5, October 6th, 1 o'clock, 1:05. It's not even a 1:25 window. You know, it's the 1:05 window because they think the game just doesn't match up with the marquee games. It's 1:05. Let's go ahead and start this one up. Morning games are still going on. But Kyler and company come to Levi Stadium. Well, Maserati Marv. And everybody's going to overlook them. Niner fans on the show, we'll all be talking about like, oh, it's just the Cardinals. Let's just talk about Warriors training camp that week. That's what's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you guys, these guys are going to come in with these all-white uniforms and get it in company. They've had a hell of a draft. They've had a hell of a 2 years. They're selling out tickets down there in Glendale, Arizona. You cannot look over the Arizona Cardinals. This is a classic look-ahead game for the 49ers.
The Cardinals are essentially what I would call the lava lamp team. They're a shapeshifter. If you told me they went to the playoffs, I'd believe you. If you told me they were a top 5 pick drafting, I'd believe you. I don't know what to make of them.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what to make of them.
You know what?
Classic lava lamp team.
Lava lamp team, look ahead game, because the short week, you're on the road to Seattle to see the Seahawks.
This
for the
is
first
a big
time.
one. New coach, big one. No Pete Carroll. What's Geno Smith going to do? He hasn't beaten you. Brock has not lost an NFC West game.
Wow.
Those are the facts.
Wow.
Has not lost an NFC West game. And the last 2 times he went up into Seattle, he had some unbelievable work in primetime games.
Primetime. And this is another primetime game. Thursday Night Football. We have to fly up for that one too, Shasky.
That one is sexy. I'm feeling that.
That is 5:15 Thursday Night Football.
I'm feeling that.
And it sets up.
I like that.
And you know what?
Maybe we broadcast Friday from Seattle. Spend the weekend there.
You don't even worry about it. I do like that. I do like that idea.
You like that?
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love
Softy Mahler letting us into his studio.
Oh, I love that. Dick Fan. What's his name? The Softy and Dick
I
Show.
know. I love the way you
The
just.
Softy and Dick Show.
You're on fire this
KJR.
morning.
Listen,
It's
man,
unreal.
Listen. So we're through week 6. We're through the first 6 games of the season. Then You got 10 days off. And you get ready for a team that's been a nemesis. That's been a thorn in the backside of our behind ever since Kyle Shanahan got the job with the San Francisco 49ers. That's the team we just saw in Las Vegas.
I hate them more than the Dodgers currently. I couldn't
Kansas
believe
City
it.
Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs, October 20th, 1:25 p.m., Fox Sports, Tom Brady, Kevin Burkhardt. Mahomes is coming back to Levi Stadium. The last time he played at Levi Stadium, he had one of the 5 greatest quarterback performances I've ever seen in my life.
Here's the
I
problem.
have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Here's the problem with this matchup. I want to win the game, but it doesn't erase any sting whatsoever of all the Super Bowl losses to them. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. I want to win the game, and I guess for them psychologically to get over the hump and beat them, it means something. But until you beat Kansas City at the end, it just sucks. It really sucks because the Philly game last year was satisfying, but at the end of the day, you didn't win the Super Bowl, and neither did they. So it's I love these redemption games, and we hype them up. But it's not the end-all, be-all. And I'm not trying to poo-poo it. I'm just saying, it just sucks.
So Shanahan and Lynch, I think they need this game.
Why?
They need this game like Steve Young and the 49ers needed that game against the Cowboys the last time they won the Super Bowl.
Interesting.
They needed that regular season game in which they won 21-14. It was ugly. It was nasty. They just needed to know mentally, we can beat this team. We can have our day against this team. They have not had their day against Kansas City. The second year Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo tears his ACL week 3. They got blown out in Arrowhead Stadium. All right? Blown out. Then you see him in Super Bowl 54 in Miami. We know how that went down, 3rd and 15, and the rest is history. Jimmy overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders. You can't block anybody. Chris Jones is blocking every pass. You can't do anything. Yeah, so you go to 0-2. Then, of course, a couple of years ago, Levi Stadium, I had to work at NBC that night. You saw it with your grandpa. It was one of the 5 greatest performances I've ever seen from a quarterback.
I think it was the last game my dad went to. With my grandpa and me and my brother,
Wow. And he saw Patrick Mahomes. So go with it's a great way to go out. If you're gonna go, if this is gonna be the last football game, might as well be that one. Because he put on the show.
One of the best performances I've ever seen.
And then we know what happened in Las Vegas. So that's to me, week 7 against the Kansas City Chiefs. The Niners may be 4-2 or 5-1 heading into that game. That to me, Shasky, and you're gonna love this. It's got to have a game. You got to have it for the mentals. It doesn't matter. The next week against the Cowboys, we might lose that game on Sunday Night Football.
No, we're not losing the Cowboys.
Probably not. Well, you know what?
No, we're not losing the Cowboys.
No, listen. You know
I do not fear them at all.
You're right about that. They're not losing to the Cowboys.
Come on. A one-dimensional team
they
beating
lose
the
to the
Niners?
Kansas City Chiefs.
Not going to happen.
If they lose to the Kansas City Chiefs, I can see them going to the Sunday Night Football against the Cowboys damn, we got to play the and you got the bye week right after that. This Chiefs game, you got to have it. You got to have the Chiefs game. I'm trying to lose it to them. You got to beat Andy Reid and Travis Kelce. They're going to come out there in their red pants, in their white jerseys, and their AFL patch, and they're going to feel so good. There's going to be so many Chiefs fans in Arrowhead Stadium. Whitley Sandgerno's going to be in her Mahomes jersey, talking her talk. Everybody out there is going to be feeling like, oh, this is going to be doom and gloom. I'm telling you, Shasky, for the mentals of the Bay Area, for the mentals of the Niner fans, you got to have that game against Kansas City and Levi's. I don't care how you get it done. I don't care if you got to knock Patrick Mahomes out with a hit late on the sideline. You got to do what you got to do. Now, dump that because I'm kidding there. I don't want him. I don't want him to get hurt. But you get what I'm saying. You got to win against Kansas City. Because if you do beat them in it, because then if you win Kansas City, Shasky, here's my mindset here.
Dump that.
You beat Kansas City.
Uh-huh.
You get to the NFC Championship game. There's no more Bonds Hill walking around saying, I don't care about Kansas City. Get to the Super Bowl, play them in New Orleans. Now I'm feeling good about that. You got to win Kansas City week 7. You got to have that game, Shasky.
When do you want to play them on the schedule if you're forced to play them? Early, middle, or late?
It's just middle. It's right here.
I know.
Right before the Cowboy game.
I think it's the optimal time.
And you get 10 days off before them.
Yes. I don't want to allow Andy Reid opportunity at the beginning of the year to be game planning for you all offseason. So I don't want to play them early in the schedule. And I don't want to play them late when they're synced up.
Oh, this is not fair. I don't even know if I want to do the schedule talk anymore. This is not fair. I'm looking at the schedule grid, and the Chiefs have a bye week before they play the Niners.
Four different teams do.
Break the narrative.
I think it was at the Seahawks, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, and there was one other team. Let me grab it.
Might be the Lions. All have bye weeks.
Oh, my.
Before. Yeah.
Take over today. Come on, man.
The bye is
Andy
perfect.
Reid 2 weeks to get ready for us after the Super Bowl. They get 10 days. They get 2 weeks off. Now that just triggers me. You got to have this Chiefs game. Shanahan, Lynch, Purdy. I'm losing my mind right now. You got to beat the Chiefs week 7. You got to have that game. You got to have it. You got to have it mentally. It means something to Debo. Debo's never beat the Chiefs.
I don't think this is even the toughest stretch of the season.
It's not.
Chiefs, Cowboys. I don't. I really don't.
All right.
So I know we got week 10 against the Bucs, week 11 against Seattle.
Whoa.
But to me, this is the right here. 11, 12, 13 this is the sweet spot in the schedule. If you were looking for what are the 49ers, the 2024 version, and is this a team that's going to go back to the Super Bowl or not? We'll know week 11, 12, and 13. They have to go 2-1 over this stretch. You play Seattle at home, you go to Lambeau, you go to Buffalo. And these are late in the year. You got Thanksgiving weekend, week 12, and then you got first week of December in Buffalo. These are big-time games. You get to face Josh Allen again, who we know dismantled you last time he played you, on the road. There's probably going to be the elements. I want to see Brock Purdy play in the evening in the elements in Buffalo. You've got the setting. I mean, it's going to be incredible. The week before, Lambeau Field, do I need to say enough? Jordan Love, his redemption game. And before that, Seattle at home, you got to handle business. I think that's the sweet spot in the schedule.
No, it is a tough schedule. I mean, so you get the Chiefs, Cowboys, Sunday Night Football. We're all going to be at these games. This is electric. 6 primetime games. You get the bye week, Tampa Bay. Again, you're coming off the bye week, you're going to Tampa. But Tampa, hey, Baker Mayfield a couple of games.
Playoff team that won a game.
Hey, they were close to get to that NFC Championship, and they get the Niners all they could handle at Levi Stadium.
That was a closer game than we all wanted.
Exactly. So that's not going to be easy down in Tampa Bay. That humidity in Florida. Oh, it's going to be nasty. You mentioned Seattle at home, and you mentioned the Packers and the Bills. I'm very interested to see what Jordan Love and company looks like. And then you go to Buffalo, Orchard Park, see my boy Keon Coleman, Josh Allen. But you're right, that schedule after the bye week, you play 4 times outside the Pacific time zone. You're on the East Coast 4 times. Basically, I mean, Green Bay, Wisconsin, go to Buffalo, and the Niners will probably stay overnight in Youngstown, Ohio, or somewhere during that trip going to Green Bay and Buffalo.
And the Bills are the other team that is coming off a bye week to play the Niners. So it's the Chiefs, the Cowboys, Seattle, the Week 11 edition, and the Bills coming off a bye. The Niners face a team coming off the bye 4 times. That's the most in the NFL.
The NFL is ruthless, man.
But and the other thing is, like, Buffalo, playing them in Week 13 allows Keon Coleman and their other young receivers to kind of get themselves familiarized, and they'll be a different version of their team come Week 13. I have big pictures on the entire schedule, and I'll tell you when you're done. Keep rolling. We got Week 14.
We are Week 14. All right, Packers, Bills. We might have to go to Lambeau this year.
That's
weekend.
The one I like.
I kind of like the Lambeau Field trip. I do like the Buffalo trip as well. We'll see about that. Week 14. Chicago Bears.
See, I think this is really intriguing. You get a rookie quarterback toward the end of the year. Maybe he's feeling himself. Maybe Chicago's in contention. I think this is a very, very fun matchup.
You know what? Edward in San Jose thinks so as well. Edward, get in here. He thinks Niners-Bears is a very sleepy game. Rome Odunze.
I agree with him.
Keenan Allen.
I think
DJ
it's the
Moore.
best matchup. I think it's the best matchup, best primetime game. It should have been a primetime game. I'm telling you right now, Week 14, it's going to be the best matchup because you got that Niners defense and you got that young emerging offense of the Bears. And, you know, you got, like y'all said, you know, Caleb Williams coming in at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And they already have no division game until Week 10. So that has a way more enough time to get himself with the confidence, right, and all those weapons. I think the Chicago's going to be scary this year. And you know what? They're not a team to mess with this year. I think they even have a chance to even win the division. That's a hard statement to say with those. NFC North might be the hardest division in the conference.
Edward, I like where your head's at. I think Chicago, that defense is legit. That's going to be a tough game. This schedule's tough, man. The NFL schedule, man. It's just so much parity. Then you got the short week after playing the Bears. You got a short week against the Rams at home.
This one is one that I think is a really tough matchup. You let your foot off the gas a little against Chicago, you could lose that game. And then you got the Rams staring you and McVay. Short matchup. He knows you better than anyone. You're going to go passing game because that's what the Rams do, but you're going to even do more so on a short rest. Where is the Niner defense going to be at come week 15?
I don't know.
Where's that secondary going to be at?
Because then you get 10 days to get ready for the Miami Dolphins in South Beach, Florida.
Another elite passing attack.
Oh, my gosh. And they just added Odell Beckham Jr.
And then I would say after that Dolphin game, this is one of the best games on the schedule. It's the Detroit Lions again.
Monday Night Football.
Night. I mean, come on.
Jared Goff.
Come on. Come on.
Then you end the season in Arizona.
The man who has $200 million now in a contract, even though he's been paid $100 million before that, and the guy Brock Purdy looking for a $200 million contract.
Right now, I would say 10-7. Niners, 10-7.
Oh, my God.
Could be 11-6.
Can I see what their defense looks like?
I mean, I know.
Can I find out where Drew Law's at?
I'm just doing it because everybody does it when the schedule gets released.
What did I say last year?
My predictions will change.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't even remember what
that's my point.
I just said the Niners. I know what I did say last year. The Niners are going to end up in Las Vegas. I did. I didn't know if they're going to lose the damn game.
I think this is one of the hardest schedules I can remember for the Niners. And my big takeaway as we're looking at this, and again, to me, there are 3 games that I'm circling if I'm a road fan. A Niner, like I go on the road with the Niners, if I'm one of those that I would be intrigued to go to, and I would love to hear from somebody else. Buffalo, at Buffalo. That's like prime time. To me, that's monster. That Thursday night in Seattle, just because I love Seattle as a city, and I think it's a great environment. I would love to do that one. And then at Lambeau? I've
never been there.
Come on.
That might be the bucket list.
Now, my other big takeaway looking at the schedule.
Miami? You don't think about Miami?
Of course I think about it. I always think about Miami.
Well, you can't say that out loud.
Ocean Drive?
You can't say that out loud.
Eating lobster? I always think about Miami.
Dwayne Fontana's changed his tune. He's talking about booking flights
to Minnesota. Now closed Wet Willie's?
He hasn't said anything about Miami. I think his wife may have been listening to the show.
But my big takeaway is I look at this schedule and I say to myself, in years past, I was fearing all the quarterbacks and quarterback, because we had the lesser of the quarterback in a lot of these matchups. I think Brock fares pretty well if we're looking at all these quarterbacks that are going to be coming in and where he's at, because that's how a lot of casual bettors, who has the better quarterback, right? That's why Mahomes is going to get bet in a lot of things. Week 1 against Aaron Rodgers. I think it's closer than people want to admit.
Especially at this age. We don't know where Rodgers is at. They do have Garrett Wilson.
Nobody's taking Sam Darnold over Brock Purdy. Nobody.
There's some people who thought Sam Darnold should get a shot after that 3-game losing streak. Speaking of shots, I mean,
no. McVay and Stafford versus Purdy and Shanahan. I like that matchup for Purdy and Shanahan.
So you think your top 3 road games of travel, if you're one of those fans, you said Buffalo, Seattle, and Green Bay?
Mm-hmm. Because I want to go to an iconic venue or an iconic experience.
Right.
And in my mind, I'm thinking about it this way. As the snow is flurrying down in Buffalo, you're partying in the tailgate section.
I do want to be there.
With all of those diehard Bills Mafia people. That would be freaking awesome.
That would. Anthony Slater, remember he joined us. He was going to that Dolphins game that was cold. Hell of an experience.
I can't see him. Yeah, I can't see him face planting into a folding chair.
I don't think I'm doing that. Are you doing that?
No.
Green Bay, Buffalo for me, the top 2.
I have to go to Lambeau.
The third is a tie between Minnesota and Miami, because I always wanted to check out that stadium in Minnesota.
I want to wait. I want to wait on Lambeau just because I want my little guy to be a little older, to experience it with me. That's why him going to Seattle might be the move for me, because I could bring the little guy there. It won't be as cold as what I'm anticipating in Buffalo or Green Bay.
I haven't thought about baby Ches and Anna in these equations. So I'm thinking, knowing Anna.
Well, she's coming.
Knowing my fiance, no. She don't like the cold. Hey, Buffalo, man, it's snowing. Yeah, you're on your own there.
She's doing a girls' trip to Miami.
So it's a win-win. Yeah. Well,
look at him rolling his eyes.
She hasn't looked at the schedule yet. She hasn't looked at the schedule yet. Hopefully she doesn't say anything.
Me and 17 of my closest friends are going to get right behind the Dolphin bench.
I'm trying not to bring up the Miami game at all costs. You would not hear me bring up the Miami game or any road trip, anything like that.
Chaz, you were going to go to an expensive private school, but the Niners schedule was released. And Dad's got to go on some road trips.
Hey, baby Chaz, to put this one, has great public schools. Great public school system. We'll be okay. Humble in this one. BPA real quick. Let's go, man. I'm losing some steam. No, I'm kidding. BPA, what's up?
It's all optimism, baby. We got a Super Bowl contender, top 3 team in the league. We got
Giants beat the Dodgers.
We got the best young quarterback in the NFL.
Giants beat the Dodgers.
The second best. He's the but come on,
come on, BPA. That's a good win.
Relevant franchises. Let's talk about relevant franchises: the 49ers and the Warriors in the Bay Area. Then maybe the Sharks, and then when they fire Farhan, you can give me a call when they fire Farhan. But I'm not no interest until then, really.
Hey,
but,
BPA, real quick, BPA, real quick.
Sure.
Are you blown away as I am as how many people online support Farhan?
I'm pretty convinced there's a pretty aggressive sort of horde of front office burner accounts, right? And the one thing we know is what do the Giants do is they bully their own sort of media, right? And they're constantly, it's the only thing they do well organizationally is they're out in front of the criticism, right?
They are.
Which is, year 6 of Farhan, and you still have all these people online that act like this guy's untouchable, which is like
it's
literally the most insane thing I've ever seen. I mean, it's like, it's not quite sort of Chris Cohan, Robert Rowell level, but like, it's bad. It's bad. They're bad. I mean, they're a bad organization. But anyways, Niners, Brock, he's the best quarterback we've had since Steve Young, right? Steve Young couldn't run. If you remember, Steve Young couldn't read a defense until he was in his 30s, right?
Yes,
so like,
yes.
I feel like we're okay, right?
12-5.
Anyways,
12-5 BPA.
12-5, Super Bowl contender. And, yes, we haven't gotten over the hump yet.
Let me ask you, BPA, real quick. The Chiefs game, do you got to have that win for the mentals? You got to beat them for the mentals?
I think we do. And I think, look, it's a tough draw having Mahomes in this era, right? But, I think, things happen, right? You never know. Mahomes could get hurt. Maybe it's a year where, the things break the Niners' way, So, we'll see what happens. But
and maybe Buffalo knocks him off. Maybe Lamar finally knocks him off. Something could happen.
No, come on. Yeah, I mean, would that involve Lamar playing in the playoffs? I don't know if that's going to be in the cards. So, anyways, hey guys, have a great day. You're doing great.
Hey,
exceptional work.
Hey, listen, BPA.
I do the Lord's work every day.
I love you, but Lamar Jackson thoroughly outplayed Brock Purdy Christmas Day. I still have nightmares for that game.
He's talking playoffs.
I mean, it wasn't even close. One guy almost threw 7 picks. Some people who work with the 49ers thought Purdy should be benched in that game. Hell, they thought he was benched in that game. Lamar looked amazing. Amazing.
Ricky Pearsall better be ready to go for that tight press man coverage against the Chiefs week 7.
No, he better be ready to go. Sauce Gardner, too. Chiefs.
Man, just as long as he's not injured.
Ow!
Look, the Farhan cult, I know there's a cult out there. Listen, I get subtweeted every other day nowadays. I guess it's a blessing in disguise because I was down bad. I called up and said, I'm not even going to give the guy any attention. I said, who the hell is this guy? Guy's just subtweeting me, roasting me, talking about I don't even watch Giants games on Twitter. Who the hell are these people? I get haters surrounded. What's the song?
Look at all these haters surrounding me every day.
That's basically the Brock Purdy.
Hating on the baller.
The Farhan cult. It's like he still has this, we know about KD Steads and Steph Steads and LeBron's. Farhan still has Steads. 6-year Stead. They've pivoted. The Farhan Steads have pivoted to Bob Melvin. 45 games in. I got to get Bob out. Got to get him out.
There's a difference between a GM and, obviously what I'm about to correlate here. But Bonte, how are you surprised? Charlie Manson had stands. Again, I'm not comparing the GM to that. I'm just saying, I'm not surprised.
We're comparing Colts now. Yes.
Yeah, that's what exactly.
Colts. Yeah, Colts. I should have just said stats. We're off the hook. This is all my fault. I should have just called it sick again. Show was doing
the name of the show is going to be switched from the morning roast to "It's All Bonte's Fault."
No, well, I'm gonna pull a Joe Shasky here and say
it ain't my fault. Did I do that?
I will pull a Joe Shasky here since you left this window open.
Don't miss that break, doggy.
The streets are saying last 2 days hasn't been quite the morning roast. spend the morning nap because all this depressing ass baseball talk. No, I'm kidding. I just pulled a Shasky, that's all. Hey, we're going to get Chris Rose on. Jorge Soler. He did suffer an injury, although he pulled a blooper straight out of Major League. He was in Sacramento last night on a rehab assignment, and guess what? He went 0 for 4 with the strikeout. Expectation is that he will be back in the lineup tomorrow night when the Giants take on the Colorado Rockies. Guys hit more than 14 home runs twice in his career, man. And we think he was going to be next Andres Galarraga. Anyway, injury report brought to you by Boxer Garrison, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Coming up on a game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Chris Rose, John Boy Sports Media here on 95.7 The Game.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Memorial Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I don't have it in me to give me that 30-second drop. Not today. I'm trying to recover. Your boy was earling a little bit last 2 days. Stomach muscles are a little weak, but I'm ready to go. 80% is better than 0%. So,
you reap
oh, baby.
What you sow, brother.
Yeah, you do. If you eat the wrong thing, man, not good. Not good at all. By the way, good morning to everybody out there on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. We're live on Twitter now, which is dangerous, very dangerous. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first class money market today. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. Daker will get to you in just a second. We got our boy Chris Rose on the line. Chris Rose, at Chris Rose on Twitter. John Boy Media, NFL Network, Battle Bots, the Chris Rose Rotation Podcast. Wonder if Chris Rose gets any sleep, man. He's all over the place, man. He does a hell of a job wherever he works. We love Chris Rose on the roast. Chris, good morning, man. Thanks for joining us again, man. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. How you doing this morning?
You just woke me up. So that's when I was sleeping.
Wait, where you living? You living in SoCal these days?
Yeah, still out in Los Angeles doing our thing.
Oh, especially it's very early in LA. You guys don't sleep late. You guys don't sleep till late. So obviously the schedule got released yesterday. We're breaking it all down here. The schedule releases, the social media stuff. We're looking at the Niners schedule. And look, Chris, the truth is we never know how hard a schedule is until the teams play. Injuries happen. All the stuff happening. But I do like the 6 primetime games, and I love the fact that you get to Chiefs week 7. And it feels like a game they got to have. I'll just say that. Without knowing anything, they got to beat the Chiefs once, just for their mentals, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can circle it, but in reality, it's like one of the least important games on their schedule. It has nothing to do with tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with home field advantage. It has nothing to do with conference record. So, I mean, as far as the importance of the game, other than saying, hey, we beat them, it's not going to make what happened in Super Bowls 54 and 58 all of a sudden disappear. You're not like going to win that game and be like, oh, man, now we get that Lombardi. Like, that doesn't happen. You know, we can't backdate that stuff. So, sure, I mean, would it be nice to beat them? Yeah, but at the end of the day, whatever. I mean, it's not like you're trying harder in one game over another. That's just not what happens when you only have 17 games.
How would you react if Brock Purdy received the exact same contract as Jared Goff?
Ooh, good one. I think that's probably where it's going to end up. I'm guessing.
Oh.
Well, okay. Why?
No, it sounds like you're not. You're not going crazy over it, because I see 170 with Jared Goff. I'm like,
I think a lot of Niner fans said to themselves, "Oh, Detroit overpaid Jared Goff," and almost laughed at it. And we obviously think of our players higher than what other people. But I said, hey, I don't know if Detroit would trade Goff straight up for Brock Purdy if they were making the same amount of money. Plus, I don't think the Niners would trade Brock Purdy for Jared Goff if they were making the same amount of money. So I find it interesting, just the comparison between the two.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is that we all look at these astronomical quarterback prices, and who's going to be the first one to really draw the line in the sand? I mean, have people? I suppose Washington did a few years ago with Kirk Cousins when they said, "Hey, we'll franchise you twice, and then whatever happens, happens." And Cousins has actually had a really solid career in Minnesota and now Atlanta, and made a ridiculous amount of guaranteed money in the process. And what has Washington been doing? Spinning its wheels, hoping that Jaden Daniels stops the quarterback carousel once and for all. There just aren't guys that move in their prime. So the option is, if you've got a guy that you think can really run your offense, and no, I mean, Brock Purdy's never going to be Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, any of those guys. But what he can be is a great quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's system. The problem comes when you have to pay him and not pay other guys. We don't know then how good Brock Purdy becomes, right? We have seen what it means for Patrick Mahomes. It means he has to work a little bit harder, but he can still get it done. we're still waiting for some of these other guys, like Joe Burrow's contract really, I think, starts kicking in next year. Is that going to cost him T. Higgins? If so, what does that mean for him and his ability to get the Bengals to certain places? So Purdy, I don't see them doing it again, saying, okay, we'll go find another quarterback, because that is really, really challenging. I mean, don't you think they're going to extend him?
Yeah, we do.
I believe
we do, but I know Parag Marate was very creative with Jimmy Garoppolo, where they had these one-year opt-outs. So I wonder how they would structure a deal for Brock Purdy, because I'm with everything you're saying, Chris. I don't know how good Brock Purdy is without all these weapons. We saw the 3-game stretch in which they lost 3 in a row. There was no Debo, no Trent Williams, and they scored 17, 17, 17. It was by far Brock Purdy's worst stretch as an NFL quarterback. We saw the Super Bowl. You mentioned the limitations in terms of, like, is he Burrow or Mahomes or Allen? And when I see $170 million guaranteed, I sit back and say, boy, that's a lot of money for a guy who's had some injuries, for a guy who struggles at times to throw outside the pocket. Now, he had a very good year. MVP candidate, I cannot take that away from him. But that hesitation in your answer, Chris, we both felt that, Shasky and I. That's kind of the pause we have on an extension for Brock Purdy a year from now, if that does happen.
Okay, so play this out for me. Let's say if Brock Purdy had been a first-round pick, let's say a late first-round pick instead of the last pick of the draft, the year he came out, and he had played exactly the same way. Would you be like, yeah, okay, we'll give him an extension? And, would your thought have been any different about extending Brock Purdy?
There would be less hesitation.
It's funny that you say that, because Tua was a first-round pick, and I think Brock's better than Tua. But others would argue no, Tua's as good, if not better, than Brock. And I have hesitation on paying him that kind of money, because once you pay the quarterback that much, to your point about team building, it just makes it very difficult to field an elite team around that guy.
It does. It makes it more challenging.
Yes.
There's no question. But do you think it's more challenging to build the rest of the team or to find the quarterback? Let's be honest.
That's a great point.
The Niners, I'm not going to say they lucked into Brock Purdy, but there's no way they drafted him in the last pick of the draft, and they were like, this dude's going to be the best quarterback that we've got in camp. There's no way in the world they felt that way. And so it's the fear of having to do that again, to find the most important position in sports. And I do think that philosophically it's easier to fill out your roster than to find that dude, because we've seen what it does to really good teams the minute they don't have the right guy driving the bus.
No doubt. Chris Rose here on the Morning Roast. We'll get you out of here with this one. How would you evaluate Farhan Zaidi's tenure with the Giants?
Well, this year's been really surprising because I actually liked what I would call the bargain shopping they did. I liked all the late signings that they made. I thought that Soler was going to provide something more than a 600 OPS. I thought Matt Chapman was going to be significantly better. I still want to wait on Blake Snell. I thought they rushed him. I thought he rushed himself to be ready, and he's always been a slow starter, so I want to wait on that one a little bit still. At the end of the day, the inability to get the dude in free agency, I think, is going to mark his legacy out there. But I'm surprised that this team hasn't been more competitive, particularly offensively. When late night Lamont is your guy, and that's been pretty much it. Conforto's been pretty good too when he's been around. But man, it's been disappointing. I expected them to contend for a wild card. And by the way, it's still so early. They'll be right there. But it hasn't been good.
Has not been good yet. Chris, thanks so much for waking up. We know you got to run real quickly. We'll do it again soon. Thanks so much for joining us today.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
Anytime. Chris Rose, he had to leave. We usually go about 25 minutes with him, but he had a hard out today. So Chris Rose, at Chris Rose on Twitter, 2 things jumped out right away. John Boy Media, NFL Network, BattleBots, Chris Rose Rotation Podcast. Obviously what he said about the Giants. But it was the hesitation in his answer when you asked him about Brock Purdy. because we mentioned this a couple weeks ago. You get a little paranoid around these streets talking about Brock Purdy because we all want to love our quarterback. We all want our franchise quarterback, and he threw out the first pitch the other day at Oracle Park, and it may have been the most exciting thing of that game, per se. When I saw the Jared Goff contract, and Spinoni sent it to the thread, I get a little nauseous when I think $170 million guaranteed for Brock Purdy. Because you know what that means. The bar gets raised, the expectations gets raised, you lose players. Now you're asking Brock Purdy to do more for this offense. And he's already had a slew of injuries. Like, that's quietly been underrated, Shasky. He's had some injuries for a small frame.
So let's, if I take Mahomes off the board, everyone says that Mahomes is underpaid. You can pay him $550 million, all guaranteed.
He's worth every penny.
And yeah, he's worth every penny. Okay. How many quarterbacks outside of Mahomes do you not hesitate on paying that kind of money?
Josh Allen.
Okay. Some would argue with you, but I'm with you, and I'm in lockstep on Josh Allen.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, a lot of injury concerns.
But the
player, I'm with you. I would do it.
I would do it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even hesitate. I'll say this, and I think a lot of teams look foolish. Lamar Jackson.
See, I would not have.
See, I would pay Lamar.
And it's strictly because of the fear factor of the injuries with the running. But here's the thing. They did pay Lamar, but I actually agreed with Baltimore and how they went about doing it, meaning they didn't just give him the ultimate bag without any questions asked. They went through the process, and yeah, Lamar got broken off, but every million they could save allows them to get Derrick Henry.
Exactly.
So I like the way Baltimore went about it. They love their guy.
Yep.
They love Lamar. He is their franchise. But the way they went about it business-wise, I actually found it refreshing.
Look, playoff shortcomings. A lot of quarterbacks have playoff shortcomings. Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl. He's my favorite quarterback ever. All right? Things happen. Lamar may be this generation's, not the same type of player, obviously, but Warren Moon never won a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Jim Kelly never won a Super Bowl. Those things happen, so I get the playoff failures. But you at least got a shot in the playoffs with Lamar Jackson. You know, with Baltimore, with Lamar Jackson in that offense and that solid defense, you're going to have a shot to win that division and make big things happen. All right, that's Lamar. Moving on. Justin Herbert? No. I said Toast Spinelli last year. I'd rather have Purdy than Herbert right now.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I mean, I go back and forth, right? Because I'm tantalized by talent. You know, I always am. This is who I am. I'm tantalized by talent.
We all are.
You know, and so, but I would have a big, major hesitation paying Justin Herbert. What the hell has he done?
Wouldn't pay him. Wouldn't do it. Jalen Hurts?
See, I thought they jumped the gun. I would have made it a little more. I would have asked for, like, okay, if you ask Philadelphia, if you could have a redo, do you think you wait another year before you pay him? And maybe you could save a couple $1 million bucks?
Maybe, but I actually think I may put some money on him to win MVP.
I think he can't throw.
I think he's going to throw well this year.
Okay.
I think losing Dallas Goedert for them was bigger than we all thought. His little safety valve. Yeah. AJ, Devontae, they're happy. They got their money.
Yeah, but his ability to not run really affected him.
No, he was banged up. But now he doesn't have to run as much because you got Saquon.
I think that's a big part of his game. I want to see him evolve. That's again, he's a guy, like, if you're asking me, I'm taking Purdy's next couple of years over Jalen's. And I could totally be wrong, and I like Jalen.
Jason Kelsey loss will be huge, no doubt. It'd be massive. But there's not many quarterbacks who I'm not going to pay without hesitation.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't think Brock is in some,
it's not a bad thing.
He's not in the Kirk Cousins zone.
I want to make it clear. It's not a knockout Brock that
no.
we hesitate when we see the dollar amounts and we see the salary cap and you see how to field a 53-man roster on a year-to-year basis. The Buffalo Bills just had to damn near gut half their roster because of the salary cap. It finally caught up to them. They had to get rid of Stephon Diggs, who I still think is a very serviceable receiver. Wait till Houston has to pay C.J. Stroud. What is that situation going to look like here? So we get the cap. It's the hesitation with Brock. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky, and I won't lie to the roasters. When I saw the playoffs, I didn't see a $220 million quarterback. I didn't see $170 million guaranteed. You just watched the Green Bay game again. I watched the Green Bay. I sent you guys a clips of me watching the Green Bay game. First three quarters was atrocious. The first half against Detroit, it's like, oh my God, what's happening here? The Super Bowl wasn't his finest hour, but he wasn't the reason they lost. but $170 million. $170 million. Did he thoroughly outplay Jared Goff in that NFC Championship game? I don't think so. But he was just a bit better, though.
I thought the second half he did.
His legs was a bit better.
Well, I thought Jared Goff looked overwhelmed in the second half. What if I threw it this way to you? During the Jimmy Garoppolo era, I heard a lot of fans say, doesn't matter how much you're paying Jimmy, Kyle could scheme it up. So just hear me out here.
Uh-oh.
No. Like, I think we all think, I think the majority of people think Brock is better than Jimmy, right? I don't think that's a statement many people are going to have issues with. The max quarterback on this team already is there. His name's Kyle Shanahan. And as long as he's here, yeah, you're going to allocate funds differently. But the max quarterback being the play caller will maximize the offense no matter how it's constructed financially. So whether I've got maximum wide receiver salary caps on the outside or whether I have rookie deals, I believe that Kyle Shanahan is going to find a way to scheme it up. That's just what he does. He's going to get guys open. He's going to find a way to get the next crop of guys around Brock Purdy who can still move the ball and still put up points. They went to a Super Bowl with Kendrick Bourne as their leading receiver in the playoffs. So I know we're all losing our minds. Could Purdy do it? As long as Kyle and Purdy are a combination together, yeah, I think they're going to be just fine.
But can we say, in those Super Bowls, when you needed plays to be made, the plays weren't made? And here's the problem. If I ask 49er fans right now, 888-957-9570, because that all sounds good, and that could get you a long, long way, Shasky. I understand what you're saying here. It's Kyle and the scheme and everything like that, but at some point, players have to make plays. And players have to make throws.
I agree.
And you got to execute. And the problem was, a lot of people believe that Kyle took the ball out of Jimmy's hands because he wasn't executing at a high level with the pass game. So they took the ball out of his hands. And what happened in the fourth quarter, everything went, they didn't execute special teams, offense, defense, didn't matter. They just, a lack of focus. I don't know. It wasn't a lack of focus. It's just, you pooped on yourself. And you lost Super Bowl 54. And the quarterback got the brunt of the blame for that. But when I look at the schedule, 2024, and we go on another journey trying to get to New Orleans for the Super Bowl next season, only one thing is going to make this fan base happy. We can look at these games and we say, yeah, beat the Chiefs. Like Chris Rowe says, I still want that Chiefs game mentally.
Yeah.
Just to know I could see it.
Uh-huh.
Like I needed that Dallas Cowboy game as a teenager when they beat them 21-14 before beating them in the NFC Championship game, 38-28, to go on to beat the Chargers. This schedule doesn't really matter as much because there's only one thing that's going to make us all happy as a fan base. And that's winning the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah.
Unless they win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And unless they win the Super Bowl, and that's a lot of pressure on Brock. But I'm saying that because if he doesn't win the Super Bowl this year, because in a lot of fans' minds, he's going to say, we're going to get this guy $170 million. He didn't do it yet. He flamed up. He got hurt in the NFC Championship game. He lost the Super Bowl. And then what happens this year? That's the mentality of a lot of Niner fans right now. They don't think positively about this team. They just want the ring. Well, and that's the only thing that's going to satisfy us at the end of the day. It's not winning 12 games and going to the NFC. We're done with that. We're done as a fan base. You have to win the Super Bowl. And I think it's going to dictate a lot of how this season plays out on what Brock Purdy gets with this franchise. I really do.
There's no doubt. It's just the margins are so thin. And we were talking about this the other day, like 4th and 2. Bosa stops Mahomes. Are we thinking about how much we're paying Purdy? Now he's a Super Bowl champion. Now Shanahan's a Super Bowl champion.
But he didn't.
I know he did.
He whiffed hard on that 4th and 2. Wasn't even close.
But
now the better.
That's how thin the margins are.
Yeah, but the better.
It's not like they flamed out in the wild card.
Yeah, no doubt. But the better example is, boy, if they make the block in overtime and Ayuk's wide open in the end zone.
Okay, that's fine. You can pick any one of 5
we're not even questioning whether or not Aiyuk deserves the money. Now nobody's talking about trading Aiyuk. He's catching a game with a Super Bowl touchdown.
No doubt.
But the same thing Detroit said is like, boy, if Aiyuk doesn't catch that fingertip pass, we're playing the Kansas City Chiefs in Las Vegas. So you're right. The margins aren't thin. We really talk about the Green Bay game. Brock nearly threw 2 pick sixes.
Yeah, but they're not a one-year wonder, right? The Niners have been knocking on the door for a long time. And for me, Brock's done it for 30 games. I think it's 28, 29 total games. So the way I look at it, like the sample size now is a little too large. It's just a little too large. Could he regress? Absolutely. Guys have good years, down years, bad years. Aaron Rodgers, before the MVP years, had some down years.
I'm glad you said that. What is the ceiling for Brock? What is Brock's ceiling in this offense?
With these, as long as
he's had the most spectacular season. Sorry to cut you off. I mean, because last year was as good as it gets for a 49ers quarterback in this system and to run the first offense. Could he get better than that?
They played some pretty good defenses.
They did.
I mean, Cleveland, Baltimore are two of the more elite defenses in the league. Seattle had a really good defense.
They'll be better this year.
They'll be better, no doubt. But I'm just saying, like, that the division they played last year, that AFC North, had a lot of really good defenses. That was a tough one. And Cincinnati came in playing really well.
Did not play well.
I look at the schedule, and again, things change, but I look at it on paper. I don't think the Dolphins' defense is as good. Jalen Phillips is coming off of a torn Achilles, and they lost Christian Wilkins. And I'm looking at our division. The Rams lost their best defensive player. You know, like, I don't know. I could see them having a better offensive year.
I mean, Brock didn't play well against Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Baltimore.
Those were tough
three
games.
Worst games.
And Minnesota played really well defensively in that one game against them. They're missing their best player now who left in free agency.
Right. Let's pick it up right here.
On defense.
Let's pick it up then, because I'm already seeing the comments. Whenever you go down this road with Brock Purdy, you get some of the comments here about Brock. But what is his ceiling? Because I'm looking at the schedule here. Can he be better? We're talking about guaranteed money here. $170 million for Jared Goff. And we all believe, I believe Purdy's better than Goff right now. I'd rather have Purdy than Goff.
I think most of us believe that. But we like Goff.
But we're going to replay that question and answer and listen to the hesitation of Chris Rose. And I wonder if Chris Rose, who works for NFL Network, he's around all these players and all these national guys. Is that the national perspective of Brock Purdy? Spike Eskenahl last week said, Daniel Jones could do that in that offense.
That's way absurd.
Dick Fan joined us last year saying Gino could do this in this offense.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It's a lot of disrespect coming Brock's way.
Don't miss that break, doggy.
All right, we're coming up. Brought to you by Scandinavian Designs Furniture, 888-957-9570. We're talking schedule of Brock here on the Morning Roast.
Exceptional work.
Don't.
All right, Whirling the Dibs live from the Dwight Clark Legacy series today, starting at 2 p.m. Incredible assortment of 49er guests who join the show. Oh, this is a Willard special. Dibs, what's your word count today? 105? 110? No, I'm kidding. Dibs has been doing a hell of a job. Been listening all week. Dibs they've both been doing a great job. And they have a great guest list. Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Dre Greenlaw, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, and many, many more. If you want to go to the event, you can buy tickets at DwightClarkAward.com. Tickets are $87, and 100% of the proceeds goes to the Golden Heart Fund. So shout out to Willard the Dibs. They'll be down there at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series down in San Jose. Tickets still available. Begins all at 6 p.m. I think everybody's showing up. Then 7 p.m. the ceremony starts down in San Jose. We were going to go to that. A little too late. A little too past our bedtime, Shasky. Coming back from San Jose on a late night, going into a Friday. It would have been really the morning melon today or tomorrow if we would have got down to the event today. So,
well, I mailed in my leg day today. I got about 3/4 of the way through my workout, and then I got a huge cramp in the right hamstring. And I was like, no mas, no more. I'm done. I tapped out. I went straight to the pool.
You didn't play through the injury, huh?
Nah, not this morning. Very dehydrated.
I'm out.
I mean, I drank like 3 bottles of Pedialyte this week.
Yeah, I did throw it up. I've only drunk 2 bottles of Pedialyte.
Dude, it's
you
the
drink
allergies,
Pedialyte like
bro.
it's water, huh?
Well, it's the allergies.
Well, allergies do.
Yeah, like I'm like screwed up with the allergies right now. So.
When you get older, the allergies kick in harder.
Really bad. So Allegra D is the one that my buddy Della was recommending.
Allegra D, can you get that over the counter?
And no, you have to like go behind the counter apparently, or ask the pharmacist to go behind the counter.
Oh,
which actually brings me to a
so whoa.
This brings me to somewhere.
Well, what do you mean by behind the counter? Like, is this like, can you just slip me some Allegra?
No, you have to like, I'm sure, ask, can I have the Allegra D? And then
correct. There's certain ones where they slide like your ID or whatever too to make sure you're not buying multiple of them. Because there's certain types of
this now opens up something.
Child steroids.
Oh, should I go do that today at CVS?
I go to the Walgreens all the time, or CVS. I'm gonna leave it ambiguous.
I have never used steroids
ever,
period.
And I will pick up stuff on behalf of my wife. You want to talk about jumping hurdles? Why does it take so long for them to put a couple of pills in a bottle? No, I'm dead serious on this.
Really? Like, what do you have to do usually? Because I have to do the same thing. It's just you give them the birthday and then you just say the last name and you're good.
No. Every single time I go to the Walgreens/CVS ambiguous place that I go to, it's like there's like a zillion people waiting. Always.
Well, people need pills. People need their drugs.
I'm aware.
Yeah,
but why are there like 9 people working back there? Right. But you have to be a pharmacist to put the right pill into the right thing and put it in.
They're doctors.
They're doctors. You don't want to give people the wrong pills. Then you have people passing out in your CVS. So you need all hands on deck. All hands on deck. Patience to get the medicine, son. Patience. Like Steve Kerr told Steph Curry one day at Madison Square Garden. He's showing him plus minus. He goes, look, I know you're not shooting well, but look at this, the plus minus. Come on, my son, you're doing well. And he went back out on the floor and the Warriors won a game.
Hear me out when I say this. I can order from Amazon Prime and be delivered today. And it takes me an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours for these pills?
It doesn't take that long.
Sometimes it does. And then you go up to the front window after you wait in line and you're like, hey, well, your name's not that name. Yeah, I'm picking up on behalf of my wife. Well, do you have her social security number? Or do you have this number? Or do you have that? It's like, come on. Like, I'm not trying to steal the pills. I'm trying to get for whoever, sick person at home. I just feel like they
want
all make you jump through hula hoops.
Yeah, but you know what? It's actually an easy process. They subscribe you. Then they tell you, okay, where are you going to go pick it up? Okay, it'll be ready at its time. Boom. Okay, perfect. I get there to the CVS. Okay, there may be 5 people in line. I'll wait. Hey, my name is such and such, blah, blah, blah. Takes about 5 minutes, and I'm out of there. Really not that bad. I want the doctors to get it right. Keep taking your time. You imagine if they mixed the wrong medicine together?
And it matters the time you're going, too. Like it's almost like the post office. That's kind of what I... No, seriously.
No,
it kind of is, though. Like,
it is.
If you go around like 5 o'clock, there's going to be a huge line.
Look, I used to pick up a lot of medicine
and
from my grandma.
Don't go during lunchtime because they're going to be out for an hour.
Yep. No, I used to pick up a lot of medicine from my grandmas. Grandma Essie, Grandma, the late, great Larry William Tyndall, who left this world when I was 18 years old. I picked up a lot. I got pharmacy stories for days. I'm an expert in this department, picking up medicine for elderly people. It takes a while, and you want them to get it right. I want them to get it right.
Putting 13 pills into one bottle
takes
an hour?
No, you got to make the medicine. Come on now. Come on now.
They're not whipping it up in the back, B.
Come
Love
on.
you, pal.
Come on.
That's not what they're doing. This is not Breaking Bad, where they're like literally
What do you
doing
think,
chemistry.
They're just taking a package of Tylenol, breaking it up, cutting it up, and then boom, boom. Like, come on, man. They're not doing that.
Cut my Tylenol up with a little Allegra.
Come on, man.
Sprinkle me, man.
Come on, boo bam. Like,
I just think it takes a ridiculous amount of time.
You want them to bake a cake for you? Like, hey, boo bam, here you go, Shasky. Here's your Allegra D. Especially when you're injured like yourself. You have ailments every single week, all around your body. I mean, I'm sure there's a story about a separated shoulder somewhere. I'm waiting on it with Jung Hoo Lee. I'm waiting on it.
Hopefully it wasn't skiing.
I did pop my shoulder out playing hoops way back when. If you've ever played basketball with like a bodybuilder type,
don't do this.
This was at Ocean Avenue, half court. I was like 18 or 19, 24-hour fitness. You guys know there's a little half court. There's two hoops. They're both half court. And you'd get the muscle-bound freaks who have they don't even know how to dribble. Dude. I grabbed a rebound. This dude ripped the ball and my left shoulder over my shoulder, popped it right out. Oh, dude, it hurt. I had no health care back then.
This is a funny one from Bird on YouTube. Shasky wants the pills done like the streets. No, this ain't no bootleg knockoff Tylenol, man. You know, no bootleg.
Bro, there's
bootleg
boxes
Viagra.
of pills. I'm like, put the 13 in there, throw me the jar, let's roll.
But it's different pills.
And then they read it to you. like you're a moron.
There's also
insurance
because there are morons out there who just start popping pills like it's candy. Thinking, I'm going to get right real quick by taking 8 pills at one time. That's how people die on the spot.
It says on the bottle all of the instructions.
You want these pharmacists to get sued? And their pharmacies to get shut down? It's a lot of
like
money
legally they have to say all that stuff to you, because then if you don't read it and then you do pop the pills, you can't be like, oh, the pharmacist never said. So like, they read it to you like a moron.
Oh, Sassy, this stupid pharmacist, I took 3 pills and I was feeling nauseous. She didn't read me the rights. You would do that. Oh, you would do that.
You guys guess. Every time they tell me, this is what I do when they're talking, it's on the bottle, right? Yep. And I'm like, all right, cool. I bring it home. What'd they say? It's on the bottle. Like, you just read the instructions.
Wow.
It's like Legos. Read the instructions.
Well, again, they're just trying to cover themselves legally. If you don't want to listen, or if you just want to read off the bottle, that's your decision. But the reason they read it off to you like you're a moron, I'm not saying you're a moron, I'm saying those are your words, is because there are morons out there who just do that. They don't listen. They do something dumb. So they have to do that because there are people out there who ruin it for everyone else, and we have to suffer.
I like
another
another
unnecessary step at the pharmacy.
Listen. I like when they read it to me because I ask them questions. Okay, so you said this. I double check and make sure, because as a journalist, you want to have 3 different sources before you go out there on the air with something. So I use that when it term my pharmacist. So you want to take it 3 times? Okay, cool. So then I go home. Hey, babe, this is what we need to do. So you have to take it this time and then. And I already know, but I still do it anyway. Hey, they got to do their jobs. I disagree with you on this one.
I didn't say I was mad at the people working there. I'm mad at the process.
No, the process is the process. Just like Brock Purdy in his contract.
I'm the reverse money ball. I don't like the process.
Just like Brock Purdy in his contract. And Brandon Aiyuk in his contract. The process is the process. Right, Spino? The process.
I don't know. The process seems to be a little shaky because Chris Rose got me a little nervous about it.
How would you react if Brock Purdy received the exact same contract as Jared Goff?
Ooh, good one. I think that's probably where it's going to end up. I'm guessing.
Oh.
A little noise you made at the end is the best part.
Who made that?
That was you.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, I already know the haters are coming out saying, put some paint on your face, Bonte. You're a clown for even bringing this up. But I'm telling you, what if? Because it's possible. We don't know what could happen in the game of football. Knock on wood, the Niners have been healthy for the most part. They have, right? Play a lot of football games.
The Niners have been healthy. They're one of the most injured teams during the Shanahan era.
Guys get hurt here and there.
No, but by the numbers, the Niners have been. And that's what makes Shanahan even more impressive is he has overcome the unreal amount of injuries.
How many of those players were impact players?
Eric Armstead this year.
Right.
His almost entire season
Eric
was
Armstead.
ruined.
Okay, that's one. You're going to get a player.
Debo missed 3 weeks.
He missed
Trent
3 weeks.
missed 3
We know
weeks.
Debo's going to miss 3 weeks. We know that's
Brandon Aiyuk battled a shoulder injury and played amazingly and missed a game.
Missed one game. Okay, missed one game.
All right.
In today's day and age, that's fine.
Charvarius Ward had the hamstring multiple years. Multiple years.
Basically, things happen.
They lost Hufanga halfway through the year. He's their starting safety, went to the All-Pro. I was a Pro Bowler.
So they lose guys. Every team loses guys. But everybody loses guys.
Okay, but the data does tell you.
For the core group for the most part last year was healthy. The quarterback was healthy. McCaffrey was healthy. All right? Outside of Trent Williams, Lyle was healthy. Aaron Banks was healthy. Got some health. Good. Nick Bosa was healthy for the most part. You know, he said he was dealing with some things.
I mean, this is what I'm
But what I'm saying, here's what I'm getting to. Because they're ready to jump all over me here.
They lost Dre Greenlaw to an Achilles injury in the Super Bowl.
In the Super Bowl. But he made it to the Super Bowl.
You know?
He made it to the Super Bowl.
That's true.
We didn't know the guy was going
to. He had tendonitis all through the second half of the season.
Listen, we don't know if Dre Greenlaw is going to make it through a practice. The guy's a maniac.
And Deebo Samuel's playoff run was ruined because of the shoulder. He came out of the Green Bay game with an injury.
But he balled out in Detroit, bounced back and caught 9 balls.
And then
caught 9 balls.
Disappeared in the Super Bowl.
Well, you know.
I'm just saying, like, if we're going to say injuries, like, the data does tell you that the Niners are one of the most injured teams in the league.
But everybody gets hurt in this league. Everybody's nicked up for the most part. They got so much talent everywhere, they can overcome that stuff. But to that point, if they are one of the most injured, let's go by that philosophy then. They are one of the most injured guys because the data tells you that. And I know 2021 got wiped away, or 2020 got wiped away with all the injuries and stuff like that. Bosa, Solomon Thomas, you name it, Raheem Mostert, excuse me. If they don't stay healthy this year, what happens? Because I want to know if there's a Niner fan that, what's the first thing you deal with? Everybody does this. When they look at the schedule, they go, boy, 11-6, 12-5, I see 13-4. First, I walked in the studio. the Grady Man kid, 13-4, 49er schedule. I just said 10-7, the guy called a clown, right? When the hell do we start scoffing at 10 wins? 10 wins go get you to the playoffs, you doofus, all right? Give me 10 wins all day long. Because it's not about the regular season anymore, it's about the Super Bowl. But what if the Niners don't make the playoffs? Does that even cross 49er fans' minds right now?
No.
Should it?
No.
Why?
Because as long as the quarterback stays healthy and the head coach is here, they make the playoffs.
Is it just the quarterback?
And they win games.
They make the playoffs without McCaffrey?
See, now that's a great question because I keep asking these guys, like we're talking a lot about Brock Purdy and you know, the big questions on his year. To me, the number one question is how many more prime years do you have of CMC? That's the number one question on
Trent Williams.
To me, that's
Trent Williams getting up there.
Well, Trent, you know, but like I've seen left tackles, Whitworth, for example, play high level late in their career at an older age. Like Jason Kelce is a great example. He played better football toward the end of his career. But CMC is, to me, the engine of the offense because this is a run-first team. So if you're asking me, like, what has changed dramatically in 2 years? It's adding CMC. He's one of the greatest players. He's literally walking into the Hall of Fame the second his career's over.
So we don't even... It's fascinating. It is a credit to Shanahan and Lynch and what they've done with this organization that it doesn't even cross our minds anymore. The playoffs are inevitable. We already believe we're a playoff team. We already believe that, you know, when the Niners sent out their thing to season ticket holders, hey, you want to sign up for playoff tickets, get your playoff tickets. We're already bought in, right? Everybody feels like they're bought in. But what if things do happen? Because this feels like a lot of Michael Silver's writing about it in his Chronicle. The last dance, the last run with Debo.
Can't be the last
George
dance
Kittle.
if you've never actually been to the dance
or won the dance.
Won the dance. Yeah,
you got to win the dance before it's the last dance.
Is that what they give out an award at the end?
Maybe it's the last ride with Debo and friends. Who knows? But you can ill afford to lose Fred Warner. God forbid we lose Fred Warner for a period of time. I don't even like talking that into existence.
Well,
if there's any Niner fan because they Super Bowl losers do have the hangover.
Well, look,
they do regress.
Look at Cincinnati, right? So 9 out of 10 times, people would have said Cincinnati playoffs, right? And then they start the year with the calf injury with Burrow, and then he gets hurt in the middle of the year. They had no chance. And their backup quarterback did play well for a couple of games. Remember? Jake Browning? They actually did get some production out of their backup quarterback. And yet, because the AFC is so loaded, they had no chance. They just had no chance to make the playoffs. So, yeah, if you lose your quarterback, you're screwed 9 times out of 10. The only guy that I could see them losing, and it's almost a lock they don't make the playoffs, would be Brock Purdy. Even more so than CMC, because of all the positions I know the Shanahan family can find a way to offset production over the aggregate. It's not going to be one guy. It's going to be multiple guys.
Right.
It would be the running back position because of this family's history.
Josh Dobbs ain't doing it for you.
I just think the drop off between Purdy and Josh Dobbs is tremendous.
I'm kidding.
I thought going into the year that the drop off between Purdy and Darnold wasn't that much. And then as the year went on, I was like, yeah, I'm way wrong on that. I want to amend my opinion.
Let's get to Dacre and then Uncle Gene real quick, because I think this is fascinating stuff. I really do with the schedule and what Brock Purdy's going to get on the market. I guess my question is to everybody cool giving Brock Purdy $170 million guaranteed? It's all fine and dandy? We have a problem because when the conversation shifts to Brandon Aiyuk, it's, let's get a couple second-round picks for him. It's all good. We'll replace a wide receiver. Lord knows it's been tough to replace wide receivers. But we don't have a problem with Brock Purdy at $170 million. And we have a bit of an issue with Aiyuk wanting generational money. This is what's Jared Goff now, the highest paid quarterback? Second highest paid quarterback?
I think Burrow still has the highest yearly salary average.
So you guys are ready to give Brock Purdy top 5 quarterback money.
What's the alternative?
But refuse to give Brandon Aiyuk top 10 wide receiver money. It's kind of interesting to me.
Well, I mean, what are there more of in the NFL? Good wide receivers or good quarterbacks?
There's really good receivers. I'll give you that. There's a lot of good wide receivers, but obviously not everybody can play a Shanahan system, right?
Well, yeah, but I'd say the same about quarterback.
He's won with Jimmy. He didn't like Jimmy.
Yeah, but he didn't win with Nick Mullins. He didn't win with C.J. Beathard. He didn't win with Brian Hoyer. He didn't win with Trey
He thought
Lance.
he could win with Nick Mullins, though.
Yeah, well,
Kyle thinks differently.
Kyle
thinks differently.
He pivoted off that opinion quickly.
He thinks differently. Let's go to Dacre real
Possibly.
quick. Wow.
I just don't see what a better alternative is to not paying Brock Purdy.
Jared Goff, his deal includes $73 million signing bonus, the largest in NFL history. Wow. Damn. Dacre. Go ahead, Dacre. Floor is yours.
All right. This is the way. I'm just going to keep it 100% here. People got to get real. Look at how many times we had to run to the left side because the right side wasn't doing its job. And that goes back to before McCaffrey. Why did we have to keep Kittle up for blocking? Because the right side isn't doing its job. Brock went to the NFC Championship, then the Super Bowl, with a very young right side, which realistically none of us should have thought that it was even going to happen, because when you get to the Super Bowl, you're facing the best of the best. And the way I see it, if we get our right side better, if they take the next step or some of these draft picks pan out, we will be even better, and our counter plays will be effective on both sides. So people questioning Brock, to me, they're just hating. Because what he's doing, from what was expected, he's a blessing. And it's downright disrespectful.
Dacre, is it okay for us to question whether or not we're comfortable with giving a quarterback $170 million? We've seen it for 1 year. Brock's been really, really good. I don't discredit his season. He's a top 3 MVP candidate. Hell, I thought this offense was as dynamic as any offense I've seen in 30 years. But is it hating when we're just kind of like, I don't know about $170 million when you know what that means for the entire football team?
What other quarterback has produced like he has the last 2 seasons?
For the 49ers? Under Kyle Shanahan?
For any team.
Jimmy Garoppolo had a pretty damn good 2019. I know we don't want to say this, but Jimmy Garoppolo sat out at least 5 fourth quarters in 2019 and damn near threw for 4,000 yards.
I've been calling Jimmy Garbo from day one.
Okay,
I know all this. He wasn't worth it from day one. But Brock is. But Brock goes through all of his reads. I know we're on the same side. I'm just passionate about it because it's like really weird to me, the effectiveness. Like, Brock goes through every read. Jimmy was known to go through 1 or 2.
All right, so we're cool. We're paying Brock Purdy $170 million. That's 49. I'm looking at YouTube right now. Admin honored. Purdy deserves $170 million, period. Period. I guess there's no conversation there, Shasky.
I mean, they're going to
I'm
pay.
not even hating. I'm just asking the question. I got no. And there's people out there think I got a problem with Brock Purdy. I told you guys last offseason.
But
you know what I'm saying? Like,
forget that. Forget what they think. I want to ask you this. Let's go down the path, the alternative path, okay? They are hesitant, for whatever reasons, to pay Brock Purdy. Now what's your alternative?
Out of options, right? Unless something happens.
You can franchise.
Or you can franchise. Stafford's unhappy in L.A.
So you think they go a different route at quarterback?
No. We don't know what Shanahan's thinking. Shanahan pivots so damn fast. He pivots so fast.
I've kind of come to the realization they don't really have a backup. Look, if you're the biggest Brock hater on the planet, okay, I ask you, what's the alternative then for the 49ers?
Right now, there isn't one right now.
There isn't one. You don't get rid of good quarterbacks. And look, can you play hey, we'll franchise tag you. Hey, we'll go down that route. Yeah, but then all the money is locked in for that particular year and you can't wiggle out of it. So even if they give him a 5-year deal with 2 or 3 years worth of guarantees, really, it's like the Jimmy G. It's like a 2 or 3 year deal.
Right. Look,
and I think he's earned that much as of right now. So unless someone could present me with an alternative option
right now
or pathway, I think this is where they're going.
At this moment, there's no alternative, right? Because we don't know how the season's going to play out. We don't know who's going to be available next offseason after the season plays out. That's the beauty of the NFL. We don't know how the schedule's going to play out. We don't know what the parity's going to look like. We don't know who's going to be strong in the NC West yet. We're all guessing. This is all a guessing game right now. But what if Stafford is unhappy? The reports are saying, he wants new money and blah, blah, blah. What if he is unhappy and Shanahan had an epiphany for him? It's like, Stafford's available? Well, let me go to the beach house or go have dinner real quick. I'll get back to you.
So that's a 38-year-old Stafford replacing a 24-year-old Purdy?
Hell, they asked about Tom Brady last year. He's 45 years old.
That feels
it's Brady.
That feels a little crazy.
But the report came out. Shanahan told Purdy, if Brady's available, you're going to be on the bench, but I think it could be good for you to learn. Shanahan told him that. Tom Brady was out.
Brady's a little different. And because the elbow of Brock Purdy.
And the elbow, but he still looked at it. I don't know.
Who's had more great years, Brock or Aiyuk?
Aiyuk just had back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers, 1,000-yard seasons.
I think you could say both of them had great years.
Balled out.
Yeah, both of them had back-to-back great years. Right?
Career highs.
So, and I know you've been, pay Aiyuk. But why are we reluctant on the quarterback?
No, but it's fascinating. On the flip side, the way I'm looking at it is, why are we reluctant to pay Aiyuk and not reluctant to pay Brock Purdy?
Because to me, the way I build a team, the quarterback is infinitely more important than a wide receiver.
But you need the weapons, though. If you don't have the weapons, you're not going to ball out.
Yeah, but
we don't know if Brock Purdy can ball out yet without these weapons.
Weapons don't win Super Bowls.
They don't.
Quarterbacks do.
They could have used an extra weapon against Kansas City.
Well, that's obvious.
You know what I'm saying?
I watched. If you took the great teams over time, they've had many weapons. Whether it's Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning. Look at their weaponry changes over time, and the quarterback is the constant. So to me, the way I'm building a team is especially a run-first team, is head coach number one, most important. I want him to be the play caller. Who's his quarterback?
All right.
And then we'll work out the rest.
That's fair. I got no problem with that. But the vitriol over Brandon Aiyuk was just fascinating to me. It was like, this is Brock Purdy's number one guy. Like, who you set the thread? Who is it? Coach Madrid? Who had the thread if Brock Purdy's throws over 25 yards? How many of those was Brandon Aiyuk? He was all over that highlight package.
But I also think that if we look at the way the league is right now, right? Superstar wide receivers don't win championships.
They don't, but you need them to at least have a threat or a superstar in the pass game.
You got to have
Kansas City
players.
They didn't have Travis Kelce. They don't win that Super Bowl, but they do have Travis Kelce, who's a superstar, tight end, hybrid / wide receiver. Right?
Yes. But he's also making $15 million a year. Tyreek was looking for $32 million a year. And, it's better bang for your buck to pay a tight end one half of what one great receiver
Can we all agree, though? Mahomes is the exception to the rule.
Yeah, but I also see, Buffalo's doing the same thing. They got rid of a high-priced wide receiver and went cheap in that area. Like the way the model is now, we've talked so much about like it's either rookie quarterback, elite weapons on the outside, or max quarterback, rookie or rookie deal players on the outside, and maybe you pay one of those primary playmakers.
Maybe. Let's go to the lines. Uncle Gene in Oakland, real quick. Uncle Gene. Oh, we got time here. I forgot. We got a break at 9:12. Uncle Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. So first off, I don't know what you're on this morning, Bonte, but I'm willing to stand in a 3-hour line at CVS to get some myself. All right, anyways. Niners, listen, I know you've said a few times now that you keep going back to the Detroit game and the Green Bay game, the first half. But it's not how you start the games, Bonte. It's how you finish them. Mahomes' first half in the Super Bowl was terrible. All right, and you could argue that one of the worst first halves, first halves plus, in the history of the playoffs and in a Super Bowl was Tom Brady's against Atlanta. All right, and then he had his miraculous comebacks.
Good point.
All right. Detroit and Green Bay were miraculous comebacks, and you put it all on Brock Purdy. Listen, I didn't think last year was our year yet because we didn't have the experience. Okay, I was still fearful of Mahomes, and sure enough, he came through. All right, this year is our year if we stay healthy and whole. Get Aiyuk, get Greenlaw back. We go 14-3, or no worse than 13-4.
I can't argue that. Other than the fact that it was Super Bowl or bust last season. We all identified this offense as the best offense the Niners would have since 94. I think most of us did. 30 points a game. They're going to blow people out. You got all these weapons, the best weaponry they've had in years. Both wide receivers, tight end, running back, and the quarterback with the head coach. And they did. It was a year. Hell, let Steve Young tell it. He joined Willard and Dibs the other day. Here's what Steve Young said about last year and the Niners' chance to win the Super Bowl.
The most pressure was last year, right? Because last year the Rams are down, the whole division's down, Seahawks are down, the Cardinals are way down. In the playoffs, you play a Packer team that's been middling the whole time. You got to up and start Lions squad. You're like, that's how we get to the Super Bowl, and then you play a down year Chiefs team. Like, of all the times that you're set up to do it, that was it. But since the Ravens at Christmas, we just weren't the same. And we held Patrick Mahomes to 19 points. You would have told me Patrick Mahomes won't score 3 touchdowns. We're not going to win that game? Like, you're not going to walk over the Packers. We're not going to walk over the Lions. Like, things were haywire from Christmas on, and that's why last year was the time with the best roster in football to go get it done. And the fact is it didn't happen. That happens. It happened to me. I get that. But now next year, I think the Rams will be better. I think Marvin Harris will make the Cards better. The Seahawks will be better. The Lions will be better. The Packers will be better. Like, it's going to get better. And we're probably not, I don't know if we'll get better, but hopefully we can stay the same and still beat the rank and file with this amazing roster we have and the way that we are innovative, we deploy the guys on offense, then yeah, great. But what just happened was a big miss. It was too bad.
That's kind of where I'm at. It was a big miss and everybody's going to be better. I'm not knocking Brock, but if there's a little regression, I don't want to say, hey, Brock's bad. I'm not going to do that. I expect a little regression. Last year was a fairy tale. It was a fairy tale type season for the 49ers offense.
So everyone can say last year was their window. That's an interesting part of his statement. What about the part where he said everything went haywire after Christmas? What do you think of that?
Went haywire after Christmas. Well, we talk about the playoff games. Somebody's pointed to me, hey, Bonte, you played in the playoff. Those are the big boys. Remember the Packers week, right?
They also didn't play week 18.
Yeah, they played Darnold
only
and the Rams.
a couple guys played.
Yeah.
Some guys were mad that they had to suit up.
Right. I think Aiyuk was mad he had to suit up.
Right.
Or no, he was not mad about that. He was mad he didn't get one more catch or something.
It was Debo who was mad that he had to play.
Debo may have been mad.
Someone was mad they had to play.
So they lose the Rams. Haywire, Greenlaw, you mentioned the Achilles tendonitis. You didn't know about Eric Armstead. They weren't getting much of a pass rush.
Debo got hurt in that Green Bay game.
He got hurt early in the Green Bay game.
Shoulder.
And I remember the week of the Green Bay game. We thought, okay, they beat Dallas, and they beat up on Dallas. Come on, Jordan Love's coming to Levi's, and they gave us all they could handle. Hell, had us very, very nervous in the fourth quarter. Very nervous. Kicker misses a kick. We all forget Carlson misses a kick. You know, we can talk about luck, margins, and all that. He misses a field goal, which was a terrible decision. After Aaron Jones made a great run.
What did LaFleur say about him? He closes his eyes and prays whenever he kicks.
Yeah, it's basically.
Head coach.
I mean, they dropped 2 pick sixes, and it's not all on him. But Greg Olsen, you watched the game. You heard Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt. What did you tell me? Keep it real, Shasky. After you called me watching that game, what did you tell me after listening to that broadcast after I had seen clips?
Oh, they were thoroughly unimpressed with Brock Purdy in that game. But he made a couple. He made a couple plays down the stretch and came back and won.
He showed resiliency.
He was all over the place though for 3 quarters.
Tremendous credit for that.
All over the place.
Tremendous credit for that.
The first play of the second half could have been a pick.
But I got something for folks here. If you're not uncomfortable with this conversation right now, I understand, because we all want to love Brock Purdy. We feel like we got our guy, finally. We got our guy. Shanahan has his guy. We all got our guy. Go buy number 13 jerseys. Brock Purdy's going to be here for a very, very long, long time. He is. Boy. It's when you give a guy that much money, the expectations change. Our perspective change. You give him that money. What happened when Jimmy Garoppolo got the money? It went from there, we got Jimmy G. Cuda. Boy, he's the highest paid quarterback in the league. And then he tears his ACL in week 3. How quickly did that change, Shasky?
Well, I just think that the team was in such a different spot, though. They went from being like completely irrelevant to like, oh, maybe we can make the playoffs. Hey, I'd love to see Jimmy make the playoffs. And then like he tears his ACL. And then it was like, is he any good? Can he make it through a season? To all of a sudden now, like, what Brock has inherited. I mean, he's inherited a team that went to back-to-back NFC Championship games. He took them to a Super Bowl. Like, I just think everything's different. The recalibration for the organization, they're just in totally different spots.
But once you give Purdy that money, what I'm bracing for is that a lot of people's expectations are going to change.
I think so. I think the Niners' expectations will change. Don't you?
Absolutely.
I'm hoping one of the things that I thought Kyle Shanahan didn't grow into is that as Jimmy got the money, giving Jimmy a little more control, autonomy of the offense at the line of scrimmage, just put his signature on it a little more. I never felt like they were on the same page. I'm hoping that as Brock gets more money, power, control in a good way, that he can have more of his imprint on the offense.
Right.
For example, getting out on the move. Moving the pocket for Brock Purdy.
Does that great.
In a game like against Kansas City where they're suffocating your offensive line. Let's get him out on the move. He is one of the great athletes on the team. He is good outside the numbers. You know, let's not have him be a standing duck at times. You know, when the offense is stagnant, don't be the Statue of Liberty in there where you are a little shorter and they know that they want to jump the short routes. So, like little things like that.
Let's go to because you're spot on. I didn't. Hopefully, we see that this year with the offense. I'm with you there. Let's go to Samita in Los Gatos. Samita, we got Austin, we got Jonathan, we got Shaka. Samita, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to chime in here. I got to say, and I haven't heard anybody call in to back up Bonte, but I agree with you, Bonte. $170 million for Brock Purdy at this point, to me, seems like it's a lot. I mean, you're asking a lot. You're assuming a lot, I think, and I think it's kind of a risk. I mean, what's wrong with 120, or 100, or, we're not talking small numbers here. We're still talking huge numbers, but 170 for a guy who's had, one full year, and and like you, Monte, I'm not saying he's not good.
Right.
I think he is good. I think he's solid. Is he superstar? I don't know. I think, and I keep thinking back to last year during the season when you had all the experts calling in, all the reporters, et cetera, and they were like, yeah, he looks good. It's too early to tell. There isn't enough history there. And I kept hearing that from everybody who was talking about him. They're like, yeah, so far he's great, but it's too early. And I still think to a certain degree, it might be a little bit early to be paying him, that kind of money.
That's fair.
I just thought I would, chime in and say that I think that, and I keep thinking back to what everybody said, and I think that's true. I think he needs a little bit more time.
Samita, good call, and that's okay. We could all disagree on this. They may not have an option. Hey, we may be talking just at the side of our, what's, because by next year, they may not have an option but to give Brock Purdy the money. But I want to hear from Austin in San Jose because he has a question about, by the way, look, I'm already slipping. It's how you know I'm back. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. You didn't give me the film on mic, did you? KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you could also watch us every day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. It's very valid opinion, but I want to hear. There it is. Let me hear from Austin in San Jose. Austin, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, welcome back, man. Listen, I just want to add a little perspective from a non-49er fan. We're hoping. I'm a Commanders man. I'm hoping that Jaden Daniels is going to be the guy we're where you guys want to be for sure. But listen, the question for me, there's three categories that I have for quarterbacks. One is the guys that have done it. Mahomes and those guys, I mean, they're in a different category to me as far as everybody else. And then the second level is guys that have elite talent, right? So you guys are talking about Lamar Jackson, Herbert, all these guys that people in the league, I think see as elite talent. And then the third category is guys that are up and coming that could be the next guy. And I see really Brock Purdy in that category. So to the question of money, well, I think, personally as a businessman, I think he's worth whatever he can get, right? So I'm not going to get into whether they should pay him the money. Right. If he can get it, damn it, get it. But here's the final thing, though. Here's the question, Bonte. Do you think project Brock to another division? How many games does Brock win in the NFC East, the AFC East, et cetera, et cetera? Is he a quarterback that other GMs see as someone who can win outside of Kyle's system? I think that's really what you have to look at. We know he's valuable within the 49er system, but how valuable is he outside of the 49er system? I think that's the real question, Bonte. I'll listen. And Shasky, thanks for your comments as well, man. Thanks.
Awesome. Great question.
Well, this feels a lot like how I view the Warriors. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's Steph Curry, but like how many times have we heard? I mean, what would Steph Curry look like if he didn't have Klay Thompson's defense with him? Right. What if he didn't have that shooting? Right. What would Draymond Green look like if he was in another system? I'm not saying people are wrong, but the reality is he doesn't play somewhere else.
Right.
He's not in the AFC. He doesn't play outdoors in the snow, right? I've talked to you about this a lot. If I was drafting for the Cleveland Browns, one of my major criteria would be like arm strength because I know it's super windy and super cold. Because I know the elements of what
I'm smiling because I have a franchise right now at the Cleveland Browns, and my quarterback, I won a couple Super Bowls with him, but he could not throw whatsoever in the cold. His balls would sail. I drafted a guy, and he's now 6'4", 235, throwing darts.
Exactly.
In the cold elements. But you're right.
So like Brady plays in New England. I think Brady's a great example. His arm was so underrated. Yep. I don't think people realize how good he spin the ball the way he did in that cold, in that blistering wind. It's remarkable. So you have to draft for the team you have. I look at Tua. He fits Miami. Where he doesn't fit is Buffalo in December, in Kansas City in January.
It's funny you mentioned Tua because the one thing when we're talking to Chris Rose, you brought up Tua. The one thing I think he does a little better than Brock.
What's that?
Is throw the deep ball.
Okay.
Is throw the deep ball. Now,
I think Brock's a better athlete.
He's a better athlete, no doubt. He's way more mobile than Tua. Way more mobile. The hip surgeries, the ankles, he's got that all day long. But we are going to see Brock Purdy in some elements this season. We're going to see him in Green Bay November 24th. We're going to see him in Buffalo December 4th in Orchard Park. We know that's not going to be 80 degrees and sunny unless something happens with Buzzard. And then he goes out to Miami and Tampa Bay in Florida where the balls get slick. It gets humid. It gets a little hot out there. Ball gets a little steamy. And one knock on Brock last year. It's not many knocks. Okay, Brock Purdy had an MVP season, folks. I'm here to say Brock Purdy blew me away, and he led this team, and I had no questions about the quarterback. He's a quarterback of the Niners. Fine, whatever. We're just talking about the next contract here. And I don't like getting into man's pockets, but when you make a guy the top 5 quarterback, it's part of the you make him top 5 quarterback with that money, questions start to come. Can you lead a team? He went to Cleveland Elements. When we get calls, it was raining a little bit. Can't play in the rain. Oh, please don't rain.
Green Bay game.
It rained a little bit. What happened in the Green Bay game? You struggle for. You're going to see him in the elements this year.
You know who else had a tough game in the elements with small hands? Alex Smith, NFC Championship game, New York Giants.
Would they go on third down, 1-13?
There was a lot of reasons, but it was one of them.
Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
All right. Don't forget, next Thursday, join us as we broadcast live from the Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. We're opening at 6 a.m., a special open time at 6 a.m. So come out very, very early. If you want to have us out at your location, email us at The Morning Roast at 957thegame.com. Look, man, we want to go out to anywhere. San Jose, Gilroy, Redwood City, Pinole, Hayward, Fremont, Oakland, Marin. We go anywhere. Breakfast with the Roast. Doesn't that sound great? We'll be at Copper Skillet next Thursday in Martinez. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Robert Half. And your phone calls. Curtis, Jonathan, Shaka, all you guys coming up on the other side.
Robert Half research indicates
talking Niners. They want to get in on the Giants. They got the day off. They calmed the waters yesterday with the win. The Farhan talk is going to be here all season long. But what about Melvin? What about the youngsters? We got that. Got the playoffs. Minnesota out tonight? Real quick, before we get back into Niners, Sasky. Minnesota done tonight? It's over?
What do you think?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
I think they're finished.
Have you enjoyed these playoffs?
They feel a lot like Boston against the Warriors. They had their opportunity, they squandered it, and now I don't think they can get it back.
You enjoy the NBA playoffs?
They've been fine.
I know stars.
Like Cleveland wasn't good.
Yeah,
Cleveland. No, I'm just being real. I've enjoyed the Knicks thing. The whole Knicks thing. I've enjoyed. All right, Thibodeau being a villain even amongst Knicks fans because he's running everyone into the ground, questioning whether Josh Hart's playing full games or not, even though it's what he's been doing all year. There's a million different elements to it. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. OKC, boy, that does not look good for them. I mean, it just doesn't. And really, Dallas tricked off another game earlier. Yeah. Should be already done with the series. So I wrote off Denver too soon, but boy, it feels like it's Denver's championship to lose.
You and I both. And then if Jokic does win his championship, he ties Hakeem with 2 championships. He's 2 behind Steph and LeBron. I mean, he's one behind Dwayne Wade.
Look, the purist in you, and I know we have other people that want to talk about Brock going up. I know the basketball purist in you is going to say to me, Joe, this is great for the game. It's beautiful basketball. And it is beautiful basketball. But the audience tells you what they're captivated by. Mike Trout is one of the all-time great baseball players. The audience is kind of like,
Well, the Angels don't win.
Well, I'm just saying, like, in terms of captivating. The Pistons in the early 00s, when they knocked off the Lakers, people had rejected the Pistons style of play in terms of the audience.
It wasn't a beautiful brand of basketball.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? I'm sure Jokic, Detroit fans thought it was awesome.
Jokic, the NBA, I think NBA fans think Jokic is a beautiful basketball player. Just look what he did the other night.
Who says he's not good?
I mean, the footwork, everything you want to teach a basketball player, a young kid growing up.
No doubt.
Why would you, if you're teaching a kid, like, let me ask you this. Was Larry Bird the face of the league at one point?
Yeah.
White guy, unassuming, dry sense of humor. That sounds a lot like Nikola Jokic to me.
Well, I mean, you can't just say white guy. One's from America and the other one's an overseas guy. Like, there's a difference.
All right, he's a Serbian.
There is a difference, you know?
Okay, so he's overseas.
And one guy gives you complete indifference regarding seizing that mantle. Larry and Magic had the Converse commercial, which captivated everyone.
That was mid-80s. That was mid-80s, though. That was later on.
I know.
Jokic is now getting commercials. He's got the Hotels.com commercial. He's starting to get seen a lot more. He's starting to show some personality.
I just don't think
I'm telling you, man. The footwork is like Hakeem Olajuwon.
No one is
unbelievable. Oh, my God. He's putting up numbers that we haven't seen. Like, he had a stat line the other day that we've only seen from Chris Paul since 76, 77 in the playoffs.
But why are you surprised that it's not resonating?
I don't care that it's not resonating. I'm saying that we could do a better job as media members at ESPN, TNT, as NBA fans of propping up not only Nikola Jokic, but propping up Jamal Murray, propping up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, propping up Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum has been dynamic. We don't give him a lot of love. We don't even talk about him as an MVP.
Well,
he's been getting better and better and better and better and better and better and better.
I think that you're asking 2 separate questions. So to me,
I'm not asking anything. I'm just asking if you enjoy Jokic.
Oh, I've enjoyed it. I just like watching Anthony Edwards' ascension. I think it's been spectacular. And then watching how everyone's pointing fingers. Oh, Conley didn't play. Oh my God, it's Cat. Oh my God, it's Gobert.
You know what else I enjoy? Eric Gordon from San Jose.
Well, yeah.
Jamal Crawford had a line the other day. This guy's playing like a souped-up Scottie Pippen. Maybe back away for a second. I say, hold on, I got to rewind this. I had to cough real quick, but Jamal Crawford said that, and I was like, hold on, let me listen to this again. Then I was like, wow, Scottie Pippen. What did he do?
But, like, okay. If I was trying to sell the Denver Nuggets, I'm not selling I'm talking about America as a whole.
Right, yeah.
I'm not selling on Aaron Gordon. That's like selling Andrew Wiggins to a Steph Curry team audience. You know, people are there to see Steph and the Splash Bros, you know? I'll give you this analogy. I was talking with the boss about this. And when I had the little deli, a failed deli, I freely admit it, I like tuna. Tuna's delicious. I think I make a good tuna. I enjoy tuna. Some people really enjoy tuna. There's great ingredients in the tuna. I'm just using this as an analogy. The customers didn't love tuna. And so tuna wasn't on the menu. Because you know why? Turkey and roast beef sold. LeBron James sells. Like Steph Curry sells. There are certain guys that sell for whatever reason. The tuna in this particular case, unfortunately, is Jokic. That doesn't mean it's not high-end ahi tuna that's caught fresh every single day and shipped pronto the next day. It's amazing.
You know what it is? We're all like these suckers. We all have the iPhone. We could all go get an Android, but why do we really have an iPhone? We all have iPhones. We all have AirPods. We go get some Dre Beats. We go get anything. But we want the Apple stuff. We're doing everything everybody else wants. So tuna is great, but the reason why you don't buy tuna sandwiches at sandwich spots is because it's easier to make the tuna. Go make your own tuna. It's better. So that's wasting your money. Number one. Number two, trust me, I grew up with a lot of tuna and bologna sandwiches. Number two, selling LeBron James. My problem is we're selling LeBron James. He hasn't played in over 2 weeks. We're selling him sitting at a Cleveland Cavaliers, Boston Celtics playoff game, courtside with a bottle of wine. That's what we're selling.
I'm getting updates on his son for the draft. He's the only guy we care about.
Which is my whole point. We've got to do better of selling our product better. We got great NBA players right now playing at a very high level with so much skill. Like I'm watching Eric Gordon doing what Scottie Pippen was doing in the 91 finals. I'm going to take Magic Johnson, Jordan. I got this. I'm shutting off this water. We're winning 4 straight. That's what they did. They go on to win 6 championships. But what I'm just saying, it's not just the media, it's fans too.
No, it's the players. Draymond Green has an opportunity right now.
That's Draymond.
No, but I'm going to talk about Draymond. He's doing the Pat Beverly thing. He has an opportunity now to educate the audience and do exactly what you're talking about. And what is he doing? He's spending the bulk of his time blasting Rudy Gobert on a personal agenda. And it's like, okay, the players are doing that.
It's kind of my point. When I said TNT, ESPN, everything, we got to do a better job of growing our game. We got to do it better. I think Ernie does it. I think Kenny does it. Tim Legler does it.
Caruso was good last night. You guys see Alex Caruso on the broadcast?
I was actually
impressed.
Jamal Crawford's been good.
Jamal Crawford's doing it. He's growing the game, helping grow the game. Aaron Gordon, I'm watching him from young man from San Jose that we watched grow up in our own backyard. Take out the likes of Karl-Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and is shutting off the water. And I'm like, wow, look at Aaron Gordon. Become a legit staple on the championship team. And we got the Denver Nuggets who play a Do they not play a beautiful brand of basketball? It may be boring in terms of the personalities. Do they play a beautiful brand of basketball?
Bonte, I don't know why things resonate and other things don't, but they don't resonate.
I'm saying we got to do better because it all stems from. I was like, you can't sell these. You can't sell these guys. Do a better job.
I was listening to somebody who's a pop culture expert who knows way more than me. They were like, hey, look, Taylor Swift, and this is going to sound crazy, but like Taylor Swift, when this era is over in 30 years, are we really going to be playing Taylor Swift songs like they're Diana Ross songs, right? From yesteryear. He didn't know. Right? And is it a pop phenomenon for now? Like Madonna, I always thought was going to age gracefully and we're going to play her whole collection forever. Really, there's only and there are, trust me, there's a lot of Madonna fans out there. So
I was going to say,
bear with me.
She sold out Chasing Her 2 nights in a row. People said it.
She's got generational hits that have lasted the test of time.
Right.
We will see if Taylor Swift has the generational hits that last the test of time 30, 40, 50 years from now. That's not up to me and you to decide.
No doubt.
That's up to society.
Everybody's different. Like I'm different. I needed to take time off from listening to Tupac Shakur because I played so much Tupac growing up that I was like, man, everybody's playing Tupac. I needed a break from Tupac.
I get it.
For a long, long time, I didn't play a lot of Tupac. Now it hits a little differently, right? Everybody's different. I don't know. I'm different with that. I just think we're not appreciating this guy. And he may go down as one of the best centers of all time. Well, he may have already surpassed Shaquille O'Neal, and that's crazy for me to say. That's crazy for me to say.
Don't you think the New England Patriots got old in the NFL in terms of the viewers were tired of watching the New England Patriots?
No, it felt like they got ratings, right? It felt like people stopped watching. You started loving them. Dad started loving them. All I heard,
they became villains.
That's okay. So they became villains. Because I do think that we're getting to a point with the NFL with the Chiefs where it's like, I mean, man, nobody can beat them. And I'm not saying we're there yet, but I do worry.
Think people will get tired of Patrick Mahomes?
If they win 3 in a row And, and then, he takes less of a contract, because he reworks it. And then they go and they get Mike Evans. And I do think, every sport is in jeopardy of turning some fans away, right? All I'm saying is that the consumer will let you know what they're into and what they're not into. It's not up to me and you to decide. The consumer tells us which direction they're going.
That wasn't my point.
I don't understand John Morant's appeal. Kids love John Morant.
Because he's flashy. He's got skills. He does things like Iverson. Iverson changed the game, but his cultural impact. Bringing in the sleeves and the braids and the headband and everything like that. He made it cool for, I guess, America, middle America, whatnot. Everybody, in our communities, we're like, oh yeah, he's us. He's bringing that to corporate America. That's what he did. John Morant kind of does those same things, and it's easy to sell to a lot of people who want to be that.
I hear you. But he doesn't have the same appeal a couple years later, right? So things happen.
We'll see when he comes back. When you get suspended, things happen. But Patrick Mahomes would never get boring. Are you kidding me?
Again, I never say never.
You think people would really get bored with Patrick Mahomes?
Bonte, all I'm saying is that you never say never, and things happen, and people do get exhausted with something. Like, for example, The Walking Dead was a huge success.
I never got into it.
Well, I didn't either, but it was a huge success for a long time. And then you got to 25 seasons, and people were like, all right, come on, man. It's the same exact thing over and over.
Yeah, I think Mahomes is going to, boy, he's must-watch TV. They're fighting to get him on primetime television. Fighting. I don't know, man. I just been appreciating these playoffs, man. There's been some really good basketball being played, honest basketball. Jokic is doing things that I thought I'd never seen him do, and he's got a dry sense of humor. And I think, you know what? He deserves a love. Gordon's playing well. Brunson's doing his thing in New York City. The Pacers thing is fascinating because I want to see what Halliburton does in a response tomorrow night in Indianapolis when they try to stave off elimination and not walk the plank. Now, what's going to be interesting is when Dallas does eliminate OKC, because that's going to happen, I believe, how will America react to Kyrie Irving being in the Western Conference Final? Because Kyrie Irving, I think, he's kind of won me over with his play and the way he's been the leader, a veteran, talking to Jason Kidd, learning more about Kyrie. It's like, wow, I didn't know that. But there's also the other side of America who don't like the politics and his political stance a few years ago. So I could see how that could, quote unquote, be a thing and why people may tune out. But I don't know. I'm not trying to force feed anything down America's throats. I'm saying, if you're missing out on Jokic, you're missing out on some good basketball. That's it. That's all.
Well, that I think we all can agree on that. But there are people that just don't like him.
That's strange to me. That's strange to me. Why would you just not like Jokic? Anybody out there? Not saying you were saying that, but why would anybody just say, I don't like
Why did people
Jokic?
not like Dirk early on?
I don't know. I always liked Dirk. I don't know. I wasn't, social media wasn't around. Did people not like Dirk?
Well, I know people didn't like Reggie Miller. Like, there's always guys that some of the country likes, some of the country doesn't like. Yeah, and again, it's not our decision on what resonates and what doesn't.
I don't know who doesn't like the Joker. What is Joker be balling? He plays physical. He plays on the perimeter. That full court passes, the behind the pack pass. The move he pulled on Rudy Gobert in the post was unbelievable.
It's almost as confusing as those people who don't like Brock Purdy.
Who doesn't like Brock Purdy?
Some people don't.
I swear to God, if somebody says I don't like Brock Purdy, I will go off today. I'm sick. I will go off. No, I'm starting to get triggered. I'm kidding, folks. I'm not getting triggered. But nobody on this show doesn't like Brock Purdy. We've given Brock Purdy his flowers every step of the way once he suited up. And when he played poorly, we cited it out. Who doesn't like Brock Purdy? How can you not like Brock Purdy? Say what you cannot like. I know how you guys wanted to switch the subject because I was cooking on Jokic, but I'll cook on Brock Purdy. Who doesn't like Brock Purdy? He's the last pick of the draft. He was what? No, stop.
You were microwaving.
No. I was microwaving. Look, popcorn was popping, baby. This
guy put fish in the microwave at work and was like, "Yep."
Come on, man.
We definitely smell it.
No, don't do that to me. Don't label. See, this is what I'm gonna go to the calls, man, because this is how things get out on the internet, and then I got to take the bullets for everybody. I'm out here like 50 Cent wearing bulletproof vests because I say something about.
The more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
I gotta walk out of here like Jay-Z in the Streets is Watching video with a bulletproof vest because I said, well, I don't know if you should pay Brock Purdy $170 million. What's he say, Bonte? Curtis in Napa, what's happening?
Hi, Curtis.
You're the roast.
Hey, what up, guys? Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. So, Shasky, you're going to appreciate this. I love tuna.
the 49ers have a lot of tuna. They've got Kittle, CMC, Debo, Aiyuk, Warner, Bosa. The list goes on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has money or is getting money. So, in my opinion, if Brock Purdy plays like he can, and if he wins it this year, you lock him up and you pay the man. This franchise is so desperate and is so ready to win, Quest 6, the 6th ring. If Brock Purdy gets us to the promised land and he locks it up and wins it, you got to pay this man. You got to lock him in.
Let's say they lose in the NFC Championship game.
If they lose in the NFC Championship game,
hypothetically,
I would say that's like a middle of the pack contract. I don't know how all the financials are panning out in the next few years. I know he's got like 2 years left on his rookie deal, right?
Yeah.
So if he gets it to the NFC Championship this year, and if it's a poor performance, I don't think he's getting a big bag. But if he takes us to the promised land and wins that 6th chip, he's getting paid all day.
There's no doubt.
For sure.
Pay the man. Give him $200 million guaranteed. I don't care. You win the Super Bowl, here's $250. Just take it. If you don't.
Exactly. But that's what I got, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, Kyle Shanahan needs to be more thorough, man. He needs to pay attention to details. You know why I say that? Because I saw that game for the first time again since we lost the Super Bowl. You know what I saw, man?
What did you see, Jonathan?
The special teams not signing back Robbie Gould, that side of the ball, didn't have a leader.
The longest field goal in Super Bowl history, and not one kickoff was returned.
Hey, late in the third quarter, I got hit by a ball at the punt. What happened? Play later, because Mahomes recovered it in the red zone, touchdown. The 49ers answered with a touchdown, but you know what happened? Moody missed a point after. That's 8 points that you gave Mahomes and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. That's why we lost that game. We should have never went to the OT. Kyle Shanahan, man, hey, stop stacking up on defensive linemen because they're overrated. You need to fortify your offensive line because you know what happens in the Super Bowl? They didn't call a holding call.
Jonathan, what's your thoughts on Purdy and his money, this new money he may get next season?
The going rate. You got to pay the guy because he performed.
There's
no ways around it, man. It's the going rate.
It is what it is, right?
Yep.
Are you nervous about it? Jonathan, you're a big-time Niner fan. Are you nervous about doing that?
Yeah, bro, because you know what? I see him as a very good quarterback, but he ain't a maker like a Mahomes. You know what I mean? But Mahomes is a maker. He won a Super Bowl with one leg, and he won a Super Bowl with a no-name crop of wide receiver.
You know, it's the second time this week I've heard that's the going rate. You just got to deal with it. The first time this week, my mom accidentally locked herself out, and my brother and I had put a latch on the door for her.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. And when she shut it, it accidentally latched on the inside, so she couldn't get into the house any other way. So we had to call a locksmith. And because it was an emergency, because they stopped what they're doing and came right away to open the door, $400
is the going rate.
And I go, wow, that's how much it costs? He goes, that's the going rate. You're just going to have to deal with it.
Oh, my gosh.
And I was like, he's not wrong. As much as it pained me to pay the $400, you know, that I could have probably done had I had tools, had I knew what I was doing.
So
there's a lot of hads. Yeah, that was the going rate, and I had to deal with it. I kind of feel like the Niners are in a similar situation.
If there's any nurses or doctors out there, apparently you have this service when you're dehydrated. You can call a nurse or a doctor. They come to your home and give you an IV.
Uh-huh.
They rehydrate you right away.
Really?
But it's like $300. Reason why I know this is because Anna was saying, hey, I'm going to get a doctor or nurse to come here and give us some IVs. I'm like, how much is it? She goes, $300. I said, hell no, you're not. Drop the phone right now. I'll go get some Gatorade from Lenardi's, some Pedialytes, and we'll drink some chamomile tea, pop some aqua seltzers, drink some Pepto-Bismol. But ain't no way in hell we're paying $300 for an IV shot. It ain't that serious. We'll get over this sickness. Trust me. We're not dying.
One of these days, I'm going to have to tell the long-time story that I've told forever of Rocco having a heat stroke at the Cleveland Brown Niner game.
Oh my gosh.
In Candlestick.
Oh my gosh.
Way too much weed was consumed. And he went through 2 saline bags
I've heard
before going to the hospital.
I've actually heard this story. I've heard the story.
He
That was the game they lost, right? Is that the Kelly Holcomb game?
Yes.
Yeah, Kelly Holcomb.
And then he called me
14-12.
at halftime. What's the score?
Yeah.
I was like, who is this? He's like, it's Rocco. I'm in the hospital.
Oh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
This is the flip phone era.
Dude.
I don't know if I had a flip phone or a razor.
Dude, it was they lost 14-12
Rocco, I know
that
you're
game.
out there.
They lost 14-12 that day.
That was a
Candlestick
day.
Park. Kelly Holcomb.
Speaking of that drop, Trey Lance, you guys see the latest?
What?
He's going to be getting...
Don't do that. Don't do that.
What am I doing? You didn't see the report from Pro Football Talk?
No, what'd it say?
So apparently he's going to be getting some a lot of reps and OTAs this year.
No way.
Yeah.
As the 3?
I think the 2.
The 2? Elevated on the depth chart.
Dak playing for his Cowboys career?
Play the Drake. Elevate. Elevate.
I don't think we're allowed to play Drake on the West Coast anymore. I think Kendrick into that.
Kiki, do you love
know what?
me?
Kendrick, do you love me?
Kendrick did something that Tupac did something that only Tupac could do is not make you listen to the entire coast of rap music. Tupac, you didn't listen to Jay-Z before.
Nas,
I did.
AZ, Foxy Brown.
Not happening. Not happening. Screw those
Until
people.
DMX came out, I did not listen to the East Coast.
There you go.
Now, I will say, in my now older years, I've matured and I've moved off that stance. I enjoy Biggie. He's got a lot of great songs.
Biggie's great.
Got a lot of great
better
songs.
lyricist than Tupac. And I hate saying that. Maybe. I didn't say he was. Maybe.
They're just
It's a
very
debate
different.
for another day.
They're very different.
Debate for another day. But no, I told Anna, we're not getting $300, not wasting $300. But, apparently that's the going rate for an IV.
Well, the liquid
Drop
IVs,
off.
they hit. Here's the key. When you get any kind of IV
I don't
treatment.
know about this. I don't,
The liquid, I've never had one, but Rocco's had multiple
kids,
bags.
I know we talk a lot of drugs on the
But
show.
it's
We don't really do drugs.
It's the taking of the ambulance to the hospital that will cost you. That's my understanding. It's not the IV. It's going to the hospital.
I'm not touching Trey Lance stuff at all. He's a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
Do you remember? Did I tell you? Actually, I did get an IV one time. It was when I got
course you
COVID
did.
coming
Oh, no,
back
we
from
know.
Philadelphia.
We know you did.
When I passed out at Target and I woke up with no shirt on and they were doing like an EKG on my chest.
Oh, my
and the next thing I know, I'm in a hospital bed. And they're like, sir, we could drive you to the hospital right now. I was like, call my dad. He'll drive me. I saved the $2,000.
Oh my gosh. It costs $2,000 to get the ambulance.
That's what they wanted to charge me.
Oh my God.
To go
Going
from-
rate.
You passed out in Target.
Dude, some lady caught me. I passed out. I was so dehydrated.
Oh my God. How does this happen?
Well, because Philadelphia
Just walking
fans were
around-
spitting in my face.
No, you're walking around just dehydrated? What are you talking about, man?
No, the COVID was so bad I was dehydrated. That's what they told me.
Let's get to Shaka, man. This is off the tracks. It's off the tracks. It's kind of fun. It's kind of my style. It's shocking, bro. What's happening?
Was that
What's
Shaka?
Hey, Shaka, man. Hey, Shaka, real quick. Before you start barking, big dog, I've already said it. I don't know if you were listening, but I'm not overlooking the Vikings in week 2. I got that on my paper right now. Short week / trap game. They'll go ahead and I don't want to deal with that in week 2.
Hey, we've added a lot of pieces. We got Aaron Jones, a good running back. He catches the ball better than anybody. Y'all know about Aaron Jones. He did a lot of damage in that playoff game.
He sure did.
Also, our defense, we get Dallas Tucker. Dallas, the edge from Alabama, Dallas Turner. Excuse me.
Yeah. Yep.
And we got the guys from Houston that was with the 49ers coach. They went to the playoffs last year. Greenwood, another edge rusher. We've added a lot of players to our team, man.
Well, then call the Cowboy station.
No, Shaka's Berkeley. You better leave OG alone.
Come on, man.
No barking. Yeah, you better leave.
Niners.
No. Shaka's a real one. You better be careful.
Last time they played Minnesota, right? You remember last time they played Minnesota? Brock Purdy threw 2 interceptions, man.
In the fourth
you
quarter.
better be careful about getting him to $170 million. I'm so glad that Detroit just did that. That hamstrings a franchise when you give a player too much money, man. You see what we did with Kirk Cousins? We gave him all that money, and we didn't win nothing. And we went to the championship game without him.
with a journeyman quarterback. So you got to be careful when you give a quarterback too much money because you're going to lose some good players, man. So you got to be careful. About Jokic, man, he's a great player, man, but he's boring, man. Let's put it.
That's all. Yeah, I agree with you. He's great,
but he's got a dry sense of humor, Shaka, and the way his game ain't boring. Sometimes when you got game, that's all you need. His game is loud. He don't need to talk. All he got to do is drop 40, 20, and 10 on your ass and send you home.
Okay,
and drop a triple-double on the DPOY. The defensive player of the year in the NBA cannot guard this guy.
Can you and I both agree Greg Maddux is one of the greatest players of all time? But the casual baseball fan is bored by like painting the outside and hitting moving. But that's like the beauty of the game.
Keyword, casual.
Yeah, but that's the same. Bonte, newsflash. Casual fans make up the bulk of the viewing audience.
I don't know. Do they?
That's how the NFL gets.
Because I consider Anna a casual fan. Anna does not watch anything. She does not watch NBA basketball with me right now. The Warriors are playing. She don't watch. Casuals. Big Dog City, my best friend. I'm going to call you out on this one. He's a casual NBA fan. He ain't watching a lick. He don't really watch. Casual baseball
fan. Does LeBron bring him in?
No.
LeBron doesn't bring him in.
LeBron may have drove him out. may have driven him out of the game.
I mean, like that's like the difference to me of like Matt Cain and Logan. And
if you're bored
Tim
watching Greg Maddux and the movement of his pitches as a casual fan, you know what?
I'm saying that sometimes the true the fundamentals of the game get glossed over, right? Okay. And people that they want the sexiness, they want the fun, they want the Ronald Acuñas. They don't want the David Ecksteins. And I know they're on different levels, but you get where I'm going with this.
You know what? I want to do an exercise. Maybe not today. But I call out all casual. If you consider yourself a casual fan, which is okay, I'm just different. I don't know any better. This is why I struggled during the pandemic. I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't. I was watching old games. That's what I did. Started watching old NFC Championship games, random Redskin Giant games with Pat Summerall and John Madden. What am I doing with myself? I want the casual fans to call into the show all day long. One day. I don't know what day it is. But if you're a casual fan, let me know what goes through the exercise of watching a game or what's your experience or what gets you to watch a game. Does it have to be star power? Does it have to be marquee names? Does it have to be marquee teams? Does it have to be drama involved? I don't what is casual? Break down casual to me because everybody's different.
Can we acknowledge that the two of us, if casual was one category of sports fans, right, the two of us are mainlining on Market Street right now, pure sports into our brains, face down into the street. Like we're on the other end.
We're on the complete.
Can we acknowledge that?
That's why I want to understand. That's why I'm saying I want to understand what goes through a casual fan's thought process. I don't know what it's like to be on that side. I'm not knocking being. I wish I was a casual fan sometimes. I wish I wasn't hung up on a Giants-Dodger game on a Tuesday night when they're getting roasted 10-2.
What draws you into, let's say, a television show, right? Because you're not a diehard team.
Yeah, it's got to be crime. I know my genres.
Okay.
Crime.
Okay.
Gangsta.
A
little bit of drugs.
So there's a little excitement.
Little excitement. Little thrill.
And you like a little like on the edge.
And I'll do Game of Thrones.
Okay.
I'll do Game of Thrones for everybody.
So there you go. So that being said,
gotta have good
similar to
storylines.
sports fans, they want something with a little pizzazz.
They want pizzazz.
With a little edge.
But see, sports is reality. Television's made up. We can make up all this make-believe stuff.
But it's also entertainment.
Yeah, it is entertainment, but it's make-believe. This is real life stuff. This is real life. We're fighting for our lives, as Guru would say.
So if the Giants platooned every position and won 111 games with not one player that you knew, would that be exciting or boring? But Bonte, are you casual or are you hardcore?
I listen. It's tough staying hardcore with the current crop of Giants these last 3 years. I'll tell you that one.
The Warriors get rid of Steph Curry.
Oh, I'll be
and
locked
they go
in.
with all journeymen across the board, and they win 65 games. But there's no star, not one all-star.
I convinced myself Bobby Sura would be an all-star with the Warriors. I was all about Bobby Sura. I was all about
But
Brian
again, we've admitted we're addicts.
That's what I'm saying. I'm an addict.
Okay.
I'm in. I'm done. For the rest of my life,
of course.
I'm in.
Bonte, you're talking to a guy who hits fungos for 8 hours a week to a bunch of 12-year-olds. I get it. Trust me.
I'm in.
I'm trying to get my son to grip bats and baseballs, and he's 4.5 months old. He can't even stand.
Dude, Power. I do watch the Power series. Power book is good.
Yeah, because it's got a star.
Listen. No, 50's not in them. He just creates them. But the storylines are good. But Baby Chess, she sets up, and it almost made me cry. It warmed my heart. Friday night, she's sitting on my lap. It's T. Will's Nuggets. And she goes, 5-1. I know what you're talking about, but it's just, I thought
I got 5 on it.
Ches turns around just real quick out of nowhere. Papa, where's Stephen Curry at?
I'm with her.
Where's Steph? I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, you know Steph? I read a lap around the house and everything. It's like, I think I got her. I think she's coming along.
Well, I think when she's doing the Pat Bev bow thing, too, unprompted, I think that's another sign that you got her roped in.
She's addicted.
Pretty deep.
Well,
and this thing that he's not going to coach her is just total cap.
No, I'm going to be in the bleachers.
Get my man the James Robinson giant hat that's for sale.
I'll tell you right now, folks, and hold me to this. Scout's honor. Honest to God, religious.
Were you? Scout's honor. Were you ever a Boy Scout?
No, that's a whole other show.
Then it's not a Scout's honor.
Yeah, that's just
a society right there.
I know. I'm sorry, folks. Yeah, because Lord knows I need them coming down my road.
Oh my God! Can you imagine Scout Troop 65 coming at Bonte or
already
whatever?
got the maniac Star Wars fans coming down my road, left and right.
Don't get that Pinewood Derby crew on you, Bonte.
Baby Chess, she's 8 years old. Dad, we don't have a volleyball coach. Do you think you could volunteer?
No. What I'll do is I'll find a volleyball coach and I'll be the assistant.
You just said you'd never coach.
No, I will be the assistant in terms of this. I'm the assistant. There's always that one assistant coach who really is not a coach. He's a guy who's driving the van. He's a guy going to Costco picking up the snacks. That is the bulk of coaches is just being a body there for other kids. No. It's like, I'm not teaching anything. I'm not going to teach you how to be a libero.
But you're not going to go on YouTube. You're not going to go on YouTube and learn more about the sport?
No, I will.
If your daughter is invested into it?
But I'm not going to be part of the coaching staff.
If your daughter got into dancing, you would learn everything about dancing.
I do.
Because I know how much you love your daughter.
I would not become a dance teacher.
My buddy Rocco, his father, you know what? Fast Five.
Fast Five.
B, I can't argue with you.
I'm too good at this.
All right. So, being a great parent is whatever your child is into, you fully embrace. And it might change 7 or 8 times. My buddy Rocco, I thought his dad was a soccer nut. He said to me when we were adults, because he coached us in soccer forever. I go, you didn't even like soccer? He goes, no, Anthony loves soccer. So I learned to love soccer. And no one wanted to step up and coach, so I stepped up and coached because I knew my kid loved it, and I learned as much about it as I possibly could, which brings me to Bonte, who's a casual soccer fan himself and admits it.
I never admitted it. I'm all in, though. Champions League coming up. Dortmund versus Real Madrid.
Oh, my God.
No, I am all in.
Oh, my God.
Baby Chaz does ballet. I sit in the circle with her in ballet, and I do the little butterfly things to run around. I do all that stuff, but I'm not coaching. There's a difference. I'm not coaching 15 kids. I'm going to help my daughter out. I will be as invested as I am, as she is into it.
He's going to be Todd Marinovich's dad. He's going to have Baby Chess in the backyard working on dancing and stuff.
I'm not that guy. I
no
want you
McDonald's
to go out there.
For you, Baby Chess.
Gym class, I let her do her thing. I'm not coaching, but I'm there to support 100%. If we need to watch a YouTube video together, we'll do that. If you need me to drive the kids to another destination, we'll do that. But I am not coaching whatsoever my daughter. I'm not getting into that game. The coaches get paid to coach.
No, coaches don't get paid. It's free. It's volunteer.
It is volunteer. So, but it's their job. Let them do their job. I'm not going to be that parent. Hey, my daughter needs a back fifth today, not eighth.
Well, no, there's a happy medium to being like, psycho dad, coach, and just being there to help the greater good. Spadoni, what do you got?
Well, gentlemen, week 1 is not till November. September 9th for the San Francisco 49ers taking on the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. But you can bet on it right now. Just look at DraftKings right now. The third largest spread, week 1. Niners-Jets. Niners 5.5 point favorites right now against the New York Jets.
That's too high.
That is only behind the touchdown favorite Buffalo Bills over the Arizona Cardinals and 8.5 point favorites Cincinnati Bengals over New England Patriots. Week 1 lines. Go look at them.
So I'm trying to think about like Bonte when Baby Chez is like older and like playing basketball or something. I can believe Bonte when he says he won't like interfere with the coaching, but I can absolutely see the next morning on the morning roast be like, oh baby, Chez's coaches, their rotations are all messed up. They got to fix that.
It's Shanahan, the coach of Baby Chez's soccer team. He doesn't understand how to win in the big moments.
They're just not well-rounded. These coaches she's got are not well-rounded enough. I just don't see the vision with them.
They made give me a girl's name. They made Tina the captain.
I'm going to be humble in this one.
Just because Jared Goff on the Panthers got to be team captain doesn't mean Tina should be captain on this team.
I am having a meltdown over the minutes that Chez is getting. I just can't stand it.
What's the plus minus?
Anyway, my final thought is I'm happy that the Giants won yesterday.
This is why I'm king, right? Because the king don't do his work on public platforms. I would never roast a coach. That's on the way home. When Chance is in the car. Babe, that coach is a dumbass.
That's the worst thing you can do.
No, it's the best thing.
The literal worst thing you can do.
What's the worst thing? No.
I can see Chez be like, Coach, you better play me or else my dad's going to roast you on the show tomorrow.
No. See, Chez and I are like this.
LeBron,
daddy, daughter.
Coach killer.
Daddy, daughter. Daddy, daughter.
LeVar Ball.
Hey, little daddy, daughter.
My dad's the king. I'm the princess.
Darvin Ham on line 1.
See, daddy, daughter. You guys are showing your true colors.
I'm introducing a new coach.
You guys are just
Meet
projecting.
Chris Mullen.
I can't laugh.
I'll keep score, though.
If I laugh, my stomach
love
versus
Mully as a
hurt.
coach, actually.
No, do I love Mully as a coach?
And our new GM, Gary St-Jean.
I would definitely bring Gary St-Jean. I bring Greg, too. I'll get Mondo as well. No. Baby Chaz, we're not going to, because it's worse to do it on public platform. This is going out to everywhere. We're an international show. I read Baby Chaz's coach on an international show. I'm the bad guy. I just do it in the car, roll up the tinted windows, lock the doors. Hey, Chaz, the coach sucks. I'm going to pull you off the team, play for a different team next year. Just be cool. I'm going to tell her, just ride this out. Ride it out.
Hill.
We've only got about 7 games left. We'll be playing for the other team next season. Don't even worry about it. That's how you do your dirt.
Hopping like he's Durant.
That's how you do your dirt.
Make sure you don't miss that break.
Should go form super teams.
Super teams. Kindergarten soccer.
I don't even think Chad's going to play basketball. I don't think she's going to be into sports like that, which is a good thing. Let me be the maniac in the household. All right, it's good to be back. My stomach hurts right now. It really does because I'm laughing. My stomach muscles hurt. You guys I hate you guys.
Casual soccer fans.
Casual soccer fans. I mean, somebody made a good point. It's
like to be casual.
Somebody made a good point. I'm back because we're going to miss the break. It's just typical on the show. You guys realize casual fans don't listen to 95.7 or Sports Talk Radio? It's probably true.
I saw a lot of baseball moms yesterday, and I'll tell you this. The female mother baseball fan demographic, uptick, baby.
Oh, they listen. Oh, the women listen. They love us because we're kind of handsome. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Sandy Guru next year on 95.7 Game. We're not hard on Brock.
Yay!
Oh, no.
All right, Goo, let's get into it.
Yes, yes.
The NFL schedules were released.
The holiday is over because that's what that was last night, Stoney.
Yes, the 49ers schedule is out, and we're going to be taking a look at it, obviously, today. And
I'm going to give you my record. We'll go and you give me yours.
What's that?
I'm going to give you my record as I've already went through where I think they'll lose and slip up at.
Yeah, well,
that's the fun part.
I mean, we'll go through it, but let me ask you this first. Right. What sticks out at you most about this schedule?
The fact that the Niners play, and I'm not into this. I'm really not, and it's easy for me to sit here and say, Stoney, because I'm not a football player. You know, when you talk about the wear and tear and the attrition, but the Niners play 4 teams. They will play 4 teams coming off their bye week, and when you're as good as the Niners have been and your top dog or one of them, you know, again, Stoney, it almost goes to load management. I don't care. It's like if you're better, you're going to win. If you got to play in $10-2. But the bottom line is they play 4 of their games with teams that are going to have the ultimate rest. So that stands out. And the second part, and you didn't ask me the second part, but I'll share with you, is business is so good and you are blockbuster still trying to, on that quest to get that Super Bowl trophy, you open Monday night in your cathedral against a damn good Jet team with Aaron Rodgers. So to me, that's prestige.
Yeah, to me, what jumps out obviously is the Chiefs game.
Yeah,
at home for the Niners on in Week 7, October 20th.
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously a Super Bowl rematch. And then the week after, they got your Cowboys. They got your Cowboys.
Put a W down for the Niners.
What's that?
Put a W down for the Niners. And it's Sunday night again.
Yeah, 6 primetime games.
Boy. I think it was Dallas, the Niners, and there's one more team. Spadoni, who was the other one that had 6? I got it written down. I'll tell you. The Jets. Aaron Rodgers, Stoney.
Yep, Aaron Rodgers. I've got to figure out this earphone situation.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing. A couple other things that stuck out to me about the schedule. Second half looks much more difficult than the first half. After the bye week, which is week 9, they go east of the Mississippi.
All right, here we go.
4 times. And they go east of the Mississippi 0 times the first month of the season.
Yeah, but we're talking about a monster, and that's what they are, Stoney. As long as they stay healthy, I got my money on them, except a few times in the schedule, and I'll point out to you. But ask me the one thing that bugs me about the schedule.
Hey, Goo, give me one thing that bothers you about the schedule.
On December 30th, they play the Lions on Monday Night Football, and I feel like at that point, I expect the Lions to be good along with the Niners. I feel like the NFL got that wrong. Give that game to us earlier because it may not have any significance. You know what I mean? They may have stuff locked up, the Lions and the Niners mainly. So I feel like we want a rematch of that great playoff game, that NFC Championship game. So I'm kind of irritated, but I'm projecting that they won't need the game, either team. But that's the one I'm like, man, give me week 3 or 5, or give me Christmas night on that one. Thanksgiving.
Well, let me give you the alternative.
All right.
The game means something for both teams, and both teams have to have it.
I'm in then.
Yeah,
you got me. I'm in.
And it might be, it's week 17.
Yeah.
It's not week 18.
Right.
So I got to believe that there's going to be some kind of seeding involved. If these are 2 playoff teams,
all right.
Hey, this game might be for home field in the postseason.
I'll take that. So, you might be right.
And the week after that, they conclude versus the Cardinals,
who I think are going to be a more improved team. How about that?
Yeah, I mean they should be. But hopefully by week 18, you're all signed, sealed, and delivered, and you don't have to play your big boys that game if that's the way you want to go. But the schedule's out, and
6 prime times.
Dude, can you help me? And
All day, I'm here for you. Anything but money, I got you.
Okay.
All right.
And I want the listeners to help me here, too. First, I'll rip off a super tweet. The great Rich Mitchman for $1.99.
Somebody's Spadoni. Damn, now I butchered that.
You got to trade. You got to trade.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchman.
Kuminga's they got to dump or trade Kuminga.
Why does he do that?
I don't know.
Or she? Why?
I don't know. And I'm omitting some of the words.
Okay.
Great Rich Mitchman. But help me with this.
All right.
And listen, I'm not looking to be. I'm not the downer here, but I'm just curious. What is it that makes the unveiling of the NFL schedule such a big deal when you compare it to baseball and basketball? And here's what I'm after.
I gotta glue my lips together. I'm already ready to answer. Go ahead.
Before they unveiled the schedule, we knew the opponents. So what makes the dates so special, and why is this such a huge day? 888-957-9570. I'm just kind of, I get it. It's the NFL, and the NFL's the king.
Yeah.
And there's only 17 games, so they all mean something. So maybe I'm answering my own question. But I don't know. It's interesting that we know all the opponents they're going to have. We know the home and away opponents they're going to have. And so it's just a matter of where they're going to be placed in the schedule. So tell me, Goo, why do you love this day?
Okay. And I want you to do me a favor.
Yeah, of course.
Grade my answer. Compute my answer and say, you know what? It's only my answer. But, Steiny, you said it. Unlike the NBA and baseball, there's a plethora of games. They're 82 and 162. The NFL is king. Shout out Pete Franklin, Steiny, I believe, because each week is like its own playoff game. And now what the schedule does to me is it signals it's getting closer. You can taste it. And the fact that you find out when you play, you know, where you play and what time you play, a lot of people are going to take trips and they're going to plan accordingly. And that's what I believe is why it's so enticing and exciting to visualize, okay, the Niners are playing Monday night the Jets. That's way better than, hey, the Niners are playing the Jets and not knowing. The world's going to stop. You know, it's Monday night. The prestige in that game tells you and signals the Niners are still Billy Badass.
Okay. I get that. I understand.
B+.
I understand. Oh, I didn't grade you A-. All
right.
I didn't. How do I want to put this? I get that some people travel to some games. I guess they look at the schedule, then they pick out.
No doubt.
But that's relatively few people, right? In the grand scheme of things.
You'd be surprised, though, Steiny.
Well, I know the 49er fans travel well.
Well, how about it's just a part of it? It's a part of it. Like, there's a select percentage that do that. But just knowing, hey, you know, I'm a Viking fan. You know, I don't know where we're at. We're kind of up and down. But the NFL is going to tell us where our brand is at and how they view us. And that's just, to me, part of it. But now we know what times the games are going to be played. I called into Willer and Dibbs. They had the schedule party yesterday, Steiny. It was awesome.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they called me. They wanted a representative from I thought you were aware of this. They wanted
but I forgot.
They wanted a representative
I meant to say I didn't want you to do it.
Every team that they were playing. So I represented the Cowboys and I crushed Dallas. But they had some big timers call throughout the country representing each team like the Lions and had some guys from Fox Sports. Spadoni, you know I'm bad with names. I'm trying to remember one guy, but they were some heavyweights. But to me, that's what it's about. And the fact that you're not a fan, Steiny.
No.
No, and I'm just wondering, maybe that's the component on, you know, why it's, you get it, but it ain't like, it ain't do or die for you.
Well, I get it. I get the people that are traveling to games. And then I get
that's big.
And then I get all the fans kind of looking at it and overall assessing it. It's just, to me, it's really proof that the NFL is head and shoulders above every other sport.
Man,
it really, that's what this schedule release proves to me.
It's they do a primetime unveiling, Steiny.
And they do it But we already know the opponents. It's and where the game's being played. So the fact that they're just dropping games on specific dates, that's all they're doing.
Well, there's slots now. We got Thursday. We got Sunday night, 10 a.m. What? Like, how long you think that it's been king, the NFL? Like, it's a while, but they just keep growing in regard to now this was prime time yesterday and the world stopped for football fans. But you didn't ask me, and I'm going to just say it again. I think the fact that there's not that many games compared to the other leagues is a big part to me why the NFL is where it's at, Stoney.
All right, well, listen, I'm all ears today, and I'm open-minded. So if you're a Niners fan, let's just talk two things. One, why do you get so excited about the schedule? Why do NFL fans get so excited about the schedule? And then give me one thing you noticed about the schedule. One thing maybe you like or don't like about the schedule. I guess I'm answering my own question here, because even though you know the opponents before they unveil the schedule, I guess it's obvious that the order of the opponents and when you play them does matter. And, some of that stuff is sticking out, obviously, right now with the San Francisco 49ers. I agree with you. I was in the boss's office, and he said, what jumps out at you? Like, what jumps out at me? And to me, what jumped out was weeks 12 and 13. The 49ers are at Green Bay and at Buffalo in consecutive weeks.
Wow.
So, those are two teams that are big boy teams. Packers are certainly expected to be better, and they were pretty good last year. They made the playoffs. So that, to me, is what stuck out. The Packers and the Bills on the road. There's just the one thing. You remember me saying the one time that one of the cool things about certain games is you see teams that don't play against each other a lot, and
the
uniforms. I'll give you the uniforms.
The nostalgia. That's the word you use.
I'll give you the uniforms, and
look at him warming us, Madoni.
That's what I do when I when I picture the Niners and the Bills. I'm picturing them lining up on the line of scrimmage, and me thinking to myself, boy, you don't see that a lot. You don't see the Bills play the Niners a lot. You don't see those uniforms going up against each other. So
the last time they played, it was in Arizona in the COVID year when Josh Allen was phenomenal. Remember, but Niners were playing in the Cardinal Stadium. That was a Monday night game.
What happened that year? I can't even remember.
Niners didn't make it. Jimmy got hurt.
Okay. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Let me hear it, 49er fans. What game are you picking out if you're one of the people that travel to these games? I want to know what stuck out in the schedule unveiling that you guys noticed, and we're going to be picking it apart a little bit over the course of the show.
And Stoney, real quick, that Buffalo game after the Green Bay game, which is a 125 game in Green Bay out here on the West Coast, 125, that is a Sunday night game against the Bills. So that's prime time, Josh Allen and Brock Purdy. And we know he doesn't like to throw a wet ball, so I wonder what the conditions will be.
December in Buffalo, I'm sure it'll be nice, 75 degrees and sunny.
Well, hopefully he'll have snow rather than rain.
Or sleet, right?
Oh, God.
Are we all convinced he has a thing with throwing the wet ball?
I'm going to keep...
Look at Sadoni without saying,
It's something that I've noted, and I'll be watching
It's in
more
the file.
closely.
Okay.
It is in the file.
Right.
Let's go to Larry. Larry's in San Francisco. He's got an answer for me.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
As a football fan, and right now, let's look at this. I'm gonna show how big the NFL is, and we're talking about the schedule, right? Compared to the NBA playoffs and the Giants, baseball going on. But as football fans, our thing is this: like I love the competition, us and the Rams. I don't know what, and us and the Green Bay Packers. I'll always watch those games. But as a fan for years, I'm 67, so I've seen a lot of great football games with these two teams, the Packers and Rams and whatever. But as fans, I mean, I can't even put this in words how big the NFL is compared to the other leagues. There's no comparison. I mean, let's face it. We want to know what the Rams are doing. We want to know what the Packers are going to be like. Now, we know this new quarterback, the Green Bay Packers guy, and we got them on our schedule, so we're going to be paying close attention of every little bit of thing they're going to be doing, the little injuries, who's not going to play, who's going to play, who's going to make the difference in those games. That's what makes football so unique. The competition between two cities and their teams. And with that, I'm out.
Wow. Larry
coming in strong early.
I would call him the cable guy, but somebody has that.
No, Larry's good. Okay, let's talk about some of these things. So the 49ers have 6 primetime games.
Man.
And essentially primetime means night games.
Gotcha.
They're night games. Mm-hmm. And I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, would you rather play at 1 o'clock on a Sunday or 5:20 on a Sunday?
5:20, and I told you hate it.
What about if you're a fan? What about if you're a fan? You're a fan of the 49ers and you're going to the game.
I'm telling, that too. I want the night games to me are symbolic because all your brethren and the guys that you compete against, they're at home watching your game.
So, okay.
The world stops for you at 1. Everybody's playing. This is just, you're the one
bigger game. It's a bigger game, right?
Well, from a win-loss standpoint, no. But as far as the world's watching the Niners.
Well, let me ask you, tell me if this is a stretch. You play 6 prime time games, and you're telling me those are the player, and I agree with you. The players know the whole league's watching. To me, the more primetime games you have, it's more of a disadvantage because I do think you're playing those games at a different time, and you're playing those games. I mean, you're up for those games no matter what. But I get it that they have to put the best teams on at night and in prime time, and that's why the 49ers got 6 of them. But I would love to know what fans think. If you're a 49ers season ticket holder, okay, and you love to go down to Levi Stadium.
Now go ahead.
Would you rather see a 1 o'clock game or a 5 o'clock game, or doesn't it make any difference?
That's interesting.
That's one of the components here at 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in.
What about this component? And I know it's early, but when you get 6 or 5 primetime games, again, that means you're a damn good team. Steiny, what if I believe it's dress rehearsal for a playoff game or a big-time game? The fact that you're not taking the like it's a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
Because it is. You are right. It is different. And then all depending on where you are at in the schedule, you might have NFL Fox, having the set on your field, all that go. Like, it's attention, Steiny. And I love attention.
Let me ask you this, because Larry's got me thinking. And I can bring I'll bring Spadoni in on this also.
How many did the Raiders have, Spadone, real quick?
2.
Oh, boy.
2 primetime games?
They don't have a quarterback. Right. Like Jimmy Garoppolo, you could sell Jimmy's face to anyone.
Okay.
I mean, that's a handsome man.
Right.
Also, the fact that they were playing in the venue as a Super Bowl last year at Allegiant, they got a lot of it. They want to show it off.
Right.
But, they have
like that for you,
Black Friday against the Chiefs.
Yeah, okay.
You know what? Raiders last team to beat them, by the way, on Christmas.
All right.
And then a weird one in, Atlanta in, Week 15 or something.
Kirk Cousins, Steiny.
Yeah.
Michael Penix, maybe, too.
So are we real quick here, Steiny, are we so sure Garoppolo, it's his job?
What are you talking about?
Like, he's the guy?
Garoppolo?
Yeah.
And
got suspended
for LA?
Yeah.
For the Rams?
Yeah. No, for your team.
No, we got Minshew and Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah.
I thought there was something happened to Garoppolo.
Yeah, he's got suspended the first 2 games.
Yeah.
He'll be back for the 49ers Ram matchup in Week 3, his debut.
Wow. Because he's going to wrestle the starting job away.
Stafford got hurt, Steiny. He's injury prone. Anyways, I cut you off, Steiny. What were you going to say?
I've been cutting him off all morning.
So Larry said this is just such a big deal. We're talking about this, not the NBA playoffs. I want to take 2 scenarios here. Let's say the Warriors were in the Western Conference semis right now, like they've been.
Why
the
are you
last
doing
6
this
years.
to me? Go ahead.
No, but and they played last night. Okay, they played Minnesota last night in the Western Conference semis.
All right.
And I don't know if they won or lost, but it was game 5 or 6. We would not come out with the 49ers schedule, would we? Like, what would we have opened the show with?
And now you didn't do that's different. We would have started with, I believe, and rightfully so. We should have started with the Warrior playoff game.
Okay, now what if the schedule were released and the Warriors didn't play last night, but they played tonight?
I think we would start with the schedule.
I think you're right,
and then get right back on the horse.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Well, Steiny, last year the schedule released on May 11th, 2023, and the Warriors played May 10th against the Lakers. So, and they had just smoked them right. And it was that Friday night matchup where the Lakers ended up ending the Warriors season.
Right.
But we didn't even talk about the schedule.
No doubt.
I don't think we even talked about it.
I remember now, Spadoni.
Yeah.
It was all, it was hurt, pain.
So the 49ers would like to thank the Golden State Warriors for allowing them to take the day of news. But yeah, the thing, there's so many things that stuck out. Just a couple facts here, Goo. No, they don't play internationally this year. There's 5 international games. The 49ers are not among them.
I got to be careful because I love my country and I like the Olympic team, but I just want Steph to rest. So don't take that out of context. But there's just something about, I get trying to grow the brand, but I just don't like watching teams look like fish out of water. So you're going to play in Brazil, the Eagles. Let's just say it's their home game. That ain't the link. That ain't the, I don't like that. I don't like playing at a remote spot. Even on video games, they let you play in a different venue. I'm not into that. I want your team to have your stadium. I sound like Archie Bunker a little bit.
That.
Yeah,
I get that. So
no shade.
You're killing San Paulo.
It's like NFL goes Disneyland. Play in your barn.
I mean, I'm sure it all evens out with those international games over the course of a 3 or 4 year period. But
I'm sure the Niners are happy they don't have any.
I mean, I would think people love that because the games in London start at 7 in the morning or something, and then you might have 4 games on a Sunday. Yeah. You got the 1, the 4, the morning, and then the night game. I would think that'd be right up your alley.
Yeah. Last thing about my appearance with Willard and Dibbs.
Oh yeah,
I did make a prediction. We put it in the cap yesterday.
Well, that's hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm ready to let it loose.
No, hold on to that now.
Yeah,
absolutely. We'll get into some other stuff too. Get into some NBA playoffs. Get into a little bit of the Giants. I mean, we hammered them yesterday, and they come back and stick it right in our face.
Yeah.
Yay!
He's on my fantasy. I'm in last place
Webb.
in the fantasy stunning baseball.
Oh,
I won it last year.
I thought you were in first.
I was, and now it went, 2 weeks.
What happened, injury?
I wish it were. No, dudes can't hit and pitch. Dude, I'm last. Like, it's over.
Otis Bird III on the YouTube chat. I agree with Goo there. The international games have kind of lost their luster. But I don't think they've lost their luster in the city they're playing in.
And the fan base is going to watch, but it's just...
I get you.
And I like waking up at 6:30 or 7 and the game's already in the second quarter. That's pretty cool.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers schedule has been released, and what sticks out to you? And here's the other question I want to ask 49er fans. If you're a fan who travels, what's the game you're going to? And even if you don't travel, what would be the game on this schedule that you'd like to go to? And I know there are a lot of 49er fans out there who do go to games, and that's why today is such a big day, or I should say yesterday is such a big day, because I guess there are a lot of 49er fans that are on the phone right now making travel plans for dates in the future in various cities. So tell me what they are. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Meineke Car Care Center.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care with over 50 years of experience.
Steiny Show. Let's go.
All righty, we're talking about the 49ers schedule, which has been released, and taking note of some of the games and kind of dissecting it, at least for now. I've just been throwing out questions of 49er fans about the schedule, what they like, what they don't like. Here's one thing that's different than last year. Oh, go ahead. Read the text.
This is pretty funny.
I know. This is pretty funny.
You guys tell me what you think.
This is pretty funny.
On the phone with travel plans? ? We still in the 90s, 90s? Oh, boy. That was pretty good.
Wait, Goo, you don't have a travel agent?
No, stop. What are those?
Spadone?
I don't know what that is.
And for the people
are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, I know what they used to be, but I've never needed one my entire life.
I used to use one.
There's websites now, like kayak.com and stuff
I know.
like that.
Shout out to Brady Bunch.
I mean, there are people that had travel agents. They knew their names, and every time hey, Cindy, I'm going on a trip.
Oh, boy.
So I can't hear you, Spadone.
No, that was because my mic was off.
Okay.
How much do they run, Stein? A good travel agent?
I think they not
super expensive.
I have no idea. I can't even remember.
That's first people problems right there.
Yeah.
I don't know why people thought I didn't know Garoppolo was on the Rams. I don't know what was going on there. But anyway, go ahead, Stein.
Here's another one for 49er fans. Last year, the Niners played on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Damn. This year, they don't play on a holiday. So if you're at home and you're a Niners fan, on the holiday, would you want them to play on the holiday, or are you glad they don't play on the holiday because it's the holiday?
No, we cover the team.
Yeah,
and we're invested. I'm kind of bummed they don't play on the holiday. Last Christmas, it was a great showdown, MVP at stake with Baltimore and the Niners here. I kind of like that, Steiny, because whatever I do Christmas, I'm with the fam, but it's appointment TV, and then when it's the local team, you could always say, hey, I'm working. You know what I mean? Shucks.
Even on Christmas.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. I'm asking some questions of 49er fans, like which of the away games would you go to, or are you going to go to? What do you think about the schedule? Is there anything you like about it? Anything that scares you?
The boss just sent us a nugget. You like me about the Niner schedule? You tell me. It's kind of up your alley. The NFL has given out 704 schedules over the past 22 years. The worst net rest differential among those 704 are listed below. The 49ers have 2 of the 7 worst differentials of the 704, their 2023 schedule and this year. And that goes to playing teams coming off buys that I had mentioned. They got 4 this year, and I guess they had some last year. But for the people that are into, that's not cool or load management, the Niners are going to play teams that are well rested.
I'm gonna come back to that because I'm going to need a little more specifics on that. But let's go to Miguel. Miguel's in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Miguel?
Hey, Stein and Guru. Thanks for taking my call. Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to talk about the away games this year. Actually, my pops and my brother-in-law were planning on going to the Green Bay game on November 24th.
Cool.
So that'd be I think that's probably the one game that stands out.
That's the one that. That's
about you guys?
That's one of the 3 that stand out to me. Would you rather go to Lambeau or to Bill's Mafia country?
Wow.
I think I'd. Although
have you been there, Orchard, New York?
Oh no.
Okay.
Well, I've been to Buffalo.
So you never seen OJ in person?
No.
All right. Rest in peace,
dude. He retired in '75. Well, or something like that. No, I saw Niagara Falls. That's what's near Buffalo. Buffalo's near the Canadian border. You ever been to Niagara Falls?
No, but that's where Norm proposed to Daisy Mae Johnson.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Buffalo, New York.
On the Maid of the Mist?
Yeah.
On that boat?
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I should have brought it up when you were at the house. But anyway.
Spadone, have you ever been to Niagara Falls?
Do you want to? Like, it ain't even on your list. It's lost its fastball.
It's pretty impressive.
Like, I went to the Grand Canyon. Like, that was pretty sweet. I think of Niagara Falls. And maybe it is one of those bucket list things. If you live in America, like that, Mount Rushmore. So I should go.
Grand Canyon's dope.
Honestly, that would be a reason to go to the Buffalo game. You'd see Niagara Falls on the Saturday.
And I want to find out about, do they really have the best buffalo wing? I know it's the home of the wing, but.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah.
Wait, so the buffalo wing is from buffalo? It's not about the animal, the buffalo?
No, they don't. You don't eat actual buffalo when you eat it, Steiny.
No, but I thought it was just a description. I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah.
So a buffalo wing is called that because it literally came from buffalo?
Just a quick Google search right now, and this is via the nationalchickencouncil.org. So, deep fried chicken wings have been a staple of Southern cooking, but the concept of cooking wings in peppery hot sauce was born in 1964 at the Anchor Bar in Buffalo, New York.
There you go,
when co-owner Teresa Bellissimo cooked leftover wings in hot sauce as a late-night snack for her son.
Wow. What a last name. Bellissimo.
It's close.
You want to give it another try? Or you want to
Bellissimo.
Give up?
Oh, boy.
So, okay. What does that mean? Can you read that again?
All right. Before I give it to you.
Not the buffalo wing thing.
So let's say a team played on Thursday night.
Okay.
And you play them the following Sunday.
Right.
And you played on Sunday. That team you're playing got 4 essentially extra days of rest.
Correct.
So that's what this thing is about.
Okay.
And the Niners have got it stuck to them twice, last year and this year, where I'd mentioned they play 4 teams coming off their bye week, so they'll be well rested. And I guess I'm being a simpleton, Steiny, and I heard Dibbs talking about this yesterday too, where he was giving it some credence. I'm just like, you still got to play.
You do have to play, but if you're telling me the 49ers play more Thursday games, which is essentially what you're saying,
or teams coming off their bye to where they didn't have the car accident the week before, they're well rested. So,
well, the game that,
and I'm gonna get those 4 too.
Well, the Chiefs. Okay, so the game against the Chiefs are coming off a bye week.
Oh, that's not now.
Now the 49ers are coming off a Thursday game though.
Okay,
so they'll have their extra 4 days, but the Kansas City Chiefs will have 2 weeks.
So that's not the worst case scenario.
No, not the worst case scenario.
And speaking of the Chiefs, you tell me if I'm wrong. I think we're in the midst of a dynasty. I don't think I know. With Patrick Mahomes going to 4 Super Bowl, winning 3. Steiny, the reason the Niners don't have a Super Bowl victory, as much as I'm on Kyle Shanahan's head and the pressure that I appreciate him talking about in the Niner players, they want to get it done. But it just dawned on me this morning listening to Butch and Bonte, if I just condense it to Patrick Mahomes, who is the modern-day Tom Brady and is still going, is the reason they haven't won. Does that make Niner fan feel better? Because if I'm a Niner fan, it does not. I feel like you should have beat Pat twice in the biggest stage.
That's where you and I differ on those 2 games. I feel like in both those games, the Chiefs won it. The 49ers didn't lose.
Wow.
The 49ers in both the Super Bowls, to me, they didn't finish off the first one. And the second one, I just don't think they were good enough.
But they had a lead in both.
Yeah, well.
In the second half as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, you know, when we were leaving, you know, Bonte had a point that I think is right on the money, and it's something's changed in sports over the last few decades.
Damn,
and it's this: we've gone from kind of celebrating the winners to ripping the losers. It's unbelievable. I mean, let's take Minnesota.
I gotta let you know real quick. That hit me damn.
Let's take Minnesota, Denver.
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at the internet and you watch TV, there's more talk about Gobert and his struggles against Jokic than giving Jokic credit for being one of the best players in basketball history. It's like Gobert did not do a bad job against him. It's just Jokic is unbelievable. And I just think we've been doing that. Like I don't look at it as the 49ers blew those 2 Super Bowls. I look at it more, of course, did they have leads? Could they have won? Yes. Should they have won? That's where I say no. But
I think I'm a part of this.
I think the Chiefs get the credit. Rather than, I don't think they were given or handed the Super Bowl.
But you know what? I'm not mad at you, and that was profound the way you stated that. But let's just talk about me, for instance, in my fandom. Steiny, why do I call my post-game shows only after a loss? I don't call after a win. And to your point, I'm going to take a stab at it with Gobert and Jokic. It's a given that Jokic is great. So I think what it is Gobert has, shoved down our throat that he's this defensive player of the year. Maybe is he one of the best ever with multiple awards? So when they go up 2-0 and they beat Denver, I think the world says, okay, the story here is not Denver. It's the fact that Minnesota pummeled them twice at home. So it's almost like they're tricking you. The Minnesota, the players ain't doing it on purpose, but they got their run. You saw them. The T-Wolf Mania was taking over, and then they fall, we'll say, on their face, Donnie. And then that's where the media comes in almost like subliminally saying, you guys almost fooled us. Because we thought you had it.
Well, that's a bunch of BS. Because they did fool you. And you shouldn't be snookered like that. How many NBA playoffs have we seen where somebody declares it over after one or two games?
Phoenix, Milwaukee a couple years ago in the finals.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I mean, after Minnesota went up 2-0, everybody, that series is over. That series, it's like, it's not over. The Denver Nuggets, and that's what I'm talking about. It's like, you can't say it's over when you're talking about the defending champions.
Yeah.
Forget Minnesota, but I think we do
but now that noise is back for Denver, Stotty. Everybody's back. Oh, they bad.
Right. And let's face it, nobody thinks Minnesota's going to win tonight. Look, Spadone's shaking his head.
There's no chance.
I mean, there was a guy who once said you got to let it play out. You got to let it play out.
I feel like that's you.
Well, I've adopted it. But I'm just...
Nah, you're right, man. We focus on the losers more than the winner. But those Niners, real quick, those two Super Bowls, we could dissect it with the greatest football minds. Steiny, that all I'll say to this is they didn't get beat 30-3. They had a chance to knock off a great team and a great quarterback. And they didn't.
This is now on my mind. And I swear to God, I'm going to go back to the 80s and Magic and Bird.
Yeah.
When Magic beat Bird or when Bird beat Magic, nobody was ripping Larry Bird or Magic Johnson when they lost.
Yeah. Well, there was no internet, Steiny.
But there was TV, and there was word of mouth, and there was conversation. And I remember watching those games thinking, oh, my God, Magic's just so good.
Yeah.
Magic is just so good. Not Bird couldn't get it done.
Well, I got you.
Or McHale took the lump,
The world's changed, though, Steiny, and that's all will you admit?
But I haven't. I'm still practical and logical.
Do you think the human person has become more cruel since the 80s?
Oh, my God, yeah.
All right. That's take a ride on BART, Muni. Just wherever you go now, people are drive. You get the Bird, so he won't follow you now. People are more miserable now than they've ever been, and I think they take it out on covering sports and selling homes. We're more evil. I don't know when it started, but I believe the internet has a lot to do with it. We like to see the prom king fall. They used to trip, and we'd help them up. Now we just laugh.
There's an old saying, gentlemen. Misery loves company.
Yeah, that's true.
Damn!
That's true. Get off the internet.
Fitz told us.
That's a great one once said.
It is growing by the day.
Stop it. So what?
I wish we could have talked to him on how hurt he is and how this season ended. I guess we still can.
He's fine. Bob Fitzgerald's fine.
But I bet he wasn't.
Well, he's disappointed. But last I checked, he didn't defend anybody or make a three-pointer.
He's like us. He's a part of the team, Stotty. Yeah.
But anyway,
are we broadcasting from Levi's that Monday night? Look at Goo getting this program at Director Adams.
That's a good question.
Yeah, you would think.
Stay down in Santa Clara on a Sunday night.
Yeah, had that chicken Caesars. Remember,
rip
Monte
that town
treated us
up
to dinner.
That's right.
That ribeye.
That's right.
RELAX. Relax.
He'll be coming to town week one.
My laugh is Spadoni. That was great.
That game to me also
is awesome. I'm excited as hell.
Those are two uniforms you don't see lining up against each other.
Robert Saleh Coming back home,
that's right.
Steiny, and they got a defense, I'll say, a la like the Ravens and the Chiefs. They're DBs. They got guys, Steiny. Sark's gone. They got guys that'll get up on you. So we'll see, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers schedule has been released. And is there anything you noticed on it? Is there anything you like, you don't like? We knew who the opponents were. Here's some generalities. The Jets week 1. Here are the games that stuck out to me. Jets week 1. Then Chiefs, obviously, week 7. Those are 2 home games for the Niners. I still think the Niners and Cowboys are marquee.
Yeah, so does the NFL. That's why they're on. But,
exactly. So I put the Dallas game in there. That's going to be is that a short week? No, that's a Sunday night game against Dallas.
Again.
Yes. Believe it or not, I never find the Seahawks games intriguing. I
got them improved, though.
I know they're big. They're big games. They were last year. They made the playoffs, didn't they? Or came damn close. They were like the year before the year, I thought, but they should be better. The Lions stick, and I'm sorry, at Packers, at Bills. You got to believe the team is probably staying back east then, like they always do. And then the week 17 versus the Lions. And yeah, I'm kind of with the 650 here. Guru's worried that game won't mean anything. The 650 says Lions week 17. That might be for the number 1 seed.
You said that, so you kind of swayed me.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen there?
Well, I'll say this about the Dallas Niners matchup. Nobody will argue that the Niners have the Cowboys number, and they got a Niner problem. But the Niners have the Kansas City Chiefs problem. And remember, the Chiefs came when Purdy wasn't, full go, came in here and laid it on them a couple years ago. So I'm looking at this schedule like that's a game the Niners want to win. So if you do hook up with Kansas City again, and you can play with them, but can you beat them? Because both those Super Bowl games, Donnie, came down to the wire, and I still won't forget the ass kicking that the Chiefs in the regular season a couple years ago laid on the Niners here at Levi's.
Yeah, Mahomes was unbelievable in that game. I was talking to the boss a little bit before the show, and he was looking at the schedule, and he goes, well, I'll tell you what, they better start 5-0. I'm like, what?
They play the Jets week 1.
Right, but it's at home. But
you got the Rams week 3.
I know.
I got them in the NFC Championship game. Niners at Rams.
Lions take a step back?
Yeah, the Lions. Hey, I mean, the
Dan
Lions
Campbell not building on last year.
Hey, you're exciting.
Jared Goff, fresh off a $200 million contract.
How about a healthy Matt Stafford, an improved offensive line, and some defense for the Rams? And they just played the Niners tough, Stoney. So I got Rams at Niners NFC Championship game. No shade at Detroit.
All right. I mean, week 2's at the Vikings. You'll beat them without Kirk Cousins. Yeah. I mean, that should be a win.
Or Justin
Jefferson. The Rams.
Yeah.
At the Rams, then they come home, and
the Pats are nothing.
You got to take care of the Patriots and the Cardinals.
Now the Cardinals,
I see 4-1.
All right, that's what I got on my list.
I see 4-1. Although the Jets is an interesting game.
I have them winning that one. How about you?
The 49ers? Yeah, I got them winning that game.
Because of the ownage of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, 5-0 is obviously a great start. So I'm going to say they'll start 4-1 just to give them a loss. And now it's a matter of picking who I think they'll lose to in those first 4 or 5 games. But we'll get into it a little more later. Hey, by the way, you got to remind me when I went up to Spokane last weekend, something happened that was I've never seen it before in my entire life. It happened in a restaurant, and I've never seen anything like it.
Is it worse than what we saw at the Giant game last night, where our thread just popped off?
Yes, it was unprecedented.
Okay,
what I saw.
All right, I won't let you forget.
And the other thing is, many a time we've seen a person grab a ball from another person, so that happens. But this, what I'm talking about, didn't happen. Okay. We could get into the Giants thing last night. Did you all see what happened in the Giants game last night? It was in the second inning. By the way, the Giants won. Logan Webb, the stopper.
Yeah.
But I'll just tell you this story real quick, and if you want to jump in on this, feel free. Guy hits a foul ball. down the right field line, kind of deep down the right field line, but very
on the bricks,
but very foul.
Yeah.
And there was a woman who was sitting in a seat, and next to her, the seat was open. And she had food on her lap.
In both hands, yeah.
She had food on her lap,
yes,
and she was dealing with some stuff. Anyway, the foul ball comes, and it essentially hits right close to her.
It's her ball.
At one point, it was right next to her hip.
No doubt.
And the ball rolled onto the seat next to her, which was open, but it was flipped up.
And her hands are occupied with food.
Right. So she sees it, and she kind of starts to make her way there, and a guy in back,
oh my God,
reaches over and takes the ball.
Creep.
It was in the next seat from her, but it was a row down for him, and he took the ball, and she just looked at him, and you could hear her mouth, wow, like, really? Really?
Yeah.
And the guy was like, really? And the guy took the ball.
What a pig, man. I couldn't believe. And then I guess her whoever she was, her man,
right.
showed up later.
Right.
And you could tell he was looking back like, dude, you've had time to think about it. Hand over the ball.
Right.
And he was like, F y'all. Tony, that was, the vine blew up. Who raised him?
What if I told you that's kind of a close call for me? It is. The woman was...
You were in her space. Keep your hands to yourself.
No, he was in an empty... The seat was empty next to her.
The ball was on her hip.
It was at one time, but
I think
fell
he touched
into the
her.
seat.
There was contact. Him getting the ball in her side, there was contact. And that's what offended her. Like, dude... Steiny, I wish the ushers... If I was the usher, I was like, give me that damn ball. This is her ball. And then Kruk and Kipe even got a kid. They were blown away, though.
Well, I could tell Kruk and Kipe didn't want to rip this guy.
Maybe they should have. We need more of it. Public shame.
But it was, I thought it was funny. But then I thought, I would never do that if I were the guy.
Oh, my gosh.
Now the woman she was not older, but she was a woman.
Yeah.
And
that's enough.
And that's the other thing. Then her husband comes back and sits in the seat where the ball actually was. So had he been there, he would have gotten hit or he would have caught it, the husband.
Larry David would have got the ball back. Larry David would have got that ball back.
Well, Larry David would never give it back. Never give it back.
Well, you're right there, too.
Anyway, if you have a strong feeling on that, and it looks like some people do, it's no one's space. Does she own the stadium?
But how about grow up?
How about you snooze, you lose?
No, see, I don't like that. Steiny, I've been to baseball games where the players have given me a ball, and for a millisecond, I'm like, yeah. And you know what I do? Goo loves the kids.
Well,
first
kids are
kid I
different.
see right there. But, ladies, come on, be a gentleman. Your hands were in a jar that didn't belong to you.
Put your food down.
She had some concessions, boy.
Anyway, if you haven't, would you do what the guy did last night?
Oh God, who's gonna call and say they would?
I think there's going to be people. I thought it was
nobody here.
Here's what I thought. I thought it was a 50-50 call, but I'm also the guy who says just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it. So I do think it was a 50-50 call, but
we'll get to
I don't think he should have done it. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. And have
that dude call in.
Well, he's not going to call in. He's not calling in. All right,
I'm out.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Don't miss major Memorial Day savings at Scandinavian.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. That last segment was sponsored by Scandinavian Design. Scandinavian Design. We got a lot to get to today. The 49ers schedule was released. I also want to get into some NBA playoffs. Giants kind of bounced back with a nice win last night. There's some other stuff I want to get to, but sure enough, we're talking about something that happened in the Giants game last night. In the second inning, a player fouled a ball down the right field line, foul by plenty, but it was deep, near the bricks in right field. Mm-hmm. And there was a woman sitting there with an open seat next to her, and she had food on her lap. And a foul ball came and basically wedged itself between the seat and the back of the seat, in the seat next to her. And she went to reach for it, and a guy in back took it.
Creep.
Right before, she could do it. And she was not happy. I could see her say, wow, and like, really? And it seemed like the guy said, like, yeah, really?
Yeah.
Like, I'm good. Yeah.
Welcome to the world.
Really.
Yeah.
And, I thought it was a 50-50.
Man.
But I wouldn't have done it if I were the guy. I would have let it go.
It was an 80-20. That's her ball. You see, both hands are occupied.
So you think 80-20?
Yeah,
I'll bet you Spadoni thinks 80-20 his ball. Spadone? Oh, he's not listening. Spadone, I bet you think it's 80.
This will tell us how we were
80-20, the woman's ball. I said, I'll bet you Spadoni says
doesn't belong to anyone. She didn't grab it. Like, it's free for all when it's in the stands. I'm sorry.
But he reached down. He was one row up.
But did she have it in her hands, Goo?
No. I felt like it was on her hip.
I felt like it was on her hip, too.
It doesn't matter. She didn't hold it.
So fumble?
It's not hers.
Goodness. Wow, man.
All right, let's
and I was hoping Kipe and Kruk went at him, and they had fun, but they didn't get him.
It looked like they were restraining.
Well, pictures worth 1,000 words.
That's
the
true.
video, it looked. I needed a shower after it, Steiny. It was dirty, man.
Dave is in Half Moon Bay. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Hey, love the show. Love you guys. You guys got it all wrong.
Uh-oh.
It's 100% his ball. Wait, it's 100% his ball. Go back and look at the tape. He tried to catch it barehanded, hit his hand, and that hurt. He drops the ball into the seat because he pulled his hand away. He then reaches down and gets it. The woman is eating food, not paying attention. I think she said, wow, because she couldn't believe what happened. He reaches down and grabs the ball. He tried to catch it. In fact, Krug even says, bring a glove, meat.
No, I thought he meant the woman. I thought he meant the woman should have brought a glove.
No. Go back and look at the tape.
I didn't think he touched it. But what about when it was? It was absolutely on her hip.
And when he reached down, to me, that wasn't his space.
No.
When he reached down, he invaded her space.
Steiny Goo, you have it wrong. Watch the tape. He tried to catch it. It hit his hand.
I'm trying to look at it on the internet. I can't find it.
Nobody wants to. Okay. They deleted the footage.
But I did not see him. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate the call.
They went LeBron when he got dunked on by the college dude.
There was absolutely a time when the ball was by her hip.
Yeah,
like
after he dropped it. Even if what he's saying is true, you touched.
I didn't.
You invaded her space. Let her put her food down and get her ball. He went on. Let me put my. How creepy! And that's why her spouse should have gave him a knuckle sandwich.
Let's take it.
Wrestle for the ball.
Let's take it to the next step.
Yeah.
Let's say that was Mia.
Oh, I would have got that ball back.
But you wouldn't have seen it. But you come back and sit down.
And she told me what happened.
What would you do?
I would have got that ball back. But Tony, your boy would have out of here. Steiny, Mia would cuss me out all the way home if I didn't attempt to try to get the ball back. How about that?
I sent the little clip in our chat so you guys can watch it again.
Oh, you did?
You siding with him or us, Spadoni?
Right. I'll take a call. James in Richmond wants to talk about it. What's up, James? How you doing?
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Love you, too. You're great. Keep it going. You guys are out of your minds. It's a free-for-all. I've been going to ball games since I was a kid all over the country. I'm still the guy at 52 years old. I bring my glove. It's fair game. I didn't see the tape admittedly, but you go for it. It's a free-for-all. Goo, I'm boxing your ass out. Sorry.
Wow. All right.
I'm taking you out.
Thanks, James. Appreciate the call. Let me be clear on where I stand, which is right in the middle. It's a tough call. It was a 50-50
I feel like
call.
I'm losing you.
No, I would have never done what the guy did.
Okay, that's all.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I would have not done that.
And I don't want to go sexist, but the fact that it was a woman, Steiny, that's her ball. Get your paws out of my space. And that's
in fairness,
he blew his chance. If Kruk was talking to him, bring your glove. The ball was in her seat, on her hip, and you went Easter egg hunting.
Lucas is in San Jose. What's up, Lucas? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I got to agree with the other two callers, man. It's his ball. If she really wanted the ball, and I know she probably had $20 nachos on her lap, but you got to throw the $20 nachos. You got to get that ball.
Oh, boy.
If it was right next to her, why didn't she just go get it?
Well,
her hands were, she had food in both hands.
She had to figure something out.
Yeah, she had, her hands were occupied.
You got to throw it. The ball is worth more.
Here's the more important question, Lucas. Would you have done it?
There you go.
Would I have grabbed the ball if it was in the seat right next to a woman?
Yeah, just like he did.
I would have.
Wow.
I would have taken it because I got a little sister at home, so I would have brought the ball home and gave it to her. How do you know this guy didn't do that?
Well,
yeah.
That guy has the ball.
He didn't look like he had kids.
He's at the water cooler at work like, you guys see me? Gosh, man. I felt bad for the young lady. And I don't want to criticize her like, I don't know how much. She has some groceries, but that's not part of the story. It's about being a gentleman, man.
I'm not here to rip this guy.
So she's got to go Lawrence Taylor to get the ball.
I just wouldn't. I would have.
It technically was in her seat, guys. Yeah,
just take it. Cyrus is in Oakland. What's up, Cyrus? How you doing?
Hi, gentlemen. So I think I have a solution to this. There's a third way, and so I am from Oakland, but my family is from Iran, and there's an Iranian cultural tradition that's called tarof. It's a tradition of politeness.
Wow.
And that's the third way. He could have offered, you don't want to give the thing away, but you offer it in such a way where the person knows you want to keep it.
There you go.
And you offer it to them. So he says, here, would you like the ball? And she would realize, oh, he kind of wants it, and she would maybe say no. Now, of course, you take the chance of maybe she just takes the ball, but then at least you've got the high road and you've taken the higher ground.
Yeah,
and you lose the baseball.
Yeah,
but I think it's the third. I think the third way is the way to go on this one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Out.
I'm with them.
Daniel in Napa. What's up, Daniel? How you doing,
Hey,
man?
boys, you guys are exactly off. The guy actually,
wow.
He hurt his hand and he let it go, and the announcers actually said he's going to have a pain in the morning. But I was so excited when I saw him catch it. But the lady, you're right, she had groceries. She had at least $60 worth of food she should have tossed to the side and just grabbed that ball because she looked at it.
Yeah.
She literally stared at it. And that gentleman, which is wild, because I go to so many games, I'm usually in the Levi's seat. Right. Whenever I get a ball, I hand it to a kid.
Attaboy.
Always.
That's how you do it. Yeah. Shout out to your parents. Steiny, I got to give you my story.
Real quick, if you're just joining us, we're talking about foul ball in the Giants game last night. In the second inning, it gets hit, and there's a woman sitting, and she's eating, and it's right next to her, and there's a guy in the back row, and the ball ends up in an empty seat, and he gets it before her, and she was not happy at all. And Guru and I are getting crushed.
But no, you text right away. We all, it was simultaneous. Spadoni Evans, like, did you guys see that?
Again,
the fact that the guys getting support is killing me. It's like 9-1.
Again, I do think
he missed it.
Right, but just because he missed it doesn't mean she should get it. Like, he missed it and then he followed up.
In her space.
Nah, I mean,
so now we want her to go WWE and wrestle and stand up.
The ball ended up in the seat next to her.
Well, Steiner,
that her husband should have been sitting in at the time.
Be a gentleman.
Well, that's the bottom line here. The bottom line here is Just because you can do something doesn't mean.
Let me give you my quick story.
But I think I think what people are saying is it's a free ball.
Yeah. And you tell me
it's
if
a
you've
free
heard
for
this
all
one.
too. Yeah, go ahead.
We used to once be the flagship for the A's, 957 the game. So I had to kidnap my children and wife to go to an A's game. On my bucket list, Donnie, as many baseball games as I've been to, Spadoni, never got a foul ball. We're on the first base line. I'm at the end of the aisle, the Johnsons, 4 seats. I'm the last. 2 kids, they're about 9, 10, and my wife. Foul ball comes, hits a guy I thought cracked his skull right behind me. Steiny, there was a splat, and I said, oh my gosh. And the dude tried to catch the ball, hit his hands, it rolled right underneath me. I have the ball, but I couldn't get over the splat noise. What do I do? Because I know I had to kidnap the family. You're not diehard baseball fans. So the Johnson in me said, because I knew the dude was hurting, I reach back, I turn around, not my kids, I bypass the kids and Mia and give the dude the ball because of the pain he went through. So then I look at my family and 6 eyes are looking at me like, did you effing give the ball to that dude as opposed to us? And I swear, I turn around and say, dude, can I get the ball back? He goes, hell no. And we sat there for 7 more innings of they were so mad at me, and the dude just embarrassed me by saying, hell no. I gave him the ball instead of my kids, and I didn't give it to them because they were, I didn't want to get to the game.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah, no doubt.
Josiah's in Martinez. What's up, Josiah? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How we doing?
We're doing well.
I want to start off by saying, love the show.
Oh, thank you.
Love listening to y'all. First, I'm gonna start off by saying I wouldn't have done it.
There you go.
So my theory on balls going into the stands is just like when you're at a wedding and that garter or that bouquet goes in the air. There are elbows. There are. If she hadn't went into bouquet mode, she would have got that ball.
But see, when you do it at the wedding, you're in your own division. You know, this was man against young lady, man. Just have be cordial and give her the ball.
Yeah, it was, anyway.
I'm surprised they didn't go with a mic and interview her or him.
I am surprised they didn't revisit it a little more because that's what they usually do. Mm-hmm. They usually revisit it more. The Giants broadcast team, but you know, as Spadoni said, it kind of reminded us of when George Costanza was eating the ice cream at the U.S. Open. If you don't know, he was a mess.
Why don't I remember that episode?
Because there were 700 episodes.
So real quick, what happened to the ice cream?
He demolished it, but he ended up on TV looking like a slob eating his ice cream.
It was like if Kruk and Kai did the play-by-play, like made fun of him. That's what they did in the episode.
Boy. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, they made fun of him. But hey, Giants, nice bounce back for them.
No, this is a super bounce back. And Steiny, as that game was scoreless, I'm like, oh man, come on now, you can't. I felt like if the Dodgers would have scored 1 run. Oh, boy, and they had second and third. I was like, one hit.
Bases loaded in the first.
I was like, man. So that's a big one. You got the Rockies coming to town, Steiny. And like I said, it's early. That was 2 of the worst. You know what those 2 games were?
No.
For the Giants, these last 2 games against the Dodgers, the Toronto Raptors game for the Warriors, and the New Orleans Pelicans game where the fans were booing.
Okay.
But you still kind of didn't make the playoffs. But, hopefully a different result.
Can somebody explain to me this? So I've been watching Matos in center field. Ooh. And he can't take the right route, it feels like, to save his life. And then last night, he makes one of the best catches of the year.
My phone blew up.
Robbing a home run. Yeah. Who was it from? Hernandez.
Yeah.
And
11 home runs. We had 12.
How did he track that ball down?
Give it
and
to
make
him.
that play up against the wall? He got hurt too, but he stayed in the game. How can he make that play and look shaky in the first couple games?
So maybe there's some truth to the wind and the conditions in that park. It's a bear, But Stoney, my phone blew up, and I was getting hate mail from my buddies like, "Oh, you went in on him." That was a hell of a catch. I mean,
That's a great catch.
So, what are you saying now? You got to feel like that gave him some confidence, but it's a hard park maybe to man center field. You see what it did to Jung-Hoo Lee? That could have happened to him.
I thought it looked like he was going to be more hurt because he kind of got tangled up in the
great catch.
in the fence kind of part. But yeah, just a great catch by Matos. By the way,
I'm shocked at this.
Giants off today.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just shocked at the support that the guys.
I'm a little shocked too.
I don't know. Yeah,
but I do think most people are probably like Part of me does think the ball, I think, was fair game where it ended.
So you would tell the young lady if she was your
up.
friend or neighbor, nothing to see here. You should have put the food down and wrestled for it. That's what I don't. And some people are like, Guru, what if he had a kid? Let's stop with what ifs. That dude invaded her space and a gentleman, like,
let's put it this way.
Are you that hard up for a ball?
I'll bet
Come
you.
on.
Here, I'll bet you this.
That's what I didn't like. The more I think about it now.
I'll bet you this. I'll bet you that two things can be equally true. We got 5 calls here saying that ball is free at anybody's ball.
8 calls.
Anybody's ball. And she just didn't get there quick enough. Okay, that's fine. Now I got a second question. Would you have done it? Would you have done what the guy did?
I could never.
888-957-9570. And I think, I'll bet you we don't get a lot of calls.
Yeah. You know me. I got my flaws. I love the women. I respect them. I got a sister, mom, and daughter. No way I would have took that ball from that woman. Well, and then he gave her the Charles Oakley, like, like I got, that's what, there was some like, yeah, I got it. What you gonna do? That's what I didn't like. We ain't brought that up.
Well, I got to tell you.
He had no tact.
Well, yeah, I got to tell you that the gender aspect doesn't register at all with me.
Wow.
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
Just because she's a woman, if she would have been a man, I think he does the same thing.
Oh, if it had been a man, Stoney, I'm like, oh, it was all good.
I'm not giving, well, if I'm on his side, which I'm not, I mean, I'm not giving her the ball just because she's a woman, but I wouldn't have given it to a man.
You wouldn't have felt any type of way reaching into that seat and taking that ball in a seat that did not belong to you. That was almost a 211. That's a burglary in progress, Donnie. 211. What he put his hands where it did. You had your chance with your mitts. You dropped it.
Yeah.
You feel comfortable? Oh, let me grab the ball. What? Oh my gosh.
What?
Like he had his hand Easter egg hunting. That ain't cool.
It wasn't cool. That I agree.
I wish our guy would have been more.
Was it illegal?
Yeah.
Did he be arrested for it? Did he break baseball etiquette? Probably not.
I think she gave her guy some choice words on the way home, or he had to sleep on the couch.
I was wondering if the husband then, when he got back,
he's like, oh man,
would raise some hell.
Yeah.
Hey, Willard and Dibbs today are live from the Dwight Clark Legacy series, starting today at 2:00. So at 2:00 for Willard and Dibbs show, they will be down in San Jose at the Dwight Clark Legacy series. I can't. An incredible assortment of 49ers guests are going to join the show today. Take a listen. Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Dre Greenlaw, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, and many more. I'm looking forward to the Dre Greenlaw interview to find out where he's at after getting hurt in the Super Bowl. If you want to go to the event, you can still buy tickets at DwightClarkAward.com. Tickets are $87, and all of the proceeds go to the Golden Heart Fund.
And the boss is going. Lucas came in here with I'll let you see his suit jacket on.
Oh, Lucas is going too?
Lucas is representing. The right on the table for this event is I need to see a tie from the two guys or a suit jacket. And they kind of told me, Goo, you're not. But we need to. You're going to be around this.
Nahegan wore jacket and open collar shirt.
No, that doesn't shock me. He knows. But my two guys yesterday were acting like, you might just get regular.
I mean, I would have I'd put a tie on.
Me too. I did it for the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. I would absolutely put a tie on. But
they got some big boys.
They do.
So I'm sure Nahegan will go recruit them to get on air. Or Lucas.
Well, they're supposed to join Willard and Dibbs. They're just supposed to do it. Keep your mouth shut and do it.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. All Are you telling me that Lucas Alexander is dressed up today?
I saw.
Fight on.
Luke,
I have never seen him in anything other than a hoodie, shorts, and jeans or something. I can't. I don't
he
even
was
know.
clean. I saw him.
Did he shave?
I didn't know. I didn't see him like that, Stoney.
Well, I'll give you the scouting report on Lucas's attire on the other side. But
I'm fashionable.
And we talked about real quick if the world's changed and all these guys saying it was fair game. Nothing to see here is really disheartening to your boy.
Yeah, it's a little disheartening to me.
But really, you say that 1 minute, and the other minute you're like,
I know.
I didn't see it. I don't know. Come on, man.
Hey, Mr. Irrelevant MC says, where is Evan? Well, Evan is he's off the next 2 days.
He was a P1. You should know.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Irrelevant
His
MC.
buddy's getting married in D.C.
That's right.
That's right. Go to the White House.
Ernie Chavez should have answered you. He's not going to the White House. Why?
D.C.
You got to schedule those tours in advance. I do know that. My oldest daughter, she works on the Hill.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
shout out Capital.
Thank you. Give me the water drop, please. Thank you. No, but what he should do is go to the Black History Museum, which is absolutely unbelievable, and then the Holocaust Museum.
Now, how far are they from each other?
Not far. It's all in like this big. I mean, it's not. You can walk, but it's a little bit.
You told me
he's black.
Yeah, the Black Museum. You were there almost an hour and a half.
Oh, more than that,
dude. That is that big.
It's really cool. It's like 6 floors, and you just gradually walk.
I got to get there, man. So that's definitely something to take the fam to.
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, it was wow. I mean, in the Holocaust Museum too. I mean, the Holocaust Museum is sobering.
Wow,
I mean that's the one. But that's what you should do when you're in D.C. Get a little slice of history at those two places.
Yeah, he's in the wedding. He's actually he's a groomsman.
Yeah, he's.
Hopefully, he'll catch the little thing.
Well, what do guys have to?
It's the.
No, I don't think guys.
Yeah. I threw it in mine.
Guys don't catch anything, do they?
Yeah.
No, it's just the women. They looking for the garter, I think.
No, the guy catches it and puts it on the. I don't know.
Yeah. Help! Little help!
It's
the little thing that's on like the woman's legs.
Yeah,
garter or something like that.
You're the human Google.
That's what she throws.
I thought she throws them to single women. And
it's the bouquet.
The guys catch I forget the name.
The garter?
I threw it in mine.
It's like whatever that she was wearing.
So why does the guy catch the garter? Like, what does he get?
Hopefully a bride.
Yeah, and then the women catch the bouquet.
I don't think that's right.
We'll dive into this at the break.
And then garter is confirmed.
It's confirmed.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Tune into You Don't Know Jack this Friday on The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Unbelievable. Guru, your guy who you picked to win the Masters, and he did win.
Scheffler.
I told you he's a machine. He eagled the first hole in the PGA, which is a major. He holed out from, I don't know, 200? I don't even know.
So is he the best in the game now?
Yes, he is the best golfer in the game.
Who would you say is on his bumper? Because there's not a gap like when Tiger.
There's a bunch of guys who could win this, but yeah, Scheffler's right now playing
Reed.
Unbelievable.
What about Reed?
Patrick Reed?
Yeah.
Nah, he's falling off a little bit.
Oh, boy.
I mean, that's the thing about golf. It's tough to stay on top.
When you golfing again?
I don't know. We'll see.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we got a text from Willard. He says
Well-
Spadoni was correct. The great Mark Willard wearing no damn tie. He went Durant.
I'll be honest with y'all. I went back to the video and I watched it again, and it doesn't look as bad as I remember.
No way, it was quick. The Steiny was as bad as he reached. He was in her space.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember that time I saw a car accident?
I'll never forget.
And then I got called into court. I had to testify. Not court. I got it was like media.
A witness.
Yeah, I had to go like take the stand, but it was in a conference room, and they asked me questions for an hour about what happened in this accident, and I said, "Well, the taxi did this and that and the other thing." They talked to me for like an hour, and then the guy on the other side said, "We'd like to show a video." The taxi that got in the accident, or the car that got in the accident, had a camera, and all my details were wrong. They were just totally wrong. But I had to do this about a year. It was about 9 months later. Like there was an accident, and then time passed, and then there was a lawsuit, and then I had to go.
How did you feel when you saw the video? And basically, everything you thought you saw was wrong.
I was blown away. I was blown away.
Don't use Steiny for a witness.
And then they said, like I said, well, obviously I'm wrong. My bad.
See you later.
Yeah, bye. I was worried I was going to get arrested.
Wow, man.
So anyway, I went back and looked at the tape, and
he reached over in her space. That's what I didn't like.
It was
a
in the
gentleman,
seat,
man.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
It wasn't in his seat. It was in her seat.
It was in her husband's seat.
Possibly.
That was unoccupied.
I was a little hungry after seeing what she had little nachos, might have been some popcorn, Steiny, and a beverage.
What do you I'll tell you what, let's talk a little NBA playoffs. Maybe Warriors will sneak in there for the next 20 or 30, and then we'll get back to the schedule because I don't want to forget about the 49ers schedule. We'll do that at noon. We haven't talked a lot of NBA playoffs, Goo.
Yeah, well, you've been gone.
No, that's true.
But
what's your overarching thoughts on the postseason?
Do you want me to be honest?
Of course.
I do not like this physicality. And it is starting to scare me because now when you bring up what you love to do, the birth certificate and the age, I'm thinking, what if they allow Steph to get shoved like this? Steiny, listen to the bodies dropping on the floor, and everybody is still mouth on the floor like, I can't believe that wasn't a foul. Am I enjoying ball? Yes, I am. But Steiny, this is prison ball. I don't like it, and I would love to have been on the email chain or just in the boardroom when Silver said, hey, not blow the whistle, shout out Too Short, just swallow it. So that's my biggest takeaway, partner. I thought it helped Minnesota get up 2-0. You can just shove a dude. What are you watching Dallas and Minnesota? I mean, Dallas and OKC.
I love it.
SGA is like, what basketball is this? Good God.
I love it. They got to find a balance, and they're working toward it.
But right now, you can feel it's a little out of control with the
No.
Wow. Guys are getting hit in the mouth, shoved to the ground on breakaways when it used to be foul. Now it's just get pushed in the first two. Let's keep playing. Play on.
That's right.
Real quick, gentlemen, this is per Sham Sharania of The Athletic. There's breaking news right here. Mike Conley is expected to return for the must-win Game 6 versus Denver tonight for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Gutsy.
Can't hurt.
Gutsy.
Man, an Achilles injury on the last play of Game 4.
Yeah. 408, thank you very much. A deposition. That's what I was doing.
Okay.
A deposition. It wasn't on the
So
stand.
they got to you when it happened in the real time. You must have
I called 911.
Oh, wow.
I was the guy who called 911.
So you saw it for real.
It was.
You didn't remember
it was harrowing. It was one of the most awful
in the old
things.
building?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Like a 6-year-old girl got hospitalized.
Oh, stop.
It was right before Christmas. She spent Christmas in the hospital. But I ended up calling the dad, who was. Man. Horrible. I don't even want to talk about it. It was really horrible. She's doing. She did okay, but she was in the hospital for Christmas for like a week, and oh God, it was
maybe that's why you didn't have your.
It's the worst.
Yeah, who wants to remember that?
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So Mike Conley's playing tonight, and you know how we always say, that it matters how things end. Well, apparently the Cleveland Cavaliers are in disarray, and they're thinking of firing Bickerstaff.
Is that up in play too?
Yes, absolutely. Wow. In fact, many think he's going to get fired. But apparently they have a backcourt problem. Not apparently, they do. They got 2 smallish guards, Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell. And Donovan Mitchell has 1 more year left in his contract, so he's eligible for an extension. But who knows if he wants to stay in Cleveland.
Well, I woke up this morning and said he had an issue, Donovan Mitchell, if true, with some of his teammates, and that could be a deal breaker. And Garland said if Mitchell's still there, he don't want to be there.
Well, that's the issue. They gotta figure out their backcourt. I think they might have to figure out some of their front court too, because maybe they can't play 2 bigs together.
Well, they missed Allen. That was a big deal.
Yeah, they did,
and they played hard.
The other thing about Allen is he played almost every game in the regular season. So he ended up getting hurt at the worst possible time. And
so Mitchell, how good do you think? I mean, he's
I love Mitchell. I think he's.
If LeBron could get him somehow, why was LeBron in Cleveland? There had to be a connection with Donovan Mitchell to me. The last time he was at a game was when he was with Miami. He was at a playoff game in Cleveland, and that offseason, that's when he dipped, and he was a Cav again. So you cannot tell me this was just happenstance. LeBron is
It was Mother's Day weekend.
Yeah.
He went back to Akron. There was a school graduation, apparently, that he was going back for. But I actually did not think of Donovan Mitchell.
Picture him in a Laker uniform.
I was picturing LeBron back in a Cleveland uniform.
No.
This
is to me Donovan with the Lakers. He's a badass. He's still young.
No doubt.
Hey, Donovan, I need to rest the next 5 minutes.
What do the Lakers have that Cleveland would want?
Spadoni don't want to hear this. Reeves without LeBron.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't get it done.
Oh, no. Couple draft picks.
3.
Not 5.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Who else?
Although the Lakers probably don't have draft picks.
What about Hachimura? What if they want to?
He's all right.
You call him a Jag?
No, he's all right.
He's better than just a guy, to me. They play better when LeBron's not there. We've seen that.
But I'm not. Please.
Well, when you have a problem, sometimes you got to take less on the dollar because you need to just fix it, right? It's Cleveland. Like, you need to break it up. Somebody's got to go. I'm not too big on Garland. I don't know how good you think he is.
I like him both.
He's not a scrub by any stretch, but
I think they're both good. Both good.
But one's better than the other, Stoney, and that's Mitchell.
No doubt about that. But Garland's pretty good. What have you been thinking about Draymond on TV? Draymond Green's been doing
it's funny
inside the NBA.
I've been dealing with a lot of melancholy, and the reason I am is it looks like TNT's over, and Ernie Johnson's not going. They're not going to just show up on another network, I don't believe, and if they do, it's not going to be as it was with Ernie because of his ties to Turner. But with that said, I got to tell you, Stoney, I got a little sad watching Draymond be spectacular again on TNT, and then thinking how it affects him. Not that he won't get picked up anywhere else, but I was like, this dude's the next. With that said, I do got to say, if I'm Steph or anybody else, I would have texted Draymond, like, lay off Gobert. You ran your Gobert material the night before. You did. Like, how many times are you going to hit the pinata? And then the rat on the table is they're still playing.
Right.
But he kept just, yeah. And I'm like, Ernie was like, damn, Dre, we get it. You don't like him, but no, they got. And so I didn't like that, but he is great, man. He called the Knicks a fluke and then stood on it.
Well,
10 toes down.
He
said they're a fluke.
That's a little strong, but I do think that of all the teams in the playoffs, like the Knicks are doing more with less talent than anybody else.
And that's why I love your guy more than anybody and the players. Dante Brunson.
How about Thibodeau?
Yeah, Tibbs. That's what I'm talking about.
He's a great coach.
So why would Dre give them, not that they're overachieving, why would he throw the fluke on it? Because they're about to be in I got to be careful here, the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, I think he's calling him a fluke because he doesn't think their talent level is up to the other team's talent level. I know.
But they're overachieving. Yeah. I'm just saying, how about throw them a bone? It ain't easy what they're doing.
No, it's not. But like the other thing is, the East is so lousy. It's really lousy.
I'm not sold on Boston at all.
Well, I'm not either, but they're making a finals.
Okay, you think so?
I mean, who's going to beat them?
Indiana and Halliburton. What's going on there? Going to the rack and then passing out? Stop. You don't do that in CYO. You can't run from it, son. Shoot it. They just went, boy, Steiny. They'll probably win tomorrow.
By the way, of all the things we talked about with the Warriors this year,
I was the first.
We never talked about. They're missing DiVincenzo. Dude,
they're probably in the playoffs with that kid.
Stop it. Yeah, if he played like he did with the Knicks this year, he was good last year, but he wasn't this good.
But you could count on him, Steiny. He tailed off at the end. Come on, man.
Yeah, he did tail off at the end.
He's
also he's playing like 4 minutes more a game. Now he's playing a ton of minutes.
He'll take a big shot, go get a rebound. I wonder what, I'm going to put it right on the table, Steiny. I wonder what his relationship is with Draymond, because Draymond didn't mention him at all. And I'm thinking Dante. And I'm thinking if I'm DiVincenzo and my former teammates filling in for the great Shaquille O'Neal or Barkley, to call my team a fluke, even if you wanted to, I'm your former teammate. So I would think I wouldn't even, you know what? I ain't even going to do that to Spadoni. I'm going to throw Spadoni a bone if he's on the Knicks. I just think
that's honest analysis. That's what we want. Well, that's not honest analysis then. If you're throwing a bone to somebody, rather than telling the viewers what you really think, what good are you doing?
No.
Draymond thinks they're a fluke.
No,
he thinks
give Dante
stinks.
some love.
Why?
You could still say fluke and say DiVincenzo is balling, is playing his ass off.
Well, I
don't know. I just feel like something's there. He didn't go out his way. Not that he has to, Steiny, but I was like, damn, you would have never thought they were former teammates.
I'm with Chris A. here. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you what I'm talking about.
He doesn't owe it to Dante to talk about it.
Well, give me something better than they're a fluke. And my point is, this dude is not the greatest teammate, and I just was looking to see, okay, you know, Dante's making big shots. He's playing good, Steiny. Let me see him. Let me see if he covers DiVincenzo. Didn't cover him at all. He went Gobert, left, right, student, you know, like, okay, I'll see what you're doing, Dre.
Drew Down is right here on the YouTube chat. He says the Hawks playoff run was a fluke. And
when they beat the Sixers?
Yeah, because Ben Simmons was terrible. That's why they beat the Sixers. But, yeah, I mean, fluke's an interesting word.
Well, they're playing without 4 guys, and they're doing this.
Who?
The Knicks. Randall.
Okay, that's
Robinson.
Please.
Who else I got? Give me one more.
I don't know, but the 10th and 11th man don't count.
No, they do, Steiny.
No, they don't. They don't. But the Knicks... I told you I was texting with my boy Frank Isola.
Frank, you should have got him on. See, that's what that's what I mean.
Maybe we'll get him on. But
it never crossed your mind. Every time I'm talking to somebody, Ellie House, I'm like, you know what? You want to pop on? You got a second?
Well, they never do.
They have been on the show.
Yeah, but I mean,
wow. Be careful.
What?
Nothing.
About those 2 guys?
Yeah, those are my guys now.
No, that's fine.
What about Big Baby saying him and Eddie got in a fight and Eddie hit him over the head with a beer bottle and then he got ugly?
Okay. What are you talking about?
Big Baby.
Where do you find this stuff?
On a pod,
and why do you care?
Yeah, because he's going to prison, but you think he's going to college. He's so happy.
I got to ask you to reset here.
A couple days ago.
Okay.
On this, a podcast.
Okay.
I forget the name of the podcast. Big Baby was on there.
Okay. Former Celtic.
And the reason I clicked on it is they were like, this is the happiest guy going to prison. And
Big Baby's going to prison.
Yeah, for lying or fraud with the NBA injury stuff. So he's doing, I forget how many months.
Is he in jail or is he in prison?
He's on his way.
Okay.
All right. So he's doing some time, and he's just been in a good mood. So he was on this podcast, and he talked about a fight he had with Eddie House. And there's some choice words being said at the poker game, and Eddie grabbed a beer bottle, hit him over the head.
Eddie hit Big Baby with over the head. What happens when you do that?
Well, he
was
tells
he knocked out?
No.
Oh, sorry.
He turned into the Incredible Hulk, and he said there was blood. I've never heard this story. And basically, he had got to Eddie, and it wasn't pretty. And the teammates
Eddie took a licking?
Right. And there was blood. So this is, I texted Eddie. He didn't text back. But I was like, damn, Big Baby. So this was years ago. But I'm like, he's doing his little tour before prison. I guess he tried to defraud the NBA, like insurance type of thing. And they hit him. I think it's like 24 or 36 months.
Man.
They'll probably do half of that.
Well, and maybe,
I couldn't do it. I'd jump off the bridge.
Well, have you committed any crimes?
No.
You don't have to worry
and
about
that's
it.
why.
You got to live by the law.
Yeah.
You absolutely have to live by the law. So you think Minnesota's getting beat tonight?
I do, Stoney. And Ant-Man's getting that Jordan attention or the Kobe attention,
Yeah.
and nobody's helping him.
Told you.
Nobody's
Can't be
helping
putting that
him.
label on him.
Yeah.
Can't be putting the Jordan label on him. I mean, the bottom line is that Minnesota was not going to beat the Denver Nuggets once Finch got hurt. Finch not sitting in the first row is the difference in this series. I'm dead serious.
What? He felt that.
He can't coach from the second row. He can't.
But he doesn't play.
No,
the coaches matter.
Did Phil Jackson matter?
Oh, my gosh.
Did Don Nelson matter?
Yep.
Yep. And Finchy matters because Finchy had that team on a string. They were 5 fingers operating individually yet together. So, yeah. What are you looking at?
No, but I'm thinking like that. You don't believe that.
I partially believe it.
Because he's gotten up. We saw him.
Well, I really was thinking about it.
Evan did a great impersonation of him trying to get to the front row yesterday in the studio. I was like, that's how he looked. He's a gamer, man.
I'll say this. It didn't help him.
Oh, no. No. Yeah.
But I'm not going to say that.
It's a wrap.
I'm not going to say the series.
Aaron Gordon is good. How about that? That's my second outside the physicality, Stoney. Aaron Gordon is he's created a spot. Just like give me another Aaron Gordon in the league. I'll wait. Like that. That's how he's went to the lab and created his athleticism. He's shooting threes. Good God, Stein, he's getting loose ball. He's Looney on steroids. Somebody got mad at me. Oh, you're trying to diss him. That was a compliment. Looney in his prime?
No.
Hey, Clay, you missed? Here you go. How about another one? Curry, you missed? Need another shot? Here you go. One more? Here it comes. That's how impressive Looney was. Come on now.
Okay.
Put some respect on Looney's name.
Comparing Looney's athleticism to Gordon's is a joke.
And that's what I'm not doing.
Well, you did.
And I need to talk to your parents, and I'm going to call them. I'm talking about the ability to offensive rebound.
Yeah.
Looney, come on now. Put some respect on his name. It wasn't athleticism. It was the ability to get the offensive rebound.
I wouldn't have compared
And they beat the Lakers because of that. In game 5? Gordon gets Murray misses. Gordon gets
this guy is so
scrum.
into the flavor of the month. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Well, who is the flavor of the month?
Well, it's Drew Gordon, apparently.
Oh, no, it's Denver as a whole, as a collective. It's Ant-Man. Like, I ain't changed. My opinion of Ant-Man hasn't changed. He needs more help when you're playing
I'm with you, YouTube. That's terrible.
What happened?
A terrible comparison. I'm with him.
I said what I said.
Yeah, you did, but it didn't resonate, I don't think.
It did. Because I'm getting the text right now.
But that's where you're getting it wrong.
Hey, Spadoni. My boy Silk Basie, your boy, you met him at the picnic.
Okay.
That's a terrible comparison.
It is.
I'm
It's
not
awful.
comparing the player. The offensive rebounding, damn it.
Well, no, you said
Start
player.
listening.
No,
Asses assume. I said the ability to offensive rebound. I didn't say they were both the same player.
You thought...
Quit being silly. Because people are starting to believe I'm comparing Looney to Aaron Gordon. I said the ability to offensive rebound. It's not hard. Because I got you backed up in the corner. You go take it out of context.
I'm not taking it out of context.
Like it's a video game. Now my boys are texting me as if I woke up and said, hey, Kevon Looney and Eric Gordon are the same. I said the importance of offensive rebounding is what made me make that parallel. It is not hard. Come on, man.
I didn't tell
you got to meet me halfway.
I didn't tell people to text in and say that's a terrible comparison.
I said the importance of offensive rebounding.
Yeah. 3 minutes later.
Oh, gosh. I said it 2 days ago.
Well, then you've been wrong for half the week.
But you do it with the best of them. You got it.
I heard a comparison between the two.
Kicking me when I'm down. Jesus.
I'm not kicking you. Silk Basie's kicking you. And
because you poisoned him by saying I was making the comparison, which I wasn't. Their ability to offensive rebound, second to none.
Okay. Well, you should have said that first.
Chris A on your side today. I'm not even reading Chris A on the YouTube chat. You can do no wrong.
Let's go, Robin. How you doing, Robin?
Our girl.
What's going on?
Hi, you two. How are you?
Lunchtime, Robin.
I know it, D. Don't be going off on people. Hey, so listen. I'm with you, Steiny. It's always the flavor of the month, and nobody was saying that Ant-Man needed help when they was winning them 2 games, and he was showboating and laughing. So sometimes you got to eat a piece of humble pie. In my honest opinion, okay, you need the whole pie. See, because there's baby steps, there's rules to this. And I'm not impressed personally with any of the teams. And I know this sounds biased, but when the Warriors were on top, when they dominated, they dominate. Maybe it's not that a team's not dominant. They're just, I don't know, they're not fun to watch to me. For instance, Ant-Man, right?
Yeah.
He don't have no help. What all dude want to do is shoot threes and dunk. I mean, that's really the damn truth, okay? And once your athleticism goes, then your skill set is exposed. And that's pretty much what I see. Now Eric Gordon is the flavor change. You know, there's just always something. And if you really look at him, it's Joker. He's really beating Gobert up down low. And what I don't understand is both Luka and Joker, they're big, but they're slow. So tell me, are the coaches being outcoached? Because I see that the teams are pretty much even, but their offensive game, they don't exploit the weakness. I don't know. They're just out there isolating one-on-one every now and then. I don't know. I'm just bored with it. Give me your opinion, you guys.
Well, they both go at their own pace, Robin, and that's what makes them special to me.
I mean, man, Doncic's ability to be deliberate and create space is pretty amazing.
And Jokic too, Steiny.
Yeah. I mean,
and Gobert's getting treated unfairly. Who can stop Jokic?
Well, Draymond said he could do a better job than Gobert.
He just
Yes, he did.
That's not in the last 2 days.
Yes, he did. It was when they were standing up.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Trey, Day. I missed that.
And somebody pointed out that the last time Jokic played the Warriors, I think he had like 40, 16,
that had to be
and 16.
No, boy.
Absolutely incredible.
I think he had 16 rebounds and 16 assists the last time Denver played the Warriors.
Oh, man.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You can hear all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru. Scan the code on YouTube and Twitch, and you can do that. That last segment, we're getting to the 49ers schedule. Take a look at it and talk to you about what you like and what you don't like. And that was sponsored by Scandinavian Design.
Want a career with purpose? Great.
I love roast, Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You like roasts?
Yeah, Kevin Hart has one on Netflix. He got he did a great job at Tom Brady's roast.
He's not funny.
Steiny, he's a millionaire. He's in every movie.
I'm sure he's more than just a millionaire, but that doesn't make him funny.
I like him, and I thought he did great.
And the bigger picture here, which you miss, is Tom Brady regrets doing it because of the impact it had on his children.
The jokes
that's right.
They had. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So
he said he wants to be a better dad.
Yeah.
But neither here nor there, it happened, and it was hilarious.
Yeah. It was all right. I didn't think it was hilarious.
Oh, you watched it?
I saw some quote-unquote highlights, and I was like, boy, if those are the highlights, that's not, I don't know. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
Not my cup of tea. We're talking about the NFL schedule has been released, which means the 49ers season is now known. And we're going to talk about that a little bit right now. And my question to 49er fans, without going through the schedule individually at this point, is what sticks out to you in this schedule? What is the first thing you notice as you look over the 17 games in the 18 weeks? Is there anything that sticks out to you? Is there a road game that intrigues you that if you were traveling or if you do travel, you're going to? And 6 primetime games. Is that good, bad, or it doesn't matter? 6 games at night. 888-957-9570 to jump in and talk a little 49er schedule. What did you think, Goo? I love open at night. I love the fact that they are at home, and Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, who I expect to be damn good, Steiny, you get to host them. And this game could have went to Kansas City. It could have, and we know how they do it on Thursday night with the champs. But the fact that everybody will be watching Brock Purdy and the Niners on their revenge quest, due to losing last year's Super Bowl, I love that. And I also love the fact that they get, and we as NFL fans, get a shot at Patrick Mahomes not in the playoffs when Kansas City comes here. So I'm juiced for that part of it. Yeah, the Chiefs come into Levi Stadium on October 20th. It's a 125 game, and that is week 7.
Yeah.
And then the following week, the 49ers take on the Cowboys at Levi Stadium. So they got back-to-back home games against the Chiefs and the Cowboys in late October.
And that's a Sunday night game against Dallas.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That is a Sunday night game. And one thing I was asking 49er fans, especially for fans that go to games, does it matter if a game's at 5 or if a game's at 1? And I know it's 5:20 or 1:25, but I would think if I'm a season ticket holder of the 49ers, I'd rather the game be at 1:25.
Yeah, I totally get that.
I mean, because 5:20, you probably don't get home till really late.
You got kids, you might have young kids, but what if you're a player?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Like, to me, that's automatic. I mean, everybody's going to be watching Debo or your team perform. And Steiny, I'll tell you what, bums don't get 6 primetime games, and the Niners are not in. They don't fit that bill. So they got 6. Things are good. And the bottom line I have right now, we'll get into what I predict their record will be on the individual games. But right now, you are top tier in regard to who's who in the NFL.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. The Cowboys, when's their bye? Week 7?
Yes.
So the Cowboys will be coming off a bye.
Right. And the boss sent us that Albert Breer info about.
Read that one again. This is interesting. And then offhand, do any of you guys know the 4 games that teams are coming off byes against the Niners? Just off the top of your head. That's the one thing I was struggling to find.
Because this is going back 2 years.
Go ahead.
And I get Niner fans upset, but they're going to be playing 4 teams, Donnie, this year coming off of byes. So that means they're well rested.
Right.
And we talk about, I'm stealing from you, Guru, an NFL game is the equivalent of a car crash. So the teams
the Chiefs have a bye for sure.
Chiefs, Cowboys, Seattle in Week 11, and the Bills will be all coming off byes.
Wow.
And we all know Andy Reid's record off byes. It's like he has 2 losses in his career.
Bills are buying. What's the last one? Rams?
Seattle in Week 11.
Week 11.
Yeah, okay. And I said, Steiny, Albert Breer is actually David Lombardi, but let me read this to you guys. The NFL has given out 704 schedules over the past 22 years. 704 schedules. The worst net rest differential among those 704 are listed below. The 49ers have 2 of the 7 worst differentials of the 704, and they are last year and this year's schedule. And you just talked about it. Spadoni read off the 4 teams that you're playing that are coming off buys. I don't know what to make of that. I don't play, but I'll tell you what, Stoney, I would be PO'd if I'm going into a showdown and you didn't play the week before and I did. You got to feel like just I'm going Wonder Bread now, from a freshness standpoint, you're losing going into that said game.
I mean, this is my feeling on it. This is one of those things where...
Because it's kind of up your alley.
Where some team has to be the team that has not been favored over the last 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like when Mark Cuban rates the officials and he rates somebody worst. Well, if you're going to rate all the officials, somebody's going to have to be worst. So it just so happened, like, I don't think it's a vendetta or anything.
Yeah.
But, it's unfortunate for the San Francisco 49ers. But I'm looking at let's say the Chiefs game.
Okay.
Okay, the Chiefs are coming off a bye, but the Niners are coming off a Thursday game. So the Niners will have 10 days to prepare, and the Chiefs will have 14. So that one kind of evens out a little bit, even though it's not the same. Cowboys, you would figure, have an advantage coming off a bye. They play the Seahawks coming off a bye, and that's a normal week. And then lastly, the Bills. Yeah, the 49ers are at Packers, at Bills, coming off a bye.
Yeah.
The Bills will be coming off a bye. That is pretty harsh. I'll give it to you.
And some of the teams, Donnie, in the past, if you care, 2012 Eagles, 2005 Chargers, the 2024 49ers this year, the 2017 Giants, the 2015 Seahawks, the 09 Falcons, and your old 2023 Niners last year. But how did they do last year? They got through it and got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570. What's the toughest 3-game stretch? What's the toughest 3-game stretch on this schedule? Let's take Connor, because he wants to talk about the challenge this season for the Niners. What's up, Connor in San Leandro? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Really glad that we're talking about the schedule. Really excited about it. So, last year, all the milestones were defined by where Brock Purdy was. I remember week 5, can he get past Dallas? And that was light work.
Right.
And then it was week 12, can we go into Philadelphia and win on the road? And that was light work. And then it was, is Brock the MVP? Let's find out in this Christmas game against the Ravens. And I was actually there. My wife and I went to that one, and it was a real letdown. In a way, the entire season was about, where is Brock Purdy? Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to see the same thing here. I really don't think that Kansas City game, I think everyone's going to go out of their way to downplay it. They're going to say, well, this isn't the postseason, so this is just a useful, almost exhibition. But I think the real interesting question is that December 1st game, when we go into Buffalo. That, to me, will signal where we think Brock Purdy is. And is he going to get that bag at the end of the season? Are we going to sign him to the kind of big money? And ultimately, I think the most interesting media question around this entire season, before we get to the playoffs, is going to be, can we compare Brock Purdy to Josh Allen? I just think that the parallels there are going to be fascinating. I think the franchises are really in interesting places right now. And I really do think that if we're going to get to the chip this year, Brock has to take another step and be compared to the class of the AFC. And I think that game and that matchup, that'll be the almost perfect opportunity for all the different media analysts to do their job and help us understand, where is Brock Purdy at the end of this season? So I'm looking forward to that, guys.
Real quick before you go, Stein, let me just respond. Don't you think we already have that answer? And I guess I was triggered because you used Josh Allen. Brock's been to an NFC Championship game, a Super Bowl. I feel like he's already past Josh Allen.
Oh, man, talk that talk,
you're the
Guru.
only
That's
one.
exactly what I want to hear by the time we're in
I'm
December.
being real.
I'm looking forward to it. That's what I want. I want that to be the debate, and I guarantee you, the people who were sick of hearing about all this MVP Brock Purdy stuff, they will still be detractors, and I really want to see each new milestone. Can he do it after 2 years? Can he do it after 3 years? Is he in the same conversation as someone like a Josh Allen? Then we got to pay him like someone like a Josh Allen, and that game, I think, will help cement more than anything where he is.
Good stuff, Connor. Thanks. Appreciate it. I have to admit, when I saw the schedule, like I didn't think of Brock Purdy and Brock Purdy going into all these places, but it's not unfair that you do, because he's obviously going to be a very important player for the San Francisco 49ers. I don't think we're past it all. I'm not saying that.
I mean, because he's playing for a bag.
But he's also playing, like, he's the quarterback. Like, he doesn't have to worry about the backup. I mean, I don't think Brock Purdy can play bad enough to get I mean, obviously he can, but I don't think he's going to play bad enough for you to ever remove him from a game and play the second stringer. Like, I don't see that happening. But I am interested to see this year, because there's not as much newness to Brock Purdy. If he does get more, how do I want to put this?
Scrutiny?
No, not scrutiny. If he does come into this season having gotten more respect in a way than he did at the start of last season.
Right.
Like, this year should not be about, can he do it? Or what do you think? Like, he's their quarterback. He has to do it, because they don't have another quarterback. So when I look at the Niners, and I know Purdy's in a contract year, Goo, but like, he's not an excuse anymore, or he's not.
The fluke thing is gone.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
That's what I feel like you're saying.
That's exactly right.
I hear you.
And so this year shouldn't be about, can he do it?
Right.
This year should be about, how good is he? How good is he? And is he going to did he take the next step? Like, that's what is expected of a young quarterback who's gotten better the last 2 years.
No doubt. And I think, Sonny, I don't want to call it destiny, but it's just a matter of weeks. How about 17 of them? And however far they go in the playoffs before he gets paid, because I get, if you want to say the last 2 years were awesome, but this dude's here. And the fact that he didn't cost him the Super Bowl, now I know you could say he didn't win it, but I thought he did well for himself. So I expect the Niners to try to avenge that Super Bowl loss again to the Kansas City Chiefs. And to answer your question, Stoney, the toughest 3-game stretch, Green Bay's on the come. I was late to the party with Jordan Love and that weaponry they got. I like what Green Bay is as a football team. So week 12, they're at Green Bay. They follow that up Sunday night at Buffalo in the cold. And you tell me if I'm off here. The Bears with Caleb Williams, but they got some stuff around Caleb, Stoney. So I think that's going to be the hardest 3-game stretch for the 49ers. Obviously, 2 on the road, and then they come home at 125, week 14, and take on the Chicago Bears. I got them winning that game, but I don't think it's going to be easy.
Yeah, if you ask me to pick like the toughest 3-game stretch, and if you want to jump in here, you can at 888-957-9570. I'll tell you in a sec. The other thing is, 49ers do not play on Thanksgiving or Christmas this year, and I'm wondering, as a 49er fan, do you like that? Or do you want them to play on a holiday and you can either go to the game on the holiday or watch it at home? And I think I'd like to see the 49ers play. I liked it last year when they played on Thanksgiving.
Me too.
Christmas, I have a little more trouble remembering because I got blown out in that game, and I didn't keep as much of an eye on it because it was Christmas, and the Thanksgiving game was the 3rd game, I believe, of the night.
But the buildup for that game was, oh my gosh, Donnie, it was MVP in the balance between Lamar and Brock Purdy, and 2 good teams. So,
Lori,
what happened?
Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat says holiday games stink. Yeah, well, she's got a family,
no doubt about it. Lovely daughter. So I get that, but I'll tell you what, she still tunes in.
I'm sure. Yeah. It's probably just a little more inconvenient for her.
She's a diehard.
I think their toughest stretch is at Seattle, week 6.
Let me see.
then versus the Chiefs, coming off a bye, then playing the Cowboys, coming off a bye. I know 2 of those 3 at home.
Yep.
But football fans, what's more of an advantage? Having a game at home or having a bye the week before? You know what I mean? Which would you rather do? Play at home? Would you rather have a bye and play on the road or no bye and play at home?
Bye and play on the road. I'm going with if I can rest the body, Stoney, and avoid those collisions, good grief.
I think so too. And the other thing I was thinking was, so you play the Seahawks at Seattle. That's always, as our buddy Bonte always says, those games are always different. Yeah. They're a divisional game. So that's never a...
And that's a Thursday night game at Seattle.
That's
on
right.
Prime.
That's right. So the 49ers, in their favor, will have 10 days off before the Chiefs game, but the Chiefs will have 2 weeks off. But, I mean, I wonder if there's something to play. You're playing 2 teams that are coming off byes. Like, you're getting the best version of both those teams. Yeah. So I think it's going to be... I think that's going to be a tough stretch, even though 2 of the 3 games are at home.
What if I told you I think the NFL got it wrong with the Dallas game, which we saw just last year at the same venue at Levi's, being the primetime one? I wish Kansas City and the Niners were a night game, just from a fan standpoint.
Yeah, I got you.
I wish they would have switched that up. And again, I'm down on Dallas. I mean, I'm not expecting much, but you talked about the uniform thing and the scheme. I kind of wish it was in Dallas so we could see those things just be different. But it's kind of what we've been getting the last few years with them meeting in the playoffs too.
If I had to guess, I would say that the reason the Chiefs and 49ers game is not in prime time is because both those teams are playing a lot of primetime games. And maybe they thought, 6 is enough and we can't shoehorn the Chiefs in there. I don't know why, but yeah, that's a 125 game. Let's go to Christian. Christian is in Modesto. What's up, Christian? How you doing, man?
What's up, gentlemen? How's it going? How's it going, man? Love y'all's show.
Thanks.
You. Hey, and that's coming from a Dallas fan, huh?
There you go.
Hey.
Hey, so I was listening to you guys talking about Brock Purdy and him taking that next step, right? My question to you guys is, what does that look like? And like I said, this is coming from a Cowboy fan that watched the Super Bowl, and I'm just curious, what does that look like for you guys? Because the Super Bowl that I watched, I didn't really see too many bad plays coming directly from Brock Purdy. Yeah, the entire team was maybe a little bit, shook, but that's my direct question is, what do you guys expect from him?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I've actually been thinking about that. And to me, it's going to be a lot of the eye test. But here's the way, in general, I would view Brock Purdy, and I'll be honest, I'm avoiding the particulars, but I'll try to get into those later. Mm-hmm. But when we talk about Brock Purdy and what he needs to do, I just feel like he quarterbacked last year, even though he's really good. And
MVP candidate.
Right, but he quarterbacked, I don't want to say in a straitjacket, but he was just learning the offense, and it felt like he never tried to do too much. He never forced anything. He made a lot of sound decisions, but I don't know. I just think the next step is now he's got to be the one making some plays. And I'm not saying he didn't make plays last year, but to be a great quarterback, you've got to be the quarterback that wins the Super Bowl. And I just look at the 2 quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, and Mahomes was better.
Man.
He was better. And of course, and I get it. The one thing you could say was, of course, Mahomes is going to be better. He's been in the league more. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. And I'm not saying Purdy has to be better than Mahomes, but Purdy's got to be a wild card that really helps. He's just got to make a few more plays and stand out a little more, I guess. I'd like to see Kyle maybe give him a little more leeway to do stuff, and maybe he will now that he's in his third year.
You know what? I'm not going to argue any of that, but to me, my word is continue, and continue doing what you've done. And I appreciate that caller's assessment because I agree with him, Stoney. I don't think Brock Purdy did himself any disservice on the stage that was the Super Bowl. Was he perfect? No, but the offense as a whole, all playoff long, was not what they were. The 94 offenses, we compared them to the old Steve Young offense back in the days. But I'm going to say this. The fact that the Niner offense was sputtering in the playoffs, imagine had they lost at home against Green Bay, he drove them down. And the reason I cite that game, he grew up, Steiny. There was more greater good in winning the game in that fashion in the playoffs with all the pressure in the world on his shoulders. He let him down there. They escaped that. Then you come back, NFC Championship game, you're favored, you're down 24-7. What did they, led by him, do? Came back, knocked off Jared Goff, went to the Super Bowl, had a lead in the second half. McCaffrey had the biggest mishap in regard to the fumble. So
first quarter. If
you could still just do that, you're not only going to probably be in the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game against Steiny, but you're going to get paid. So he grew up for me. I'm not telling you he's Peyton Manning, but right now, that playoff performance where he could have wiltered, and it would have been hell to pay had they lost before getting to the Super Bowl. He didn't. I feel like Steiny, he grew up right before our eyes.
Yeah, I didn't think he was a different quarterback during the playoffs than he was during the regular season, and that was kind of the problem. I know this is cliche. I know it, but this is kind of the way I feel. He's not going to lose you a game. Brock Purdy's not going to lose you a game. He's not going to be the reason. But as of yet, he can't win you a game yet.
Well, what about the Packer playoff game where he...
That was it. I mean...
I'm just saying, if it were high school, he drove his team down, they got in the end zone and won.
I'm just telling you the way I think.
Uh-huh. So you need to see more from him.
That was more to me of a Packers collapse. Uh-huh. That was
you want to throw Lions in there too?
I mean, we can if you want.
So you need to see more from him. And you kind of said that a week ago.
No, I want to see him take the next step. I want to see him take he's a good quarterback. He's a very good quarterback. And what does the next step look like? I can't tell you right now, but I'll be able to tell you at the end of next year. I think we all will.
What if I tell you for him to take that next step, Snotty? And hey, I'm not mad at you. The O-line's got to take a step with them. Because that's arguably why they lost the Super Bowl.
I mean, you know what he's got to do? He's got to win the Super Bowl, unfortunately. Now, I get it. If he doesn't win the Super Bowl and has a great year.
The guy's got to block for you.
Well, they will. They do.
Yeah, well, they didn't have a good day Super Bowl.
And he wasn't good enough. He just wasn't.
Well, they weren't too. I'm not arguing
Nobody was. That's the day after the Super Bowl, I said it. They didn't play a Super Bowl winning game. They played okay. They played pretty well.
But you had it in your grasp.
What are you talking about?
Halftime, you get an interception, they had a lead. So when you say they didn't play well.
Yeah, but you're playing against the Chiefs. You got to finish them off. They got Patrick Mahomes.
But what part of you having the lead on, it doesn't work because you're playing Billy Badass.
Every time you fall behind doesn't mean you shouldn't win the game.
We just look at the world different. You had the lead.
You should not have won that game.
But did they have the lead in the second half? Yes.
So what?
And they had the lead in the fourth. You could have won the game. Don't just say, it's the Chiefs. They didn't operate that way. They had it. They close it. That's all I'm saying.
They didn't play well.
Either did the Chiefs.
Yes, they did.
The Chiefs didn't play well. They were losing. They played better, but they didn't play well. That wasn't their A game.
They came up big when it counted.
Quit being scared.
I'm not scared.
They didn't play well. It's the Chiefs. They had the lead. Win it. Close it.
They were up 3-0. They should have won. On 95.7, the game.
My friends at Pacific Coast Termite have treated almost 50,000 commercial businesses and homes, including mine, and they can help you too. Joe Starkey here. For years, you've been hearing me talk.
better be careful.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I'll give you the last word on this, Goo.
Who had that? Jim Rome, the last word.
I mean, the way I looked at the Super Bowl, you might have been up, but you're going up against Patrick Mahomes, who's a great comeback quarterback, and he did his thing. And this is one of the, I give KC credit. And I think the 49ers could have won, but I don't think they deserved to win or they should have won. All you.
No, hey, Mahomes, they're a dynasty, they're a beast, Donnie. I guess what I hate is that's twice that the Niners, with two different quarterbacks, had a chance to defeat Patrick Mahomes. And as great as he is, they made it difficult. That's all. So I get what you're saying when you say the Chiefs, but I just felt like, man, you get a 3rd and 5 here, run the clock out, you can win the Super Bowl. So, and Brock, I thought did well for himself. You can say Gooey didn't throw a touchdown. I get that. But at the end of the day, they were in position again, and that's why it hurts, because now, real quick, Stoney, we're talking about another season where you have to embark on the collisions, health. What if something were to happen to McCaffrey or, God forbid, Purdy? And that's why you want to cash that chip when you can.
Yeah.
And they were close.
I got you.
Yeah.
But just think about it this way. Had the 49ers won those 2 Super Bowls, Patrick Mahomes wouldn't be as great as he is now. We wouldn't, you know what I mean?
I understand.
One of the reasons Mahomes has this reputation is because he's done it to the Niners twice in the Super Bowl. Let's quick go to Jesse. Yeah. Jesse's in the Central Valley. I got to tell you this story.
Yeah, go ahead. I almost let you forget.
Let's go to Jesse first. Hey, Jess.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, man. Hey, got to say, I love the show. I want to go back to, I believe, what Christian said on the whole Brock Purdy thing, and how you guys were saying how he needs to take the extra step to get over the hump. So, pretty much, I don't know if you guys watched 2 games last year during the NFC Championship game and the divisional round. Yeah. Those 2 games were amazing. Brock Purdy played amazing freaking football. Those throws to Aiyuk, whether or not I was lucky or not, still, Jimmy Garoppolo is not making those throws. Everyone can't have a Patrick Mahomes. We got to stop comparing these quarterbacks to Patrick Mahomes. It's just not going to happen. That game itself, they were just a better team that day. But what does Brock Purdy have to do? Let's say this next year he goes on, does the same thing. We go 12-5. We go to the NFC Championship game. We get over the hump, and if we lose another Super Bowl or we get to the Super Bowl again, is that going to do it for you guys? Yeah, it's his contract year. He's going to get paid. Kyle Shanahan's not known for paying his quarterbacks. But at what point do we say we're going to pay him, we're going to keep him, or do we let him go because maybe he didn't win the NFC Championship this year or not?
Oh, I can tell you how I feel on it. Like, he doesn't have to show me anything. Like, he was very good last year.
Well, you want to see a little more, just a step, you said.
But like, I know this is crazy. I don't care if he takes a step back if we win the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? So, that's the position he's put himself in because he's had such a great 2 years is we're looking for him to win a Super Bowl for the Niners. And that's the bottom line right now because they've been there.
Yeah.
And I think we'll know over the course of a season whether, it's not going to take long, 4 or 5 games in before we start saying, well, Brock's playing better than last year or Brock's about the same or, Brock's struggling for his first 4 or 5 games.
And the one thing he has going for himself, and again, is the body of work. And you got to an NFC Championship game, and then you followed that up, Stoney, with the Super Bowl from a Brock Purdy perspective, a Super Bowl visit almost won. But Kyle and company have had a problem getting over the hump before Brock Purdy. But as far as if you're telling me what's he worth and what do you want to pay, if I'm Kyle, I got to believe all I've seen is this guy get us to the playoffs. Why would I want to swap that out or change if they get to another NFC Championship game and he does well? Why wouldn't you marry that? And that's why you talked about it last week. We did. You were like, Goo, Kyle's kind of finicky. I'm paraphrasing. Maybe he doesn't want to do that, but I think Purdy would really have to trip and fall for him not to get this the Jared Goff payday, if not more.
Well, he came off Jimmy, who went to a Super Bowl, and I get it. Jimmy had some injury issues, But, that's another thing that Purdy has to do. He's going to have to stay healthy this year and play a majority of the games. And, who knows? It's the NFL. But as for paying Brock Purdy, the morning show had Chris Rose on this morning, and he talked about what he would pay Purdy. Take a listen.
How would you react if Brock Purdy received the exact same contract as Jared Goff?
Ooh, good one. I think that's probably where it's going to end up. I'm guessing.
Oh. Guru, let me just ask you this. Why do you think there are people who say or who think that 50's a lot for Brock Purdy? Like I don't think Brock Purdy, he's good. He's very good. But when you say 50, I say, oof, boy. Like I say that too.
Is that because where he was drafted, Stein?
No, it's not.
So no draftism.
No, that's done. Like that's done. Like
then what has he done to make you skeptical of putting 50 in his hand if another entity will put that same money into Jared Goff's hands? And this quarterback, Brock Purdy, has won more than him. He just beat him. That's where I'm like, then tell me what you're really trying to say. Like,
I'll tell you.
The Cinderella story must concern some.
No, it's not Cinderella anymore. I think he's good.
And so do I.
But I think the 49ers, this is what I believe. I believe there are 21 other players. The 11 guys on defense and the 10 other guys on offense are, on balance, a notch above every other team. Like, their personnel is better. They've just done a better job of putting a great team around Purdy. And listen, it's not his fault, but that's a talking point that he's got so many weapons. That's why, the 7th round pick right now, that doesn't mean anything. He is a legitimate, I view him as a legitimate quarterback. I'm sure he's in the top 10. If you want to put him in the top 10, put him in the top 10.
Right.
But none of it matters anymore because he's put himself in a position where he's the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers and they have Super Bowl aspirations. Period, end of story.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to win a Super Bowl.
And he's taking you to one. My question is, Steiny and the listeners, how much of that 50, if it were 50, has he already made?
That's a great question.
That's where I'm at.
Steiny,
I'm past
Well, you know what the literal answer is?
Give it to him.
0. And I'm just allowing for some kind of an injury or something catastrophic. Yeah. But, you bring up a good point. I don't know what a bad year looks like for Brock Purdy. But I got to believe a bad year for Brock Purdy means the 49ers don't make the playoffs. If Brock Purdy, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a catastrophe.
It's hard for me to imagine the 49ers not making the playoffs and Brock Purdy's healthy all year.
Gotcha.
But I guess if that were to happen, then you'd have to revisit the numbers. But I'm not sure I see that happening. Paul's in San Jose. What's up, Paul? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. You guys?
Dynamite.
Hey, so I just wanted to say that, yeah, I am comfortable giving Purdy Jared Goff's contract because, one, Brock Purdy is a good QB. He makes the reads. He has relatively good arm strength. He's mobile. That's what we need in today's league. And number two, and I think the more important part is, that's just the price of being a QB in today's game. Don't be surprised if Brock Purdy gets 53 a year, but guess what?
Yeah.
Jordan Love is going to get 53 a year. Dak Prescott, when he comes onto the market next year, is going to get more than 55 a year because that's what the price of doing business. Tua, I think he's going to get paid soon. I really want to see what that contract looks like. It's going to be in the 50s because if you're a relatively good quarterback in today's game with the cap exploding, the league just got $75 million for 2 Netflix games. QBs are going to get paid, and we have to take that into account. It's different than how it used to be. Jimmy G was the highest paid QB at $26 million a year 6 years ago. Those days are gone, man. The QB market has inflated to a point where you just got to pay these guys.
Yeah, you're right. You're probably right, Paul, and thanks for the call. And what I mean by that is, if Purdy has a good year, yeah, they're going to pay him.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to pay him. And it's a decision, you have to make that decision and pay him, even if, I mean, there's no way Kyle doesn't like him. I guess there could be a reason why Kyle might not love him yet, but I mean, to come off Brock Purdy after this year would be
crazy,
would be
idiotic.
I don't know about crazy or idiotic, but it would be shocking to me.
Well, only reason, go ahead.
But you never know what's going to happen this year. You just don't know. Look what happened to Steve Sachs. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Dude, why'd you bring him up? I just pictured him throwing
Chuck Knobloch.
Throwing to first base. That was incredible.
You just got to allow for the season not going perfectly, and then what happens.
But I guess I want to just plant my flag on this hill. You can meet me halfway to where I just asked you how much is Steiny. It looks good for him now. Okay.
Oh, my God.
And again, I know a season, oh, boy, there's going to be so much that goes into the storylines and the injury and the wins and losses. But an NFC championship game, and then you wreck your elbow. I know I sound like a broken record, and you come back off a season to where you really can't work out in the summer. You build that arm strength up in your elbow, and you come back and you're minutes away, woulda, coulda, shoulda, from a Super Bowl. Like, I don't know how you take a step back from that unless he just went really bad, Jimmy Garoppolo, or led the NFL in picks.
That's what I mean. I mean, what if Brock has a sensational year and he's...
Oh, God, then might be 60 or 65, 70.
And he's hands down the MVP, but they don't win it. But they don't win it in the playoffs.
I still think...
he'll get paid under that scenario, but...
Like, is Jared Goff worth what they gave him? It's from a winning standpoint, and I like Goff. Steiny, no. Tua, Dak, none of these guys have won. That's like, if we look at the quarterback list, Steiny.
I wouldn't say Goff hasn't won. I mean, he's been to 2 NFC championships.
No, he's been to a Super Bowl, too.
And a Super Bowl. I mean, he's been, yeah.
I want to say the team gave up on him, but that's neither here nor there and won the Super Bowl. But I like Goff. But I guess what I'm saying, people, is we're going to see quarterbacks, and he mentioned Dak, get money, and their wins don't equate to the money.
Fair. But if that's too much, if we find out other teams have paid their quarterbacks way too much, and it's handcuffing them what they can do in other positions, then maybe they'll get criticized for it. Moose is in San Jose.
Moose.
What's up, Moose?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I just want to quickly say I felt like there's a little, like, Steiny, you're kind of contradicting yourself just a little bit.
I know.
I've heard you say in the past that you think you wouldn't be surprised if Shanahan moved off of Purdy. Maybe not specifically be surprised, but that, hey, well, he moved off of Jimmy after going to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I think it's more apples to oranges because Jimmy had a major injury with the ACL. He came back. I'm not going to say he was significantly worse, and it was because of his ACL, but he was maybe same level of caliber player with the, oh no, Jimmy throws, or if not a little bit worse. Purdy coming back from a major injury to his throwing arm, and you can argue he came back better. Granted, he was born into luxury with having an incredible team around him, and I think that's the biggest point, is what does a guy play like when he's making $50 million and you can't support him with a team around him? That's what everybody's nervous of here.
Well, and let me make it clear, Moose, and thanks for the call. Yeah. Appreciate it. And you know what? I have somewhat contradicted myself because but it's not Purdy. It's more about Kyle Shanahan. Like, I think Purdy's really good. And I don't know what's going to happen this year, but obviously it's going to go a long way toward what they pay him, if they pay him, which right now looks like a certainty.
And rightfully so.
But I'm just saying, Kyle Shanahan I got to see him get the contract. I mean, I'm not saying he won't, but this is more Kyle Shanahan finding his quarterback than it is about Brock Purdy's talent level. I want to see if they give him $50 million over 4 or 5 years, and there's no outs in it. Like Jimmy had all these provisions later in that they could get out of, and wiggle out of. But if they give Purdy, 4 years and a monster guarantee, which they'll probably have to, then he's the franchise quarterback. And I know he looks like the franchise quarterback right now, and he may be, but I'm just saying I'm not going to believe it totally until Kyle and John Lynch sign him to a long-term contract. because I don't know. I just think Kyle looks at quarterbacks a little differently than everybody else.
And that's the one word we used, or I used. I don't want arrogance. If you think like, oh God, I got to be careful here with my analogy. Steiny, when you get married, people are that signals you're tired of going to the club or going out and dating in the meat market. You kind of just want to settle down and you get away from that. I'm looking at Kyle like, why would he want to continue playing duck, duck, goose at the quarterback position? And he really didn't do that with Jimmy. Jimmy got hurt, and that, to me, had a lot to do with them drafting Trey Lance. But my point being, right now, I mean, I feel like Purdy's pitching a perfect game in regard to, hey, am I doing it all right? And that's why, to me, in a game they lost, the Super Bowl, I thought he held up. I didn't think it was too bright. Now, what if we're talking about Brock in this contract, in this possible contract, and he had threw 3 interceptions in the Super Bowl on the biggest stage? Steiny, it would be, as the Bay kids say, hella questions. You don't have that. So that's why I just feel like it's going to happen, and I'm assuming he'll have the same year he had last year, if not better. And again, I do know it can get off the tracks, but if it's not, I feel like he's getting the Jared Goff and more, and there's nothing to see here. But there's a whole lot that goes into that before we get there.
Yeah. Will's in Concord. What's up, Will? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Doing well.
I just wanted to say that I wanted to burst your guys' bubble real quick. If you guys look at it from the outside, not one other NFL team would give Purdy over $35 million in free agency. So talking about 50 is just crazy. And then I agree, Kyle Shanahan, he might have to look for his next quarterback just like Sean McVay did. Purdy's not it, guys. Not from an Arizonan. Love Purdy.
Let me ask you this. Will, what doesn't he have? Like, why wouldn't you pay him 50 and only 35? What specifically?
Well, I mean, it's what he has around him. It's not what he doesn't have. He's had these talents around him for so long. He's not proven what can he do without it. Once you pay him that money, you're going to have to get rid of some of these guys. That's a big gamble that the Niners are going to have to make, and I wouldn't make that gamble if I was them.
I appreciate the call, Will. Thanks. Like he said, a lot of the things I'm worried about too, but I'm starting to realize you still have to do it.
Yeah,
there's no other alternative. I mean, they're probably going to do it because they don't have a better option, but it's not like there are a lot of better options out there.
Yeah, but what's killing me is the caller before the last one we just had. He said, well, what about if you pay Brock and in a year or two from now, you're going to be... But
that's what I'm worried about.
It's like when you get married and you, for better or worse, or sickness and health,
right.
That might not happen, but if it does, you got to project it, okay, he can run this offense regardless of who's out there. And maybe come on, this is their livelihood. The Pearsall pick now makes more sense by the day if they feel like Brock is already, they know they're going to pay him, and they're just prepping, Steiny, to get this kid to replace Debo, Aiyuk, or whoever.
Yeah, I just think that
wouldn't worry me right now when I got a year in front of me with the full plate of my weaponry.
Well, I don't think it's at all hating, and I think it's absolutely fair to say you're worried about or you're concerned about Brock Purdy as the starting quarterback with another team around him, which they may have in 2 or 3 years. I'm not saying he's going to fail, but I'm saying I think it's very fair to have that on your mind. It just is.
Well, then I would be reluctant to give somebody some bread then if I had, and I'm not saying they feel that way, Steiny, but what if they already are forecasting to where he'll be fine?
Well, then they pay him. Yeah. That's the judgment they have to make. But I don't think it's unfair to be worried or concerned about Purdy getting 50+ million, and now we got to really cut some corners outside of. And I'd say this about any quarterback, not just Purdy. What happens if you take a weapon or two away from him? And
we saw Mahomes, the GOAT, lost Tyreek Hill, and he's won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. Let's go to Daniel in San Leandro. Hey, Daniel. How you doing, man?
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good.
Thanks again for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring something up because
what Goff just got in his new contract.
Yeah.
I'm afraid, assuming everything goes right for Brock, assuming the injury thing that you guys were just talking about, and then next off season he goes out there and logically commands between 55 and 60 million based on what Joe Burrow is getting paid. That's where I'm getting afraid, because I'm hearing a lot of comments from Niner Nation that they feel like he's going to take some sort of pay cut to help the Niners have more pieces around him. I kind of feel, well, you know what, Steph Curry at the time, who was being underpaid when they won their first championship,
right?
Well, Warrior fans saw he was going to take a pay cut. When his contract came up for the new one, he took the max.
That's true.
That's what I'm afraid for Brock Purdy, that he may end up commanding 55 to 60. Now, if that happens, that's a really tough call even for me to make, even a year from now, assuming everything goes right. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, like if Goff's making $50 million a year, but there's a chance that next off season you will have to pay him more than that. And
we heard the owner say, I reset the market.
I understand that they're probably gonna do it, assuming this year goes without any hiccups. But that doesn't mean I love it. That's all I'm saying.
But if they do,
well, I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I mean, they'd want to pay. They'd like to keep Brock Purdy under, paying him $1 million. Yeah.
But you've gotten over, in regard to my favorite saying, Stoney, ROI, return on investment, by getting to that NFC Championship game and him coming out of nowhere and then following that up with another hit. I keep, like, if these guys were singers, Brock Purdy, the quarterbacks, he's got 2 platinum hits. You know what I mean? He came out of nowhere, took you to the championship game, and then followed that up with a Super Bowl minutes away from winning. I just feel like you do that again, you play that song again or that record, it's coming, baby.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, of course, if he does it again, he's going to get paid. But you got to let it play out. I mean, he could be great. He could have great stats, but the team doesn't accomplish what they want because they failed in other areas. Then you got to figure that out. He could take a step back, and the Niners take a step back, and they don't go as far as last year. Then that'll have to be taken into consideration. But I mean, I agree. But here's the other thing I believe.
Tell me.
In a way, like it kind of doesn't matter what he did the last 2 years. And again, I don't know what a bad year for Brock Purdy looks like. But if he would have one, that puts a monkey wrench into things.
Yeah. I want you to hear on the other side, Stein. I know we're up against it. Steve Young joined Willard and Dibbs, and I want you to hear some sound, some things he said, and it's kind of interesting, and the truth too.
All righty, we can do that on the other side. By the way, don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to any show at any time. You scan the QR code on Twitch or YouTube or Twitter, and you can get that app. On the other side, we'll hear some sound from Steve Young, and that segment was sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose? Great.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, big day today. The 49ers schedule was released yesterday, and we were going through it. We've been talking about that for a good chunk of today. Here's what we're going to do in the next half hour. We're going to play some of the Steve Young sound that Guru wants us to get to. I haven't heard it. I'm looking forward to it. First, let's take Frazier.
And we can't forget your story.
I know. Frazier and Aiyuk. Let's talk about Purdy real quick. What's up, Frazier? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Love the show.
Thanks.
Real quick, it was one caller that called maybe a few minutes ago that said that he didn't believe that Purdy should get paid. Well, from what Purdy has proven in the last 2 seasons prior to the injury given, I believe we would have been in 2 Super Bowls. And if it wasn't for poor judgment from a lineman and our head coach, he would have won this last Super Bowl. So I'll just be appreciative if everybody just put Purdy where he needs to be at, because he is a good quarterback. As far as being paid, he's going to be put on the platform as every quarterback that's in the league. As far as the NFC is concerned, he's one of the top at least 3 quarterbacks.
Well, you know what, and I forgot who brought that up. Thanks, Frazier, because I think you're right. Maybe we should start comparing them to the NFC quarterbacks rather than the AFC quarterbacks, because the AFC quarterbacks are A, in another conference, and B, that's the conference where quarterbacks are loaded.
Yeah.
I mean, I got you there. All right,
let me set this up. Okay, here
go ahead.
Theater of the mind, Steiny's radio. So you know me, Steiny. My saying is, tomorrow is not promised. And when the schedule comes out, it hits me in the cardiac muscle, because you know what? There's an infinity of hope. There's new seasons. Everybody has the same record. And why you and I differ on this topic I'm about to touch on is the Golden State Warriors under Durant. They won 2 chips, and the third one was staring them in the face. They were in it, and Steiny, at a left field, just like in life, something happens that you least expect. Klay's career changed. The Warriors' fortune in that series changed. After Klay got hurt, Kevin Durant got hurt in that same series. And there went that blessing of watching one of the best basketball teams to ever do it. And that's why I always cite what could have been if they would have gotten that 3-peat. Okay, and they win in 22, Kevin Durant leaves. And I heard Steve Young say what we're about to hear, and it hit me, Steiny, because this is how I operate in watching sports and just in life. So hit play, and you tell me what you think.
All righty, this is Steve Young from Willard and Dibbs.
The most pressure was last year, right? Because last year the Rams are down, the whole division's down, Seahawks are down, the Cardinals are way down. You know, in the playoffs, you play a Packer team that's been middling the whole time. You got to up and start Lions squad. You're like, that's how we get to the Super Bowl, and then you play a down year Chiefs team. Like, of all the times that you're set up to do it, that was it. But since the Ravens at Christmas, I mean, we just weren't the same. And you know, we held Patrick Mahomes to 19 points. You could have told me, look, Patrick Mahomes won't score 3 touchdowns. We're not going to win that game. Like, you're not going to walk over the Packers. We're not going to walk over the Lions. Like, things were haywire from Christmas on, and that's why last year was the time with the best roster in football to go get it done. And the fact is, it didn't happen. That happens. It happened to me. I get that. But now next year, I think the Rams will be better. I think Marvin Harris will make the Cards better. The Seahawks will be better. The Lions will be. The Packers will be better. Like, it's going to get better. And we're probably not, I don't know if we'll get better, but hopefully we can stay the same and still beat the rank and file with this amazing roster we have and the way that we are innovative, we deploy the guys on offense. Then, yeah, great. But what just happened was a big miss. It was too bad.
And Steiny, I just feel like if I had a softball, I want to throw it through that window. Again, the gist of what he was saying was, and he's right, the Niners were healthy. Things got haywire kind of Christmas, but the Chiefs weren't the Chiefs. You know, they've went and, you know what I mean? You had your division was down. And the bigger takeaway, Steiny, is you can't expect since 2019 you're going to have these great seasons and always be able to hoist up that Lombardi. And that's why I was excited. And as good as I think the Niners are, everything that you just said a couple minutes ago about Goo, one injury here, this happens, Trent Williams, it all changes, and that's why I always hang on to the past. I did it in relationships too. I'm getting better, Steiny, but that's why I can't let go of last year, and we just fought a little bit in regard to we sports fought. You had the lead and you could have closed it, but now your division's better. The Rams they addressed their O-line. The Cardinals got some weaponry, Murray's. So they could go win it this year, but the takeaway, Steiny, is since 2019, the Niners have had some chances.
Here's the bottom line.
And Steve said it.
Well, here's the bottom line. And Steve, okay, he's right. Yeah. If you think he's right, he's right. But here's the bottom line. If you or me or anybody on this radio station said what Steve Young just said, we'd get lambasted. He gets away with it because he's Steve Young and he played the game and he's won Super Bowls. But can you imagine if I'm here saying, the 49ers got every break in the book and still didn't get it done. They had an easy path to the Super Bowl. They were gifted games by the Packers and by the Lions, and the Chiefs weren't the Chiefs. And you know what? They were kind of lucky to get there.
That's why it resonated.
That's what he's saying.
Yes. Well, that's why it resonated with me, because had I said it, and I would have took hell. But for him to say it, I'm like, Steiny, that just not vindicates, but it's the truth. Regardless of who it comes from. But the Hall of Famer said it, and it just hit me when I was driving like, oh, he's keeping it 100. And here I go. So did Kyle a couple weeks ago, during the draft, when he says, Steiny, I'm not trying to take 2 steps back now and 3 steps forwards later. We're trying to get this thing done now.
Yeah, I just...
I appreciated Steve keeping it a buck.
And
it's hard to win, Steiny.
Right. And there's always a winner and there's always a loser. There's been many teams that have lost the Super Bowl that have won it. I get it. You haven't gotten it done the last 2 times, and you got to go for it again.
Can I add in when you say 2? If I add those championship losses to the Rams and the championship loss to the that's how close you've been. It's not like you went, you had a bad season. You've been close. So yeah, we focus on the Super Bowls, but you could have been to 3 more. And you had health on your side during that. You had good seasons when you lost in the championship rounds, is what I'm saying too. So it's bigger than just the 2 Super Bowl seasons.
You've
been Billy Badass for a while.
Yeah, can't get him back now.
Damn.
You can't get him back now. The Buffalo Bills lost 4 Super Bowls.
You're right. You can't
Buffalo
get him
Bills
back.
couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
Sometimes teams can't get it done. But I do think it's interesting that the way Steve Young puts it, it's okay.
That's what.
It's okay. When Steve Young puts it that way, it's okay.
But
it is.
It vindicated I thought of me. You're right. I would have got killed for that.
Well, and you know what I think? See, this is where I think everything can be right, but you can be wrong. That goes to show you. That goes to show you they weren't good enough because the Chiefs weren't on their A game and they couldn't beat them.
Wow.
So, you can look at it both ways.
Or is that a Kyle thing?
I don't know. I just know that they...
Steiny, I heard that, and I just thought of the regular folk. Now had I said, and I've said it, but it just resonated more, I feel, with the locals coming from Steve Young. He didn't sugarcoat anything.
No.
And he's right, Steiny. I got the Rams. They're going to be a better football team.
Well, the one thing that I don't know if I disagree with him, but 49ers can get better, even though their personnel hasn't changed a whole hell of a lot.
Now, what about the loss of Greenlaw?
What about Purdy's growth?
Yeah.
What about Purdy's growth? They can absolutely be better than last year.
What do you think happened after the Raven game? Because I didn't even go to the Ravens. I said, why did the offense look pedestrian all playoff long?
I don't know.
Grandy, any answers on why the Niners offense didn't look like the regular season Niner offense?
It's a great question.
It is, man.
Well, football sometimes, I guess. I don't know.
Honestly, what I think is you're playing better teams. You're just playing better teams. You're not playing the Cardinals. Who else did they play last year? I can't even remember.
Steelers.
They were terrible in week 1. They got better, obviously. I'm just saying, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, people backing you up. Lori Matthews, our girl, Stoney, playoffs are different. And but I looked at the Packers like, wake me up when this is over. And they needed a last-second drive and interception to win it. Then you're down 17 at home to Detroit.
I mean, very few players in any sport elevate their numbers and play in the postseason.
Wow.
I mean, yes, the greats do. That's why they're the greats. But it's really hard to duplicate your numbers from the regular season to the postseason because you're playing better. You're playing a good team every single game in the postseason. So that's just kind of the way.
Now, how about as a coach? Does your system work when you do that?
What do you mean?
Like the things that you got away with or you were able to do and exploit during the regular season?
Maybe.
Offenses, I'm wondering.
Maybe.
And now the Niners, again, Stoney, I bring up Greenlaw, who will join Willard and Dibbs at some point today at the Dwight Clark Foundation ceremony. What about the first-year defensive coordinator? We don't even talk about that's a big deal.
Well, they got Staley. I actually like the Staley hiring. I really do. It just sounds like he's going to be
because that is his
monitor. He's going to kind of monitor the situation,
not be the teacher.
Yeah, go to him for some advice, I guess.
How to get fired? That's low blow. You know what?
No, you
take that off the tape, Brandy. I'm not that type of guy. Hey, your story. We'll do it in the Too Short segment, which is coming up.
I'll do it at the end of this segment.
Okay.
Because I want to know. Maybe people will call in and say, "Steiny, you're off base," but something happened at a restaurant in Spokane, Washington, last weekend that blew me away. I've never seen. I've never seen.
This is bigger than what happened at the ballpark.
I've never seen anything like this. Anything come close to what I saw. Yeah, it's
all right. I'm on the edge.
It's pretty amazing. I think it is. I don't know if you guys will think it is either. So, by the way, the boss says that the 49ers have to win their first 5 games.
Well,
I'll say this too. I heard Bonte this morning. He's calling Kansas City a must-win already.
That's my guy.
I mean,
I like it.
He says for their mentals, they've got to be able to know they can beat the Chiefs.
But I said that to you. I said Dallas had the Niners.
And I disagreed with you too.
Well, it sounded like you agreed with Bonte.
No,
I agree. There's a middle thing going on.
It's not a must-win.
Well,
I mean, come on. I mean, listen.
You lose to the Chiefs again. And again, you could face them in the Super Bowl. That would be the only time. But, Stoney, then there's some ownage.
Okay.
And you could say there's some ownage now.
Sure.
Because the 2 Super Bowls could be worth 4 regular season games.
Okay.
Like Dallas is owned by the Niners. Dallas needs this game week 7 when they play. They'll probably lose, but they need it. And I feel like the Niners got that with I'm calling it a dynasty. I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm saying
is the Chiefs
are
a dynasty.
I guess what I'm saying is it's very possible they could lose that game to the Chiefs and win the Super Bowl.
No doubt.
They might not play the Chiefs.
But if they hooked up with the Chiefs in the Super Bowl again, wouldn't you say, "Oh, brother"?
No, I wouldn't. Especially if the Chiefs game was a competitive game at Levi Stadium and they got beat again close. I mean, you could look at it as they're going to get over
3 times in a row now. The 2 Super Bowls. Yeah. And that regular season game a couple years ago. McCaffrey.
I mean, I don't think you might disagree with me on this, but the first one doesn't matter because Garoppolo's quarterbacking. Right. This is like a different team. It's to me, it's more grown up team.
But they had him, man.
I don't like. Here's the only way I'll say the Chiefs have ownage of the Niners. If they win in the regular season and win in the Super Bowl against them, then
I got you. Nobody's even asking the question. Then you could get a tattoo that says they own us.
Yeah, exactly. So
I am excited though, just for the season.
Well, you're gonna have to wait. Real quick.
You didn't like where I said the schedule and the hoopla symbolizes that the season's coming.
Well, it doesn't.
What do you
mean? What do we mean? May? June, July,
it's
August.
Better than March, though, Stoney. It's better September.
4 more months.
Well, August with the preseason, because you can bet on the preseason games.
Oh, that's what is that what it's about?
Oh, never.
Is that what it's about? The Niners couldn't beat the Chiefs with a better roster. They might need to forget about it. Well, I don't know. All right, so
here we go. Randy, get ready.
Why does he have to get ready?
It was just a way to include him.
All right.
I like him.
So,
appreciate you, Goose.
I love you. One of my favorites.
So, we're in Spokane, Washington, and we're finished playing golf, and we're driving 2 hours the following day.
Okay.
So we're having dinner in Spokane. So it's me and 4 guys. And
you're not leaving to the airport. You're just going to dinner.
We're going to dinner in downtown Spokane. And we walk into this place, and I kid you not, the first thing that was there was not one man in the bar. There were 23 women in the bar and not one man. I swear to God. I walked in first and I raised my hands like I just won the Boston Marathon.
There's no way.
And a lot of them started laughing. Yeah, I said, yeah, you shaved. Anyway, so at one of the tables, there were 10 women. Okay, and the place was, I wouldn't say small, but it wasn't big. It was a little bigger than small. And
big as the old ship?
That's not a bad call.
Okay. All right.
Although not all our listeners are big as the old ship to understand.
No.
So we're sitting next, and there's 2 people working, and it's a little bit busy. So we sit at the table, and we're waiting to get served. And it's taking a while, and I'm looking at the bartender, and he's making one of those drinks that take like 9 minutes to make. When you're cutting the orange and stuff. If you see a bartender cutting an orange, know you're not drinking for 5 minutes. So he's doing that. I'm looking at the server, and she's busy. Okay. So the 10 women are finishing up dinner, right? She comes to the table, the server, and gives them the bill, and they say, we'd like separate checks.
Ooh.
We would like 10 separate checks.
I've been there. Oh, boy.
Are you kidding me? The restaurant came to a standstill. Nothing got done for the next 20 minutes. We left. We couldn't even, it was taking so long. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is going on here? 10
Willard did this on What's Bugging You.
Yeah, but a couple separate checks. That's fine. 2 or 3?
10.
3 should be the limit.
And shame on them. They should have did that from the jump. Now they got to go lose customers. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, we're over at the other two. You got to be kidding me.
Oh, so you got the peanut gallery.
Well, why would you? You know what? That is selfish.
Well,
that is inconsiderate. It's short-sighted.
Yeah.
It's
not
rude.
Fair.
It's rude. It's unfair to the staff. It's unfair to the restaurant. It's unfair to the patrons.
Yeah. This was about as worse as your boy last night stealing the ball from the young lady.
10.
Shame on the women for somebody saying, hey, what do you get? Come on, let's do this.
I mean,
he said a standstill.
I mean, how hard is it to say, hey, you know what? Hey, I had the extra glass of wine, so I'll throw in an extra 10 and we'll figure out how hard is that? Yeah. It's not very hard.
But I've been there, Steiny.
What kind? And you know what? You know what that tells me?
Laughing and giggling, and then a record scratches with the bill comes. It's like, no, we need separate ones.
Well, that's what that told me. You know what it told me?
Fake.
They're not friends.
And there you go.
They are not friends, these 10 women.
Boy, you on fire.
In fact, they don't.
That's
real.
They
like each other.
Yeah. You should have said it.
No,
Larry David would have said something.
Yes, he would have. He would have. But he's got more guts.
So you guys had to leave because that took forever.
We waited.
Rain delay.
We made it. We waited 20 minutes. And then we were like, and then we saw it was going to be another 10. And the bartender just said, I'm sorry.
I wonder if they were embarrassed looking at each other like, how did we let this happen?
They were clueless.
Susan, you get it. I got it. Or you give me that is bad.
There was no acknowledgement that what they were doing was a little out of the ordinary. That's what bothered me most.
Wow.
When we left,
people laughing.
When we left, the bartender apologized. He said, I'm really sorry.
I bet they cost him money.
I'm like, you can't. You can't.
Everybody laughing and I love you until the bills drop. Oh, hold up to the earth Dude,
all right.
Willard did that. They know what's bugging you a couple Fridays ago.
The other thing is like what I'm most pleased with is that sometimes when I bring these up, I'm in the minority, but I'm getting the sense that everybody's behind me on this one.
Doubt. You could start a whole you could start a membership. Stan, I do got to ask.
Yeah.
Did you find out why it was all women?
No, but this is another thing.
Michael Jordan.
Well, this is another thing that happened over that 2 nights. Well, it was Gonzaga's graduation, but I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But several of us in our golfing group noticed when we were downtown that the ratio of women to men was just ridiculous. It was. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but we just saw women all over the place, and there were no men. Spokane, who knew? But I almost felt like there's got to be one guy said, one guy came back and he goes, what is going on in this city right now where there are countless women just roaming the streets? There had to be an expo or there had to be
You would have knew about it, though.
That's what I thought.
If I'm single listening to this right now, I'm like, Spokane, I got to get there.
I swear to God, we had guys in our group looking up ratio of men to women in Spokane to see if we were there on a normal night or just something was crazy.
Oh.
So.
Dude, wow.
Anyway.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that.
No separate checks. Yeah. No separate checks for 10 of them.
I've seen fights, arguments, not fist fights of, I owe this, you owe that. Yeah, man.
I mean, we have all heard the story of the person at the table that orders the wine and other people don't drink it. And then they want to split the bill evenly. I get that. I get that. But
so
that's why before you order the wine, you ask the group who would like wine. And if 3 people say, yeah, I'm not going to drink wine, I'm going to drink something else, then don't charge them for the bottle of wine.
And I'm not ashamed.
That math is not hard.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
I'm the guy that comes in before everybody else, Donnie, believe it or not. Everybody comes, look, such a nice place. I act like I'm going to the restroom and I tell the server, give me a separate check. Because I've been there. And it's all New Year's Eve and everybody loves everybody. And that check drops and good Lord, everything stops. Let me see. I don't like that. But 10 of them, they should know. They ain't the Golden Girls because they wouldn't have did that. And they wouldn't have did that.
I go the other way. If I'm in a group with like 8 people and we're going to split it, I'll be the guy who says, you know what, I had 2 beers and you guys only had 1, so let me throw in another 10. Right.
I've seen you in action.
I get the sense that other people try to snooker whoever's at the table.
Rimbry on the YouTube chat. Here's my $5. I only had a salad.
Yeah, and it was $4.99. What about the tip?
Oh, boy.
That'll come from whoever's paying the bill. But anyway, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that it was that people found it as unusual as I did. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I've never heard anything like it.
But the ratios got me. Spokane.
Yeah.
Boy.
Hey, relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is a magical day in Bodega Bay. The Inn at the Tide special midweek rates start at just $249 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine that you can split and pay for. No, it's free upon arrival. Book your stay now at inatthetides.com. We'll be right back on the other side to talk more on the Too Short segment.
BMO knows that for business owners.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Schedule release day in the NFL. Before we go through, Guru's gonna make his prediction.
I was off by 2 games last year, too.
I can't remember if you did your prediction when the schedule came out or right before the season, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. One thing I did want to mention is you mentioned it. Caitlin Clark, the Fever game against the Sun was the most watched game in 20 years.
And they play Saturday morning. Yep.
And here's something related to that. The Atlanta Dream, they're moving their 2 games against Indiana from an arena that seats 3,500 to the State Farm Arena, which is where the Hawks play.
Here we go.
So
this is what Willard said, like, why are they hating on her? Let her lead or whatever comes with it.
I mean, she's going to be like Tiger. She's going to make a lot of money for other players. There's no doubt about it.
Before we do it, I got to give you a funny story. Something happened to me this morning. You haven't once complimented me on my Golden State Valkyrie shirt that I have that the great James Kincaid dropped off. So I asked you to take a selfie of me this morning. You were headed to the restroom. So Tim Jordan's, I asked him, and you know he's got a good sense of humor. Get this. So he's taking the photo. I said, I got material. Hit the handsome button for me before he snapped it. Takes the picture, gives me the phone. The head's cut off. So that's him.
That was good. That's a 4.
I laugh like I'm saving that.
That's
pretty damn good sense of humor. Cut the face off. So anyway,
that's a 4.
Okay,
way to go, Tim Jordan.
Yeah.
All right, any chance we get a little background music for this? That
the tall guy's in there.
Randy, any way we can get a little background music? Guru's going to go through the schedule real quick. You know that I don't know what that bed is called, but it's kind of like The Price is Right, but not really. All right, we can start without the.
Okay, you ready?
You want game show music or you want like sports bed
that
music?
NFL
bed
one,
music. Yeah, sports
Let's
bed.
see.
This is what sports bed is in our lingo.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what
Chris
I wanted.
Berman.
Thank you.
NFL primetime.
All right, here we go. We're going to go through the schedule.
Here we go, Steiny.
New York versus the New York Jets.
At home, Steiny, this is a win for your San Francisco 49ers.
They go to Minnesota and play a Kirk Cousins-less Vikings team.
Another win, Steiny. Your Niners are 2-0.
All right, then they go to La La Land to play the L.A. Rams.
This is an L. First one of the season. Preview of the NFC Championship game, so you're 2-1.
All right, the Patriots.
That's a win, Steiny, at home.
Week after is the Cardinals.
Another win.
All right, they're right now 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
As we head to Seattle.
I know you don't like it on a Thursday night, but that's a win, Steiny. They own the Seahawks here lately.
Ooh.
5-1 right now.
Kansas City Chiefs.
That's an L. They got ownage. Patrick Mahomes. So you're 5-2, Steiny.
I know you're going to pick the 49ers to beat your Cowboys because that's what you do.
They're 6-2.
Uh-huh.
Then you go to Tampa Bay.
Well, then you have the bye week.
Okay, gotcha.
So you got 2 weeks to prepare for Tampa Bay at Tampa Bay.
Sorry, Baker, but the Niners win that one.
Okay.
You're 6-2. Then you're home against the Hawks again.
Hawks with a bye.
Yeah, Steiny, okay.
The week before. The 49ers will be coming off a tough game.
Yeah, you're 7-2. Now, this is where I could take some heat, but I'm being real. At Green Bay,
Oh, wait, Seahawks is a win.
Yeah, come on. Yep.
Oh, jeez, okay.
Sweep the Seahawks.
At the Packers.
That's a loss.
Ooh.
I'm feeling the Packers, Steiny.
Okay, then they're going to stay back east probably somewhere, and they play the Buffalo Bills also.
Yeah,
coming
Purdy
off
with
bye.
the precipitation and the wet ball. That's the first 2-game losing streak of the season. So I got them losing at Green Bay and at Buffalo, Steiny.
All righty, then they come home against the Bears.
You're going to win that. The Bears, they're going to win that one.
They then play then they play Thursday, short week against the Rams.
At home, at Levi's, that's a win, partner.
Okay.
We're down to the last 3.
They go to Miami.
Tua. That's a win.
Remember last year's game against Miami? It was the last year's game where Tua couldn't. He had guys wide open
like
all
deer
over the
running
place.
in the field. Come again.
49ers secondary was not doing well. Week 17, the Detroit Lions
You
at
can't
home.
win them all, Stotty. I got an L there. I think Detroit's going to extract revenge for what happened in the championship game. So they win that.
All right.
And you end the season.
Then you go at Arizona.
You win that.
Okay.
And when it's all said and done, Stoney, 2024 Niners are, you want to do the tally? Because I got it.
You got them at 12-5.
Yes, sir.
12-5.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
I mean, their schedule is, I think, much more difficult after their bye in week 9. Because, I mean, week 1, they're getting Patriots, Cardinals, Vikings.
I think the Jets is going to be scary close.
I wonder.
That one's Aaron Rodgers, Donnie, if he is anything like his old self, they got great defense. It reminds me of the Ravens and Robert Saleh coming in here. But I can't wait. But my biggest takeaway is what the boss sent us, and also what I told you guys earlier, Stoney. You play 4 teams this year coming off a bye week. But that still is not execute. You're fresh, but how many boxers are fresh and they get knocked out? You know what I mean? It ain't just in.
An interesting question for you.
Yeah.
From the YouTube chat from Martin Benitez Jr.
Okay.
He says, so wait a minute. Guru says the 49ers are elite, but he's got them losing to all the really good teams.
Oh, I got them beating the Jets right out the gate. You split with the Rams. Yeah.
Chiefs, Lions, Bills. I think that's what he means.
Packers, too.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I said what I said. Come on. You can't win them all.
How good are the Jets supposed to be this year?
Listen, I think when you have a
defense is great. I know.
And I think offensively, they've learned something last year by going through the whole experience of having Ron Howard at quarterback. Baby Ron Howard, he wasn't a pro. Now you're going to get a Hall of Famer, a future Hall of Famer back there. I'm telling you, I think the Jets are going to be good, Stoney. I don't think it's a shocker, but I got the Niners beating the Jets out the gate.
I have the Niners losing week 18.
You think so?
It's not going to mean anything. I'll tell you what.
Arizona could be good, Stoney. They got Kyler Murray, Marvin Harris. Man.
Come on.
No, I'm being real.
I'm being real, too. It's not going to mean anything.
Well, they ran for 230-something yards on you last year at Arizona. You won that game.
You won both games against Arizona. Right. If Kyle Shanahan were Greg Popovich, he wouldn't even take Purdy, McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, or Aiyuk on the trip to Arizona. Because they're going to be up. They're going to be 12-4 at that point, and the Rams will be 10-6, and they won't need to win it for home field throughout.
Yeah. Grandy, I know we're up against it, but I said this to Stoney as you were coming to this station. I think the NFL missed the boat on Week 17. I believe that game might not have any meaning because Detroit and the Niners will be so good. But Stoney goes, it could be for the number 1 seed.
High risk, high reward. You never know.
Thank you.
Give us that.
Don't
week
be scared
7
of
or
Detroit,
8.
though.
No, they're
you
good.
are. You're a little scared of Detroit, I can tell.
No,
yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal. They're a good team. They're a good football team.
I picked them to beat them, so that's right.
All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to check in with Willard and Dibbs. And if you don't know, Willard and Dibbs are live today from the Dwight Clark Legacy series. That starts at 2 when their show starts. And we've got a big group of 49er guests. Take a listen. Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Dre Greenlaw, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, and many more. They're all going to be on 95.7 The Game from 2 to 6. If you want to go to the event, you can still buy tickets at DwightClarkAward.com. They're $87, and 100% of the proceeds goes to the Golden Heart Fund. Crossovers next on 95.7 The Game.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, time for the crossover sponsored by Atco Pest Control. We welcome in Dibbs and Willard. They're in San Jose.
Yeah.
And they are currently at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, which starts at 2 o'clock. What's up, gentlemen?
Well, hello.
Yeah, fellas, what's
You
up?
guys are looking sharp. That's the rat on the table. I love it, Willard. Yeah, look at Dibby.
No, I don't. We do not need your charity. I heard the whole thing earlier. If it's not a coat and tie, it doesn't count. And I'm like, what's the matter with you guys?
Now, the
Why
collar
would you-
shirt, it swayed me. You guys look great.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I wish that I was wearing a Golden State Valkyries t-shirt like you.
Yeah,
right now,
wow.
that's absolutely much more my comfort zone.
Yeah.
But no, this is. I actually, you guys made me do a Google image search of smart business casual because that's the direction we were giving, and I never know what that stuff even means. And if you Google image search smart business casual, you will see a lot of people that look like me and Dibbs do right now.
There you go.
Yeah, this is not a coat and tie event. I don't want Brock Purdy thinking that we're too formal. We want to loosen him up.
Hey, how was the boss looking? He was sharp early.
He looks good.
Okay.
His jacket is off, though. His jacket is off, and he's practicing the pace while looking down at the phone. You know how he does on remotes.
Look, yeah.
Right? We're texting people. We're trying to find out when people are arriving. We're stressing about it. That's the look.
So now this is interesting because I'm starting to be convinced that the boss actually doesn't wear the jacket. He just carries it around because when I came in this morning, he had it off and it was draped over a chair. I didn't see him in the jacket all day. I saw him walk out of the building with the jacket in hand. So he clearly drove down there without the jacket. And now I see that he doesn't have the jacket on now. So why'd you even wear the jacket?
Well,
or bring
you
the
need
jacket?
to have the jacket for later, but just to be fair about the weather, it's almost 80 down here in San Jose, and
Yeah, it's
the
beautiful.
California Theater is wonderful, and it's not as warm in here as it is outside, but it's warm enough to where you're not really rocking the jacket unless you have to rock the jacket. And
Get over here, man.
Yeah, now appearing
Look
in
at this.
between.
Oh,
Willard
there
is he
and
coming?
Dibb.
Let me see my
live on the
man.
YouTube
Is the
audience.
jacketed
Look at
boss.
him.
That's
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Look at clean, baby.
Not only is it on, not only is the
There
jacket
it
now
is.
Look
on,
at
but
him.
he is eligible to now do that thing later on tonight where you put two fingers on the top of the jacket and then just drape it over your right shoulder
Gotcha.
and strut through the theater.
The John Travolta.
Yeah, that's happening. That's at about 6:15 tonight.
Hey, who's the big wig you saw so far?
Lucas Alexander.
Yeah.
Who had
There's
it?
nobody here.
Whitley Sandrino is the correct
Whitley
answer.
is here. The lovely Christy is here. Tim is here.
Yeah.
Matt's here. He's got a coat on. Lucas has got not just a jacket, but he's got a hanky in the
Look
damn
at
pocket.
Lucas.
And I saw Dan Dibley. I did run into him. He's a celeb.
And our guy Keon, who is our host for the afternoon/evening, and I should take 30 seconds now to shout out my Keon, my son, turning 21 today in Santa Barbara, UCSB, Isla Vista, the DP, Del Playa, and I just want to tell Keon, I know he's listening on the Odyssey app, one drink, one water, one drink, one water.
One scotch.
Wow.
One bourbon.
And one water.
One beer.
No, mix in a water,
what we're
son.
doing.
And he's 21 today, Steiny. That little guy who you've known for just about his entire life, almost, huh?
Pretty incredible.
That is.
Really incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, he and my daughter Grace.
Yeah.
Both.
I just saw that. She
21.
turned 22, right?
Yeah.
Gracer, yeah, because my guy Quest is 23, and I know that your daughter's in between my two sons. And so, man, here we are. And I remember when your little one, Paja, was 2 years old, telling us both to shut the hell up and get out.
Exactly.
It's incredible.
Hey,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, you guys got some guests coming down there.
Well,
and it's a perfect day for Niner guests because the schedule was released.
Yes. And we have a lot of people who are going to be in the neighborhood, and it is going to be everybody here sitting at our table right now. It's all of our job to get all of them. Some of them can be slippery, so I don't want to make it sound like we know exactly when. This is going to be like an extemporaneous piece. It's possible I would let the audience know that the Willard and Dibs show goes past 6 o'clock tonight.
Oh.
That's a possibility. We'll see because we are going to get these people on the air. Brock Purdy, Dre Greenlaw, Steve Young, let's see, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia is going to be here. Who are our draft picks that are going to be here? No, I don't know if Ricky's going to make it. I heard Ricky's not going to make it.
Okay.
But Green, the second round pick out of FSU, he's going to be here.
Dominic Puny.
And Puny's going to be here, and he's not puny. And then we've also, you guys know how this stuff goes. There's going to be people here we don't even know are coming.
Right.
And Alden Smith, he's going to be here.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all coming.
I'll tell you what, we just played your guy that you'll see tonight, Steve Young, the great Hall of Famer. We played the sound. I asked Steiny specifically to play the sound of him just keeping it real, guys, about the Niners had a great chance to get it done last year. That's what I appreciate. And they could get it done this year, Willard and Dibs. But when you speak to what he spoke to, it's kind of interesting and amazing. Like, they did have a down division and things go their way and they couldn't get it done. So we'll see how they bounce back. But 4 games this year against teams coming off buys. Right. I don't play ball. But Dibs, and you're not a former NFL athlete, but is that a big deal to you or not? Because last year they kind of had the same thing too.
Yeah, and they were 2-2 in those games last year, and they did have 4 games coming off the bye. So it's not a big deal until you look at the individual opponents. And that's why yesterday when we did the schedule game and I had them at 12-5, I had them losing to Dallas because Dallas is coming off the bye. I had them losing to Kansas City off the bye. They've got Buffalo on the second half of a 2-game road trip if they decide to stay out east, and Buffalo's coming off a bye. So not only are they difficult games no matter who you play off a bye, and I know Kansas City, the Niners are off a Thursday game, so it's a mini bye for them, but those games are tough no matter what. The Buffalo game in particular for me on the road, tough off the bye, but Steve Young's words, they definitely resonated to me because think about this, and Mark has said this about the Warriors as well. You don't get to automatically look at a team and go, 12-5, 13-4. We'll see you in February. You don't get to just do that automatically. So for Steve Young to say that last year was kind of their year, not that this year can't be another good year, but he was saying that last year was kind of their year to get it done, and they didn't.
Well, the whole thing, it's always a journey, right? The New York Jets thought they were going to be good last year, and then the 4th play of the year happened, and they weren't any good. And so I think that's the unspoken part of what Steve Young said, is it's not just that the division was down and that the whole NFC was down and that the 49ers had another second-half lead in the Super Bowl. They were largely healthy. I understand what happened to Dre. I know what happened to Dre in the Super Bowl, Hufanga, but quarterback, McCaffrey, these guys were all healthy. We don't know. We can't assume that again this year. And then when you have a first-place schedule like they do, look at this. Look at this schedule that came out yesterday. Maddie just asked me a few minutes ago, what's the first thing that stands out when you look at it? And I'll tell you what it is. It's freaking hard. It's really, really hard schedule. And so I also saw the story on PFT this morning that the 49ers, as we sit here today, are favored in all 17 football games that they're playing in. That's wild. Wow. And by the way, in my opinion, absolutely sets a lot of us up for a disappointing season because that's a snapshot of what our expectations are. We think this team can beat anyone, anywhere, anytime. And that's just not how football works.
Well, the thing that I thought was interesting about the Steve Young comments were if a radio personality or a TV personality made those statements, they wouldn't go over as well as it did with Steve Young. But because he's Steve Young, he can basically say, the 49ers got a lot of breaks last year. They played a Packer team at this, you know what I mean? So he, I'm not saying he took a shot at him, but he put it in a way that you got to take to heart in a way.
Right, and he also talked about the monkey, and we asked him about the monkey on his back and how he was able to get the monkey off. And it was a great question by our producer, Lucas Alexander, and he talked about the monkey for Kyle Shanahan, and he said the monkey is the monkey. And so, until you actually win one, you can't really get that off your back. And for Kyle, if they go through this year and they're good again and they don't get it done again, and then you get into next year and you start to talk about Debo, yes, or Brandon, yes or no, and Pearsall's coming up, and what do you do about Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner and all the rest of it, and you start to churn the roster over, you start to look at a time where, not that you're running out of time, because Kyle's going to be here for years to come, but your best chances to win it, they might be now.
Yeah, no doubt. And you think about this stretch since 2019, the Niners don't need to hold their head down at all. They've been the NFC Championship games that they didn't win. They were part of the Final Four, but we were having an interesting conversation about money and Brock Purdy. And Steiny brought up the component. Let's say you pay Brock Purdy and they lose a weapon. I told Steiny, you know what? You don't have the quarterback you think you have. If you look at that, and that's a deterrent. To me, I'm like, you got to pay Brock Purdy and you got to believe in him and know he can get it done with or without whoever would have to be sacrificed moving forward.
Well, I just think that there has to be this whole set of mental gymnastics that needs to happen before we get to contract time with Brock Purdy. I don't know what it is about the NFL fan base as a whole, but I even feel it in certain spots from the 49er fan base. This idea of not being able to wrap your head around Brock Purdy as a $50+ million player. There is zero question that that's what and who he is. Granted, now this is obviously unless some sort of crazy injury happens. But we had a huge, my buddy who helped us out with the schedule release party yesterday, who's a fancy TV reporter in New York and is a lifelong Lions fan. There's no hesitation whatsoever when you say Jared Goff, $52 million a year. And they're like, yep, Jared Goff. If Jared Goff is $52 million a year, what's the hesitation with Brock Purdy? You look around the league, no one's saying he's Mahomes, but if you've got the capabilities that he has, that's what it costs. Period. Story over.
Look at Dak and Kyler Murray. They haven't earned it.
Right.
There's more examples than that.
But Daniel Jones getting $40 million per, right? I mean, Danny Dimes didn't earn it, but you're in a spot where you've got no other choice, really. You've got a guy who is pretty good, and Brock Purdy's better than pretty good, and that's why what Mark is saying about Detroit and Jared Goff, and our guest yesterday was talking about the draft, and they're chanting his name. 200,000 people chanting Jared Goff's name. So, of course, he gets that money. And so when Brock Purdy is in line to get the same bag, his bag is going to be as big, if not bigger.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Of all the guys on that list that I saw you're hoping to get or that you will get, try to guess the one guy that I'm most intrigued about. Just because of who I am.
I'm going to say, there's two names that came to my mind. They're both defensive players, but I would bet Dre Greenlaw.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys can break some news today. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's going to have to tell you, and you're going to ask him, how's the injury? And he's going to tell you that he thinks it's great and he's ahead of schedule. And no matter what he says, it's news because he hasn't talked, at least as far as I can tell, since the Super Bowl.
I think there was one conversation that he might have had with Mayoko, who is one of the hosts here tonight, but I don't know if there was anything firm coming from, do you think week one is realistic?
Right, exactly.
Whether he says yes or no, I agree with you. That's newsworthy.
Yeah,
especially if you're Nick Sorensen, with Salah and DeMeco Ryans, they had the limousine was ready. Now, you got a light bulb out in the tail light with Greenlaw not there. So you gotta kind of fix that, Dibs, until he gets back, if he does get back.
Yeah, and I think he will get back. It's a question of whether it's week 7, week 11, week 14. Where does he think that he might be able to make that happen? And I'm sure he won't be able to pinpoint exactly when he'll be able to come back, but how he's feeling and, what he's looking at as far as this year goes, that's going to be big for a team that, as you guys know, most NFL teams now rely on the nickel more than ever before, which means 2 linebackers. And when you have Warner and Dre Greenlaw as your 2 linebackers in the nickel, you're probably the best 2 linebacker tandem in football. Maybe you look at Baltimore with what they have with Roquan Smith and their linebacking core, but without Dre Greenlaw, this defense takes a big hit in the nickel defense.
All right, there's 2 more things we have to get to before we run, and one is I was sitting next to a group of women who asked for 10 separate checks.
Oh, congrats.
It was a group of 10 at a restaurant.
You were sitting next to a group of women. You had me there.
It brought this restaurant to a crippling standstill.
Here you go, Willard.
But let's...
You can't do it.
Let's go... what was I going to say? What was the other? Oh, the foul ball at the Giants game last night.
Can you believe that crap?
Well, I didn't see it. I just heard about it. So I know that to sort of get emotionally charged by it, I'd probably have to see the video.
Right.
But in general, my general rule, I've only caught 1 foul ball in my life. I've caught some batting practice balls out in the stands. Thank you. And it actually just happened a season and a half ago. And there's 2 rules that I have. Number 1, like you're trying to catch the ball, but once this becomes some sort of multi-hands competition, I'm out. I'm not fighting anybody for the ball. And the second rule is if you get the ball, you immediately look for a kid.
Wow.
Period.
Wow.
Period.
Yeah. I'm with you on the second part.
But you don't go looking and searching in a young lady's chair where the ball was by her hip, and because she had her hands occupied. If the Dibs, come on, you guys are gentlemen. I know. Come on, talk to her. That was wrong.
I mean, what were her hands occupied with? Was she holding a baby?
Popcorn.
Nachos. I thought it was nachos.
How about carbs?
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Was she holding a baby?
No, she wasn't.
She was holding nachos and popcorn. Yes. Nachos and popcorn.
What the hell's wrong with nachos and popcorn?
Right, and she spent about $50. Yeah.
We are in an era where pronouns are out the window, and we all are striving for equity, and we all want everybody to be identified and acknowledged as people and as equals. If there's a foul ball and an individual, and we don't know what this popcorn eater's pronoun is.
Careful.
Do we?
Careful.
Do we know?
I'm moving my chair a little bit over.
No, you don't take the play off because I'm speaking on my truth, my reality.
Go ahead.
When there's a loose ball in the stands, that ball is loose. And
there are also loose ball fouls.
Right.
There are loose ball fouls.
I don't know, and I haven't seen the video, but I don't believe that there was any physical contact, and if there was in the NBA, there would be no foul. Because as we know, no blood, no foul. If you are choosing nachos and popcorn over the retrieval of a souvenir, what are we doing here? You're on your own.
But you can't go grab bag and go in somebody's chair and seat and scrimmage for the ball. That's what he did.
Was there contact, Goo? Was there contact?
Oh, it was offensive to me. Yes, it was contact. And then the other part is her guy came later after it was over. Mia would have sent me like, you better get that damn ball from him. And the guy came like Mr. Furley. He just looked like, come on, help me out, bro.
Well, your story earlier was incredible about the fact that the guy behind you got hit on the head, and you got the ball and you gave it to him. You gave it to a stranger, and your own family was like, what the absolute guru are you doing?
And asked for it back, and he said, hell no.
My God.
Thought you were hurt. Oh,
I love it. That's such a great story.
That is a good story.
Yeah.
That is a good story.
I mean, I've had situations where there was souvenirs that were thrown into the crowd, and I'm remembering the Cow Palace, year 2 of the Sharks, when they played at the Cow Palace, and it was fan appreciation night, and they were throwing Frisbees into the crowd, and there was a Frisbee that was thrown, and it was loose, and I went for it, and there was another individual who was also going for it, but I happened to get there first, and I ripped that Frisbee out of their hand, and there may have been a high-step celebration.
Look at my guy.
Yep.
Hey, Steiny asked me about...
Shout out 92.
We've been not ripping the Giants, but it hadn't been pretty. Steiny goes, what about the Giants last night? Gutsy win, huh?
You're welcome. That's all I have to say.
Oh, my God.
What are we thanking you for?
Credit to the rescue.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Equifax?
I mean, they clearly were inspired by something, and you tell me
Could it
what
be your
was
18-minute monologue?
Yeah, it was. Take the over. It must have been. No, I did. I actually did get that message from a bunch of people. 1-0 post rant.
Oh,
but
boy.
I don't care about any of that. Here's what I care about. Like, I got to sit down last night, watch a baseball game, and that's what it looked like.
Okay.
It looked like a baseball game. Again, this was never about the standings. This isn't about one night. Having one good night doesn't fix the whole thing. But when you've got your ace going against a rookie, against your rival, can you please make this look like a baseball game and be competitive? And for the whole thing to really be buoyed by the kids. I mean, Logan was fantastic.
The catch.
That catch in center field was about as good of a catch as you're ever going to see. Man. And then for Ramos and Matos to both get key hits in the game as well, that's exactly what they needed going into an off day. There's a whole lot that's not fixed.
Yeah.
That what they did last night, that needs to be what they look like every night. That's all anyone's asking. Just look like a not embarrassing baseball team. That's the only thing that everyone's asking for. And that's not what you've been doing. Last night they did, so good for them.
Yeah, I still can't believe I've watched Matos in the 2 previous games, and then he makes a catch like that last night.
Right?
Unbelievable. He took the right route on that one.
I was going to say, how many people texted their friends? Because I know I did. I texted Dibs right away, and I said, I've always said that I love
my
Matos.
phone blew up, Willard, because I was killing him.
Matos takes great routes, doesn't he, at center?
Boy.
I've always said that.
Yeah, that was a great
It
catch.
was what Jung Hoo Lee tried to do, right? And he got it done.
Right.
Well, yeah. And while he's laying on the ground, though, your excitement is certainly kind of watered down because you're like, did we just lose another outfielder?
Man.
But wait, Steiny, before you bag on the shoulder.
He's showing it.
I know. I can see him. I can see him all the way from San Jose.
Major bag alert.
Wait, no, what's your party of 10 separate checks thing?
Tell him.
I was in Spokane last weekend for a golf thing. We were going out to a restaurant in Spokane, and there were 10 women seated next to us, and we sat down and waited, and the service was slow in the first place, and the women then were settling up, and they said 10 separate checks.
No way.
Yep.
What'd the server do? What'd the server do when they asked?
They just did it, and we left.
Wow.
Oh, you didn't wait to see how it all ended?
No, because we were already there 10, 15 minutes and hadn't been served. The bartender apologized. It was a bad scene.
Look at him.
That's a really bad scene. But
Right.
how do you guys handle it, though, when the mature process is selected and people go, just one bill is fine, and then they start passing it around?
Dude.
How do you guys handle that?
We usually have one guy who pays, a gentleman named Jay.
Unky
who's
Jay,
very
dude.
generous.
Unky Jay.
Willard,
My
I'm the
God.
guy. I just had a salad.
You see, you got it.
8 martinis, dude. I just had a salad.
To me,
There
it's
you
a
go.
contract. It's a contract on the way in. If you're a party of whatever, 6 or more, that means you've automatically signed a contract.
All right, there you go.
That you're splitting it
All
even.
right, that's what
and
Steiny
it's your
said.
fault if you only order water and the person next to you is
Steiny
ordering
said that.
Manhattans. That's your problem.
No doubt.
All right.
And shout out Unky Jay for being
Yeah.
that guy, because even before it gets to that, I had a salad and you didn't have a salad. He's like, give me the damn thing. And we've been to dinner, Mark, with 27 people.
Yeah.
And the bill is like north of 15 large.
Wow.
And Unky Jay's like, before we even give the check to anybody, I'm going to give you my card before the bill even comes. There is no bill.
Right.
There is no bill.
Are you Venmoing him after, or just covering it?
If you
like that?
offer to
Because if he
offer
covers
to
it-
Venmo him, he might slap you.
Well,
Wow.
Unky Jay.
I'd like to be friends with
So
Uncle
I don't
Jack.
need to get
All
up.
right.
Yeah, go ahead, Donnie.
All right, that's going to do it
all
for
right,
us.
gents.
Willie listening, don't go anywhere. I want to do it right. Don't go anywhere. Willard and Dibs are live from the Dwight Clark Legacy Series today. They're going to have a lot of 49er guests. Do not go anywhere. Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Good job.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We made it, dude. We're here.
Oh, it's so good.
We're here, and you're here, and we hope that you're all here. And so, let's set the table right away. Before we get into a nice Giants game and the 49ers schedule and who you're going to trade for Donovan Mitchell or any of the stuff that we're going to get into today, let's do what America does at 6 o'clock. Set the table.
Yeah.
Okay? Dwight Clark Legacy Series. We are here at the California Theater in San Jose. It's fantastic, and I especially want to invite not only everybody out there, Bay Area roadways, if you're on a smart speaker in your home, if you're listening at work online, whatever you're doing, hang with us. It's going to be a very special day. But I really want to think about maybe getting over to Twitch and YouTube so that you can actually not just hear this, but see this. And I don't mean because Brock Purdy and the likes of Dre Greenlaw are going to be walking through here in a matter of hours. I mean because Dibs has a collared shirt on.
Oh, boy.
And he didn't. You know how, when you're not wearing a tie,
yeah,
you don't button the top button. Unless you're like Tiger Woods and you're going to go golfing. So you didn't button the top button.
Right.
But ladies and gentlemen of the 95.7 The Game audience.
Hello.
He didn't button the next one down either.
You're damn right.
Now, that's a confident cat.
Yeah.
That's someone who's going out after the show, is what you look like to me. And I think that, hey, Bay Area or wherever you take in this show, I think you're going to want to see this. It's Dre Greenlaw, Brock Purdy, and portions of Dan Dibley's chest.
Yeah.
Right here live on 95.7 The Game.
And what's cool, and thank you for noticing, but
I did right away.
Unfortunately, the chest hair now matches the goatee, which is to say it's gray.
That's good. It's harder to see.
And with the white shirt and the gray and the fact that my baby has an 8 o'clock bedtime and we're going to be down here till about 8 o'clock, that means I can't get home for story time and last-minute diaper time, which means, and I don't want to say this too loudly because I know that my wife is also listening.
We're leaning in. Hi,
you boys going out tonight.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, San Jose. Heads up, San Jose.
Heads up, San Jose.
Get a jacket, too, I'm going to put on.
Ooh, look out.
San Jose Live.
Dibs on the loose. But anyway.
Santana Row, don't you know?
It's going to be an incredibly special night here at California Theater, not just because Dibs might tip one back, but as we said, it's just going to be a parade of amazing, amazing people. And again, this is going to be sort of, we make it up as we go along. As people get here, we'll throw them on. Brock Purdy's going to be here. Steve Young is going to be here. Alex Smith's going to be here. Jeff Garcia. Those four quarterbacks will participate in a roundtable discussion titled Natural Born Leaders. So they're talking about leadership. Matt Mayoko and Laura Britt are going to host it. I think Laura's going to stop by when she gets here. We look forward to that. But yes, Dre Greenlaw is going to get the Dwight Clark Award. He's going to be here. Some of the 49er rookies, recent draftees, they are going to be here. Aldon Smith is going to be here. And many, many more that we don't even necessarily know about are going to be parading through here. So you're going to want to get a look at it and a listen to it. And all of it is for the Golden Heart Fund, which we've been telling you about in recent weeks, is Niners helping other former 49ers and the difficulty of post-NFL life that so many of them experience, even guys that maybe were only on the team and put the red and gold on for a year or two or what have you, but they don't all have the life after football that, say, a Steve Young or an Alex Smith does. And so nights like tonight help them out, and then we get to benefit by experiencing everything that goes on around it, and we're going to bring it all to you all afternoon long.
And I'm really hopeful and looking forward to talking to Aldon Smith, because you talk about the Golden Heart Fund, and he's somebody who is, miraculously still with us, and it didn't look like it was going to go that way when he had all the different problems off the field, and it cost him his career. And I was actually on the YouTube feed earlier, and people talking about Nick Bosa and what a great 2 years he had to start his career. And you forget the injury year, and then year 1 and 3 for Nick were great. But Aldon Smith had 33.5 sacks his first 2 years. 33 and a half.
He was dominant.
In 2 years, he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory, and we know that it got sidelined, it got sidetracked, and the fact that he was able to make it out of that and still be here today and be somebody who is not unlike Ryan Leaf in his comeback story as a human being.
It's an interesting comp.
Is inspiring. And he did more on the field than Ryan Leaf did, but Ryan Leaf, I think Ryan Leaf's plummet was much more. Yes. It was much more dramatic, but both have now come back to be inspirational stories.
I'll put it this way. I think if you're a big 49er fan and you remember the way everything unfolded for Aldon Smith, you would not have guessed that in 2024 he was going to put on a collared shirt and a jacket and sit down with people and have a really mature, heartwarming, positive story to tell and be that human being. You could have hoped for it. Right. It didn't look like it was heading that way, but we're here, and so that's wonderful because it's not just that he was a great player. It's not just that. I remember this when Aldon was there, and you could see, and there was the traffic accidents and the things that were all going on, but then you'd hear Aldon Smith speak publicly, and you're like, this is a good dude. This is a smart guy. This is not somebody who is just totally wayward and hurting other people. This is someone who looks, though, like he's on a track to being self-destructive. Right. Even though there's so much goodness in there, and we all know this now. We're more tapped into this than ever in our society, where it's like you can see it in there, and a lot of people can't access it for whatever reason. Anxiety and depression and everything that people go through, and sometimes they can't even find the good in themselves or the reason to get up and go in the morning, and he got there. He got there, which is just, it's fantastic. So it's been great to see him out and about in the media recently, and we look forward to seeing him in a few hours.
It's fun, and, Steve Young will come by, and we talk to Jeff Garcia again, and I look forward to spending some time with him. And, you've seen Alex Smith now out and about doing some commercials and whatnot, and you see him throwing the football with his kids and, pictures of his leg. And we asked him already when we had him on the show a week or so ago about his personal physical rehab, not the same thing that Aldon Smith went through, but Alex Smith, I was, damn near going to die based on
close.
A leg injury. And, the fact that he's been able to come back and what he deals with. So look forward to talking to him as well. And, just thinking about the Niners. The schedule came out, and we all get excited about the schedule release and what's going to come in, 4 more months when the season actually starts.
Unbelievable.
But football, man, am I right? We're excited about football in May.
It's never, ever far from our minds.
Right.
And the NFL, better than any organization I've ever seen in my life, they have got the whole thing dialed to where they have sat down with an annual timeline, and they have figured out how to stay top of mind every few weeks. They give you a little nugget, right? Every few weeks. The Super Bowl ends, and by the way, the data for this is incredible. What happens to television sets in America after the Super Bowl is stunning. Radios as well. It's stunning how everyone simply waits for that Super Bowl to happen, and then it's like, all right, it's like we're on vacation, and we're on vacation from sports for a little while. Yeah, we're out.
Right.
And so many leagues and outlets have tried to be like, okay, this is what the XFL tried to do. They're like, we'll be there in February. It's like, no, we don't want you. We just want a break. But the NFL goes, all right, we'll give you your break. But you're only going to get a break for about 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks.
The combine.
And then we're going to do free agency. And then we're going to do the combine. Yep. And then we're going to drip in the draft. And then we're going to do schedule release party. Like, who thought of that?
Genius.
What on earth would you do in sports when the schedule comes out where you look at it and give a rip? Imagine when the Giants schedule comes out. You're like, oh, Rockies in June. We have got to be there.
I'm in.
Honey, get on the internet and find some flights.
Yeah.
They're going to be in Denver in June.
I went through the Giants game by game. I had them at 81 and 81, Mark. I don't know if you remember that show.
Last night was a good night for you then. They're a little behind. Yeah, but so they've dialed this.
Yeah.
And so now we've arrived at mid-May. You've got the schedule release. You're going to wait a little bit longer. You're going to get some OTAs. And yeah, we are not far off. We are well less than 3 months from training camps being open. They are top of mind all year long, even when it's supposed to not be the case. You know, like we didn't talk about this yesterday, but the Christmas Day, 2 games on a Wednesday on Netflix. The genius behind that and what a disaster that is for the NBA. Because last year they were able to start to like dip their toe in the water on a Monday. All right, let's do 3 games. Ratings are through the roof. And now you're like, we can figure out a way, with the help of COVID, we can figure out a way to do this on a Wednesday, give you 2 football games. And oh, by the way, I have an idea. Let's not just make the viewer flip back and forth on their TV.
Right.
Let's make them open their streaming app so they literally can't toggle, leave television entirely, and be there from West Coast time, 10 in the morning till 5 at night, sit down at dinner, fall asleep on the couch. Right. We'll see you next year.
Yeah.
They own everything.
Right, and it used to be like, okay, we're going to give you Christmas, NBA. We're going to go ahead and give you that day. You know, Thanksgiving is ours. You get Christmas. You get your 5 games, and we won't really encroach on that. But you're right, with COVID and the way the schedule fell, and now even on a Wednesday, they don't even care if it's a Wednesday.
No.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, best day of the week. Doesn't even matter. They're going to do what they do, which is a couple of games, but you're right, not only a couple of games, but we're going to make you go to our streaming service where we're getting $25 million a game.
We're so addicted that when these things happen now, you will get former players to go on every media outlet in the country and go, can you believe this? The NFL has absolutely no shame. Let me tell you what it's like for our bodies to play 11 games in 3 games in 11 days. Let us tell you what that's like, and then you'll listen. You'll listen for 9 minutes while somebody gives you the horror of literally not being able to get out of bed in the morning and the safety concerns that this brings up. And we will listen to it, and we will go, that is awful.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine a workplace that does this to its... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm getting a call. Oh, wait, it's my buddy. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vegas fantasy draft in August? Sounds great.
Sure.
Let's do it.
I thought it was Watch Party Willard on the phone.
I mean, we act like we care. We don't care. We are so addicted that they have got this thing dialed. They can do whatever they want, and they will.
Well, you know, there's only 272 of those babies throughout the course of an NFL season.
Yep.
And so you think about 272, and it seems like a big number, but as you get into like week 7, week 8, and you do the math on what's left, and you realize, oh my God, there's only 150 more NFL games. 130. We're down to 88, 64, and it's just like the season goes by so fast.
I start crying after the opening Thursday game. I'm like, there's only 271 left.
I got to week 18 last year, and I realized at the end of week 18, you're down to like 12 games.
Yeah.
It's all the playoff games and then the Super Bowl, and it's like, thank God our team was even in it.
No joke.
If not, it's like, dude.
Well, let's talk about that. And Grandy, fire away. Take a listen to this. I know that the other shows have been playing it a lot. A couple of days ago, Steve Young comes on our show, and I remember the question because he was talking about Brock Purdy and how the roster's going to change soon. And I asked Steve, I said, so how much pressure does that put on this year? And he surprised us with his answer, because his answer immediately went kind of somewhere else, not so much about the year that's coming up. It went to a different spot, and it leads us to a place where we want to put a question out to you at 888-957-9570. Coming up next, we'll let you hear exactly what Steve said to us a couple of days ago that got all of us buzzing and thinking. And you can line up at 888-957-9570 on this incredibly special day where we're down at the California Theater in San Jose getting ready for the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. The presentation of his award, the Dwight Clark Award, goes to Dre Greenlaw, and the Natural Born Leaders Roundtable discussion with Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Alex Smith, and Jeff Garcia. The question to you is, do you feel like the Niners might have already missed their window? 888-957-9570. I know their roster looks stacked, but wait until you hear what Steve said to us a couple of days ago that may change the discussion a little bit. We do that next. We're excited to be with you for a very, very special day on Willard and Dibs.
Don't miss major Memorial Day.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from the Dwight Clark Legacy Series event. Brock Purdy, Steve Young, and many more will join them live coming up. Don't touch that dial. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, hell of a day. Hell of a day.
Oh, yeah.
We know the way to San Jose. We're here, and we're at the California Theater. It's beautiful, and it's just starting. You can kind of feel the pre-evening buzz. It's
Just
getting
a
started.
moment about the theater, because you mentioned California Theater. I had no idea that that the California Theater was A, this historic, and B, this beautiful. I mean, I've been to the Fox in Oakland, and I've been to the Paramount, and I've been to many of the great old theaters, thank you, around the Bay Area. But the California Theater, this place doesn't have to take second stage to any theater in the Bay Area. This place is incredible.
You very much feel like you are in one of the old town, sort of like San Francisco theaters, very much so. The only difference is it's about 15 degrees warmer. And so that's fun. But this place is great, and we're really looking forward to seeing how this night unfolds and to take you along for the ride. We're sponsored by Scandinavian Designs Furniture, and again, we're streaming all of this live on Twitch and YouTube. So you can get to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live and see Dibbs' chest. It's really something. That shirt, when's the last time you put that thing on?
Probably 2017.
It's threatening to be too big on you.
Yeah.
It's not, but it's flirting with it.
Well, today, and, I'm dealing with the 2-year-old, and so sometimes she likes to go back in the cribby. She says, cribby, back. Oh, you want to go in your crib? I got time. So she can't get out of her crib, so I had time to...
Be careful, because one of these days she can.
I know, we're not there yet, but anyway. I had time to try on clothes and what fits and what doesn't fit. And right now, a lot of stuff doesn't fit, so I thought this shirt might fit. It might look good. It's a little bit big,
You're
but we're
doing
going
great.
with it. Yeah.
No, you're doing great. So check it all out. Portions of Dibbs live here on 95.7 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and you can also now download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code that's right there in the bottom right corner of both our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. All right, take a listen. So we asked Steve Young, okay, does that mean all the pressure is on this upcoming year because it might be Debo or Brandon or somebody's going after this year? How much pressure does that put on this year? Listen to how Steve chose to answer that question.
The most pressure was last year, right? Because last year the Rams are down, the whole division's down, Seahawks are down, the Cardinals are way down. In the playoffs, you play a Packer team that's been middling the whole time. You got an upstart Lions squad. You're like, that's how we get to the Super Bowl, and then you play a down year Chiefs team. Of all the times that you're set up to do it, that was it. But since the Ravens at Christmas, we just weren't the same. And we held Patrick Mahomes to 19 points. You could have told me Patrick Mahomes won't score 3 touchdowns. We're not going to win that game? You're not going to walk over the Packers. We're not going to walk over the Lions. Things were haywire from Christmas on, and that's why last year was the time with the best roster in football to go get it done. And the fact is it didn't happen. That happens. It happened to me. I get that. But now next year, I think the Rams will be better. I think Marvin Harris will make the Cards better. The Seahawks will be better. The Lions will be the Packers will be better. It's going to get better. And we're probably not, I don't know if we'll get better, but hopefully we can stay the same and still beat the rank and file with this amazing roster we have and the way that we are innovative, we deploy the guys on offense, then yeah, great. But what just happened was a big miss. It was too bad.
That right there is
just the way he said it too, right?
It's real talk.
Yeah.
It's absolutely real talk. And you know me, I think the world of this team, and I will never not be optimistic about it, but I'm also, and I won't use the word realistic because that's a stupid word. I hate that word when it comes to sports.
Right.
But what I am is aware. And this season upcoming, I believe that we 49er fans are going to have a hard time at times because we are waltzing around right now. When they put uniforms on, they win. That's just how it works.
Right.
And so we joke, we play win-loss. I pulled that schedule out yesterday, and we talked about it for an hour. People, that thing is hard. That's what that schedule is.
Right.
That is incredibly hard, and in obvious ways and nuanced ways. Like you've talked about, how many times are they playing a team that's coming off of their bye?
4
times.
4 times.
Almost a quarter of their schedule is against teams that will be coming off of a week of rest.
And one of them, the Niners are coming off a mini bye because they played Thursday, so it's kind of a week and a half. But still, to your point, 4 times they play teams coming off a full week of rest.
Are they going to be healthy? Don't know.
Right.
Like, is one of the big debilitating injuries going to happen? Is it going to be a Purdy or a McCaffrey or a Bosa,
Trent Williams,
or a Warner or something like that, which it wasn't last year? I know, Dre in the Super Bowl, and look what happened.
Yeah.
The game turned. So is that going to be okay? What about the other teams out there? Largely the NFC was cream puff city, even in places where we didn't think it was. We're like, ooh, Cowboys, Eagles, Cowboys, right. Eagles. Playoff wins, none. Both of them. Get out of here. You're both frauds. And there really wasn't much in the 49ers' way.
And the teams they beat in the playoffs were very, very young. Green Bay, youngest team in football, and Detroit, inexperienced.
And you could argue the Niners got outplayed in both of those games.
Good point, yeah.
Okay, and they came away victorious for the reasons that they came away victorious, but to look at this year and go, all right, now you're matched up against the AFC East, which means a December roadie to Buffalo.
Right.
It means a Monday nighter against Aaron Rodgers. It means a trip to Miami to face Tyreek Hill. All of that's hard. And who's the one-off AFC team that you also play? They call themselves the Chiefs.
Right.
Like, oh my God, this schedule is so difficult.
Right.
When you laid it out yesterday, you talked about two separate 5-game win streaks.
Exactly.
I can almost promise you there's no way in hell that's going to happen.
Well, last year they started out 5-0.
Correct.
And, I put in a 5-game win streak after an opening week loss to the Jets, where many people coming at me on Twitter, oh, Dibs, you're an idiot, and the Jets this and the Jets that. Steiny mentioned it in the crossover. They are favored in all 17 games. So if you go according to Vegas, they go 17-0.
That's absurd, by the way.
It is absurd. And as we get closer to some of these games, you're going to realize that, they won't be favored in some. And I do think that Buffalo game is a scheduled loss, the second half of a 2-game road trip. Buffalo coming off of their bye. So if I was going to pick one game right now of the 17 that I would predict, if I was to bet $1,000 against the Niners in one singular game, that would be the game that I would bet against them right now. Exactly. Buffalo, second game of a road trip. Buffalo off a bye in December. Second straight cold game on the road at Buffalo.
That's the thing.
That's a tough one. So when you start to look at the schedule spots, and I do think that Arizona is interesting because they're going to be better, and you go to Seattle on a Thursday night, short week for both.
Well, you don't know.
Seattle's going to be better.
You don't know who's going to be surprisingly good.
Right.
A couple of years ago, Seattle was like a deal. Like it was a thing that the 49ers had to deal with.
Right.
And then last year they weren't. Will they be again? I don't know. Are the Cardinals going to actually be a squad? I don't know. Could the Rams be really good? I could see it. I don't know that that'll happen. There will be disappointments too. Like we might be sitting here right now talking about the Monday nighter against Detroit on January 2nd, and we're like, ooh, NFC Championship rematch. Detroit might regress.
Right.
The 49ers might regress. I don't know. Like, so there's all these surprises. Look, expectations are inevitable, not just because the Niners are very good and have a great roster, but that's just the nature of starting a season. Listen to the Dave Fleming bite that we keep playing throughout the last few weeks. The day after Blake Snell signs, he clearly, and many of us, self-included, had expectations about the Giants. And I'm not saying those are even completely gone. It's too early for those to all be gone. But expectations evolve. They evolve as the season goes, and that's what I'm going to try to do. I've got a very healthy expectation that the 49ers will be good.
Right.
But this whole dominant, at least 12, 13 wins, roll through this schedule, grab the 1 seed, off we go, Levi Stadium, couple games, Super Bowl. My goodness, it just, it doesn't usually work that way.
It almost never works that way, especially when you look at how these games come up and what the stack of the games is, and you've got 8 before the bye, and you've got Kansas City coming up, and they're off a bye, and that game is before you have your bye, and also you've got Dallas coming in the last game before your bye, and they're coming off a bye. So when you start to look at all these games, when they fall in the schedule and where you're going to be, and and we can talk to Alex Smith and Brock Purdy and Steve Young all about this. When you play, 8 straight weeks, no matter if it's a Thursday, a Sunday, a Monday, and you're going, the routine of a game week, practice, walk through game, travel, all the rest of it, it becomes tiring, and you're not going to be at your best in all those games.
No question. I mean, and I saw that they 5th most miles in the NFL.
That seems right.
And part of that's just being a coastal team, and so you got to go back east. They go to Tampa, I think, right? They go to Green Bay
and Miami and
Minnesota. Buffalo. They go to Minnesota. They kind of those are big trips. But a lot of rest for teams going against them. A first place schedule. I mean, just think about the quarterbacks that this team is going to face. There are not a lot of good ones in the NFL not on the schedule. Like, who are the best quarterbacks in the NFL not on the 49ers schedule? Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson are currently not on the 49ers schedule.
Justin Herbert would be...
Justin Herbert is not on the 49ers schedule.
C.J. Stroud, I guess you would... I mean, as we're going down the list, right?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts.
Not on the schedule.
Jalen Hurts is not on the schedule. But I mean...
Jimmy Garoppolo, not on the schedule.
Yes, he is, twice.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just trying to be funny.
Does everybody forget? You forget that he's a Ram.
He's a Rams?
Isn't he? He's a Ram, right? Jimmy Garoppolo's a Ram.
Lucas was
reluctant.
Yes, I
looked at the Higgins. He's like, I don't know. This is May is. I missed that 1 month.
It gets tough.
Like for NFL free agency, you're like, wait, what? Right? I think I even heard was Goo asking Spadoni earlier if he's like, is he your guy for the Raiders this year? He's like, he's not on the Raiders this year. So I'm thinking no, but I get it. Like you like that free agency thing. Doesn't that feel like it was 5 months ago?
Totally.
With everything that's happened since.
Right.
Yeah, he's on the Rams.
And a lot of that, it's like, you get to August and camps are open. It's like, oh my God, that's right.
Right.
So-and-so's on so-and-so.
You know who's on the 49ers this year? The guy who popped Aaron Rodgers' Achilles.
Really?
On the 49ers this year. Leonard Floyd. Monday night, let's do it again. First game of the year.
Don't do that.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same guy. If I were Aaron Rodgers, if I saw that schedule come out last night, I'd be like, oh, God, I got to play in that game again?
Yeah, bummer.
And Leonard Floyd's on the other team again? That's got to give him the willies a little bit.
Totally.
So, anyway.
But just, I think your point is well taken about the schedule and the team. And think about last year where the Niners were 5-0, and they won by 23, 7, 18, 19, and 32 in their first 5. Then you lost to Cleveland, Minnesota, and Cincinnati. Bibbidi, bobbidi, boop, as you like to say. You lost 3 in a row to, Cleveland was a playoff team-ish. Minnesota, Kirk Cousins played phenomenal. Fine. You lost to Cincinnati in a scheduled loss, but just like that, you go from 5-0 and, boy, undefeated, am I right? 17-0, it's on the table.
I mean,
you lost 3 in a row, whammy, and then you came out of the bye and you won 6 in a row. So you were asking me about me forecasting 2 5-game win streaks? Well, yeah, because they did it last year. They won 5 in a row, and then they won 6 in a row.
They could. But that season was, to Steve Young's point, there was a lot that went perfectly.
Right.
And I don't mean to say
Until Christmas, he said.
Well, right, but I don't mean to say that to make it sound like the Niners got away with one or got breaks. They were, in my opinion, the best team. That's the problem. They were the best team, and they didn't win.
Yeah, and that I think is what he's talking about in terms of breaks, is because you went up against a Patrick Mahomes team that was quote-unquote down.
Called him down.
Right.
They won the Super Bowl.
Right. Well,
but he's not wrong.
Exactly.
They were not a high-powered offense last year.
Right.
You did hold them to 2 touchdowns. In fact, in regulation, you held them to 1. You didn't have to go to Philly in January. You didn't have to worry about Dallas in January. You went through all of this and had the second half lead and had Mahomes largely under control defensively, and all of that added up to not good enough.
Right.
And certainly, at least offensively, you were healthy. You got to February with Brock and Debo and Brandon and George and Christian and Trent and Kyle, and they're all ready to rock. And you could not get to 20 points.
Right.
And you did not win. And so that's troubling because you do look at this year's schedule, and I do see Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Matt Stafford twice, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Tua, Aaron Rodgers, on and on and on. That's their schedule this year. And so, and we have no idea what Greenlaw's status will be.
Right.
This whole thing is going to be hard. So whatever that record ended up being last year, and what was it? Was it 12-5, I think? I know one of the games, they punted there at the end against the Rams.
12-5.
Boy, I would take the under. I would take the under on the Niners win total this year. I would take the
under 10.5.
I saw it at 11.5.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily take it at under 10.5, but if the Niners are a 10 or 11 win team this year, that would not surprise me. And by the way, if they're an 11 win team, I'll take it. If you offer me that right now, I'll take it. And I know how some people will receive that because you're like, they're better than that. And it's like, it's not that they're not better than that. 11-6 is a really good record. There are a ton of good teams. 11-6 means you will be playing in January, and you will have.
You probably are playing that first weekend, but you're probably hosting.
11-6.
I don't think 11-6 gets the bye.
Well, 12-5 did this year, so 11-6 is on the table for the bye for sure.
Yeah.
I don't see. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see an NFC team where you're like, that team's definitely doing 12 or 13 wins this year.
Yeah, I'd have to look at Detroit's schedule, and outside of Detroit. I mean, you look at Philly and Dallas, that division is not going to be a cupcake, no cakewalk, and nobody in the South, I think, is dominant enough to really run the table at that level. I think the NFC is a little bit of a mishmash.
And by the way, just asking the Niners to go get the bye, that's a lot to ask. One team gets the bye.
Right.
So, yeah, they may be the 2 seed. They may be the 3 seed. I don't think that's the end of the world. But
it was 2 years ago.
Well,
it was the end of days, and Brock Purdy's arm fell off.
Does the arm fall off if you're at home? I don't know. I'm not going to put that on not being the 1 seed. The bottom line is I just know that this is going to be a whole thing. This is going to be an experience and twists and turns and injuries and frustration to just assume 12 or 13 wins. When you just with what we just read off in your way, all the rest, all the travel, all the cold, the Green Bay, the Buffalo back-to-back, I mean, this thing's going to be hard.
Of course it's going to be hard, and I think you don't have to look much further than the division and see that Arizona is better. Seattle is not worse. They might be better with a new defensive coordinator, and the Rams are still a very good team. They're very much a factor, and that's 6 of your 17 games are against divisional teams that are, not pushovers by any stretch. So just your very divisional games, I think, are going to be tough in and of themselves. And then you talk about all the difficult games out of conference and, the one-off games, Tampa and Dallas and Kansas City. Those are your 3 one-offs, and then you have the AFC East and the NFC North. Not easy out of conference.
I tell you what, Steve Young said it, and I know that there are certain people in this town that when they say it, you listen a little closer, and you believe them when they speak. And Steve is one of those guys. And I was glad he said it because it's true. It's absolutely true. And I think it's something to keep in the back of our minds going forward with 49er football in this era. It's hard to imagine this upcoming season sort of laying out for the Niners the way this one did. It's hard to imagine. Doesn't mean they can't win. Doesn't mean that it won't end up going better. But, God, man, they should have had it.
They should have.
They should have had it.
And if you think about last year, just, while we're talking about what Steve Young had to say, if you want to talk about what went right versus what went wrong, what really went wrong last year in the season?
Well, you say in the season, which kind of the first answer I was going to say was Dre Greenlaw tearing his Achilles on the sideline.
That's in the second half of the final game that you actually were able to get to. I'm thinking about the run-up in the regular season. What went really – I mean, McCaffrey healthy, Debo mostly healthy, Brandon healthy, George healthy, Trent healthy, Brock got better,
This is going to trigger a bunch of people.
Okay.
But it's the first answer that comes to mind. The hiring of Steve Wilks.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't mean that to blame Steve Wilks. I just mean that clearly
that was wrong.
People were not on the same page.
Yeah.
People were not. Whoever's page was right and who was wrong, we've had that discussion.
I'd have to say I'm built for this.
But when you say this, you didn't mean the 49er DC job, did you?
No, I'm built for these road shows. I love it here in San Jose.
It didn't work. Some of the players were clearly frustrated. Kyle and Steve weren't on the same page. I still look at this whole situation and scratch my head as to why Kyle hired Steve Wilks. If that was kind of what they were asking for, they wanted someone to blend into their system, then go find someone who does your system.
Right.
And so
that's actually a really good answer.
What went wrong is that relationship. That's what went wrong.
Yeah, and yet you still went 12-5 in the regular year, and you were able to win a couple of playoff games, and you got to the Super Bowl where your defense honestly wasn't the problem. You didn't lose the Super Bowl because of Steve Wilks and because of the defense.
Correct.
You lost it for a number of small reasons. An offensive lineman going the wrong way, Brock Purdy not seeing an open receiver, whatever you want to nitpick as to why you lost. I don't think that Steve Wilks and his game plan and the defensive calls were much of an issue in the Super Bowl.
No.
There were a couple of plays that you would look at.
Well, when you got to the end, they were
gassed.
Well, they were gassed, but there were some questionable setups and approaches when you're facing Patrick Mahomes in a situation like that.
Right.
You've got a third and medium. They gave him opportunities where it's like, dude, that's candy from a baby for Patrick Mahomes. If you're just going to give people that much space, that's getting a little bit into the weeds and a little too technical. I don't think that relationship worked. That's my first answer. But we can keep talking it out. We'd love your phone calls. Do you feel like the 49ers have maybe pushed the window too far, maybe even missed it? 888-957-957 is the number. But the lead all afternoon is that we are at the California Theater in San Jose for the Dwight Clark Legacy Series and the awarding of the Dwight Clark Award, and a parade of 49er stars are coming through here in a matter of hours, all to benefit the Golden Heart Fund, and we are thrilled to be here on Willard and Dibs.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Do you think
live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It is Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, live on the damn scene.
Yeah.
At the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. California Theater in San Jose. And oh, by the way.
Yeah, talk to me.
Are you one of them last minute Charlies? You one of these people that sits there at about, 3 o'clock on the best day of the week?
That's normally me, yes, Mark.
And you call your people because, you got, 2 hours of work left. Maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Call your people, and you're like, what do you want to do tonight? I got an idea for you.
You don't.
Tickets still available. $87. For those of you who don't speak Niners, that's Dwight Clark's number.
Oh.
$87. All you got to do is go to DwightClarkAward.com. Tickets still available. Understand what you would be coming down here in San Jose, where it happens to be 75 degrees or north of that.
Oh, it's perfect.
It's absolutely beautiful day. You can come on down here and see Dre Greenlaw win the Dwight Clark Award. You can watch a roundtable discussion with Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Alex Smith, and Jeff Garcia, and many more. Renardo Green, for example, the Niners second-round draft pick, is going to be here. There will be other Niner dignitaries cruising around throughout the building, and you have an opportunity to rub some elbows and do a good thing, because all of that money, 100% of your $87 goes to the Golden Heart Fund, helping ex-49ers get through whatever they're dealing with.
Yeah, and I feel great about what you just laid out, but I also feel bad because you kind of buried the lead about the biggest attraction here tonight at the California Theater.
Your chest?
I'm showing some cleavage.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you may not know this, but it turns out I'm from Cleveland.
Cleavage!
Dude, this is for you.
This is for you!
No doubt. I'm about half an hour away from going to another button.
Oh, man.
If we can get another...
You won't.
If we can get another 50 people in the next 12 minutes, I'm going to open up one more button. I swear to you.
All right, if we can get to 1,000 people on YouTube.
Dude, no doubt. We're going to go one more button.
No, let's not.
I'm 2 buttons away from... Yeah.
I shouldn't have left that out, though.
Yeah.
Not that we're an attraction, but boy, we'd love to say hi to you.
No doubt.
So, we're here, too.
We're only right here at the entrance, by the way, so come on in and say hello.
It's hard to find us. Just close your eyes and listen to the two blowhards who won't shut up, who are totally ruining the vibe around here.
Seriously.
That's us. But anyway, glad you're with us. And the parade of stars and guests is going to start shortly, probably within the next 10, 20, 30 minutes for sure. And we've got a lot to get through and a lot to do and a lot of fun to have. So get on over to Twitch, YouTube, your smart speaker, the radio, wherever it is, and join us today for Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. I do want to take a moment to thank someone. And his first name is Logan, and his last name is Webb. And I just want to say that's how you do it. And it's not just because you went out and put up zeros for 6 innings against that lineup, but that was a special ace performance. That's the point of an ace. An ace doesn't always perform well. But when you've got a night going like that, where your rivals are in town, they've beat you 5 times in a row, the fan base is livid. I was livid.
Yeah.
By the way, the fan base is now not suddenly not livid.
They're less livid.
You don't erase that in one night. But to barely have our seats warm, and Logan is on the mound, and some of you may not have gotten to your TV in time to even see this.
I was totally following all this.
But 2 outs, bases loaded.
Right.
Like, I got to the game 15 minutes after it starts, and in the pitch clock era, I'm conditioned to mean that means it's the top of the 3rd inning already.
No.
We're still in the top of the 1st. The bases are drunk with people wearing blue. and there are 2 outs. And Logan has got to bear down.
And he was not good in the lead-up is the point. And
No.
it felt like another 3 or 4 run first and another 8-2 loss.
Ball game over.
Exactly. Get out your brooms. But what he did at that point was like, wow, ace-S.
He got Teoscar Hernandez, and then he settled in, as aces often do. And to work through that lineup on that night for 6 shutout innings, I tell you something, man. I'm kind of sick and tired. This is where I'm going to go back in the direction of what's happening on the field. There's a little quirk with this team that bothers me, and it is that even Giants fans often don't look at Logan Webb as a true ace. And I know why. Because his stuff doesn't pop off the screen. I can look at Jordan Hicks and be like, dude, he's got better stuff than Logan Webb.
Harrison's got better stuff.
Absolutely.
They all have better stuff.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Logan Webb, second in the league in Cy Young voting last year. The consistency has been there all along. Go back to what he did in the playoffs in 2021, where he was phenomenal. The Giants have a true ace. And I hope that Blake Snell is sitting right beside him here shortly once he gets healthy, and maybe others. Maybe Harrison will be an ace one day. Maybe Robbie Ray will pitch like his Cy Young former self. I don't know how that's all going to go, but Logan Webb is literally one of the few pieces of the Giants that not only performs at the highest of levels, but he takes it on. He's willing to be the leader. He's the one who's going to say, we're playing like dog Schmidt, and this has got to stop. And so this is just a Logan Webb appreciation post, if you will. The Giants needed you last night, and you were there for them, and that's not going to be forgotten, dude. That was a big time performance.
Big time first inning is what it was. And when you're dealing with an ace, your job as the ace is to be the stopper. And he was not doing that in the first inning. And he loaded him up, and there were 2 outs, and he was in a struggle. He was in a tight spot, and next thing you know, he got out of it. And then not only did he get out of it, but after that, he shut the Dodgers down, and that's the key. And, you know, you could talk about ace stuff or not ace stuff all you want. The guy only struck out 5 over the 18 outs that he recorded. I'm not saying he's as good as Greg Maddux, but he reminds me a lot of Greg Maddux.
Yeah, it's an interesting
he doesn't overwhelm you. He pitches down and away when he's effective. He got through the first inning. He locked in, and he did exactly what they needed him to do, which was put up zeros and help them get the win.
Yep, absolutely. Tremendous performance that the Giants absolutely needed. All right, again, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, and you've heard us now for a couple of weeks talking about the Golden Heart Fund. And while I think, you know, we've described it to you, there may still be some questions in terms of what it's all about. So we're going to get our evening started by bringing in Robert Watts, the Director of Player Care and Services at the Golden Heart Fund. Again, this is largely 49ers helping other former 49ers. So, Robert, good afternoon. It's great to meet you. Great to have you on the show. And I know this is a huge night for everything that you guys do. Why don't you give us a little bit of a synopsis of what tonight means to you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on. And I just want to say Willie and Dibby. Huge fan.
Okay.
Listen to you guys every day. So look. I want to tell you about the Golden Heart Fund.
Look, sitting right over there.
So, yeah.
All right.
You can stay as long as you want now. Right. I mean, seriously.
I might go for a walk now. Yeah, you can do this.
Huge fan. Love you guys and the work that you do. Thanks for having me again. Really excited for tonight. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to really bring the work that the Golden Heart Fund does to the masses. The Golden Heart Fund started about 7 years ago with seed money from both owners, current and previous, the Yorks and DeBartolo, really with a commitment to taking care of guys beyond their career on the field. They do so much for us and really want to be able to make sure that they continue to live lives that are up to the same standard of everybody else that doesn't, commit to the field. So we really look at early on
helping support with dire need. So really thinking about guys that have hard times, right? Injuries, mental health, CTE, and really thinking about, how can we support them in that way. Over the last couple of years, we really look to expand. So I actually just joined Golden Heart Fund a couple of months ago, and we're now a full 5-person team. So still a small organization doing big work to really address these gaps in services that guys have when they're playing to when they're out there, back amongst us fans.
How frustrating is it to have to fill these gaps? Because I know the NFL and the pension and the lifetime health care is not even close to where it should be. Is that something that your foundation, the Golden Heart, is that one of the first things you look at as far as bridging that gap between what the league doesn't do and what you guys can do?
Yeah, so the league does so much, and the union actually also, the NFL Players Association, does a lot to really provide supports. How long you play, and really plays a big role in what benefits and resources that you get. And so one of our biggest goals is to connect them to those resources. There's a lot of them. As most of us know, benefits are a confusing thing to navigate. So one of our missions is to really help connect and bridge those gaps. The nice thing about the fund and our founding board members, Ronnie Lott, Harris Barton, Ron Ferrari, and Brent Jones really emphasize we want to go and fill. And so that's where our grants come into play. And we really can provide resources that go beyond what the league provides. And some guys who don't meet the minimum requirements of the NFL or the Players Association, then we can really step in a meaningful way and create connections to health resources, mental health, and then really just day-to-day basic needs.
Don't want to bring this down at all. I think everybody knows what we're doing here tonight, but how prevalent is CTE among former players?
Yeah, it's significant. I think we're learning a lot more now than we ever did before. We're not a scientific organization, but we do understand that the impact is significant. A lot of the players, we support players across the spectrum. So young guys that are looking to transition back in, out of football, maybe they didn't have the career that they were hoping to have. So what's next for them? Also working with guys that are, 70s and 80s and looking, they're winding things down and really wanting to make sure that their quality of life is intact. I think the more that we know, the more preventative we can be, and really looking at getting guys screened. The NFL does screenings. We're trying to connect them to those screenings. We're trying to create opportunities to do health assessments early on. And then for guys who are a little older, really getting in there as soon as possible to find out what they need and to create the best quality of life we can through the resources that are available.
This is great stuff. And again, just so people know, if anybody is coming tonight, because I know that we can still get some more people to come on down. We've talked about it. DwightClarkAward.com is where you can get your tickets. And 100%, right, of the money that you get tonight goes directly to the fund and to help these players. I mean, where would you say right now is kind of need number one? Tonight's proceeds are going to go directly to what?
Yeah, it's to what we just talked about. So we're really just planning. We met today to plan out for this upcoming year, and really we want to get as many guys connected to getting health screenings as possible. So your funds will go contribute to that. Also, constantly we're connecting with guys who have various needs throughout the year. We also support families, surviving spouses, and so it permeates beyond. We're trying to connect former players to education opportunities and career opportunities. That's constant. And so really right now, I think health outcomes, health and wellness is really at the forefront of what we're trying to do.
Robert Watts, Director of Player Care and Services at the Golden Heart Fund, which is the beneficiary of tonight. We already love what you're doing, but if you're going to listen to the show every day, my goodness.
Come on.
Just consider yourself welcome anytime.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I would love to hear Golden Heart Fund every day. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's do it. All right. There's Robert Watts. That sets the table for what we're doing tonight. And again, it's going to be a huge night. It's beautiful here at the California Theater in San Jose, and a parade of many just getting started. So stay with us. 888-957-9570, our number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year.
Now from the California Theater in San Jose, it's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly who we are. Or Willie and Dibby to some.
Exactly, for those who know.
Yeah, that's right. Dwight Clark Legacy Series for those who know. Tickets still available. DwightClarkAward.com, $87. Come down here and be a part of the fun. I'm getting like a little bit of a butterfly feel, man. Like
a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I don't know how this is all going to go. This is going to be, I know this. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be different. It's going to be really fun. And if you're just joining us, Dwight Clark Legacy Series and a parade of I don't want to say thousands, but just a great parade coming through here this evening with Dre Greenlaw earning the Dwight Clark Award and the roundtable discussion with quarterbacks, natural-born leaders, Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, all here, and other 49ers, Aldon Smith, current rookies, all the way around the board. I think Laura Britt's going to stop by. She and Matty Mayoko are hosting this. You can still be here, DwightClarkAward.com. And something about this, just post-draft, post-schedule release, is making 49er football feel like it's right around the corner.
And also post-NFL Network showing the Super Bowl loss from not this past year, but from the previous year makes you realize that, the Niners are in a pretty good spot, Mark. They've had 2 Super Bowl appearances over the last 4 seasons. Unfortunately, both resulting in losses, but we are in a window. And somebody was asking earlier about windows and teams and their windows, and it feels like of the Niners, Giants, and Warriors, as far as windows go, the Niners window is the only one that feels like it's open, and it feels pretty wide open. The Giants window
hasn't opened yet. It hasn't reopened yet.
Well, I mean, is it even ajar? The Warriors window is one of those old windows where you put the stick in it, and if you take the stick out of it, the window slams shut. And you know the window I'm talking about. We've all had that window.
I've lived in a lot of places that have had those windows.
And we had a highlighter in our window. If you wanted it to
highlighter.
If you wanted it to only open a little bit, you put the highlighter and you put the big stick in. If you wanted it to open more, but the Niners window feels like a big bay window. But the wind could blow that thing shut at any moment.
The Warrior window, the argument would be, is it already closed or is it almost closed?
Right.
The Giants window is not reopened yet. That's how I would describe it. And the 49er window, yes, it's wide open, but I think the point Steve Young was making, and I agree with him, is that it potentially it started to close.
Yeah.
Just the slightest bit. The doors just started to close. And I say that while knowing that just because the roster is going to change here within the next year or two for sure, doesn't mean that means the championship window closes. If Brock Purdy is everything that they think that he is, then this can continue to evolve and it stays open the whole time. And that's the hope, and it may well be the case. I mean, Steve's not wrong. When you win a title and you have great players, the roster starts to change. The really good players can still keep it open. Like, are the Bills going to still be good this year? Stephon Diggs is gone, and Gabe Davis is gone. Their whole receiving core is gone.
Right.
They started turning things over. Is Josh Allen good enough to still keep that team at the top of the AFC East? We already know the answer with Mahomes. Tyreek Hill gone, so what? Let's go win it again. So that guy's truly the greatest. But all of the guys have got to deal with that a little bit. I don't think it takes them completely out of the running. But yeah, this is probably the last year of we're going to totally overwhelm you by having a better player at every position on the field.
Right.
This is the last year of that.
So in terms of that window, that part of the window, yeah, it does feel like this is the time. And, you look at last year in the Super Bowl, and Steve made a great point about this, where you had a Patrick Mahomes team that was not as good as previous teams have been, just from a roster standpoint. And you had him in a spot where they had only scored 1 touchdown in the entire game. You had that thing on your racket, to use a tennis analogy. You're serving for the match, and you were unable to close it out.
Yep.
And then you got into the tiebreaker, into overtime, and Mahomes did what Mahomes does, and it feels like that might be the one that got away.
You asked me a little bit ago what last year, because you were trying to make the point, and it's a fair one, that a lot went right for the Niners last year. But you said what went wrong, and I said Steve Wilks. And I qualified that with not meaning just Steve, not putting it all on Steve, but it clearly was a relationship that did not play out correctly. There were complaints. There was confusion. Right. There seemed to be a discord between Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilks, and I still scratch my head to this day as to why they hired Steve Wilks if they wanted somebody to do something different than what Steve does. That's confusing to me. But Rod in Vallejo picked up the phone to give us a call about it. Hey, Rod, what's going on? What are you doing?
Great show, guys. Really love it. Great show.
Thank you. Thanks.
Steve Wilks is one of the fine defensive minds in the NFL. What happened to the 49er defense is when Clelin Ferrell went down, that was the end. Clelin Ferrell had a great year last year. When you put together a defensive line, one of your ends has to set the edge and provide a bull rush, while your other end is an edge rusher. You cannot have two edge rushers in there like Chase Young and Nick Bosa tearing up field. You're able to run on that. It's defensive line 101, and that was the problem. Clelin Ferrell had a really good year that was really ignored, and that was the problem. And when Greenlaw went down, that was just the finishing touch.
I don't think that that's a bad call at all.
No.
I mean, Clelin Ferrell now, like from a large sort of view from 10,000 feet, Rod, I'm going to push back on, well, the defense suddenly falls apart when Clelin Ferrell goes out. Like, there's still enough people out there who can adjust on the fly and do this. Like, they still had enough players.
And Chase Young and Nick Bosa and the rest, but
it hurt.
Right,
it absolutely hurt, and stylistically, he's right.
Setting the edge in the run game, especially. That was the one thing that Clelin Ferrell did that Chase Young certainly didn't do consistently, and that became a real issue for the defense. But, I mean, we could look at the loss of Hufanga, and you could look at the loss of Greenlaw in the Super Bowl. Their team was deep enough, I think, to withstand that, and ultimately the defense only broke down when they were on the field for so long in that fourth quarter and overtime.
Sure, there's that. I do think, like, there's certain ones you can look at and you can immediately feel them a little bit more than others. There were certain moments where the Clelin Ferrell loss, you could feel it. Detroit, that was one of those moments where you're like, geez, they're just like, they're gashing them. Right?
Chase Young jogging after ball carriers.
Right, but Chase Young was really good in the Super Bowl, and the defense as a whole was really good in the Super Bowl.
Right.
However, it was much better in the first half than it was in the second half. Dre Greenlaw. Like, that to me, that's a player that you can really feel the whole time when he's suddenly not there. So I just look at it that way. The Ferrell loss was a big loss. It was not so big that the Niners should not have been able to recover or figure something else out.
Agree. And I do think that when you look at the Super Bowl and how that game played out and just how Dre Greenlaw played, how he played early in that game, he was the most dominant player on the field for the opening quarter and a half. Like, you knew where 57 was at all times. He was wrecking the game from the linebacker spot, and then he's just trying to go onto the field, and boom, Achilles gone, and Fred Warner immediately disconsolate as his teammate is down and out.
You know, I really look at the Greenlaw thing from top to bottom, and maybe we can get an answer on this here in a matter of hours, because he is going to be the recipient of the Dwight Clark Award. So that means Dre is going to be, I hope, not limping through the building here
good call.
In a matter of hours. But maybe the most under-discussed item of the entire 49ers offseason is Dre Greenlaw. Like, I didn't see the 49ers go into the draft or late on the back end in free agency and replace Dre Greenlaw. Yet I have major questions about who Dre Greenlaw is going to be, at least in the first half of this season. I know Aaron Rodgers set the table for, hey, Achilles now take 4 hours to heal. And so maybe this guy's just going to be his normal self week one. But I have a hard time believing that even if it is healed and he can put a uniform on and go out there and play, that's challenge number one. But as every doctor has ever told us, when you do the Achilles or you do the ACL, that mental hurdle of going back out on the field and trusting it, hell, look at all the conversations we've had through the years with Klay Thompson.
Right.
To act like Dre Greenlaw is A, going to be ready week one, and B, going to be himself anytime soon is a big assumption.
Right.
And what is the 49ers plan B at that position?
Good questions all. And I honestly, for Dre Greenlaw, I'm looking after the bye, which would be week 10. You know, take the first 8 games. You've got games 1 through 8. And go ahead and take those off of the table. And then if you're looking at week 10 coming out of the bye, that would be October, which would be about 8 months after the injury and after the surgery. So that for me feels like an aggressive time for Dre Greenlaw to even come back. And in the meantime, you know, linebacker-wise, you've got Fred Warner. But as I was mentioning during the crossover, you're a team that doesn't play as much nickel as other teams, but when you do play nickel, you need a second good linebacker, and I'm not sure who that's going to be.
You know, we just pulled up the 49ers base depth chart.
Okay.
Just to play around with this a little bit. And I just wanted to let everybody know, maybe some developing news. Dre Greenlaw has been listed as questionable.
Okay.
For week one. He's questionable. So's Talanoa Hufanga. By the way, so's Charvarius Ward. And I'm kind of like, what's that all about? Like Dre and Talanoa were way more hurt than Charvarius. But anyway, the other names that are out there, like we know who's a part of this team. We know Flanagan Fowles. We know Fred Warner, obviously. Right. But the names that are sitting there right now, from Curtis Robinson, Devondre Campbell, Ezekiel Turner, D. Winters, Jalen Graham, like there's a lot of linebackers on this roster. The 49er fan base doesn't know any of these guys.
Right.
They don't know what these guys can do. I don't know if the 49ers know what these guys can do. This is a massive featured position. There are many people in NFL circles that believe that Fred Warner has largely been tabbed as the best linebacker in football because he's next to Dre.
Exactly.
And that goes both ways now. That's not to say that Fred is a product of Dre, but the fact that the two of them are both so prolific makes life that much more prolific for each of them. Their own talent combined with the talent of who's right next to them. So the trickle-down effect for this linebacking core is going to be massive if he's there or even if he's not himself.
Well, when he comes back, and he won't be himself, at least immediately, and you mentioned it, like the comeback is not as instant as, okay, now you're healthy, now you're back, you're 100%. There's a certain ramp up, and there's a certain amount of getting comfortable again, especially when you play like Dre Greenlaw does, and when you play the position that he plays, which is he has to be able to plant and move in all directions. It's not a straight line here and there, like even a pass rusher. Nick Bosa, for example, when he tears the ACL, there's a certain amount of movement he knows he needs to have, not a lot of back pedal. When you are a pass rushing end or a defensive end, it's usually either forward or in or to the side. If you're going backward, that means you're probably getting blocked, and it's not a good thing. But if you're Dre Greenlaw, you've got to move in all directions, and his whole game is built on explosion. So I think it's going to be, I would hate to say the whole year before he gets back to being what he was, but it's going to be a lot more difficult for Dre to get back to where he was based on the position he plays.
Lucas, remind us next Tuesday, next time Doc Pandy is on, it's probably time, especially after we, fingers crossed, talk to Dre today.
Right.
Would love to get an updated conversation on where he's at, and what the realistic possibility is of Dre Greenlaw playing week 1, playing week 10, playing 2024. If he does play, what mental hurdle does he need to get over? What percentage version of Dre Greenlaw are we going to see? I really think that this is kind of an under-discussed portion of the 49er offseason so far. So,
yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, well, we could throw this out to our audience, too, 888-957-9570, especially after looking at that schedule come out and now having a conversation about tonight's award winner, Dre Greenlaw. Like, what are your fears this year? about the San Francisco 49ers based on where we sit today?
For me, it's primarily the defense because of, the losses that you've had, including Dre Greenlaw. Can Hufanga come back and be as effective as you need him to be? And you got a new defensive coordinator who I don't believe has ever coordinated. So, Steve Wilks, whatever you want to say about his season, he had credentials.
Yes.
He's a guy who's been around the league for 25
yes.
years. He's a guy who's got pelts on the wall, and now you go to Sorensen, who's never done it at this level, and you've got a defense that's a little bit more depleted than it was, and you're going up against really, really good offenses. Miami, Buffalo, I know they don't have a well-established receiving core, but they've got a great quarterback, and you mentioned all the good quarterbacks you're going to face, and you've got Mahomes again. I think when you look at this year, I'm more concerned about the defense than I am the offense, certainly.
Interesting. Yeah. And I mean, we look right now at the history of the 49er defensive philosophy, which has always been up at the defensive line first and then work your way backward, right? They've got a great linebacking core, but I'll never forget that year, the year before the Super Bowl, when the Niners had, I think, 2 interceptions the entire year.
Right.
And then the exact same defensive backfield came back the next year, and they were fantastic. And what the 49ers showed was if you've got a dominant defensive line, you can turn that secondary, a mediocre secondary, into a really good one, because it's simply all about how many seconds does it take to get to that quarterback, how quickly can you get that quarterback uncomfortable. And if I look back on the 49ers season, it's hard to say this because they went to the Super Bowl, they went to overtime in the Super Bowl, they held Patrick Mahomes in regulation to only 1 touchdown, they did all these wonderful things. They were one of the better defenses in football. And I still look at them and I go, that defensive line underperformed. They're better than that. They could have been, should have been even better than that. So I'm really interested to see this signing of Leonard Floyd, letting Chase Young go and turning that into Leonard Floyd, and whether he stylistically fits, like what Rod was just saying on the phone, was he stylistically fit opposite Nick Bosa, and is Javon Hargrave allowed to come in and be the free agent signing we thought he was going to be last year? All these guys had flashes. They need to be more consistent. If they can do that, just those guys, I'm focused on those guys, then I think this defense can look like its old self, even more dominant than they were last year.
And Eric Armstead out and Malik Collins in from Houston. Is that an upgrade? And with a new scheme, can Javon Hargrave perform better than he did last year, where maybe it was the scheme, maybe it was the people around him, but it looked like, to me anyway, he didn't play as well as advertised. If the front four, and you mentioned Leonard Floyd, if he can come in and be more of a game wrecker than what you had there last year, maybe we are less worried about who plays linebacker for Dre Greenlaw.
My answer to this, and again, 888-957-9570, what are your 49er fears this offseason as we sit here today in May? It'd be too easy, I think, to just be like, well, health. I'm worried about injuries. That's a constant in the NFL, but there's a specific portion of the health centered around one guy that for me is my biggest concern and sort of my hope going forward. And it centers around Christian McCaffrey. You watch how many times he touches the ball and the way he plays, and even what happened to him last year, what he played through, and how many times he had to walk off the field, whether it be Cleveland, and then surprisingly come back the very next week against Minnesota. You remember what he went through. He's another year toward 30, another year later in that contract, and we know the history that he has had. He has struggled with it at times. And so I look at his health, his number of touches, his age, and then also what the Niners are trying to do in the receiving core by drafting a receiver in the first round, and having a young quarterback that now is going into his 3rd year. I would love to see the 49ers start to rely on Christian just a little bit less. Just a little bit less. Not a lot, a little bit less. Do you like the running back you got in the draft? Does that work out?
Isaac Guerrero.
Can you spread it out a little bit, but can you also start to give a little bit more responsibility to Brock and become a team that instead of going 49% pass?
Right.
Can you be 53% pass?
I don't think so, Mark.
And you might be right.
Yeah.
But that would be my hope. And it's not because they need to do that to win. It's just a little less reliance on Christian.
I get that.
Feels like the right way to go.
It does, but I also can close my eyes and stuff and picture, what Kyle Shanahan is going to do and stuff. And, when you get into tight spots and, you got a 20-17 game with 13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and stuff, and you're thinking about how do we win this game? It's going to be Christian McCaffrey. And Kyle Shanahan has shown that he's not one to play around. He's not one to trifle with, well, let's get Eli some extra carries. Jordan Mason, TDP, the dude barely played, and now he's gone because Kyle didn't think that he was good enough. And I can Danny Gray you, and I can Ray McLeod you from last year, and there are reasons why those guys didn't get a shot. It's because Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe that they can make the plays that he wants made. Kyle Shanahan has a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to guys who aren't good enough or don't run the right route or don't block the right way. Whatever it is that these players don't do that's good enough, Kyle doesn't want to suffer through those sorts of fools, quote unquote. And so you're going to see, I think, the same amount of McCaffrey because he gives you the best chance not only to win the game, but win the play.
We're closing in on 4 o'clock, so people are going to start cruising through here. Dwight Clark Legacy Series, California Theater in San Jose for a special night with regard to the 49er organization, and we are here on the scene and getting ready to talk to everybody as they come on through. We'll also take your calls. What are your off-season 49er fears, especially after seeing that gauntlet of a schedule yesterday? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it. People need something new, and Merit America is that. 22 weeks of flexible training led by experts. 7 high-paying tracks, including cybersecurity and data analytics. $0 upfront for tuition, with an average salary increase of $26,000 after completion. Go to meritamerica.org now, and they'll help you build a career that treats you right. That's meritamerica.org.
How'd you like to have a wall of windows that open or a wall of windows with doors that disappear, offering you unobstructed views? See them for yourself at goldenstatelumber.com. Click on products, then choose windows and doors for the image gallery featuring Marvin and other vendors that are sure to inspire you. Golden State Window and Door Design is a Marvin direct retailer offering competitive pricing. Now celebrating 70 years, Golden State. When you succeed...
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from the Dwight Clark Legacy Series event. Brock Purdy, Steve Young, and many more will join them live coming up. Don't touch that dial. Take it away, boys.
Okay, we will. Thank you, voice guy.
Yeah.
Look, we've been around for a minute. There's no way around that.
Right.
More
than a minute.
Well, we're just sitting here talking about it, and I think it's inspired by the star power that's about to walk through this building. Is significant, Dan Dibley.
No doubt.
These are some dudes now, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Dre Greenlaw, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, Alden Smith. These are some dudes.
Yep.
And they've got presence and resumes and all of the stuff. All of them except for Purdy have money. All of those things, you know? And so they're going to come through here, and Maddie's like, what's the most nervous that you've ever been before an interview? And I figured that was inspired by the fact that, right, like some dudes are about to come walking through here.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
And so I first joked right now. But that's not true.
Yeah.
And then I had a different answer, but I didn't hear yours. What's the most nervous you've ever been before an interview before?
Well, we talked about the Joe Lacob in-person, in-studio interview, and Matt and I were having a back and forth about the nature of me and the fact that...
The nature of you?
Well, because when I do interviews, especially at that time, it was Joe, Lo, and Dibbs, and so Joe's going to ask the hard-hitting questions, and Lo Neal's going to most likely be coming out of left field, deep left field, and, God love him.
Joe, what do you like to put in a pita?
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Exactly, that type of thing.
Right.
And so I'm trying to be the funny guy, so for me, you got the Warrior owner here, and, when I'm going to ask him a question, I'm not going to get too hardcore about it. So you're going to try to run material.
Waka, 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 Joe.
Exactly. And we're the Warrior flagship. And if I happen to get like a cold stare and that's not funny at all. And, my boss is, having a hard look
it's a lot.
at everything, it becomes a little nerve wracking. So
sure.
That was probably the answer. I've interviewed Joe Montana.
Yeah, give me your resume. Let's go.
Jim Brown.
Let's go.
I can run through it, but we're going 25 years back. Really, though, the honest answer is, and I was telling the boss this, Steve Kerr. Because when you...
What?
The first time.
The nicest human being ever.
Yes, but it's a big interview, and the first time we did it was the first time I spoke to him on the air, and, we became the afternoon show, and we had Steve Kerr on, and exactly. Steve, do we lose you?
Yeah.
Exactly. And Steve's he's not one to suffer fools, and if you ask a stupid question, he might, hey, Steve, do we lose you? So
I thought you were okay in that interview.
You don't remember. I mean, the one question you let me ask.
Yeah, it was a doozy.
Exactly. Waka, waka, waka.
It was, Steve, did we lose you?
Totally.
That was your question.
That was it. Back to Mark.
Maddie, do you remember, were you on the range in Tahoe for the Celebrity Golf Tournament event when we talked Jerry Rice over without, going through channels? We just talked him over. Were you on the range with us that day? That one freaked me out a little bit, too. Because that was kind of that was the media version of the movie A Few Good Men. If you remember the concept, it was like, hey, Tom Cruise, if you want to go for it, be careful because you're accusing an officer of a crime. If you go for it, you better get him. And if you don't, you could get arrested.
Live on the air.
So I wasn't going to get arrested. Well, that's
right.
The Few Good Men.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to get arrested, but it was you could go for it, but if he says no, you're going to be embarrassed.
Live on the air, national radio.
So Jerry Rice walks by us. We used to do, this is Bruno and I, we used to have a table on the range.
Dude, I used to be there with a show that I used to be a part of.
Edgewood Tahoe.
Right.
Yes, of
before
course.
the sun came up.
Oh, my God. Well, so our show was a little later. But
you want to talk about cold on the range. Your boy's shivering doing traffic and sports.
Golf courses. Yeah, morning shows and golf courses.
Dude,
not always great.
Waiting for that sun to come up.
So Bruno and I were a little bit later, I think. And, and although maybe not. Maybe I can't even remember. Doesn't matter. Point is the guys are all right there and we're sitting on the range. And of course, like any radio show, you got producers that are running around out there trying to get guys to come over.
Yeah.
Some of them say yes, some of them don't. And my memory serves me, Jerry had been asked and said, no thanks. And off he went. And Jerry, if you know Jerry in golf, Jerry doesn't mess around now. Jerry cares about his swing.
Yeah.
So Jerry's not here at the tournament like our friend Kevin from The Office, who's just out here, Larry the cable guy, swinging the ball, let's have a good time. Jerry's like, dude, we're here to play golf. And so Jerry goes walking by and does the whole no thank you thing. And then, so I decide we're going for it. And so I just start talking about him right there on the air. And I'm like, you know what? We have a new award at the tournament, and I think it is Best Dressed Golfer. And we're going to try to hand this award out right here, live on the show as all the golfers go parading by. And I can tell you right now, you said it a little louder, you know what, Jerry Rice, I think is leading in the clubhouse, Tony, because to see him over there and start explaining his entire wardrobe, and man, it looks good, it's tight and everything. And he just stops, turns around, looks over his left shoulder, and gave us like a good 6 second. And it was a stone face. And it was almost like, should I stop right now? Because you look like you don't like the fact that you think I'm making fun of you. I'm not making fun of you. And then after the 6 second pause, places his club down on the little rack, starts to walk toward us.
Oh, boy.
And I don't know where this is going to go. Does Jerry
You're either getting him on the air or he's going to knock you out.
He's going to give me a piece of my mind, of his mind or something? What's happening? Jerry just glides right over, has a seat in the chair, puts the headset on. How you guys doing today? And we sat there and did 15 minutes with Jerry freaking Rice.
That's so good.
The GOAT.
That's a great
The
poll.
GOAT. The GOAT. So, that's a memory I won't ever forget.
No,
it was a good one.
Dude, that is a great memory. And I've had a couple of occasions to interview him. One time it was at a one-on-one at Fred Bolitnikov's charity golf event.
Whoop.
And it was one of those ones where set up by the sales department, like, oh, yeah, we need you to go out there and do some interviews. And I stood underneath an awning, and they're just coming up one after the other. Freddie Bolitnikov, and I had Dave Casper and Jerry Rice and, the late Franco Harris. And seriously, you're just doing boom, boom, boom. And I'm like, oh, my God. It was one of those days where it's like you're just rolling tape on all these guys.
It's taking all of the power that I have, which is not much, to not turn this into like Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, you can one-up me
staircase
easy.
effort.
You could easily staircase
I don't want. I'm not. That's what I mean. I don't want this to sound like a braggadocious competition. But when you talk, it's like pounding all of these memories of those situations.
Exactly.
Doing red carpets and whatnot. Like I did the red carpet at the ESPYs one year.
Pretty awesome.
Rob Gronkowski is a maniac.
I bet.
Shake that man's hand when he's excited. It's the most terrifying thing that'll ever happen to you. And Brian Wilson, that B-dub, Giants closer Brian Wilson.
Oh.
This was back in
Not
their
the Beach
heyday.
Boy?
No.
Okay.
The Brian showed up with like someone in an ape suit right next to him. And obviously he had the beard all the way down to the stomach.
Right.
There was a lot going on. But
is.
Anyway, as we were, here we are at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, California Theater in San Jose, Willard and Dibbs, and getting ready for things to start ramping up here. Just to let you all know kind of the lay of the land. Dwight Clark Legacy Series and the Dwight Clark Award will be handed out tonight. This is all for the Golden Heart Fund, which is 49ers helping other former 49ers. It was great to have Robert Watts on earlier and have him sort of explain exactly what and how the Golden Heart Fund does and how it works and whatnot. And so very, very good cause that will be benefited by tonight's proceedings, but also a lot of fun. I've been told by the lovely Christy, who just went and got a drink, that there are a lot of very, very red and gold clad 49er fans congregating in the area around the California Theater. So, in other words, Dibbs, there's a little bit of energy outside the building right now.
And you know what essentially that is, right?
Is it a congregation sensation?
Yeah. Thank you, Grandy, for playing along.
It's good that you're listening, Grandy. Thank you for listening to the Willard and Dibbs show.
Congregation sensation.
Sometimes.
Well, I know. But you're listening more often when you get a 9-minute monologue and Mark is off, but that's neither here nor there.
Wow.
I'm not surprised that we have so many fans who are really looking to get in here and donning the red and gold, because we're starting to see some people come in, the cognoscenti, the who's who of the 49er alumni and some 49er legends. So if you were at all were on the fence about coming out to this event, you absolutely should come on down.
We're in the business sometimes of making predictions, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have a quote-unquote guest list, but we have a guest list. This is all going to happen. I'm going to LeVar Ball speak this into existence.
Sure.
But I also want to let everybody know what to expect, even though we don't even know what to expect. But let me make a prediction, if you will, okay? The first thing I'm going to do, actually, is tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. If I had to guess, I would bet that sometime this hour, the host of the event and NBC Sports Bay Area's own, Laura Britt, will stop by our studio.
Okay.
And then if I had to, yes, it's a studio, Lucas. It's a mobile studio. We want to look at Tim and tell him this is not a studio? It's offensive, isn't it, Tim? This is a studio. All right. Laura Britt, you want to call it a set? Is that what you wanted me to call it? All right. Laura Britt's going to stop by our set, our studio set here at the California Theater. I would not be surprised if shortly after that, Alden Smith was sitting with us.
Okay.
Now,
I've heard of him.
Yeah. After that, it's going to be kind of an extemporaneous piece. Here's what I'm going to guess. We'll go from Alden Smith to 49er rookie out of Florida State, Renardo Green, second-round draft pick, cornerback, Florida State Seminoles.
A lot of expectations surrounding him this year because they need a corner. Can he step in and be the corner that they need?
And yes, Dominic Puni, who is the offensive lineman from Kansas, who has the most inopportune last name in the history of offensive linemen. The fact that
irony.
His last name is Puni, and he's an offensive lineman, is absolutely perfect, and I think he's headed for stardom. He will probably be around as well. We might even get Puni and Green on together. Let's go ahead and predict that. Okay?
I like a Puni and Green.
Then after that, just a gut feeling.
Okay.
Next is going to be Alex Smith, former quarterback, San Francisco 49ers. And let's see. Where are we going next? I think Dre. Don't forget about Dre.
I would not forget about Dre.
I think Dre Greenlaw is going to come and sit with us after that. And then in some order and possibly together.
Oh, geez. Don't do it.
You really want this set to explode. Some order of Brock Purdy, Steve Young, or both at the exact same time. And that will all, I speak into existence, that will all happen in about an hour and 15 minutes of uninterrupted, commercial-free sports radio in the Bay Area, California, USA.
It's big, and I think, and just hearing you lay that out, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm getting a sense, maybe it's my spidey senses tingling, but I'm envisioning a Steve Young and Brock Purdy simultaneous sit-down in some way.
That'd be good.
One will be here, and the other one will join, and it'll be Willie and Dibby and Stevie and Brocky.
Might be a similar show, too. Like, we're going to have to tell Steve, let Brock talk.
Yeah,
Crying out loud, guy, with all the words and everything.
You're Brock talking him, Steve.
Seriously, yeah.
Or talk Brock.
Because we got questions. We do. We got questions.
And we demand answers.
Well, I just think, I just think this is an interesting offseason for Brock Purdy. In many ways, because it's his first offseason. Exactly right.
So what does Brock do as, QB1, healthy QB1, entering into a year where, heck, you're going to be more veteran than some of your receivers now. Ricky Pearsall, do you take him under your neat little wing and help him learn about the ways of the Niners?
I'm glad you brought up Ricky Pearsall's name. I got something I want to say about Ricky Pearsall that I've noticed.
Better be positive.
Observation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is positive.
Because you're normally quite negative.
Well, I've not.
Of late this week, dude, negative Nelly.
The
Giants are no good. Nobody cares. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I'm done.
It's a good Willard.
Thank you.
It's a good Willard
I'll take
impression.
a 2. It's a 2 out of 5.
That was really
Number
good.
2.
My goodness. It worked.
It did.
1-0 in the post-Grumpy Willard era.
Exactly.
Okay?
We're going to do 17 minutes. That's unusual.
Why does that number keep growing?
I don't know.
What actually was it? Somebody timed that. They put something on social yesterday. It was 5.5.
It was the abridged version.
No, it wasn't.
I sent 4 emails and took 2 naps, but go ahead. It's funny because our producer who's right next to you, Lucas Alexander, you're about 90 seconds in, and he gets in my ear and he goes, "Hey, Dibs, this is Lucas. Why don't you lay out? Why don't you let Mark cook?" And I looked back, and I can't see him, and it took everything I could to not swear at him, and I put the talkback button down. I said, "Lay out? As opposed to what? Every other day on this program?" And I'm yelling, and meanwhile, you're doing what you're doing, and Lucas is like, "Yeah, good point. Anyway, lay out. Let Mark cook."
So weird. I didn't notice any of this. Anyway,
you cooked. It was like a 4-course meal.
I wanted to talk about Ricky Pearsall for a second because I noticed something in the way that the world's reacted to him. Here's what I've noticed. Draft Nicks, and you know how I love those people.
Yeah.
Please send me your draft grades.
I gave him a C+, Mark.
I really want to know that you think the Bills had a C- because somebody named Spencer is not supposed to go for another 4 picks on your stupid mock draft. Anyway, Draft Nicks and that world surprised by the pick for 2 reasons. A, most had Pearsall maybe as a second rounder.
Yeah.
Although, dude, he was 2 picks away from being a second rounder.
Thank you.
And the other thing is, Draft Nicks looked at the 49ers and went, well, wide receivers now one of your top needs? You needed this, or you needed offensive line, or you need to replace Dre Greenlaw, or whatever. So the surprise of the positional selection, combined with Pearsall being a first rounder when people didn't think so, the draft world looked at this and went, that's a reach. I don't like the pick. That one's a head scratcher. What are y'all doing? So the media sounded one way about Ricky Pearsall. The league sounded completely different. Okay? We've heard the stories to where he impressed throughout the facility. His interviews went really, really well. The way that he kind of talked to people, word out of Florida is that, quote, you're getting a good one. And that's kind of the person, but it's also the player. Don't forget what C.J. Stroud did live when the pick was made. He's salivating over the fact. He's like, I wanted it. I'm thinking, why'd you want him? You've got 3 stud receivers on your team already. But football people who don't care about pick 32, 34, 30, whatever.
Right.
They looked at him and went, that is a dude. And that's why I'm excited about the pick. I'm excited about the pick because the people who are more in the know than people like us really like the guy. Is that everything? Is that worth, is it in stone? Of course not.
Right.
Of course not. And draft nicks are allowed to be right too. But if I had to lean in one direction or the other, which one are you going to lean in? The football people love Ricky Pearsall.
Well, in honesty, you're not going to lean either way because neither one matters for a hill of beans. He either can play or he can't play. And he either is good for the Niners or he's not good for the 49ers. And we won't know that until 2 games, 12 games, 3 seasons, however you want to determine whether or not he's good. The one thing that you said that I totally believe in, and I think I said it in the moment, was, yeah, if you had him as a second-round grade and he gets taken number 31, which is 2 picks away from the second round, what are we even doing here?
Right.
Because if the Niners would have had the 33rd pick, or if they would have traded back 2 spots, I would argue that that was a worse pick because you wouldn't have had his 5th-year option by him being a second-round pick.
Good point.
So if you loved him at 31 and you had a chance to move back to 33 and then you took him at 33 anyway, you lose out on a year of player control because you took him in the second round. So the whole thing, and I'm looking at Warren Sharp right now, and he did a full analysis of the most valuable draft classes based on expected draft capital.
Oh, God.
So you look at where every player was supposed to be taken.
What does that mean?
That means the 49ers had the 5th worst draft in football, Mark, is what it means.
Because of expected draft capital.
Exactly. They were a 1.48. So they averaged 1.48 rounds per pick worse.
Right.
They reached so much,
Okay,
Mark.
here's what's so stupid,
Was Willie
though.
Stretch McCovey the GM in the draft room? I want answers. All right, I'm over it. Sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your set, Tim. I got angry.
It's a studio. It's not a set.
My fault.
All right, here's why.
Couldn't remember what we were calling it.
Expected draft capital.
Now my hand hurts.
Is the stupidest thing ever, and here's why.
29th best class, but go ahead.
Let's say Ricky Pearsall, expected draft capital, ranked him 35th. Let's say that.
I had him with a second-round grade.
Okay, but let's say that, right, there's a number of picks to him. Where if it's even 37. Okay. 37. What pick did the Niners end up getting him at?
31.
31. All right. The Niners don't have the 37th pick. They have the 31st pick.
Yeah.
So if you think the guy is the 37th pick, and you pick him at 31, and some yahoo on the internet goes, that's 6 picks too early, I'm always like, dummy, they can't pick him at 37.
Right.
Why would that matter to you? The fact that he's quote unquote not supposed to go for another 6, 7, 8 picks. We're picking now, and we like him. So let's get him, as opposed to then being criticized for picking him too early. That whole process only makes sense if you have every pick. And then you can get him right when you're supposed to get him.
Right.
No, you get him when you can get him. And you act like trading back is just this omnipresent option. It's not. You need to have somebody else who wants to move up.
Yeah, true.
And they might move up to get the guy that you want. Like the whole thing, that's why that process gets way too mathematical for me.
He was the 3rd most overdrafted player in the first round. And that's something that you need to deal with. It was Michael Penix, Bo Nix, and Ricky Pearsall. And I hate to say this, and I should say it now before he joins us later in the show, but Bernardo Green, 4th most overdrafted player in the 2nd round.
Wait, so the Niners got like all the most overdrafted guys?
In the first 2 rounds, they had 2 of the most overdrafted guys. You know what they are, Mark? They're my college checking account. Overdrafted.
Yeah,
and with that, I'm out.
We got the joke.
See what happened was what I would do is back in the day you could deposit an empty envelope in the ATM and get cash back. What's wrong with you people?
No, I knew that. I never did it, but I knew that.
I didn't do it either.
Yeah. Please, you
we
gotta.
Can't break now. I'm on a roll.
No, that's actually why we're breaking. We're sponsored by Express
Breaking the Bank
Employment Professionals, and we are at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series in San Jose, and it's about to ramp up as the arrivals begin here within the hour for the 7 o'clock event, the 6 o'clock VIP room. It is on, and all benefiting the Golden Heart Fund right here on Willard and Dibbs.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals.
game.
You know, I'm literally trying to figure out ways to ask Brock about some of that stuff, even though he's been asked it so many times, and therefore it's almost like we could answer it for him.
Right.
You even mentioned this yesterday. He has been very, very upfront about how much of a man of faith he is. And so when we think about all of the criticism that Brock Purdy has received, when we think about the rise to stardom for Brock Purdy in such an unexpected way, how does he handle all of that? And that's what he's going to say, right? Like, I lean on my faith. But, man, I would love to dig into, I am so fascinated by that very quick, overnight, unexpected rise to stardom and how a human being handles that. I don't think about, I mean, obviously I do. We watch the football games. That's what matters the most, to think about 1 to 4 on a Sunday afternoon and the 49ers are playing. But what does that feel like when you hit the pillow at night, right? And like the whole globe was watching you and your team lost the Super Bowl. And that's going to kick in 6 months of a news cycle that's talking about you and how much money should be involved in your next salary and all of these things. And I know whenever we have conversations like this, a lot of people are like, oh gosh, boo-hoo, I'm supposed to feel sorry for the highly paid athlete.
Right.
This is not about sympathy at all. I'm just fascinated by the human experience of Brock Purdy because it has been incredibly unique.
Right, and how does he not only compartmentalize everything, how does he stay humble, but what does he think of all of the chatter out there? And Grandy played a little soundbite of that coming back, which I think encapsulates everything, which is, I'm not hating on Brock Purdy, but and it's everyone around the country, and we talked about the Ringer and their QB rankings throughout the year, and he was 22, and then he soared up to 21, and I think he might have cracked the top 20 when they made the Super Bowl, but that prevailing notion nationwide about Brock Purdy and who he is, and things like system QB, laminated play sheet, talent around him, all of the shade. I don't mean to disrespect Brock, but I'm not going to throw shade, but all of the buts that are around Brock Purdy commentary, Brock Purdy, and all the rest of it, I wonder how much of that he actually is aware of. I'm sure he's aware of a lot of it, but how does he think about it, and when does he think about it, and how does he keep that away from, going out and doing what he has to do, which is get better every day?
Back to Brock in a second, but I buried the lead.
Okay.
Willard and Dibbs, and we're at the California Theater in San Jose, and it's the Dwight Clark Legacy series. And I just noticed that there's always, when we come back on the air, there's a big spike on the social media numbers.
Sure.
But the YouTube numbers didn't spike as much as they should because I forgot to tell everybody that you just put your jacket on. Like, as if you're trying to fancy up for what's about to happen.
Well,
it's 77 degrees here today.
Not that warm.
I didn't even bring a jacket.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
My sleeves are rolled up and they'll stay there.
You look good.
But if you want to get all fancy for Brock, do your darn thing. That's up to you.
Well, what happened was I have a jacket that I wore at my wedding, which was about 20 months ago. And at the time, the jacket was a little snug. I had the jacket purchased. I purchased it. I had it tailored, and even when I had it tailored and I went to wear it on my wedding, which was the day after Thanksgiving, it was a little tight. And I thought, you know what? This is probably going to be like Drexel in the NCAA tournament. One and done. It's going to be a one-and-done jacket. But now that I'm 23 pounds lighter, I thought, you know what? I'm going to wear the jacket. I put the jacket on this morning. The jacket fits.
It really does.
If the jacket fits, then I'll wear it when I sit. So that's what I'm doing.
Good effort.
Thank you.
Good.
Not a great effort.
Good job. Good
effort. The shirt is fantastic.
Yeah.
The jacket's still maybe a little tight, but I'm just going to wear it until I get too hot. And when Steve Young comes, I might be both hot and bothered, and the jacket may come off. and we may peel another button.
Why are the YouTube numbers going down when we talk about you and your outfit?
I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, Spiffy Dibs.
And that's a great question.
Thank you,
Not Grandy.
Spiffy Dibs with portions of his chest hanging out live on YouTube.com/957 The Game. If I were you, I would check it out. But if that's not enough for you, there's going to be a parade of dignitaries in here very, very soon, from Brock Purdy to Dre Greenlaw to Steve Young to Alex Smith to Jeff Garcia, Alden Smith, and more. Laura Britt, Matty Mayoko on their way. I think they may stop by and say hi to us. Hopefully, fingers crossed on that as well. And all of that coming up in a very open, commercial-free, wide-ranging hour plus of content that'll start in just about 20 minutes. But yes, back to Brock. I'm endlessly fascinated, as you just said it, the whole I'm not ripping Brock, but the dynamic of draftism that we have coined and talked about, I think, is actually only the tip of the iceberg. And to think about why certain quarterbacks around the league are not sort of subjected to the same thing, the idea of having a talented roster, I've never heard that before. I've never heard somebody discredit a quarterback because there are good players around them.
Right.
Honestly, I've never heard it before.
We've talked about this, and it's an unheard of notion, right?
What are we going to say when C.J. Stroud has an amazing year this year and has Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell all at his disposal? Dalton Schultz, too, I think. Is the tight end still there?
Don't they have Mixon as well in the running?
They did have Joe Mixon.
Yeah, Joe
Mixon.
Mixon.
Sure did. So when C.J. Stroud is amazing this year, do we do the same thing of, I'm not saying anything bad about C.J., but amazing roster, great coach, by the way.
Yep.
DeMeco Ryans is clearly a great coach, pops right off of the Kyle Shanahan tree. That whole thing, are we going to do that? Did we ever do it back in the day when, one of the greatest to ever throw a football, Peyton Manning, had not one, but two Hall of Fame receivers almost the entire time that he was throwing the ball in an Indianapolis Colts jersey.
And two Hall of Fame running backs. I don't know if Edgerrin James is in, but he's the Hall of Very Good.
He's that level,
Marshall Faulk is certainly a Hall of Famer. So, yeah, you're right. And we never would cast that upon.
That's all my only question, because again, I get it, and it's been well documented on this show and many others. Where does that come from? And in the brain of people who say that stuff, why did that become a thing? And go all the way up to when Spike Eskin comes on with the Morning Roast a couple of weeks ago and says that if and when the 49ers, and there's no if, when the 49ers pay Brock Purdy, that they, Eagles fans, will laugh. They will laugh the same way they did when the New York Giants signed Daniel Jones to a big contract. Where does that stuff come from? Honestly, every time the conversation comes up, I simply want to look at people and go, okay, what if I take your point? What if I actually act like this is a fair point? Now let's do the opposite. Look at it from the other way. Let's pretend the 49ers don't pay Brock Purdy. What the hell would you say about the 49ers then?
You would say they are idiots for having a quarterback who was number one or number two in almost every metric and brought you to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship the year before. He wins, he plays well, and you don't pay him? What kind of a Schmidt show are you running there in Santa Clara?
Thank you for pausing.
You're welcome. Trying to make sure that Grandy's not going to dump it because I'm trying to watch my P's and my Q's, but we would rip Lynch and Shanahan, and we would go after Jed York for a clown show organization. If you let that guy go, who does that in football?
Well, I forget let him go. What if this even doesn't go smoothly? This is why I understood when Jed York said what he said a few weeks ago. When people were like, oh, Jed, just shh.
Right.
Don't tell Brock that he's going to make money, as if the guy doesn't know. Somebody needs to knock on Brock's door. Hey, Brock, I don't know if you know, but quarterbacks actually get paid a lot of money in the NFL. I don't know if you know that.
Even the ones who aren't great.
I don't know if you have an agent or something, But Russell Wilson's been stealing money here in the NFL for a few years. We can give more examples out there. Derek Carr, Daniel Jones. We can do this. I don't know if you know, but quarterbacks make good money. You don't have to keep slumming it the way you are, Brock. He knows. And Jed York was very smart to do what he did a few weeks ago. Because while so many people went, uh-oh, Brock will hear you, I wonder if many of us knew why Jed was doing that. He did that so you would hear it, not Brock. You, all of us fans, we have to get ready to wrap our head around this because you're right, Dibs. In the football world, this is, Wesley Hogan, the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. You're not allowed to go into an offseason with a quarterback who performs like this and go, should we keep him?
Right.
Can you imagine what next summer sounds like if the two sides are, quote, far apart? Like, let's go there for a second, Niner fans.
Yeah.
How would you feel if that headline walks up to your laptop or your phone on April 15th next year? Well, 49ers and Brock Purdy, extension eligible. Reportedly, the two sides are far apart.
Well, what if it's even like where it is with Brandon Aiyuk? Let's take that as a comp because I don't know if the two sides are far apart, but it doesn't feel like the two sides are close and a deal doesn't feel imminent. Yet, the Niners went out and used first-round draft capital to sign maybe not Brandon Ayuk's replacement, but a guy who happens to play his position. So if you get to the same spot next year and the Niners and Brock Purdy aren't close to a deal and close to an extension, even though he's extension eligible, do the Niners go out there and use first-round capital on a quarterback?
Can you imagine what
Of course they don't.
No, of course not. And can you imagine, okay, if you want to do your Brandon Aiyuk comp,
right.
All right, let's go further. The draft's a week away. The 49ers are taking calls.
Yeah.
They're taking calls on Brock Purdy. They've got the 31st pick in the draft, and they're taking calls on Brock Purdy. So they have no ability to replace him whatsoever. But they're taking calls because, salary cap, got to figure it out. Don't want to pay Brock Purdy. What would that sound like in the fan base? I offer that so that all of us can feel what I would think it sounds like to the 49er front office when people are running around going, I would not pay Brock Purdy $50 million.
Right.
You wouldn't? So heretofore, on this show, when you say, I would not pay Brock Purdy $50 million, I will ask you every time, okay, then what would you do?
Right.
What would you like to do at the quarterback position next year?
I'd like to trade for Kirk Cousins and pay him $40 million.
What is he making? It's
I think
more
it's
than
about
that, isn't it?
$40 million.
Is it only 40? He deserves more than that based on where the market is, to be honest with you.
Right, but he, what he signed was before the deal came down the pipe.
Okay. It's an average annual of 45.
Okay.
And again, some of that's funny money, but yes, it's a
right.
4-year, $180 million contract with a $50 million signing bonus, $100 million guaranteed.
Right, and the signing bonus is spread out over 4 years.
Yes.
So this year his cap number is only $25 million, but next year that cap number is $40 million. So like I said, would you rather pay Brock and keep him, a guy who's been pretty good here, or go out and get a Kirk Cousins? So what you're saying is absolutely 100% spot on to the topic. Like, I wouldn't want to pay Brock Purdy that much money. Okay, then what's your choice?
What do you want to do?
Do you want to wait until the 7th round and draft another quarterback and hope that you've done something that has never been done before, a 7th round quarterback who leads your team to the Super Bowl? Of course not.
Yeah. I mean, heck, we were talking with Arnie yesterday, big Dolphins fan. No hesitation there that Tua is going to get paid. In fact, he seems to think Tua, God, the way he was talking about it, sounds like he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, which he's not, but whatever. Right? The Chargers have paid Justin Herbert. He's fantastic, but has achieved very, very little early in his career. Blame who you want, but those are the facts. Burrow is now at the top of the market. Mahomes' deal was done a little while ago. But, the comps for Brock at a minimum at this point are the Jared Goffs and the Dak Prescotts and the Derek Carrs and names like that, all of them have been north of $40 million for a while, and Jared Goff is now north of 50, and Dak is about to be too.
Right, and that is where the market will be for Brock Purdy. So it begs the question, and I think you've asked it very eloquently, if you don't want to pay Brock, then what are you going to do? And the hardest thing to do in all of pro sports is to find a quarterback. And when you find a quarterback who is good, and Brock Purdy is good, and forget where you think he ranks, and whether Arnie Spanier or one of the various Eskins and whatever they think, what you think, what I think, Lucas the Lovely Christie, none of it matters. What does Kyle Shanahan think, and John Lynch, and Jed York, and the other power brokers in Santa Clara? If they think that he's a good quarterback, and I do believe that they think that, well, then you're going to pay the guy, and you're going to build everything else around that as good as you possibly can.
No doubt. And by the way, going back to the draft conversation we're having, I think sometimes this is just the way, and especially now, remember we were joking the other day about, gosh, doesn't it feel like just everything's expensive? Everything's expensive now. Go search online for a flight anywhere. You're like, I got to fly to, fly up to Portland. Go look.
Yeah.
You'll be like, what? That's what it costs right now? Everything feels so expensive. And at a certain point, you have to look and prioritize what you want and go, I just got to pay the going rate, right? So the 49ers, could you have gotten Ricky Pearsall 10 picks later? Maybe. They didn't have a pick 10 picks later. Pay the freight. This is the going rate. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. This is what it's going to cost to have Ricky Pearsall on your team. Okay, let's do it. The same thing applies to Brock Purdy, for sure, or any of these players. I mean, they're dealing with this with Brandon Aiyuk right now. You don't have to think that he's quote-unquote worth it. I don't even know necessarily what that means. Worth what? It's all a sliding scale.
Right.
It's all based on just whose turn it is. Jared Goff, in fact, I think on an annual basis he makes more than Mahomes. He's not worth that. But it just is that, because that's where we are, and it's his turn, and that's the going rate for a quarterback who can get you to the NFC title game and has been to a Super Bowl before. So why are you sitting here splitting hairs and going, well, he's not worth it? Yes, he is.
Well, and the Lions have spent about $500 million on 3 players because of exactly what you're saying. Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jared Goff. You've got 3 players who are among the best at their position in the NFL, and you happen to have them on your team, and they are up for contracts, and so you pay them, because the alternative is you don't have them, and what do you do to replace Amon-Ra St. Brown? You find Amon-Ra St. Brown.
There you go.
And if you want to find him in the draft, good luck, because you mentioned it, drafted wide receivers have a hit rate of about 20% in the first round. So if you want to find one deeper in the draft, good luck. Same thing with the left tackle, Penei Sewell, who is unbelievable. And so finding a tackle, we know that the best tackles all went in the top 12 in the draft. So what do you do to replace your great left tackle? You find a great left tackle.
Yep.
So it's the same thing with your quarterback. The Niners have one that they like, and they've benefited by having him make peanuts. This year he's barely making $1 million. It's $1 million and change, and then he's going to come up to a spot where he gets that big payday, and you're happy to pay him that money.
I mean, as a sports fan, I just look at players, and that's all. It's just a yes or no thing for me. You want him? Yes or no? Okay, if the answer is yes, well, then whatever it costs without affecting or blowing up the rest of what you're doing, I'm all for it. The whole city's been having this conversation for 6 months now, and now it's going to take a pause, but it's going to ramp back up again in another 6 or 7 weeks. And that is, if you were to keep Klay Thompson, what would you pay him?
Right.
Well, I do not care. I don't care. Pay him 30, pay him 15, as long as it's not, because I don't know what their plan is.
Right.
Whatever your plan is, if it doesn't explode because you're re-signing Klay Thompson, then do it. Because what's the cost to replace what Klay Thompson does? Well, probably what you would pay Klay Thompson.
Exactly.
So you're going to have to go do that anyway. That's just the way it is. You have to pay the going rate when it comes time and it's someone's turn. So this whole, he's not worth that, I've reached a point where I'm like, I don't even know what that means. And why does it matter to a fan? He's not worth $50 million. Well, first of all, yes, he is, based on the going rate.
The market forces, yeah.
But second of all, the cap in the NFL can be manipulated at such a level to where it's like I would just tell every fan, why do you care?
Right.
Why? Like, okay, Brock makes 50. Oh, no. What? Now, look, if they sign the thing and they're stupid enough from a PR perspective to put out a press release, I would just like to announce that the Niners have signed Brock Purdy to a new 5-year, $260 million extension. And oh, by the way, the next paragraph, they have cut Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk, and George Kittle. There's your press release. Now we can be upset, but it's not going to go that way.
Of course
not. It's not what it's going to feel or sound like. So as long as the rest of the stuff isn't blowing up, pay him whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, and
I want him on the team.
It will be blown up, but not immediately, and that's just the nature of a capped league where, you know, the 49ers can't go into the second apron. There is no such thing. It's a hard cap, and you can move the money around all you want with the funny money, but at some point you will have to pay the piper, and the piper will be paid when you pay your quarterback $50+ million, and that won't be next year. Even if they sign him next offseason, the contract won't kick in for another year.
Right.
So you have the ability to still, as you like to say, kick the can down the road a little bit, and you'll get to a point when George is 32 and, you know, Deebo may be up against it and McCaffrey will be 30, and you'll have hard choices to make no matter what.
All right, it's about to get good around here. We're going to clear it out and get ready to roll all the way up to 6 o'clock, and if necessary, even longer here at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series at the California Theater in San Jose. Arrivals will be starting very, very soon. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We're thrilled that you're with us. I would highly suggest a trip over to Twitch or YouTube pretty quick because the cameras are out and here come the people, okay? Laura Britt and Matty Mayoko, who are hosting the event, should be along shortly. From Brock Purdy to Steve Young to Dre Greenlaw to Alex Smith to Jeff Garcia to Alden Smith and surprises, who knows who else, all will be parading through here, and we are here simply to hang out with them and also build up this wonderful event that is benefiting the Golden Heart Fund, a player-led community where former 49ers support one another in navigating the challenges that come with life after NFL football. Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Glad you're with us on Willard and Dibs.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
to Willard and Dibs, live from the Dwight Clark Legacy Series event. Brock Purdy, Steve Young, and many more will join them live coming up. Don't touch that dial. Take it away, boys.
We will, but don't just call us boys. We're boys and girls because we're not just Willard and Dibs now. Now we're Willard and Dibs and Laura Britt.
Oh, yeah.
Who, kind enough to come on by and stop on by because, you should be, preparing right now.
Oh, I do that.
You do?
Occasionally. I like to prepare.
Has that been all day? All day? Just pen, paper, and planning it out?
Because the Giants game last night, so I had a late night last night.
Yep.
But Matt Mayoko, as you guys know, we had a coffee day yesterday.
Nice.
Where we did breakfast and talked for 2.5 hours about
What's the coffee order, by the way?
The coffee order, I'm pretty simple.
Okay.
A vanilla latte.
That's the correct answer.
The thing is, I do frou-frou coffee.
Same.
I feel like all the baseball guys that I work with, they all drink black coffee.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Where's the sugar? And isn't it supposed to be sugar and milk and then coffee? And no.
I'm with you. I don't even
It depends on
understand
how
the
you're
point.
doing. I'm at the point now where it's just black coffee, usually extra shot if I'm out there, out and
Give
about.
me the caffeine.
That's why you got all that hair on your chest.
Yeah,
That's why you do it right there.
See, I can't do that. I need the frou-frou stuff.
I'm with you, and I'm not ashamed to say it even a little bit. So, Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area, and host, along with Matt Mayoko, of tonight's event here at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. Give us a little, and give our listeners a little idea what's coming up here.
Yeah, this is the fourth year that the Dwight Clark Legacy Series has been going, and I've been lucky enough. Matt invited me the first year to do it, and I didn't get the chance to meet Dwight Clark, so I've heard all the stories and pretty remarkable human being. But being a part of this event for the past 2 years, I feel like I've gotten to know who the man was. And I think the biggest thing, we had coffee yesterday morning, Matt and I did, and the biggest the vanilla latte.
Yeah.
He also ordered me an egg sandwich, so thanks, Matt.
It's a perfect day.
When I showed up, all my stuff was there. I was like, this is the only way I show up to meetings.
Her rider was waiting for her.
That was the way. But, the big overwhelming idea behind this is bringing people together and tying the past to the present of the Niners. That was the whole spirit behind it. And Dwight was such a great bringer of people together.
Mm-hmm.
That's who he was. And he cared so much about his teammates. That's a theme. If any of your listeners have ever come to this event, it's a big theme of all of the events, is just how much he cared about his teammates. And in getting to talk to some of his former teammates and then people that have come after him, that theme continues on. And I think that's a cool legacy to have, is that you're still bringing people together even once you've gone on. And I love that about this event. I'm really passionate about being here every year. It keeps me tied in with the 49ers, and I just love it. I think it's really awesome. So we're going to have Drake Greenlaw tonight. We'll also have that big panel with Alex Smith, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, my former coworker. I'm excited to see him. Brock Purdy's going to be here, and Matt's hosting that. So that's fun for me to be able to sit and listen to those panels too. I'll be talking with Drake Greenlaw. Fred Warner's going to be here as well to present Drake Greenlaw the award, which I think that's out there now.
It's out.
Okay,
now it is.
Now it is.
That microphone is on, Laura.
This thing is live?
It goes out into the world.
We're live right now.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
I used to not know that too, but it does. It goes out into the world.
Wow, that's scary.
Yeah,
that's
terrifying.
Scary. So I'm excited to talk to Drake Greenlaw and get caught up just on everything from the Super Bowl and to now and how he's feeling and leading into the season, the schedule release. There's kind of a lot going on surrounding the 49ers right now, always in the NFL. So anyway, that's kind of the gist of it. It's panel discussions, and you get a sense of who these people are when so rarely you get that opportunity, because it's always pressers and they're standing behind a podium, and this is a lot more relaxed.
Right.
And you see Eric Wright on stage with Jair Brown.
Love it.
Renardo Green's going to be here. And the conversations are so effortless between these former players and these new players. And we've talked with some of the former players that are going to be here. To hear their excitement about the new guys.
Right.
Oh, I've watched all the videos. I've been doing my research. It's fun.
Really?
That's fun for them. And it's fun for us to they care about the NFL. It was obviously a big part of their life. And to see the new guys be brought in and ushered along with some of the veterans is fun.
It's got to be extra fun for you to be able to cover a team that values the past as much as they do the present and the future, because I know the Giants do that very well with all the events they have, the Willie Mack Award and whatnot. And to have this event to honor Dwight Clark's legacy, but also to include past veteran players and the current guys as well, it's kind of a nice blend, which makes it, I think, something that attracts to all of us to be a part of this team.
Yeah, you guys probably know better than me because I got here in 2018, and Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch have always made that a priority, which you would think no-brainer when you've got the storied history that the 49ers do. And the Giants have embraced that too every time I'm at the ballpark, I walk up those dugout stairs, I turn around, I see Barry Bonds sitting in there. Every single time I've been there this year, he is there a lot.
Yeah, yep.
What a value to the organization to have a player like him. And then, Jerry Rice is everywhere with the 49ers. So, yeah, it's I think when you have a history like the Giants do, like the 49ers do, why not? I would want those guys around all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, please speak into our young guys. Tell them all your experience about how to handle these big moments and the bright lights and also the family and how you deal with ticketing. There's things that players have to go through that people usually don't even know about that I think is just so valued when you've got incredible players in your history.
I think Barry is going to sit there until someone else hits 30 home runs.
Seriously.
How about those Giants, Laura?
Yeah.
It's going. It's going. They're going.
The game's happening, don't they?
They keep coming.
There's 45 of them so far. and they scored more runs than the other team in 20 of them.
I don't know if you heard my partner yesterday before the third game of the Dodger series, but I won't say you blew a gasket, but there was some gasket damage. Yeah. Mark was about fed up with what was going on, and then Logan went out there and did Logan Webby kind of things and, tamped down the fire that was this homestand. And so I don't know how big you could look at yesterday.
I didn't get to hear that, but it was...
Oh, your boy went off.
Well, last night, how would you describe the importance just of that game?
Maybe their most important game this season.
Yeah.
And honestly, going into that game, it's the Dodgers. Everybody knows. They spent $1 billion. You've got MVPs for days that you have to get through. One of the more interesting things about Logan Webb is that was his 7th start at Oracle Park against the Dodgers. That was his first win.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because Webb is phenomenal at Oracle Park. His numbers significantly better than they are on the road. He's great at Oracle. But when it was the Dodgers, his numbers were skewed, and it was those top 4 in the order. They were all batting like 400 or something against him.
Jeez.
And then, so even more so last night for him to be able to go out there and put on the performance that he did. One thing about Logan Webb is he takes it seriously. He puts that team on his back when he needs to. And he mentioned the night before that it was embarrassing. That it was embarrassing the way they had played against the Dodgers the first 2 games. He took it personally. And I think that's a leader. And that's what Logan Webb is. He's a classic leader in every sense of the word. He puts the team on his back when he needs to. He takes the fall when he doesn't need to. You couldn't ask for a better ace for the Giants. But I think that was
he was critical when he needed to be in. He even swore, which was kind of cool.
Yeah, the last one,
He's gotten a little fiery this season.
By the way, now that Casey is up, we have started saying that he said the team was playing like dog Schmidt. And that way we can say it without having to
keep our jobs.
Right? Yeah, we can say
that's a key part of what you do is just keeping your job.
Yeah. So if you want to use that after the games this weekend, if they lose the Rockies, they played like dog Schmidt. What are you going to do?
That's really good.
Just don't.
Yeah.
Right? Go slow.
That's a little dicey for me.
It is.
A little dicey for me.
Yeah. We're racy on this show.
Yeah, I can
tell. Push the envelope.
You guys,
no doubt.
you look like you are.
Try to.
And your nice button-down shirts.
Once a year.
It's what we wear every day, Mark. Come on. This is how we do it,
you
right?
You ran into us on the right day.
Yeah, I'll say.
Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area, is with us here at the California Theater in San Jose. The Dwight Clark Legacy series and a parade of 49er dignitaries are about to come through here, and we can't wait. We were just talking about Brock Purdy, and obviously I wonder what your take, just the whole story, everything that's unfolded over the last year and a half, a very, very quick rise to fame, and now what I can only imagine is maybe on some level excruciating in that, like, you lose the Super Bowl and now we get 8 months of people talking about how much money you should make. It's like his life is very bizarre. It's an odd experience so far, I think.
Can you imagine?
I mean,
being Mr. Irrelevant and then all of this happening. The script's already written.
Yep.
Somebody's 10 people have that script written. It's the most unbelievable story. One of the more unbelievable stories in all of sports history, right? I mean, it's
completely.
You start thinking, and it's a miracle, and he's really talented. And it does make me wonder how many more Brock Purdys are out there, and maybe not just at the quarterback position, but at other positions that don't get the chance. You kind of wonder how much talent is left out there on the table when there are players ahead of you,
Sure.
2-3 players ahead of you, and it just doesn't work out. Maybe not to the caliber that he's played, because I think that's a big part of it, but it kind of reminds me of a Logan Webb with how he's taken on this team and done it in such a classy fashion and played lights out. And then dealing with injury, he's dealt with a lot.
Sure.
He's packed a lot in.
Yes,
it also makes me wonder why NFL teams haven't kind of reversed the way they go about looking at the draft, because the Niners were able to strike gold at the end of the draft with a quarterback, and yet this most recent draft, we look at it and everybody's rushing to take a quarterback. Even, Michael Penix, you already have a quarterback, and this guy is older and he's got an injury history, but we got to have him just in case. And these teams continue to fall over themselves to use high draft capital on a quarterback. Meanwhile, you see Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, who is almost the MVP last year in the NFL, and yet teams continue to do the same thing year after year.
I'm one of these days, when I find time, I don't know when that'll be, but one of these days I'm going to go, because you look at the MLB draft too. You've got numbered first round guys all over the place that never make it out of the
Never show up.
Ever.
Yep.
It's wild.
Yep.
And you've got all this investment with scouting and flying all over the country, and in some cases all over the world, over to Japan and Korea. I don't get it. I
know.
There's just, and it's not a crapshoot, but there's
a lot of misevaluation.
And some teams do better than others. Like Baltimore seems to only draft the Ravens. They seem to draft good players each and every round, every year.
In the late first round.
Exactly.
Yeah, real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market. Today, we're hanging out with Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area, and host tonight of the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, the awarding of the Dwight Clark Award to Drake Greenlaw, which sounds like that's going to be your kind of moment to shine tonight, yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
So that's usually, last year I got to talk to Fred Warner.
Yep.
Really cool experience. He's a phenomenal guy, as you both know and all of your listeners know. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to talking with Drake Greenlaw and getting the chance to, again, tie the past to the present with, what does this mean to him to have, this is a camaraderie award, a true team spirit type of award. And I love finding out, how that touches whoever wins. It's George Kittle, Eric Armstead, Fred Warner, and now Drake Greenlaw. So I'll be having a discussion with him about that. And again, we'll be talking with Jair Brown and Renardo Green, which that'll be interesting. You just talk about a whirlwind.
Very much so.
It's a draft, and then you're here, and then you're here. Rookie camp, and what's going on?
Don't you think that goes to what you were just talking about the quote-unquote, if it's a crapshoot or whatever the right word is, for evaluating these players? So much of it, and this is the most impressive part about Brock to me, is what you cannot evaluate is their ability to handle this.
Mm-hmm.
You can look at on tape, you can see all of the abilities, lack thereof, whatever, but handling this. And if somebody asked me through the season and a half where we've watched Brock Purdy, what's been the most impressive thing? There's no throw that I'm going to bring up. It's like what has happened to his life and his ability to handle that.
Well, you never know what's here.
Right.
And they do, the NFL, I think, does, more than anybody, does all these interviews, and they're visiting their hometown, and they're first grade teacher, and how was he in first grade, and what was can I see his report card? It's so much goes into it, but you really don't find out until somebody's back is against the wall.
Right.
A lot of times what's in here and how they handle that. And you can talk to somebody and they can sound in a crisis situation, when you've got 700-pound men running after you, you're going to be fine. But then it actually happens, and there's I'd panic.
Oh, can't even imagine.
I'd lay down.
I'd just sit.
That's right.
I'd be like, I think I'm good, actually. Where's the concession stand?
That's right. Totally.
That's where I'd
well,
be.
you think about the super quarterback class with Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson and Trey Lance and all the rest, and they all felt like, they can't miss, and yet one by one, for whatever reason, different reasons for all of them, they've fallen short, and yet Mr. Irrelevant, who has it between the ears, and he also has a great relationship with God and his family and all the rest of it, all the intangibles that maybe you can't find out until you see a guy go through it. And now here he is on the precipice of Jared Goff money, Goffian money, as we call it.
Goffian money.
That Goffian
what
money.
I'm looking forward to seeing him interact with Steve Young and Jeff Garcia and Alex Smith and just that whole dynamic. I'm really excited. I'm sure he's going to, be interested to talk to them too.
Right. Well, yeah. What do you think that's going to look like? Because if I were him, it'd be so easy to just kind of lay back. Steve is Steve. Steve is not only a Super Bowl champ, but he is a champion talker.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
Hey, Jeff can talk too.
Jeff can talk.
Jeff
you know
can
this.
talk
Jeff
we
can
know
talk.
this.
And
we had a 3-question interview that was 22 minutes.
We did.
Right.
We did.
It's the best kind.
And it was not tough. And then Alex, who has sort of arrived at this, what I would call kind of real California cool spot in his life, where the career and the injury and his ability to talk about that, and it has just kind of settled in to a space, and he's become a spokesman for so many things, and he handles that with such grace. And they all have this interesting story of either championship or very near to it. And then there's Brock, who is just barely getting started. So I don't know if you're up on stage or you get a chance with him. We'll do it too when he comes through here. But nudge him and tell him to be aggressive tonight. That's my advice.
I know Matt Mayoko. That man knows how to interview.
Yes, he does.
He does.
And so I know he'll do a great job of making sure that Brock gets in there, because people want to hear from Brock Purdy.
Right.
He's going to do a great job of that. I know he will. He always does. These panels, and it is fun because a lot of times you get, not that these guys are old, but you get the guys who have been out of the league for some time now. And at that point, and especially with Jeff, and Alex has done TV too.
Absolutely.
He's done TV.
Absolutely.
So Alex, Jeff, Steve all have done TV. So you start to get in that storyteller's mode. And that's what's fun about the Dwight Clark Legacy series, is you get the stories going, and then they don't stop.
It's
like, we got to, hey guys, we've got the foghorn out. It's time to wrap it up. But it's so fun. You just want to sit here all night and listen to them.
Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area, hosting the Dwight Clark Legacy series tonight. The Dwight Clark Award will be handed out. That is going to Drake Greenlaw. Fred Warner's going to be a part of that. So is Laura. Obviously, it's all benefiting the Golden Heart Fund. We're at the California Theater in San Jose, and a lot of the dignitaries with 49ers helping former 49ers are going to be cruising through here shortly on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game, and we're expecting to talk to so many. What of all of this that is about to unfold for you? What are you kind of looking forward to most?
Oh, the quarterback panel is going to be really cool. That's probably one of the things I'm looking forward to the most. And then also we have a lot of people that return to these events. Last year, this event raised more than $200,000 for the Golden Heart Fund.
Awesome.
Yeah, and it's for anybody that doesn't know, this ties into Dwight Clark's legacy. Is the Golden Heart Fund helps take care of former 49ers who have fallen on hard times. And I don't mean to sound like this is not some stock answer. It's not meant to be cheesy, but that's what tonight's all about. And that's why these former 49ers show up, and the current ones, because they care about it too. So I think having that underlying mission and seeing people come together for something meaningful is probably my favorite part of it all. And the conversations are obviously great, but I think the meaning behind why everybody's here is what's really special.
That's well said.
We can hear that. And Steve joined us a couple of days ago, and he talked about this a little bit. You could hear it in his voice.
Get a little emotional.
Yeah, how much it matters to them.
Yeah, taking care of their own.
Well, and I mean, look, not to be crass about it either, but how many concussions did Steve have?
38.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They know. And Steve also knows how lucky he is to sort of have the resource he has based on the way it's all played out. But Yeah, it's not always pretty. It is not always pretty. So it's a good thing. Thank you for coming by.
Yeah,
Thank you guys for
can't
having me.
believe
Good to see you.
you said 2018 is when you came.
I know.
It feels like you're from here, and that might be the biggest compliment I can pay you.
Thank you.
When you just said that, I had to Google it. Wait, I thought she was from like Pleasanton. Seriously.
Far from it,
You got
Alabama,
Pleasanton
baby.
vibe. No, it feels like you've been here forever, and because you come across as one of us.
Well, it's honestly, I get that question a lot. Being from Alabama, well, how does it work in San Francisco? What does everybody think about you? And I'm like, people just love people. It's all about like how you interact with people, and everybody's just a human. I've really been embraced by the Bay Area, and I'm so grateful for that. It feels like home now, and that's one thing that's been really cool for me.
But you don't get to leave. Just in I mean,
I mean, you could leave the show.
Today. No, tonight.
I mean, as long as you want.
Well, I'm traveling far across the country to go to Stamford, Connecticut this summer to host the Olympics.
Oh, that's right.
Congrats.
So I'll be off of Giants coverage for like a hot few weeks.
The whoop.
Yeah.
Are you doing like the studio, like the late night? Are you doing the early morning? What do you get?
Somehow I'm on from like 11 to 6.
Big time.
How did I get that?
During the day, not overnight.
Not overnight. So I know.
Impressive.
Right?
Very impressive.
They just told me my
6
hours.
a.m. is like rhythmic gymnastics. We go live to the Bulgarian who's got the ribbon.
So we're doing, the first question I get is always like, are you going to Paris? And I'm like, no, I'll be eating croissants in Stamford, Connecticut. And it's going to be the exact same thing. There's probably a tall building I can find there.
Yeah.
And maybe get some lights going.
Maybe.
It'll be just like the
so
Eiffel
good.
Tower.
I know we left Alabama to talk Olympics, but I had a question that I don't want to let go. Where did your accent go?
I still have one. I usually have a y'all counter. I mean, I say y'all all the time.
Yeah, but y'all's like a cool thing now.
Y'all,
everybody uses. Yeah, everybody
y'all
uses
is just an efficient way to say you guys. You guys is not efficient at all. Y'all is much.
You're
more,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just say fewer words. Y'all.
My son says
maybe you should go to Alabama. Are y'all going to the? Are y'all going to the Giants game? And
find Matt Nahagian.
Okay.
I brought this up to him like 2 months ago, and you could see I'm so jealous.
So excited.
Because all the bosses, and Joe, are you listening? The bosses.
Send them. They should go.
This is what they do every time.
Y'all should send them.
They're like, that's a great idea.
He's emptying his wallet
every single time. They're like, that is a really good idea. Let me look into it.
Y'all can stay at Mom's.
They're like, I have a call to make, and let me look at this, and I'll circle, and then it never comes up again.
Oh, you know what? Look at the time. I have a meeting right now.
Exactly.
They look it up. The flights are $500,000, and they're like, I don't think we're going to go.
I just booked mine, and it's like $500. So
okay.
Pretty
and
good.
we can stay at Mom's.
You can stay at Mom's.
It's going to be
there you go.
We'll eat good barbecue. I think I have a lot of my coworkers. I'm like, y'all come stay at Mom's.
Have you been to Rickwood before?
I don't think so, actually, which
You're
is
like
kind of
maybe
funny.
As a kid or something?
I think I've driven by it, but I've never had a reason to go to Rickwood Field when I was there.
This is not far off, by the way. This is a month away, right?
Yeah, it's June, the week of June 17th through the 20th.
Yeah.
So the
game's
on
June 16th?
It might be on the 16th.
Yeah, I think it's on the 16th.
That's a month from today.
Yeah.
We got to get our flights.
Yeah, book your flights. Let's eat barbecue and drink
it.
sweet tea and eat biscuits.
Does Mom have a couch?
That's Mom's
for your boy
couch.
the Dibber. Can crash on the couch? Done.
We don't need a hotel room.
We're staying at Mom's.
We don't need a hotel room. We're going to Alabama.
Totally.
Yeah, he gave me the no. All right,
okay.
we're going to keep working on it.
Maybe we can drive out there. Me and you.
Oh, that'll be a show.
Thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck tonight.
Knock them dead
Have a great time.
Yes.
Are the Giants going to be all right?
Look at the time. They're gonna pull through. They're gonna get healthy. That's the thing.
They do need to get healthy. They need to get healthy.
Once they get healthy, I think things can start to fall into place.
Once that happens, yes. Yeah. All right, Laura, thank you very much.
I'll see you guys. Thanks for having
me. See you soon. Yep, that's Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area hosting.
Not from Pleasanton.
Not from Pleasanton.
Okay.
But apparently from a very pleasant place.
Well done. That's a solid 4.
Yeah, Alabama.
Yeah,
very
Alabama.
Good.
Pleasantville, Alabama.
I'll tell you about Alabama.
There you go.
Yeah. So there it is. She's not wrong. That event that is a month from today is just sneaky close. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, the house that Mays built in many ways, Rickwood Field out in Alabama, where the Cardinals will play the Giants, celebrate the life and career of Willie and many others throughout the Negro Leagues and Juneteenth.
Yeah.
This is all coming together, and I love, and obviously with Willie Mays being a centerpiece of the whole thing, the San Francisco Giants are a big part of this game, and I think it is just going to be an incredible experience, and I am livid with 95.7 the game for at this point saying that we're not going to be there.
It's not like you mentioned it 6 months ago when the game got announced. Oh, actually, you did.
I did.
You hijacked one of our show meetings back in November and said,
I did.
You know, this is something that I really would love to make happen. Let's see if we can't make it happen. And I'm going, no matter what.
You're like I know this is a radio show, so you cannot see where our program director is standing, but he's further away from the set than he's been at any point so far today. And this is what I'm talking about. Every time they hear the word Rickwood, it's just like, that's an awesome idea. I got to hit the head, but I'll be right back. And then they're just gone. Absolute ghosts.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can always send yourself and stay at Laura Britt's mom's house and sleep on the couch.
Probably not.
Go to the game.
Probably not. You're not going to invite myself to Laura Britt's mom's house in Alabama.
She just invited us live on the air. She said, y'all can stay at mom's.
Yeah.
Heavy on the y'all, and that's the way this can go. But I'm glad that she's here and hosting the event, and you got multi-panels. And I liked what she was saying about Dre Greenlaw and, you know, just how this would make him feel to win the award, an award like this that's really, you know, voted on by his peers, and it speaks to more than just being able to tackle the opponent.
Remember who Dre Greenlaw was when he was drafted? Do you remember that whole story? Dre Greenlaw is a 5th-round draft pick, and Dre, that story that came out, if you remember, and I'm not even going to do a great job of like taking you through all of it because only pieces of it are still sort of right there in my memory. But you know, Dre Greenlaw was that guy who helped somebody out at a party, and there was a woman who was stuck in a spot, and you know, the woman's dad found out that Dre helped her out of the party, and so this guy, he's been this person all along once he joined the San Francisco 49ers, and to match sort of the character that he's always had with the ability that he has on the field, and he's maniacal, is tremendous. I mean, let's not forget that Dre Greenlaw, like we all now remember the Achilles injury, let's not forget that 2 weeks earlier against the Green Bay Packers, we were all screaming at him on our television, get down!
Not me.
Get down!
I was screaming,
the football.
Take it to the house, Dre. Take it to the crib. Get those 6 points, Dre. You're a football player. You're a defensive player who finally has the ball in his hands. You do you, Dre. You go score, young man.
Yep. Absolutely.
Shanahan was screaming, get down.
Get down.
And he was carrying the ball like a loaf of bread,
Like a loaf of bread.
I think it was out and about.
I always wondered about that phrase. I remember when we were young and Wendell Tyler was playing with the 49ers.
Boy, yeah.
My dad always used to get upset because he's like, he carries the ball like a loaf of bread. And that means you carry it like up against your wrist with your hand instead of tucking it in. And that's one of those phrases in the American language that I've always scratched my head with, because I'm like, nobody carries a loaf of bread like that.
Right.
Who carries a loaf of bread like that? A loaf of bread is either you're holding the top of the bag, or if it's out of the bag, you just grasp it in your hand. Where did that phrase come from? These things bother me.
Maybe this is like when you carry a baguette or you carry like a loaf of French bread or something. I know what you're saying, like a bag of Wonder Bread. You're going to carry it by the top of the bag. You're not going to carry it like you do a football, but just one of those weird expressions that somehow has taken on a life of its own.
Circling back, Dwight Clark Legacy series here, California Theater in San Jose. If you're in the neighborhood, you can pop online and still get your way in. We are still almost a couple of hours away from the actual event, and Laura did a great job of sort of helping us unfold what this is all going to look like and feel like. I didn't know Fred Warner was going to be in the building tonight, helping present the award he won last year Jr. to Dre Greenlaw. So that's pretty cool. Then obviously there is the quarterback roundtable, natural-born leaders, Steve Young, Brock Purdy, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia. If you did want to come on by, tickets are $87. Go to DwightClarkAward.com and you can still get tickets and join on in. And again, this is one of those things. You're starting to see people file in, and I know there are going to be a lot of surprise people in the building tonight because of what Laura was just talking about. People who played for this team this night really, really matters to them.
Right.
This cause really, really matters to them.
And Dwight Clark really mattered to everybody who had a chance to either play with him or know him. And I was lucky enough to get to know Dwight a little bit, and I will never forget.
Thank you for that, Grandy.
Being at Candlestick, and this is going back about maybe 12 or 14 years, and I was pretty new in the business, and I was working alongside a guy named Gary Radnich, and I was fortunate to be in a suite at the station that I worked at, and in comes Dwight Clark, who was an ambassador at the time, and he comes in, he's working the room, and he sees me, and the fact that he even recognized me from my work with that other host I worked for was incredible. Came over, shook his hand, had a chance to talk to him a little bit, and he leaves the suite to go on to the next suite and do what he did, which is press the flesh and be the great ambassador of life that he was. He walked out, and I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
I got to meet Dwight Clark. It was really, really cool.
Do you remember the restaurant? It was Clark's by the Bay?
That sounds right.
Yeah, Clark's by the Bay. It was down on the peninsula. And I think this is going way back now.
Way back.
This is going way back. But look, he's a name like no other in the history of this town, and it leads to a night like tonight, and we're all enjoying it as 49ers and their dignitaries are on their way in here at the California Theater in San Jose. Just starting to think about even the idea of what we're headed for the remainder of this offseason and season.
Right.
And then postseason with regard to just sort of the human interest side of Brock Purdy. And I think that conversation we were just having with Laura is an interesting one, and one that I try to keep in mind. I know how it is when we're sports fans. We just want to enjoy the games, and we want our team to win. We don't want to get in too much more out of that. But I honestly do. I find that to be the most impressive thing about the guy is how he's been able to handle what, if we really all stop and think about it, is an unhandleable situation. To be thrust in and then to have expectations through the roof and to have people criticize you for doing absolutely nothing wrong.
Right.
And then be the centerpiece of all of this talk, and then that leading toward a contractual situation that is going to be wonderful for him. Obviously, he'll be taken care of for the rest of his life, but even to have that debated nationally on a daily basis, I would find that incredibly uncomfortable.
Especially when it's a year out, and it's been more than a year that it's already been happening. So you're talking about multiple years of that very conversation, which is, yeah, you're good, but how much are they going to pay you, and should they pay you, and will they pay you, and all the rest of it. And all he's done is get drafted to a team, get elevated due to injury and ineffectiveness, and then go out there and be absolutely phenomenal. And yet he's remained, for the most part, as far as anyone can see, still as humble, as grounded. He got married to his college sweetheart or his high school sweetheart in aw shucks manner, and he's just the same dude who loves his parents and has a great relationship with God, and he's not lost sight of anything except trying to be the best football he can be. One thing that he's a little bit off the mark on, and I hate to be the one to criticize him, and I'll do it to his face, Mark, because I'm not afraid of the moment, but the dude cannot throw out a first pitch. Wow. That was not a catchable ball.
I disagree.
That does not go down as a drop.
I disagree. No, that's a pass ball.
No chance. That was a wild pitch.
No, Kyle Harrison is a professional athlete.
He's a pitcher, not a catcher.
Doesn't matter. You're a professional athlete. You've got a glove on. It's just like Kruk always says.
It was to the wide side. It wasn't to the glove hand.
Correct. So what? Take a stab at it.
That thing was heat, and it was tailing.
It was.
Very, very wild.
That's the mistake he made. was putting a lot of mustard on it.
It was a Jimmy O no throw.
Yeah,
is what it was.
just put it in there. Just take a little something off. But yeah, that was a funny moment.
Yeah.
Kind of circling back, and we will have a conversation for sure with a lot of our guests tonight with regard to the schedule release yesterday, which is where we started our show today. And Matt asked me upon arrival today, like, you guys, this came out at 5 o'clock. You had all kinds of fun. You had guests, and Dibs plays win-loss. But now that you've had an overnight to just sit there and look at it, what's your take? What's the first thing that stands out? And the first thing that stands out to me is the word hard. This is a true first-place schedule. This is most weeks you're playing a really good team. 4 times that other team is coming off a bye. You've got 6 prime time games. That messes with your week every week. Football players and coaches are creatures of habit, and they're going to get knocked off of that schedule a lot, starting right away when the season starts. Monday night right away, go into a short week then, and end up in Minnesota with a long plane flight. This is not to build excuses. None of that. That doesn't make any sense. They're really good, and they should win the majority of their games. But when I look at a schedule that's that hard, and the Super Bowl hangover thing, which is real, and then see Pro Football Talk report this morning that the look-ahead lines have the 49ers favored in all 17 games. That means they are favored when they go to Lambeau. That means they are favored when they go to Buffalo. They are favored when Kansas City comes to town to Levi's Stadium, and on and on and on. Every single time they're favored. And expectations like that, usually, I'm not talking football now, just life. Expectations like that usually lead to disappointment.
Well, you probably will be disappointed because odds are that they don't go 17-0. So if you're favored in all 17 and you lose 2, 3, whatever the number is, those are games where you're favored.
5 or 6.
Those will be upsets.
Yeah.
Just by the very nature of the point spread. And, the opener would be a pretty big upset, and I'm actually predicting the upset. The Jets are underdogs right now by 6 or 6.5 points in that opening game at Levi's Stadium. So if you start out the year 0-1 and you lose at home to the Jets, well, maybe some of those look-ahead lines would then change.
Of course, they definitely will.
Depending on as you get closer to those games.
I would certainly predict right now, yes, the look-ahead lines, they're favored in all of them. I do not believe the 49ers will end up being favored in all 17 games.
And I don't think they were favored in all the games last year, were they? Damn near. And I remember the game on Christmas where it finally came down to about a 1.5 point spread, I think, when Baltimore came on Christmas night.
Yeah, I do think the 49ers ended up being favored in that game, and I can't think of another time when they weren't, mainly because Brock Purdy played in all of the games. I can't think of they were,
other than the last game,
yeah, exactly, and they were favored in that one too. So I do think they were favored in all of them, and yeah, you're right, they lost 5 of them. So
yeah, I'm just looking at it now,
yeah,
and
what do you got?
I'm seeing them favored in every game. They wound up the year 9-11 against the spread in all the games, and that obviously includes the postseason game where they lost to Kansas City in the Super Bowl. But you go all the way through, and yeah, favored by 14 over Washington, favored by 3 against Philadelphia, favored by 1.5 in the opener. Think about that, Mark. The opener at Pittsburgh, favored by 1.5.
Ooh.
Hard to remember all the way back to that point, but this is according to statmuse.com.
What was the final score of that game? They blew them out, right?
Yeah, they won by 23.
31 to
30-7.
30-7.
Yep.
All right. Look, the Dwight Clark Legacy series, you can hear the voices in the background. People are starting to file in. I just saw a really good free safety walk by.
You did?
A really good. Wait a minute. My bad. A great safety just walked by a short time ago. It goes by the name of Ronnie Lott.
I've heard of him.
Yeah. So he's in the building. They're starting to arrive. We are going to take a moment and get ready to get as many of them over here as possible. We're sponsored by Scandinavian Designs Furniture. We are live at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series and ready to rock and roll on Willard and Dibs.
Don't miss major Memorial Day savings at Scandinavian Designs. Save up to
Jose. It's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Special night, Dwight Clark Legacy Series, California Theater in San Jose. 49ers helping other 49ers, former 49ers who have fallen on much harder times. And the name, obviously his name is on the event. You heard Laura Britt, who joined us a short time ago, talk a lot about it. The reason you are able to get names this big to walk on in here. Ronnie Lott is here tonight. Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, Brock Purdy, Steve Young, and many more. Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, all on their way. Is just a testament to the legacy that was built by number 87.
No doubt, and the legacy that is being continued. And if you're Debo or Brandon Aiyuk or heck even Ricky Pearsall and you're playing that position, certainly everybody knows about T.O. and John Taylor, Jerry Rice, and there have been many, many other great wide receivers for this organization, but to have Dwight Clark as the signature name on this event, and you go back to the catch, Clark's career was obviously much bigger than just the one play, but if you're a receiver in this organization, you realize the legacy of those who came before you. And you had me thinking an interesting thought, because you said something last segment about the off-season topics, like between now and when we get to that Jets game, right?
Yes.
The opener
Yes.
at Levi's. Not only what are we going to talk about, but what are the things that stick out in your mind as the biggest things between now and then? And I know that Brandon Aiyuk contract resolution.
It's interesting that got so quiet, right?
Right, super quiet. And you and I talked about this, and if he didn't get traded on draft night, it probably would go this way. It would go from, oh my God, it's all we talk about, to now it's in the background. But the expectation still is, between now and that September game against the Jets, they're going to do something around Brandon Aiyuk, right? Would you say that still is topic number one between now and September?
Yeah, probably. I mean, obviously this has the threat to be played out the exact same way that the Nick Bosa situation did. And I think that looking back on the season, the sort of blasé nature that we were all, and I was guilty of this, that we sort of placed on that situation of like, it's all good. Like, there's no way they're going to let him go, right? Let's have his mom on. Okay, that was fun, whatever. It's not something that 49er fans are going to look back on and feel like, yeah, that was no big deal. It was a big deal. And for Nick to come out and get back into the fold and then say 3 weeks in, well, I'm still getting my legs underneath me. And then, while I think he performed well, and there's way too much focus on just the sack stat, and there's complexities at hand, like the system, which they were definitely struggling with on some level, the connectivity between some of those players and the Steve Wilks system, all of that. For him to come out and say that, like, it didn't sound good. And so that's where the fan base kind of sits with regard to this idea of missing August.
Right.
And so we sit here today, and we're closing in on June, and we're not very far off from that becoming a reality again. The only thing I know about Brandon Aiyuk, he's dug in. He and his agents are dug in.
Right.
They would not be saying the things that they've said on social media over the last 2 months if they weren't dug in. And the 49ers almost traded him. They took a bunch of calls on trading him. Then they drafted a receiver. So I know that publicly everyone's like, yeah, we love Brandon. This is great. I don't see any clues that this started to get pushed in the correct direction. The only thing we saw was Brandon texted John Lynch and said, fire pick.
Right. It's because it's his former teammate at Arizona State. And so he likes the player. He likes the pick.
He likes the pick.
As we like to say. But I do want to just keep that in the front of our mind, Mark, as we look at what happened after Debo signed in July 31st, 2022. The following year, Debo did not have a great year.
Nope.
By his standards. 56 catches, only 2 touchdowns receiving. Nick Bosa doesn't sign until late in August. He comes back and doesn't have the same kind of year. He had a good year, and I do think that the numbers, the stat of the sack is not always indicative of how good a player was. He had a lot of pressures and all the rest of it. But I think about Brandon Aiyuk and just how much you need him to be in camp, ready, of right mind, and ready to go, not in the end of July, not in the end of August, but let's get this thing done earlier so that Aiyuk comes in. He's a huge piece to what you're trying to do in this upcoming season when you're trying to get back to the Super Bowl, obviously, and he's a big part of it.
I tell you one thing, and maybe the only thing that I heard from Steve Young on this show 2 days ago, where I sort of raised my eyebrows and went, because, like, who the hell am I? Right, like Steve Young, I trust Steve Young. But we asked him, are we headed for a year of drama in the wide receiver room? And he was like, no. But he didn't say no like, no, it couldn't get that way. His no was like, it kind of already is that. Let's actually hear it. Here's Steve Young when I asked him, are we headed for a year of drama in the wide receiver room?
The drama's already started in a way, and people understand the game today. And so I don't know. I think they run such a good locker room and such, I don't sense that they'll be like, look at the quarterback room a couple of years ago when Jimmy went to the Super Bowl, or when Brock was hurt. When Brock was going and Jimmy was hurt, like it was what a weird quarterback room. But the system's in place, the culture's in place. There's an overarching way that we do it, and that's why I give John so much credit for building it and for Kyle. So in that way, yeah, there's going to be some drama. There's going to be some awkwardness. I mean, we won a lot of Super Bowls with awkward quarterback rooms. So, wide receiver rooms, that's fine too. Again, you're hanging around in the right neighborhoods. There's some awkwardness, but everybody gets it, and let's go win one.
Well, listen, I completely accept that answer.
It's a funny answer when he talked about awkward quarterback rooms.
Awkward quarterback rooms.
Don't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, Steve, you ever going through anything weird?
Right.
I don't know, that ended up on a documentary on Peacock years later or anything like that.
That may have lasted for 4 seasons.
I mean,
you want awkward?
What are you talking about lasted for 4 seasons? It's still alive.
Well,
Joe Montana's not over it yet.
But they're not in the quarterback room anymore.
Not anymore.
But the awkwardness now has spread across the globe. But you're right.
Somehow, though, I do think, and maybe this is just our dramatic mind as fans, but somehow I feel like wide receiver rooms are different than all other rooms. Because we do call them the diva receivers, and they do make the most noise, and they are the ones who go yell at the quarterback. And we've seen it throughout history that if the quarterback and his receivers are not on the same page, it really can cause emotional problems. I think of Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown last year. There was a whole lot of barking. I think of Eli Manning and Odell Beckham years ago when that got squirrely. Look at the career of T.O.
Yeah. Even Stephon Diggs is an example who can't stay on a team because he gets so mad.
I will tell you that I have heard a rumor that in Houston they are already rolling their eyes at Steph. I'm telling you.
Already?
Diggs is a problem.
Dude, he's such a good receiver.
I've never even met the dude. I've never covered a team that he's on. I've never even been 5 states away from a team that he's on.
Right.
Okay? But it is very clear to me when a player, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Stephon Diggs, when you keep going to different places and the same thing happens everywhere you go and it's always someone else's fault, like I actually look at Stephon Diggs and I go, I wonder, and maybe he is. Right. I got no problem with ego. Ego in pro sports, that comes with the territory. But Stephon Diggs has lived an unbelievably charmed life as a wide receiver. This guy played with Kirk Cousins for a number of years and then got shipped out to Josh Allen. And when they got sick of him, they sent him to the coolest young quarterback in the game. Do you know how lucky that is?
Totally.
As a wide receiver? Like, Deontay Johnson just signed a free agent deal with the Panthers. Enjoy your money. We're never going to hear from you again.
Totally.
Until you leave.
Yeah.
Because you are now on an offense that doesn't work. And so Stephon...
And a quarterback who can't see over the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, like Stephon's a wonderful, wonderful player. But if you get worn out by Kirk Cousins and you get worn out by Josh Allen, and now you're going to go to C.J. Stroud, and they're rolling their eyes at you, and OTAs have barely started. When you've got Nico Collins and Tank Dell already in the building, 2 young, good receivers, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know.
Probably not going to get 160 targets.
I don't know the guy.
Going to be disgruntled.
Yeah. And we remember all the little clues where we're like, well, we don't know what to believe. But remember the media thing where that reporter in Buffalo got overheard saying in front of a live mic that Stephon treats everybody poorly. Like, I register something like that because I'm
doubt.
I don't know what's true. You're one person, but.
Well, that's what makes
look around at all the evidence.
The Steve Young take on the wide receiver room, and it most likely being drama-free, it becomes interesting because as you get into this room this year, and let's just assume that Brandon Aiyuk does get the extension that we all think that he's going to get, and he gets multi-years and he gets a lot of money. Well, the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, will be that you probably don't want to pay. Thank you. You probably don't want to pay that much to the receiver room every year going forward. So then it might be a little bit awkward if Debo's looking around thinking, well, Aiyuk just got broken off. He's got his chicken. Pearsall's here, and he's on a rookie deal, and they got him in the first round, so they got 5 years of Pearsall if they wanted. Jawan Jennings had a qualifying offer that was not matched, so he's here for his last year. There is going to be a little bit, I would imagine, Mark, of guys making sure that they're going to get what they want for Debo and Jawan in particular, guys who are going to be maybe looking for other gigs in the future, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you think it the way that one all plays out, but go back to what Steve said. I think subtle. He does not say the wide receiver room is going to be drama-free. He says it's already filled with drama, but they can handle it.
Yeah.
I think that was kind of his point, and I'm like, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they can.
Well, it depends on what the drama looks like, and it also depends on what the contract looks like, because let's play this out the other way. The team and Brandon, don't come to terms on a new contract, and Brandon's got to, maybe play on that fifth-year option, which TJ Houshmandzadeh said he wouldn't do.
He wouldn't do.
Maybe Aiyuk gets a contract that he's not thrilled with, and he comes back and plays. There's a number of different ways where the drama could rear its ugly head, because you're going to have a lot of targets. McCaffrey gets a lot of targets in the pass game. George Kittle gets a lot of targets as the tight end. If there aren't enough footballs to go around for a team that doesn't throw it a lot, I wonder if the drama doesn't percolate this year with a couple of guys maybe looking for new teams next year.
100% you could be right, but I don't even think about it in terms of not that I don't think about it this way, but like Brandon's contract, I think that can be worked out. What I am really keeping eyes on is all the things that lead to whatever's next.
Right.
Imagine you're Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe you do get the new deal. Okay. Hey, Debo, how you doing? Ricky Pearsall, right? Starts to get some run and starts to get some looks from Brock. Somebody gets hurt for a week or two. They come back. They don't quite have their same spot in the system anymore. The stress starts to rise. You lose back-to-back games. All the way up the staircase to where it's like, what does that do in a very emotional game? This is football. And that locker room with people like Debo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk, that can get very emotional. So it's not, to me, what happens in the offseason and contract negotiations. It's more what happens in season when things are frustrating and you drop a ball or Brock throws one behind you or you get hurt a little bit or someone else starts getting the targets. That's, to me, when the wide receiver-quarterback relationship can start to go a little south.
Absolutely, and I think about it in terms of just the math, right? Because the Niners threw it the 32nd most in the National Football League. They threw the ball 491 times over the course of 17 games. So when you math that, and they only completed 336, but let's just talk about targets for the sake of this conversation. 491 targets divided by Brandon, Debo, George, Jawan, Ricky, and Christian. That's 6 guys, and there's a pecking order. And, even Brandon Aiyuk last year, and I was making this point to TJ Houshmandzadeh, who's Brandon's personal coach and good friend, and I was doing a little bit of the devil's advocate with what the team might say about his numbers. I mean, the dude was 32nd in the league in catches, and I couldn't even get through it, and TJ cut me off with 5 other numbers where he was at the top of the class, and he's not wrong.
He's amazing. He was amazing last year.
He was amazing.
Yeah.
But the point is, he's not going to get the ball as many times as he probably thinks he should, and Debo would feel the same, and Jawan and George and Christian and, even Ricky P. They're all going to want the ball more than they probably are going to get a chance to catch it.
Well, I look at this and go, I think Brandon's going to be fine with regard to targets if the money's there. TJ told us that too.
Right.
Well, what's he want? He just wants to get paid.
And he wants to win.
He just wants to get paid.
Right.
So, I think that Brandon on that level is going to be. I think that's going to be fine.
Right.
I don't look at it that way. I look at it much more in terms of, what does this look like when it gets frustrating? And so we can say right now, it's easy to say in May, it's already dramatic and they're going to handle it. It's sort of a microcosm of the entire way we look at a season. There are so many twists and turns in the journey that we don't know about yet, and I worry about it. This is a difficult task for that group.
And that's why I think as we look at the offseason, and now here we are May 16th, and we've got about 3.5 months between now and the kickoff. That is topic number one for the 49ers is, just what are they going to do with Brandon Aiyuk, and how is that going to get resolved, and when is that going to get resolved so that they can have enough run-up to where he can get an actual training camp and they can kind of put that topic beside them as they try to figure out what else they're doing going into it. The other interesting one for me, Mark, in this offseason is the Brock Purdy part of it, because it's the first time that he actually gets an offseason. So how much does that help him to get even better? And I remember saying to you last year about this time, I said something that looks nonsensical now. I said, I don't even know if Brock Purdy can get better, Mark. I don't know if he can get better than what he's already shown. And he got better, and now he has a camp, so he's got a chance to even get better again.
Okay. Want to let everybody know, looks like Alden Smith is about to jump by our studio. We'll hang out with him a little bit. I did want you to admit something else, too. Remember when you said you think that this offense for the 49ers will essentially look the same if Sam Darnold takes over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They look great. They were fine.
Oh, bring him on over here. What a treat. What a treat. Hey there. Alden Smith joining Willard and Dibbs right now here live at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, and excited to have him here with us to talk a little bit about this event through the Golden Heart Fund, 49ers helping 49ers. It's been a real treat to hear you kind of come back. I hope you feel this from the fans. The last handful of days you've made some media appearances, and I just think it's warmed everyone's heart to see where you are right now in your life. That's not a question. I just want to say that to you, man.
Man, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Can you and for those who might be sitting here going, I didn't get to hear anything from Alden, can you share a little bit about just sort of like the football player we once knew and now the man that's sitting in front of us today?
Man, so everybody got introduced to a 20-year-old version of me, and so you met 20-year-old version of Alden who had a life before you met him, right? I hit the scene, had some success, had hiccups, and you guys everybody witnessed them publicly, and I'll say this. I was blessed to be able to have those experiences. I know that might sound weird, but for me to be where I am today and have a genuine, authentic conversation and not be fluff and be in a good place and want to give and share and use my journey, my good things, my mistakes, and everything I've learned and be able to give that back to people it means the world, because not only do I feel like it's super needed right now to give people hope or just try to give them a route to try to achieve something. Yep. And I'm just blessed to be able to want to share it, because this is selfishly, I'm doing this for me, you know what I mean? Because this is it means a lot for me to be able to share what I've gone through, the other side that you might not know anything about. And so I'm excited about it, because not only, it's you get to see under the helmet and you get to know more about me, but you get to see, I'm happy that I have the journey. I've had the journey that everybody's seen bits and pieces of, and now I get to show you a little bit more.
How did you get from where you were? And obviously, none of us know the depths of where you were off the field. We just see the career, and it's like, he's not playing anymore, and he can't get it together, and we all make our judgments. But how did you get from where you were to the point now where you can look at the entire journey as a blessing?
I didn't give up. And let me say that. Let me rephrase that. I took advantage of that window of opportunity when you fall. Because we all have moments where we fall off track of where we're trying to get to, and you have a decision on either you can keep repeating the same behaviors or you can take a risk and try something new that you're unsure of, but you may have heard it works. And so taking that risk and it paying off is what I'm experiencing now. And it's hard for me to summarize it because it's been, for me to answer that with like, yeah, I did this, I did that,
of course,
unrealistic. But to sum it all up, I prioritized myself and really understood what having an honest relationship with myself, what that means, and everything else is kind of just taking place.
Can I ask when? What's the timeline? Like when, the way you feel right now, how long have you felt this way?
I want to say like 3 years. I don't know if there's necessarily a time, but I'll say after I was done playing ball, and I knew it was over, I went through a really, really tough time, and I was alone. And when you're alone and you don't have anybody, and when I say that by have anybody, yeah, there might be people that are reaching out, but if you don't feel like you can have a conversation that you need to have with those people, it's no different than you not having anybody. And so when you're in this space of trying to figure things out, and then I kind of lost where I was going with that, but it wasn't like a burning bush moment. It was kind of like, it happened, and then I just kept taking the good and kept rolling with the good and stopped waiting for the bad. You know what I mean? And so it took some time after I was done playing ball to adjust and try to figure out where I was going. And I think once I realized that I can't blame them, it's all on me. And so finally I get to really put everything I've learned up to this point to use, and see what I got.
Is that partly what leads you back here, back to the 49ers, and the opportunity to help other people and to take your journey and your story and use it as a teaching tool to some of these young men who are now, the 20-year-old version of themselves?
And so the Bay Area is home for me. It's dear to my heart. I had a tremendous experience while I was here, and I feel like this is family. And so I just, took that saying of, if I knew then, what I know now, where I would be. And me having the resume on the field and having the experiences off the field combined with, where I am now and being able to translate that into now's language, you know what I mean? And it's like, why would I not do it? And so I'm just excited that I get to have these conversations and be around people and have a chance at this, because this is what it's about for me.
What does tonight mean to you?
So I don't know if anybody knows, as far as the ALS thing,